Chapter 1. The Disheartening Reality. Regrettably, after 3 months, regardless of whether it was Beerus or Whis, not a single card had dropped, let alone a strand of hair. Damn, am I truly that unlucky? Lin Sheng sat up, pounding his fist on the ground, cursing under his breath. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that this system was entirely reliant on luck. However, despite not having obtained any cards from either Beerus or Whis, Lin Sheng did manage to acquire some power attribute card from other monsters on Beerus' planet. He nearly lost his life in the process, but fortunately, Whis intervened just in time to save him. Under Whis' tutelage, combined with the occasional power cards he picked up from defeated monsters, Lin Sheng's combat prowess has reached a commendable 100 million. Though 100 million may not seem like much, it is more than sufficient to obliterate a planet. In this world governed by bloodlines, what good is 100 million combat power? Indeed, the Dragon Ball universe is one that is entirely dictated by bloodlines. A combat power of 100 million doesn't even qualify as cannon fodder. Moreover, with no bloodline within him, he was merely an ordinary human. Thus, no matter how much he improved, his potential remained limited. Even an ordinary Super Saiyan could effortlessly overpower him. If only I could obtain a Transcendent bloodline or the kind of potential Frieza possesses. Even a regular Saiyan bloodline would suffice. As he pondered, self-doubt began to creep in. With his abysmal luck, could he truly find such exceptional attribute cards? This is utterly infuriating. The more he thought about it, the more his frustration escalated. Perhaps I should focus on the task at hand. After a moment's reflection, Lin Sheng resolved to put aside his worries. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Should he delay Beerus' order to destroy a planet, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences upon his return. Consequently, Lin Sheng piloted the spatio-temporal cube lent to him by Whis and departed from Beerus' planet. Lin Sheng was no deity, he could not survive in the vastness of space. Thus, Beerus had permitted Whis to lend him the spatio-temporal cube to facilitate the completion of his task. The Angel's spatio-temporal cube is the swiftest mode of transportation in the Dragon Ball universe, capable of traversing the cosmos with ease. While Lin Sheng was merely a tool for Beerus, his treatment was still quite favorable. As he navigated the cosmic expanse in the spatio-temporal cube, observing the rapidly retreating stars, Lin Sheng found little interest in the spectacle. Initially fascinated, he soon became indifferent to the view. Which planet shall I destroy? Aimlessly searching for a target, his attention was suddenly captured by a planet that radiated a bright yellow hue. This planet should be uninhabited, right? Lin Sheng murmured to himself. The planet's surface was riddled with craters and ravaged by storms, shrouded in darkness. It appeared to be an extremely inhospitable environment, unsuitable for human habitation. After all, Beerus' directive was to destroy a planet, not necessarily one inhabited by humans. Thus, Lin Sheng often chose to obliterate several lifeless planets without a second thought. You will do. With a swift gesture, Lin Sheng summoned a white energy sphere several hundred meters in diameter and sent it hurtling toward the yellow planet. However, moments later, the anticipated cosmic fireworks did not materialize. Instead, the energy sphere he had launched returned to him. Chapter 2. Broly and Paragus. Is there life on this planet? Lin Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, he deftly maneuvered the spatio-temporal cube to evade the returning energy sphere. Uncertain of the cube's durability, he deemed it prudent to avoid potential damage. After all, he could not afford to repair it. A powerful presence approaches. Almost immediately, Lin Sheng sensed an overwhelming aura that filled him with dread. Is there truly such a formidable force on this desolate planet? Who could it be? Narrowing his eyes, he piloted the spatio-temporal cube downward, resolved to uncover the source. Even if he could not defeat them, surely he could escape with the cube at his disposal. From the intensity of the aura, its owner's strength far surpassed his own. If only he could obtain an strength card from this encounter, it would be a tremendous boon. At the very least, a rank would suffice. In the blink of an eye, Lin Sheng descended from the cosmos to the planet's surface, only to find a barren wasteland that appeared devoid of any inhabitants. Yet he could still feel that powerful aura nearby. Is that Frieza's army? At that moment, an elderly man, his hair white with age, rushed toward Lin Sheng, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. In his haste, he stumbled and fell to the ground, a furry tail trailing behind him. Lin Sheng followed the sound, his gaze landing on the old man. A Saiyan? As his vision adjusted, he noticed a tall, muscular man with a stoic expression accompanying the elder. Unlike the old man, this figure bore no tail, and he moved with a calm demeanor. Broly? Ignoring the fallen elder, Lin Sheng focused on the muscular man before him. Even though this was his first encounter, He recognized the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly, at a glance. A warrior who only grew stronger with each battle. This must be Planet Vampa. The man on the ground is Broly's father, Paragus. Are you with Frieza's army? Can you take us away from here? Paragus, trembling as he lay on the ground, spoke with a mixture of excitement and hope. For nearly 40 years, they had been stranded on this desolate planet, isolated from the world, leading a monotonous and dreary existence. Due to the planet's inhospitable environment, it had become a forsaken world, overlooked by all. Thus, Paragus and Broly had been trapped here, with Paragus once believing they would spend their lives on this godforsaken rock. Yet now, a potential savior in Lin Sheng had appeared. How could Paragus not be exhilarated? Regaining his composure, Lin Sheng shook his head. I am not with Frieza's army, nor can I take you away from here. What a joke. Lin Sheng could hardly take them to Beerus' planet, could he? Wouldn't Beerus obliterate him with a mere sneeze? While he could use the spatio-temporal cube to transport Broly and his father to another planet, he saw no necessity to do so for strangers. Moreover, Paragus was no saint either. Upon hearing this, the excitement and hope faded from Paragus' face, plunging him into despair. After nearly 40 years, they had finally encountered someone who could free them from this wretched planet, only for that hope to be dashed. How could Paragus not feel hopeless? But in the next moment, Paragus' expression twisted into a menacing scowl. Since you refuse to help us leave. Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow. Then do not blame me for being impolite. Paragus rose from the ground, his voice sharp. Broly, kill him. Steal his ship, and we can escape this wretched planet. For Paragus, it was ideal if Lin Sheng was willing to help them leave. If not, he had no qualms about having Broly eliminate him to seize Lin Sheng's spaceship and flee this forsaken world. He had endured enough here. He had unfinished business, and he could not die without exacting his revenge. Years ago, he and Broly had been exiled to this desolate planet by King Vegeta, fearing that Broly's remarkable potential might one day pose a threat to the universe. King Vegeta had banished him to this forsaken world. While claiming it was for Broly's training, the true intent was to ensure Broly's demise. This vendetta must be avenged. Paragus was prepared to go to any lengths to exact his revenge on King Vegeta. Broly abruptly looked up at Lin Sheng, hesitating as he grappled with the decision to strike. He felt a sense of reluctance, as though this course of action was inherently wrong. Broly's nature was fundamentally kind-hearted, planning to resort to murder and theft. How naive! Lin Sheng scoffed dismissively. While he might not be able to overpower Broly, Lin Sheng was certain that he could make his escape. Broly lacked the ability to stop him. However, just then, ding! A brilliant and dazzling golden light emanated from Broly, nearly blinding Lin Sheng. This was the golden glow he had yearned for over the past 3 months. For the golden light signified and shrank hard. 3 months. A full 3 months, and he had finally reached this moment. The sensation was akin to the thrill of finally receiving a long-awaited shipment after months of anticipation. Such feelings are beyond mere words. A dazzling golden light enveloped him, igniting every cell in his body with a surge of energy. Damn, and Glass card has finally appeared for me. Lin Sheng gulped, his gaze fixed intently on Broly. After waiting on Beerus' planet for a full 3 months without encountering its Glass card, today it astonishingly dropped from Broly. Chapter 3. S-Class card, Legendary Bloodline. Lin Sheng once thought he might truly be the most unfortunate of souls. Yet now, it appears his luck may not be so dire after all. This golden light was undeniably the most exquisite brilliance he had ever witnessed. Broly, facing Lin Sheng, felt the intensity of his gaze and paused in surprise. Is he really that pleased? Broly pondered, bewildered by Lin Sheng's expression. What a clueless kid, about to meet his doom and still smiling? Paragus also wore a look of confusion, unable to comprehend Lin Sheng's sudden excitement. But he could not afford to dwell on that now. All that mattered was to eliminate Lin Sheng and seize his traversal cube. Broly, what are you waiting for? Are you ignoring my orders? Paragus turned and barked, kill him. In the next moment, Broly's expression sharpened, his demeanor turning fierce. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted around him. Though he recognized that taking someone else's belongings was somewhat unethical, he still felt compelled to heed Paragus' command. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng paid no mind to Paragus or Broly. He was entranced by the enchanting voice of the system in his ear. Beep. And Glass card has been detected near the host. Would you like to collect it? Of course I will. Lin Sheng replied eagerly. He was desperate to discover what kind of Glass card had dropped from Broly. Would it be strength, speed, or the legendary bloodline? This thought filled him with anticipation. Beep. Collection successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained class card, Legendary Bloodline. Would you like to absorb it? Incredible. It really is the Legendary Bloodline. At this moment, Lin Sheng's pupils constricted as excitement surged within him. The Legendary Bloodline was among the most formidable bloodlines in the Dragon Ball universe, second only to the gods of destruction and angels. Until now, only Broly had possessed the Legendary Bloodline within the entire Dragon Ball realm. This bloodline was unique in that it required no training rather than diminishing in power. It only grew stronger. No exceptions. Take Gohan, for instance. During the battles against Cell and Bu, he briefly overshadowed Goku. However, due to neglect in training, he ultimately became Goten. Yet with the Legendary Bloodline, such a fate would never occur. Lin Sheng had contemplated the Legendary Bloodline before his arrival, never expecting to actually obtain it. It felt almost surreal. The Legendary Bloodline. This was a divine bloodline possessed solely by Broly in the entire Dragon Ball world. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sheng composed himself and declared, absorb. As soon as he spoke, the glass card transformed into a warm current that flowed through Lin Sheng's limbs, integrating into every cell within him. In the next instant, Lin Sheng distinctly felt his blood and cells undergoing a profound transformation. The combative essence of the Saiyan race seeped deeply into his marrow, merging with his very being. Simultaneously, a tremendous power surged forth from his blood. 100 million, 200 million, 1 billion, 10 billion. An overwhelming force flooded Lin Sheng's body. Had this occurred prior, he would have surely been overwhelmed by such immense power. Yet now, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, he found himself captivated by this incredible strength. This power stirred restlessly within him. For at this moment, he had acquired the fabled bloodline of the Super Saiyan. Despite appearing to possess only 100 billion in combat power, once engaged in battle, his strength would continue to escalate at a terrifying rate. While the Legendary Bloodline was indeed a game-changer, it did come with a caveat. Should his power grow excessively, even Lin Sheng himself might be unable to control it, leading him to enter a berserk state. Only when he had fully mastered this power would he avoid such a fate. This is the Legendary Bloodline? Incredible. Merely absorbing the Legendary Bloodline had caused his apparent combat power to surge 100-fold. Truly, it was a remarkable bloodline. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sheng commanded, System, display attribute panel. Host, Lin Sheng. Race, Saiyan. Bloodline, Legendary Bloodline. Combat power, 100 billion. Skills, flight technique, aura control, energy control. Have I truly transformed into a Saiyan? Due to acquiring the Legendary Bloodline, Lin Sheng had transitioned from an ordinary human to a Saiyan. But it mattered not whether human or Saiyan. The Legendary Bloodline was what truly counted. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sheng's gaze sharpened, focusing on Broly ahead. Perfect. I shall use you to test this Legendary Bloodline. Lin Sheng clenched his fists, pondering whose Legendary Bloodline was superior, his or Broly's. Noticing the confidence radiating from Lin Sheng, Broly was momentarily taken aback. For reasons unknown, he sensed that Lin Sheng had transformed somehow since their earlier encounter. Specifically, he felt an air of self-assurance from him. As for Paragus, he remained oblivious to the changes in Lin Sheng. With his meager combat power of merely 4,200, he couldn't even touch Lin Sheng. Broly, do you dare defy my command? Seeing Broly remain still, Paragus barked again in a commanding tone. Roar. With a fierce roar, Broly finally sprang into action. His fists clenched, his aura surged violently, sending debris flying in all directions. Then, with a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming force directly towards Lin Sheng. Just what I wanted. Lin Sheng laughed heartily. With a powerful surge, he unleashed his full strength without reservation. In the next moment, the two individuals possessing the Legendary Bloodline, Lin Sheng and Broly, collided like stars colliding with the earth, a cataclysmic encounter. Chapter 4. Fierce Battle with Broly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Sheng collided with Broly. Bang! The surrounding space began to tremble violently. A wave of invisible shock rippled outward from the two, causing the very earth to quake. The two separated upon impact, only to clash once more. Bang! 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 Lin Sheng and Broly engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle. In the sky, one could merely glimpse the fleeting shadows of the two, alongside the terrifying waves of energy that shook the very fabric of the air. This guy can actually hold his ground against Broly? On the ground, Paragus concealed himself in a relatively safe spot, covertly observing the clash between Lin Sheng and Broly. Though he could not see clearly, the intensity of their battle suggested that Lin Sheng's strength was not at all inferior to Broly's. As the battle unfolded, Lin Sheng and Broly's combat powers surged rapidly. 100 billion, 500 billion, 1 trillion, 5 trillion, 1 quadrillion, 100 quadrillion. In just a matter of minutes, the combat power of Lin Sheng and Broly skyrocketed to 100 quadrillion. Moreover, there was no sign of abating. Their power continued to ascend. With the increase in their strength, the aftermath of their clash grew increasingly formidable. The tempest raging 1,000 miles away dissipated entirely, swept away by the shockwaves emanating from their fierce confrontation. Bam! Lin seized an opportunity and landed a direct punch on Broly's face. In an instant, Broly's massive form was propelled backward like a cannonball. He soared for several hundred miles, leaving behind a trail of severed mountain peaks in his wake. Broly, witnessing this scene, Paragus's weary eyes suddenly widened in shock. Is this the nature of combat among the powerful? Exhilarating. Let it come again. Lin Sheng burst into an excited smile. He was now brimming with courage and determination. Never before had he yearned for battle as fervently as he did at this moment. Perhaps this was the essence of the Super Saiyan bloodline. Saiyans are inherently a warrior race, and the Super Saiyan lineage amplifies this trait to an even greater extent. With a ferocious roar, Broly, deeply embedded within the mountain peak, unleashed a surge of power. The towering mountain, thousands of meters high, trembled and crumbled under Broly's terrifying energy. In the blink of an eye, Broly reappeared before Lin Sheng. His fist, larger than Lin Sheng's head, charged with overwhelming force, cleaved through the air, aimed directly at Lin Sheng. Unperturbed, Lin Sheng grasped Broly's arm and pulled with a swift motion. Simultaneously, energy surged in his other hand. Boom! A powerful energy blast struck Broly squarely in the chest. The explosion sent a thick cloud of smoke billowing into the air. Subsequently, Lin Sheng retreated a short distance and initiated the prince's battle technique. Boom, boom, boom. A torrent of energy blasts, dense and impenetrable, descended upon Broly. Some energy blasts detonated upon impact with Broly, while others missed their mark, crashing to the ground and creating massive craters. Ultimately, Lin Sheng concentrated his energy into a formidable white shockwave, delivering a fierce strike to Broly. With a resounding explosion, the energy shockwave erupted against Broly, sending shockwaves rippling across a vast expanse of several thousand meters. Moments later, as the smoke dissipated, Broly remained steadfast in the air, appearing slightly disheveled yet remarkably unharmed. Indeed, the principle of smoke without injury held true. Lin Sheng, observing Broly's lack of significant damage, was not taken aback. After all, Broly's robust physique rendered him impervious to harm unless faced with an overwhelming force. There he was, hovering in the air, motionless. What was he up to? Lin Sheng's brow furrowed as an incomprehensibly immense aura suddenly erupted from Broly. A roar echoed through the air. The ground fractured, deep chasms appearing as if the very earth itself was being torn apart. The surrounding space trembled violently, as if the entire planet of Wampa was quaking under Broly's terrifying presence. The roar persisted, enveloped in a ghostly green flame that cloaked his entire being. Amidst the cacophony, Broly's pupils began to constrict. Paragus, having fallen to the ground due to the violent tremors, gazed upward in horror at the unfolding scene. He realized that Broly was on the brink of losing control. He had believed that Broly could effortlessly handle Lin Sheng, never anticipating that the situation would escalate to this point. Mimetic Super Saiyan, Lin Sheng murmured, observing Broly's current state. This is a stage preceding Super Saiyan 1, weaker than Super Saiyan 1. But who is Broly? He is a Saiyan possessing the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. His mimetic Super Saiyan form is sufficient to overpower even the Super Saiyan god with red hair. Should he transform into Super Saiyan 1, the legendary form, he would undoubtedly surpass Super Saiyan Blue. Such is the terrifying nature of the legendary bloodline. I can no longer fight. If this continues, I too may lose control. Lin Sheng is equally capable of transforming into the mimetic Super Saiyan form to engage in a fierce battle with Broly. However, having just acquired the Transcendent bloodline, if he fails to control the surging power, he risks succumbing to an uncontrollable rampage. In comparison to Broly, Lin Sheng exhibits a greater degree of rationality. Furthermore, continuing the fight may not yield a definitive victor between him and Broly. Rather, it could potentially lead to the annihilation of countless surrounding star systems. It would be wiser to cease hostilities at this juncture. Lin turned around and gazed at Paragus on the ground. Old man Paragus, in less than 2 years, someone will come to take you away from Wampa Star. Farewell. How do you know my name? Lin did not respond to Paragus's inquiry. Instead, he immediately piloted the shuttle cube, departing from the planet Wampa at the speed of light. Chapter 5. Unforeseeable? Chapter 5. Unforeseeable? After Lin Sheng departed, Paragus did not ponder over his words with much care, for his immediate concern was to pacify Broly. Otherwise, this planet would likely be reduced to rubble by Broly's wrath, leaving him as mere cosmic dust. Following his exit from Wampa Star, Lin Sheng joyfully obliterated several uninhabited planets before piloting his shuttle back to Beerus planet. Although he had now acquired the Ultra Instinct bloodline, experiencing a significant surge in power that enabled him to survive independently in the Dragon Ball universe, he was not yet prepared to abandon Beerus domain. Despite the formidable nature of the Ultra Instinct bloodline, it paled in comparison to the might of the God of Destruction and the angels. If he failed to procure the cards that fell from Beerus and Whis, then his 3 months of servitude would have been in vain. Upon returning to Beerus Castle, Lin Sheng prepared snacks for Beerus and Whis. Subsequently, he ventured outside the castle to commence his household chores, a task assigned to him by Whis under the guise of training. I trust you not, you crafty old angel. Yet, Lin Sheng had little choice. After all, he was under their roof and had to earn his keep. Clang, clang, clang. Lin was poised to mow the grass when, unexpectedly, a staff came crashing down from the heavens, striking the ground with a cloud of dust. I remarked, "Prophetic fish, could you perhaps exercise a bit more restraint?" Lin Sheng brushed off the dust that had splattered on him, and upon his staff rested a fish tank. Within the tank was the prophetic fish of Beerus. The fish, perched at the edge of the tank, gazed at Lin Sheng and spoke. "Lin Sheng, have you completed the task entrusted to you by Lord Beerus so early today?" Lin narrowed his eyes, filled with suspicion, and asked, "Surely you haven't come to supervise me?" "Of course not," the prophetic fish replied candidly. "I merely find it a bit dull and wish to engage in a conversation with you. Go play." Lin pointed to the vast expanse of grass before him, which was as large as several football fields. "While I converse with you, could you assist me in mowing this lawn?" he inquired. "It's quite simple." In an instant, a radiant blue light swept over the extensive stretch of grass, and under its luminous glow, the verdant landscape vanished into thin air. "Impressive." Lin raised his eyelids slightly, merely uttering a casual remark. Did the prophetic fish truly take him seriously? Nevertheless, this turn of events certainly simplified matters, sparing him the task of mowing the grass. "Lin, can we converse now?" The prophetic fish's gaze fixed intently upon Lin. "Very well." Lin Sheng cleared his throat, and an epiphany struck him. He inquired, "Prophecy fish, you possess the ability to prophesy, do you not?" "Indeed, I do," came the reply. "What is it that you wish to know? Could you foretell the course of my future?" Lin Sheng asked. The prophecy fish pondered for a moment before responding. "I can certainly attempt to do so. But bear in mind that I offer prophecies, not certainties. My insights may not always be accurate." "No problem," Lin Sheng assured. Lin Sheng rubbed his hands together. Although the predictions of the prophetic fish may not be entirely accurate, they are certainly more reliable than those of the fortune tellers from his past life. After a brief moment, he closed his eyes. Suddenly, the prophetic fish opened its eyes wide in astonishment, gazing at Lin Sheng. "Well?" Lin Sheng inquired eagerly. The prophetic fish hesitated for a moment, displaying a puzzled expression as it remarked, "Strange. Why am I unable to foresee your future? Is it possible that you lack a future?" Lin Sheng. "Well, it seems this prophetic fish is even less reliable than a fortune teller." Just then, a burst of radiant colors descended from the heavens, landing not far from Lin Sheng and the prophetic fish. It was none other than Beerus and Whis, accompanied by 2 additional individuals. "Hello there," exclaimed a peculiar-looking fellow with an unusual hairstyle, waving at Lin Sheng and the prophetic fish. "Goku? Vegeta?" Lin recognized the 2 individuals at a glance. They were none other than Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Moreover, each of them carried a suitcase in hand. Could it be that they had come here to train with Whis? Sun Wukong approached Lin directly, extending his hand with a cheerful smile, and said, "Hello, my name is Sun Wukong." Lin Sheng shook hands with him and casually remarked, "I am Lin Sheng." After a brief introduction, Sun Wukong, ever forthright, inquired, "Lin Sheng, are you training here with Whis as well? Your strength must be quite formidable, then." Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head and smiled cheerfully. "May I witness your power?" At this, Beerus was taken aback. This fellow truly seemed to seek a fight wherever he went, a veritable combat enthusiast. The first time Beerus encountered Sun Wukong, he had posed a similar question. "Sun Wukong, he is the chef I have taken in here. His strength is rather lacking." Beerus replied nonchalantly. He was quite aware of Lin Sheng's abilities. If Sun Wukong were to inadvertently defeat Lin Sheng, how would he enjoy the delectable cuisine thereafter? Lord Beerus is correct. He likely wouldn't withstand a single blow from you, was concurred. Really? Sun Wukong murmured, but I sense a strong aura from him. He doesn't seem as weak as you describe. However, at that moment, Lin Sheng, with a serious expression, said, Are you eager to witness my strength? I fear I might defeat you in an instant. Chapter 6. Why not try a move against me? In the present day, Sun Wukong finds himself in a peculiar situation, as even the red-haired Super Saiyan God requires the combined strength of 5 Saiyans to transform. Engaging him in battle would undoubtedly lead to a swift defeat. Even in his Super Saiyan 3 form, Sun Wukong's battle power, as per Lin Sheng's estimation, would barely reach 1 trillion. Having transformed into a Super Saiyan God once and fought against Beerus, it is conceivable that his power has significantly increased. However, when it comes to facing Lin Sheng, he still appears somewhat inexperienced. Sun Wukong paused, his interest piqued. Indeed, my intuition was not mistaken. Lin Sheng's prowess must be formidable. He promptly assumed a combat stance. A gleeful smile gracing his face. Lin Sheng, the last person who defeated me in an instant was Lord Beerus. Now allow me to witness your power. Beside them, Beerus looked on in astonishment. This kid, is he truly this boastful? Does he not fear being defeated by Sun Wukong in one blow? Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. Oh ho ho, perhaps Lin Sheng is concealing an immense power. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Beerus's eyes widened. At present, Lin Sheng's apparent combat power remains merely 100 billion. To Beerus and Whis, whether Lin Sheng's surface combat power is 1 million or 100 billion makes little difference. Both are regarded as negligible in terms of combat prowess. However, after Lin Sheng uttered a particular statement, Whis cast a renewed glance at him and discerned something significant. He realized that within Lin Sheng lay an immense reservoir of power, one that far surpasses the current capabilities of Son Goku. Vegeta scoffed, uttering little more. In his view, although Lin Sheng's aura was somewhat intense, it would transform the moment he underwent a metamorphosis. Lin Sheng was about to be overwhelmed by him. He too did not believe that Lin Sheng could rival Sun Wukong, let alone defeat him in a single move. At this moment, Sun Wukong had already assumed a battle stance, his steps steady and precise. I am coming. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, and suddenly he moved. Bang! With a flick of his toes, Sun Wukong unleashed a tremendous burst of speed that produced a sonic boom. He surged towards Lin Sheng, and with a thunderous roar, his fist, imbued with terrifying power, descended upon Lin Sheng like the weight of Mount Tai. The battle commenced. As Sun Wukong initiated his assault, Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly. If necessary, he would intervene to save Lin Sheng in the face of Sun Wukong's ferocious strike. Lin Sheng remained unfazed, awaiting the moment his fist would descend. Lin Sheng, with an air of nonchalance, raised a hand, and with a resounding slap, effortlessly intercepted Sun Wukong's full-force strike. Although Sun Wukong was still in his normal state, the sheer power behind his blow was far beyond what Lin Sheng, with a combat power of 100 million as perceived by Beerus, should have been able to withstand. Oh! Beerus's eyes widened in surprise. Sun Wukong attempted to retract his fist, only to discover that Lin Sheng's hand clamped down upon it like an iron vice, rendering him utterly immobile. This is impossible. There are no openings. Just as he contemplated launching a counterattack in midair, he realized that the seemingly casual Lin Sheng exhibited no vulnerabilities whatsoever. Even if he were to retaliate, it would surely yield no results. Transform now. Unleash your utmost power. Lin Sheng slightly raised his gaze, expressing concern. Otherwise, I fear I might strike you down with a single blow. Was Sun Wukong's approach of engaging him in his normal state a sign of contempt? Indeed, it aligned with my expectations. Sun Wukong grinned widely. The stronger Lin Sheng became, the more exhilarated he felt. Then I shall take this seriously. With a furrowed brow, he let out a resounding roar. A tremendous force surged forth from within Sun Wukong, enveloping him in a radiant golden aura. Simultaneously, his hair transformed into a brilliant gold, and his pupils shifted to a vibrant green. Super Saiyan. This was no ordinary Super Saiyan. It was the form of Super Saiyan God, infused with the essence of the Super Saiyan God realm. In terms of power, while this form might not surpass that of the red-haired Super Saiyan, it was significantly stronger than the Super Saiyan 3 form. Upon transforming, Sun Wukong instantly broke free. Lin Sheng, you should also reveal your true strength. Sun Wukong declared passionately, standing fiercely before Lin Sheng. Goku, pay close attention. Lin Sheng's lips curled into a smirk, and he immediately clenched his fists tightly. Drink. With Lin Sheng's thunderous roar, an unparalleled aura surged forth from his being, far surpassing that of Sun Wukong. As this formidable energy erupted, Vegeta's pupils constricted in disbelief. How could he conceal such immense power? Vegeta was astonished. The aura exuding from Lin Sheng instilled a sense of dread within him. Whence had Whis garnered such formidable strength? Not only Vegeta, but even Beerus was taken aback. Prior to this moment, he distinctly recalled that Lin Sheng's combat power was merely 100 million. Even the beasts on Beerus' planet had nearly claimed his life. How could Lin Sheng, after such a brief interval, unleash such a potent force? The disparity was simply staggering. Even Beerus found himself momentarily perplexed. Lord Beerus, I had mentioned earlier that he was concealing an immense power, Whis remarked enigmatically. In truth, he was at a loss for an explanation. He was certain that Lin Sheng's combat power had indeed been only 100 million. As for the sudden surge in Lin Sheng's strength, Whis had perceived a hint of the truth but could not articulate it. Meanwhile, Lin initiated an attack. Monkey King, allow me to test your mettle. Before Sun Wukong could respond, Lin's fist had already landed forcefully on his abdomen. Bang! Chapter 7. Is this truly overwhelming? The muffled sound reverberated through the air. The terrifying might of Lin Sheng's fist instantaneously pierced through Sun Wukong's body. A gasp escaped Sun Wukong's lips, his eyes bulging in astonishment. In that moment, he could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form. The brilliant golden aura surrounding him vanished in an instant, his golden hair reverting to its original black. Subsequently, with a swift whoosh, Sun Wukong soared into the sky. Crash! Ultimately, he collided with Beerus's castle, collapsing helplessly to the ground. The tranquil lake surface stirred with ripples as a gentle breeze swept across it. On the shore, both Beerus and Vegeta stood in a state of shock, enveloped in an eerie silence. Meanwhile, Whis observed Lin Sheng with keen interest. Could it be that this young man truly defeated Sun Wukong with a single strike? After a brief moment, Beerus regained his composure, blinking in disbelief as he exclaimed. Initially, he thought Lin Sheng was merely boasting, but the current circumstances revealed that Lin Sheng was indeed speaking from a place of power. How had he achieved such a feat? Beerus found it incomprehensible. From Lin Sheng's displayed prowess, it was evident that he had vastly surpassed Sun Wukong. This realization left Beerus in a state of incredulity. How could Lin Sheng's strength progress be so astonishing? If such a terrifying growth rate continues, he might soon be capable of defeating others with a single strike. In this world, it is inconceivable that anyone could rival a god of destruction. Beerus shook his head. No matter how formidable Lin Sheng becomes, he would never be his opponent. The god of destruction is the highest deity of the entire seventh universe. Kakarot was unexpectedly defeated with a single blow. Vegeta watched in shock as Lin Sheng remained standing, swallowing hard. Initially, he believed that only Son Goku could surpass him. However, after meeting Beerus, he realized that there are always greater powers beyond what one can fathom. First, it was Beerus, then Whis. And now an entity who is neither a god of destruction nor an angel, Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng was capable of defeating Sun Wukong in a single strike, which signifies that he could similarly vanquish him. Indeed, those who are able to reside alongside Beerus are certainly no ordinary foes. Following the swift defeat of Sun Wukong, Lin Sheng retracted his power, for he was still unable to fully harness it. If left unchecked, he feared he might succumb to a loss of control, spiraling into a frenzied state. Truly, he was worthy of the Transcendent bloodline. Lin Sheng clenched his fist, a satisfied smile gracing his face. At that moment, Sun Wukong lay on the ground with his eyes closed. Though he had not succumbed to death, he had lost consciousness. The force of Lin Sheng's recent punch had inflicted grave injuries upon him. Remarkably, Lin Sheng had held back. Otherwise, he could have easily struck Sun Wukong down in a single blow. What a nuisance! Whis sighed helplessly before waving his staff. Instantly, Sun Wukong's wounds began to mend. He gradually opened his eyes, the image of being sent flying by Lin Sheng's punch lingering vividly in his mind. What a formidable opponent, Sun Wukong mused. Yet, the greater Lin Sheng's strength, the more it ignited his desire to battle. He silently resolved that one day, he would triumph over Lin Sheng. His current aspiration had shifted. It was no longer to surpass Beerus, but rather to surpass Lin Sheng. If he could not even surpass Lin Sheng, how could he dare to dream of overcoming Beerus? Since Lin Sheng had grown so powerful through his training with Whis, Sun Wukong believed he could achieve the same. In terms of talent, he may not be as gifted as others, but when it came to relentless training, he would never concede defeat. Regaining his focus, Sun Wukong took to the skies, returning to Lin Sheng and the others. Just as he was approaching, a sudden chime resonated. An orange light burst forth from Sun Wukong's being. While not as dazzling as golden light, this orange glow was enough to excite Lin Sheng. Orange signified at least an A-level card. Immediately thereafter, a melodious voice reached Lin Sheng's ears. Ding. An A-level card has been detected near the host. Would you like to collect it? Lin Sheng responded without hesitation. Acquire. Ding. Acquisition successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an A-grade card. Tenfold King Fist with no side effects. Would you like to absorb it? The Tenfold King Fist with no side effects? Lin was immediately astonished. Could it be that today was his lucky day? First, he received the transmission of the Super Bloodline, and now he was bestowed with a tenfold Kaioken that bore no side effects. This was simply extraordinary. It is well known that while the Kaioken enhances one's strength and speed, it also imposes a tremendous burden on the body, making it a double-edged sword. Yet now, what had fallen from Sun Wukong was a tenfold Kaioken devoid of any adverse effects. Goodness, had he truly transitioned from misfortune to fortune? Lin Sheng blinked in disbelief. Then, with a shift in his thoughts, he murmured inwardly, absorb. As soon as his words fell, the A-grade card transformed into a warm current, flowing through his body. Simultaneously, a surge of information regarding the King Kai Fist filled his mind. Mr. Sun Wukong, it seems you must train diligently, otherwise, you will fall behind, Lin Sheng remarked Whis, observing the awkwardly chuckling Sun Wukong. Indeed, Lin Sheng is truly formidable. Sun Wukong replied, brimming with enthusiasm. But I will also strive to surpass him. Upon encountering Lin Sheng, he realized that apart from the gods of destruction and angels, there existed such a formidable opponent, which undoubtedly stirred the competitive spirit within him. Beerus disregarded Sun Wukong, the battle fanatic, and turned his gaze to Lin Sheng, inquiring, Lin Sheng, have you completed the task I entrusted to you? Chapter 8. What is this exquisite delicacy? Yes, it is done, Lin Sheng affirmed. Lin nodded. So, Lin, what culinary delights do we have today? Weiss inquired with eager anticipation. Ever since Lin's arrival, Weiss had come to realize that the meals he had prepared previously were nothing short of swell. Every day, Lin prepares a culinary delight for himself and Beerus, seldom repeating his creations. At this moment, Beerus has also patted his belly, feeling a hint of hunger, urging for the gourmet dish to be revealed. Observing the eager expressions on Whis and Beerus's faces, Vegeta and Goku are filled with bewilderment. Could it be that Lin's cuisine surpasses the flavors found on Earth? Their presence on Beerus's planet, training alongside Whis, is entirely due to the allure of exquisite food. Today's feast is certain to leave you yearning for more, an experience you will not soon forget. Lin Sheng smiled faintly, brimming with confidence. The delicacy he prepared today was a type of snack that, in his past life, had captivated millions. As a chef in his former existence, his greatest joy was witnessing others savoring the culinary delights he meticulously crafted. Oh, is that true? Hurry and bring it out, Beerus exclaimed eagerly. Whis nodded in agreement, also feeling a sense of anticipation. Patience is key. One cannot rush the enjoyment of hot tofu. Lin Sheng replied, before soaring back to Beerus's castle to retrieve the meticulously prepared snacks, placing them on a tray and covering them before swiftly returning. As Lin Sheng returned, Whis and Beerus approached eagerly. What culinary delight awaited them? Whis cradled his face in anticipation. Although the lid had yet to be lifted, he could hardly contain his excitement. At that moment, Son Goku, Vegeta, and the prophetic fish gathered around as well. What is it? Is it delicious? Son Goku inquired, his eyes wide with curiosity. Lin Sheng smiled faintly and, under the gaze of 5 pairs of eyes, slowly lifted the stainless steel lid from the tray. As the lid was removed, a fragrant and spicy aroma wafted into the air. Oh, how delightful! The onlookers focused their attention and beheld a neat arrangement of a dozen or so snacks, each a vibrant red and no larger than a thumb. Surrounding the tray were pools of glistening red chili oil. Beerus was the first to grasp one, his expression tinged with skepticism. Could this be some dark cuisine? After all, these delicacies did bear a resemblance to unconventional fare. Nevertheless, the enticing aroma was enough to induce a swallow from Beerus. Why not try it and find out? Lin Sheng spoke softly, and soon, under the watchful eyes of Whis, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, Beerus tentatively took a bite. With a few crunches and a satisfied gulp, his expression suddenly froze, eyes widening in astonishment. Observing this, Whis hurriedly inquired, Lord Beerus, are you all right? In the next moment, Beerus devoured the entire snack, his demeanor brimming with exhilaration. What exquisite delicacy is this? Why had he never tasted it before? This seemingly unremarkable snack held such delightful flavors. The initial hint of spiciness combined with a rich chewiness. A flavor that was both piquant yet not greasy, completely captivated Beerus. What a culinary masterpiece! He vowed that this was undoubtedly the finest snack he had savored in his billions of years of existence. To think that such a delectable treat could exist in this world. With palpable excitement, Beerus exclaimed, "What is this called?" Seeing the thrill on Beerus's face, Lin Sheng chuckled. "This is called spicy strips. I shall indulge in this every day." Beerus interjected without hesitation, "I must try it too." Witnessing Beerus reveling in the experience. Whis knew this snack, dubbed spicy strips by Lin Shung, was undoubtedly exceptional. Could it truly be that delicious? Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained skeptical. They soon picked up a strip and began to chew. Oh, Lord Beerus was right. It is indeed fragrant and spicy, with a delightful chewiness. Whis became entranced by the deliciousness of the spicy strips, utterly unable to resist. So delicious. I never expected Lin Sheng to possess not only great strength, but also culinary prowess. Truly remarkable. Sun Wukong echoed the praise, his discerning palate thoroughly impressed by the exquisite flavors of the spicy strips. How can such a delightful snack exist? I must have Bulma prepare some for me in the future. Vegeta maintained a facade of calm, yet internally, he was a tempest of excitement. As they finished one strip and yearned for more, they discovered that the tray of spicy strips was now completely empty, devoured in a whirlwind by Beerus. Lord Beerus, you are rather inconsiderate, having consumed them all by yourself. Whis protested, gazing at the barren tray with discontent. Haha, Beerus contentedly picked at his teeth. All right then, he added, letting out a satisfied burp. Lin Sheng, you are responsible for escorting Sun Wukong and Vegeta to find accommodations. Oh, so I have become the little leader now? Lin Sheng silently contemplated, yet he was not one to linger. With a swift gesture, he soared towards the castle, beckoning, "Follow me." Observing this, Sun Wukong and Vegeta promptly grabbed their respective luggage and hurried after him. Chapter 9. I have another request. After arranging accommodations for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Whis sought out Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng was briefly overtaken by a sense of unease, yet he chose to follow. After all, as an angel, Whis posed no threat to him. In the rear hall of the Beerus castle, Whis wore a grave expression. Lin Sheng, during the time that Lord Beerus and I have been away, you must have encountered some fortuitous events. Haven't you? I suppose so, came the reply. Lin Sheng nodded. The sudden surge in his power could not escape the keen perception of Whis. Thus, he had no intention of denying it. As for the specifics of his extraordinary experiences, that was for Whis to speculate. However, it seemed that he was still somewhat unaccustomed to wielding this newfound strength. Your power should far exceed what you just unleashed, correct? Whis observed astutely. Truly, he was an angel, Lin Sheng mused silently. Lin Sheng clenched his fists and replied, but I will gradually master it. Now that he had acquired the Ultra Bloodline, mastering its power was merely a matter of time. Once he could completely harness it, he would wield the Ultra Bloodline's strength at will, no longer fearing the potential for loss of control due to overexertion. Whis smiled faintly and said earnestly, you were merely an ordinary human before, yet now you possess a potential that even Sun Wukong and Vegeta cannot fathom. What do you say? Are you interested in becoming the next god of destruction? The life of an angel is infinite, whereas that of a god of destruction is finite. Once the god of destruction whom an angel serves passes away, the angel's functions cease until a new god of destruction arises. Thus, Whis was effectively scouting for the next candidate for this role. Clearly, in Whis's eyes, Lin Sheng was more suitable than either Sun Wukong or Vegeta. The god of destruction? Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow at this proposition. Whis, do not jest. He waved his hand dismissively. Though he now possessed the Ultra Bloodline, he could not compare in vitality to Beerus. At least until Beerus's demise, his own life would inevitably reach its end first. Even if an opportunity arose for him to become a god of destruction, Lin Sheng would likely have no desire for it. After all, becoming a god of destruction would mean serving as a subordinate to the Omni King, unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, he would not entertain the idea. Do not be hasty in your refusal. Consider it carefully, Whis suggested, shifting the topic smoothly. From now on, you shall serve as a sparring partner for Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Training with them will enable you to master the power within you more swiftly. Being a training partner for Sun Wukong and Vegeta was not an unappealing proposition. As Whis had indicated, accumulating battle experience would indeed allow him to harness the Ultra Bloodline's power more effectively. Additionally, engaging in combat with Sun Wukong and Vegeta would further amplify his strength. Yes, you need only focus on training with them. I shall handle the rest of your training, Whis affirmed with a nod. Whis, Do you think I have 3 heads and 6 arms? Lin Sheng retorted. Lin protested. I am expected to prepare exquisite dishes, annihilate planets, manage household chores, and now serve as a sparring partner for Sun Wukong and Vegeta? Oh dear. Weiss chuckled softly. There is no need for concern. Henceforth, Sun Wukong and Vegeta will take care of all household duties, and you may freely utilize the dimensional cube. I have one more request. Lin Sheng extended a finger, inquiring. What is your request? Do share. With great interest, Weiss replied, I am willing to serve as a sparring partner, but my commitment shall last only 1 month. After that, let them spar against each other. Lin Sheng was aware that Sun Wukong and Vegeta were about to embark on a 4-month training regimen here. With 4 months available to serve as their sparring partner, Lin Sheng thought it might be more enjoyable to traverse the cosmos in Whis' dimensional cube, perhaps even discovering some high-level cards along the way. Thus, it was settled. Whis did not object to Lin Sheng's desire. He had appointed Lin Sheng as a sparring partner for Sun Wukong and Vegeta primarily to ignite their motivation for growth. More importantly, it was to help Lin Sheng stabilize the immense power dwelling within him. He could sense this unparalleled force within Lin Sheng. If it were not properly harnessed, it could spell trouble for him. A month later, given Lin Sheng's potential, he should be nearing the ability to control that power effectively. By then, Sun Wukong and Vegeta's motivation would also be maximized, making their sparring sessions even more fruitful. It was, in essence, a plan that served 2 purposes. Thus, in the ensuing days, Whis took charge of the other training regimens for Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Lin Sheng is responsible for sparring with them. With Lin Sheng's current prowess, even if Sun Wukong and Vegeta were to team up, they would stand no chance against him. This not only undermined their confidence, but also ignited the competitive spirit and determination of Sun Wukong and Vegeta to become stronger. Furthermore, there was one matter that left Sun Wukong and Vegeta utterly perplexed. Chapter 10. The goal is the stars and the sea at night. The sky over Beerus planet shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance. The cosmic stars, which were nearly impossible to observe with the naked eye on Earth, were effortlessly visible here. After a day of training, Sun Wukong and Vegeta lay in bed, the cool moonlight streaming through the grid-patterned windows, infusing the room with a refreshing ambience. Vegeta, why do you think Lin Sheng, who evidently does not train, continues to grow stronger? His pace of improvement far surpasses ours. Sun Wukong scratched his head, utterly baffled. This was one of the sources of his confusion. They had been training under Whis on Beerus planet for half a month, and during this time, their strength had surged remarkably. Yet, they still could not keep up with Lin Sheng. The energy emanating from Lin Sheng was now far greater than when they first encountered him. Vegeta gazed at the ceiling. I've been observing him. He seems to be the type that grows stronger through battle, much like us. Moreover, I sense a strangely familiar aura about him. A familiar aura? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong sprang up, eagerly awaiting Vegeta's elaboration. After a moment, Vegeta continued. If I am not mistaken, Lin Sheng is likely a Saiyan. Furthermore, his combat talent significantly surpasses mine. This was the conclusion Vegeta had drawn from his observations of Lin Sheng over the past fortnight. In this world, only the warrior race of Saiyans could grow stronger through combat. If Lin Sheng were indeed one of them, it would only lead to one explanation. He is a Saiyan, and his combat prowess far eclipses that of Vegeta himself. Is he truly a Saiyan? Sun Wukong expressed disbelief. That seems improbable. If he were a Saiyan, how come I have never heard of one named Lin Sheng? After Frieza's destruction of planet Vegeta, the remaining Saiyans in Universe 7 were merely a handful. It seemed impossible for another Saiyan to suddenly appear, especially one with such extraordinary combat talent. Vegeta shook his head. I don't know. I can't be certain he is a Saiyan. This is merely my hypothesis. After Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta, only myself, Nappa, and Raditz were outside on missions and managed to escape, along with you on Earth. Now, nearly 40 years have passed since the destruction of planet Vegeta. Yet Lin Sheng appears remarkably youthful. The likelihood of him being a Saiyan is slim, but his ability to grow stronger in battle leaves me questioning his origins. This conundrum troubled Vegeta. If Lin Sheng were indeed a Saiyan, whose son could he be? The vast majority of Saiyans perished with planet Vegeta. If there were other surviving Saiyans, he would surely be aware of it. Perhaps I should just ask him directly, Sun Wukong suggested candidly. There is no need for that. Vegeta replied, his eyes narrowing. Regardless of whether he is a Saiyan, my goal now is to surpass him. To Vegeta, Lin Sheng's heritage was secondary. What mattered was his aspiration to exceed him. Indeed, Sun Wukong stroked his chin thoughtfully. My goal is to surpass him as well. Let us strive together, Vegeta. Humph. Who said I would join you? Vegeta turned away, prideful. He was determined not only to surpass Lin Sheng, but also to leave Sun Wukong in his wake. After years of rivalry, he had always been overshadowed by Sun Wukong, which left him feeling frustrated. Now that he had the opportunity to train with Whis, he was determined to work harder than Sun Wukong and maximize his strength. As Sun Wukong drifted into slumber, Vegeta quietly rose and stealthily trained, vowing, "I will not be outdone by either of you." In the ensuing fortnight, Lin Sheng, apart from occasionally destroying a few planets, spent several hours each day sparring with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis reclined comfortably below, indulging in delicacies while observing the battles among the trio. After the sparring sessions, Whis would conduct specialized training for Sun Wukong and Vegeta. A month passed. Lin Sheng could distinctly feel that he was gaining a deeper mastery over the power of the Transcendent Bloodline. He had now completely mastered the form of the mimetic Super Saiyan. However, he still had a considerable distance to cover before achieving the Transcendent form. Yet, Lin Sheng remained unhurried, understanding that great things must be accomplished gradually. He was well aware of this principle. Compared to a month ago, he had undoubtedly improved significantly. At the very least, he had learned to control the power of the mimetic Super Saiyan, preventing any uncontrollable surges that could lead to a state of rampage. His month of training alongside Sun Wukong and Vegeta had yielded remarkable progress. Of course, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had also advanced at an astonishing pace. The only source of his frustration was that, throughout this month, neither Beerus nor Whis had dropped any cards. On this day, Lin Sheng concluded a month of training, and his next goal was the vast expanse of the cosmos. Chapter 11. Earth, I have returned. Lin Sheng piloted the shuttle cube, departing from the planet Beerus, Weiss. You must wonder why Lin Sheng's power has surged so dramatically. For an entire month, Beerus has been utterly perplexed. Why has Lin Sheng's power surged so dramatically? It seems to be pressing uncomfortably close to him, instilling a sense of crisis in Beerus. Is his status as the strongest in Universe 7 truly at risk? Whis, reclining on a sun lounger and savoring a dessert, took a moment to indulge before explaining. He is a Saiyan possessing the legendary Ultra Bloodline. After a month of investigation, Whis finally discerned the reason behind Lin Sheng's immense power increase. A Saiyan with the Ultra Bloodline? Beerus exclaimed, his eyes widening. What on earth is that? He was familiar with Super Saiyans and even Super Saiyan gods, but the fabled Super Saiyan was unknown to him. It appears the Saiyan lineage is indeed quite intricate. According to legend, a Super Saiyan of lore emerges once every millennium among the Saiyan race. These legendary Super Saiyans are born with extraordinary talent and combat prowess. Their bloodline differs fundamentally from that of ordinary Saiyans, known as the Ultra Bloodline. Saiyans endowed with the Ultra Bloodline do not require training. They merely need to engage in combat to continuously grow stronger, and the magnitude of this growth is substantial. Furthermore, the potential of those with the Ultra Bloodline is unparalleled, far exceeding that of Goku or Vegeta. The most fitting example of this is Lin Sheng. What? Beerus was taken aback, sitting up straight in astonishment. He blinked in disbelief. Is there truly a Saiyan more formidable than a Super Saiyan god? Immediately, Beerus narrowed his eyes with a dangerous glint. The Saiyan race is indeed complex. Oh dear, Lord Beerus, you aren't feeling frightened, are you? Whis teased lightly. Humph, what nonsense. I am not afraid, Beerus retorted, though a hint of uncertainty lingered. Whis chuckled, choosing not to expose Beerus' unease. By the way, why didn't he display such power before? Listening to Whis' laughter, Beerus quickly shifted the topic. Perhaps he simply wasn't aware of it until now, Whis shrugged. Admitting his own uncertainty regarding this matter, in the vast expanse of the universe, Lin Sheng piloted the shuttle cube, swiftly traversing the cosmic expanse. He summoned the attribute panel. Host, Lin Sheng race, Saiyan bloodline, Transcendent Super Bloodline combat power, 1 trillion skills, void dance, aura control, energy manipulation. Tenfold King Fist gazing at the attribute panel, Lin Sheng nodded in satisfaction. The results of a month's training were indeed remarkable. Over the course of this month, not only had he mastered the simulated Super Saiyan form, but his base combat power had also surged to 1 trillion, an astonishing increase of 100 times compared to when he first acquired the Transcendent Super Bloodline a month ago. If I were to unleash my full power, my combat strength would surely reach at least 90 quintillion. Lin's gaze was profound as he murmured, 90 GA. This is the maximum combat power I can currently wield. Should it rise any further, I might find it beyond my control. 1 trillion constitutes a zhao. 1 trillion Zhao forms a Jing, and 1 trillion Jing culminates in a Ga. A combat power of 90 GA is already exceedingly formidable. If he were to transform into the Ultra form, his combat power could easily reach several hundred or even 1,000 GA, perhaps even more. However, this remains merely Lin's conjecture, as he has yet to officially transition into the Ultra form. Thus, he can only estimate its magnitude. Where should he go next? Lin Sheng was in the midst of selecting his destination. With 3 months remaining until the training of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the reborn Frieza would soon arrive to wreak havoc. Therefore, Lin Sheng resolved to take advantage of these 3 months to wander through the universe, hoping to stumble upon some valuable cards. Should any cards fall from Beerus and Whis, they would undoubtedly be of S rank or higher. However, having spent a full 4 months on Beerus's planet, he had yet to see even a single hair drop from them. Thus, he could only leave the matter of cards from Beerus and Whis to fate, for such high-caliber cards were indeed a rare find. He decided to first visit Earth. After some contemplation, Lin Sheng concluded that a trip to Earth was in order. Although he had traversed into the Dragon Ball world, he was, after all, originally from Earth, and he felt a certain sense of belonging to it. It was also an opportunity to see if he could locate his hometown within the Dragon Ball universe. With his destination set, Lin Sheng surged towards Earth at full speed. After more than 20 minutes of travel, he finally arrived in the solar system. Situated in the spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, gazing at the azure planet before him, an overwhelming sense of belonging surged from the depths of his heart. At the same time, he felt a twinge of nervousness. Was this what they meant by feeling apprehensive upon returning home? Though this was the Earth of the Dragon Ball world, whether in this realm or his previous life, this planet remained Earth. Earth, I have returned. Lin took a deep breath to calm himself, subsequently suppressing his combat power to 100 billion. He then piloted the shuttle cube, diving towards Earth. Chapter 12. Shall you also give it a try? In West City, at Sun Wukong's home, Piccolo was assisting in taking care of Son Gohan's daughter, Xiaofeng. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly powerful aura manifested within his perception. Upon sensing this formidable presence, Piccolo's brow furrowed deeply. Uncle Piccolo, did you feel that? Son Gohan suddenly flew out of the house, his expression grave. I felt it. A very strong individual has arrived on Earth. Piccolo nodded solemnly. The aura they sensed undoubtedly belonged to Lin. Even though Lin had suppressed his combat power to 100 billion, to Piccolo and Son Gohan, it still felt incredibly potent. They remained unaware of whether Lin's arrival heralded good or ill. With both Sun Wukong and Vegeta absent from Earth, it fell upon them to safeguard their planet. Let us go take a look. The two exchanged glances before entrusting Xiaofeng to Biddy Li. In a flash of energy, they soared into the sky, swiftly heading in Lin's direction. Meanwhile, upon entering Earth, Lin quickly explored the entirety of the planet. He discovered that the geographical layout of the Dragon Ball world was entirely different from that of the Earth he once knew. Indeed, he could not find what he sought. Lin Sheng shook his head in disappointment, still pondering whether he could find Huaxia in the Dragon Ball world's Earth. It seems that this endeavor is futile. Have you arrived? High above the Earth, Lin Shengling sensed several presences rapidly approaching his location. Without needing to see, he was aware that it must be Piccolo and his companions, undoubtedly intent on uncovering the truth about this unexpected visitor. Moments later, Piccolo, Gohan, Trunks, Goten, and Krillin appeared directly before Lin Shengling. Who are you? What brings you to Earth? Piccolo inquired, his gaze fixed warily on the seemingly innocuous Lin Shengling. Having resided on Earth for many years, he was well acquainted with its numerous formidable beings, leading him to surmise that Lin Shengling could not possibly be one of them. The terrifying aura emanating from Lin Sheng instilled a profound sense of danger within him. Thus, he felt compelled to ascertain Lin Sheng's origins and intentions. As for the Earth SZ warriors, Lin Sheng wished not to impose upon them, casually remarking, "You may call me Lin Sheng. I suppose I am also a denizen of Earth. Are we all fools here?" However, Piccolo scoffed derisively. In all my years on Earth, I have never encountered anyone like you. Moreover, no Earthling could possibly possess such a formidable presence. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he continued, Earth does not welcome you. Kindly depart. Uncle Piccolo, he lacks a tail and resembles us. He should be an Earthling, right? At this moment, Son Goten innocently interjected. The extraterrestrials they had previously encountered all bore peculiar appearances, yet Lin Sheng appeared no different from themselves. That may not be certain. Krillin, equally vigilant, fixated on Lin Sheng. The universe is vast. It would not be astonishing to find an alien that looks like us. Having accompanied Son Goku for many years, Krillin had become quite knowledgeable. Thus, he remained skeptical of Lin Sheng's claim to be an Earthling. Krillin speaks the truth. No Earthling could possess such might. Piccolo nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze back to Lin Sheng, warning, I shall say this once more. Leave Earth immediately, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Confronted with Piccolo's harsh admonition, Lin Sheng furrowed his brow. He had no intention of creating trouble for them, yet Piccolo continuously issued expulsion orders. Was Earth solely his domain? Lin Sheng felt a twinge of displeasure. What if I choose not to leave? He inquired. Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow slightly. Bick, it would be wise for you not to overestimate your own cleverness. To take your life is merely a matter of a mere snap of my fingers. Killing me? Bick scoffed in response. You certainly have an inflated perception of your own abilities. Though Lin Sheng's aura was formidable, he believed that with Son Gohan's assistance, they could vanquish him. At least, this was the opinion of Piccolo. Little did he know that Lin Sheng found this notion rather foolish and naive. It seemed that without a lesson, he would not learn. With that thought, Lin Sheng slowly extended his palm towards Piccolo. Upon witnessing this, everyone on Piccolo's side immediately assumed a combat stance. Be careful, Son Gohan shouted, preparing himself for battle. You underestimate him. In the next instant, a smirk appeared on Lin Sheng's face as his form vanished from sight. At that moment, all eyes widened in disbelief. So swift. Bang. Just as Son Gohan's astonished words fell from his lips, a dull thud resonated through the air. He turned slowly to find Lin Sheng had somehow appeared beside him, his fist deeply embedded in Piccolo's chest. With a splatter, Piccolo coughed up a stream of purple blood, his body plummeting like a cannonball towards the ground, ultimately shattering a mountain peak hundreds of meters high. In that moment, Piccolo's energy waned significantly. Witnessing this scene, shock washed over Son Gohan and the others. Piccolo, defeated in a single blow? Uncle Piccolo, Son Gohan cried out in panic. To him, Piccolo was among the closest to him, second only to Goku, Chi-Chi, and Goten. Thus, it was he who felt the deepest fury at Piccolo's defeat. Do you wish to join the fray as well? Lin's gaze was icy as he cast a glance at Sun Wukong and the others. He did not wish to impose hardship upon the Z warriors of Earth. Yet that did not grant them the liberty to act with arrogance and disdain in his presence. Chapter 13. The humiliation of the Saiyans. How swift. It's utterly imperceptible. Krillin, can you see it? The bald Krillin stared at Lin with trepidation, feeling inexplicably fearful. His hands began to tremble slightly. Lin Sheng was capable of defeating Bick with a single strike, which indicated that he could similarly vanquish his opponent with the same ease. In the past, he might not have felt such trepidation. However, now he was not alone. He had Hao and his daughter, and he cherished his life more than ever before. Hao shook his head gently, his expression grave as he remarked, I cannot perceive it. Lin swallowed hard. If even Hao could not discern Lin Sheng's movements, how formidable must his strength be? It seemed they were no longer in a battleground where their combat prowess could be of any significance. Should they consider retreating? Lin pondered this thought internally, yet he refrained from voicing it aloud, determined to maintain his composure in front of Hao. Bick uncle. At that moment, Sun Wukong raised his voice once more, unleashing a surge of energy that caused his aura to swell dramatically. His gaze darkened as he fixated on Lin Sheng, declaring, with my father and Uncle Vegeta absent, I shall protect the Earth. Suddenly, Sun Wukong made his move. His fist clenched tightly, he charged directly at Lin Sheng. It was too slow. Lin shook his head, extending one hand with ease to deflect Sun Wukong's onslaught. With such feeble strength, can you truly safeguard the Earth? Do not jest. Lin Sheng tightly grasped Sun Wukong's fist and exclaimed, Sun Wukong, you were once a paragon among the Saiyans. Yet now you have descended into the ranks of mere Earthlings. It is indeed a disgrace to our kind. Can you still transform into a Super Saiyan? Faced with Lin Sheng's soul-searching inquiry, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, over the past year, his neglect of training had severely diminished his strength. Even the transformation into a Super Saiyan now seemed a formidable task. How radiant he once was, and how dim he had become. You speak the truth. I have indeed been remiss in my training, but regardless, I must protect the Earth, for there are those I cherish here. The gentle visage of Videl and the ever-smiling face of Pan flooded his mind. Even if it cost him his life, he would safeguard those two smiles. In the next moment, Sun Wukong let out a powerful roar. His aura surged dramatically, a golden flame erupting from his being, enveloping him. Sun Wukong had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Surely he could contend with that adversary now, right? Observing this transformation, Krillin felt a sense of relief. No, However, the voice of caution interjected, not necessarily. What? Krillin was taken aback. Was it possible that even as a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong would not be a match for that opponent? Lin Sheng observed with great interest as Sun Wukong transformed into his Super Saiyan form. In this state, Sun Wukong's combat power must be at least several hundred billion. Perhaps it would be fitting to unleash a fraction of that power as a gesture of respect. The battle is only just beginning. Sun Wukong assumed a combat stance, and in the next moment, he moved, with a golden aura enveloping him. He charged forward with a fierce assault directed at Lin Sheng. In the face of Sun Wukong's onslaught, Lin Sheng remained unhurried in his defense. He strolled leisurely, effortlessly evading all of Sun Wukong's attacks. This is infuriating. How can I not land a hit? The more he fought, the more frustrated Sun Wukong became. Despite pushing his speed to the limit, he still could not graze Lin Sheng even slightly. Moreover, Lin Sheng appeared to be handling the situation with ease. Sun Wukong, you have truly disappointed me. I had anticipated a greater display of power from you, yet it seems I have overestimated your capabilities. Lin Sheng no longer suppressed his fighting prowess, allowing it to surge forth. As Lin Sheng's aura erupted, the pupils of Sun Wukong and his companions abruptly constricted. What? An overwhelming presence. He had concealed such formidable strength. Krillin, the bald warrior, felt his scalp tingle with a sudden intensity. If he had merely been apprehensive moments ago, he was now engulfed in sheer terror. The aura exuded by Lin Sheng is utterly beyond their capacity to withstand. Only Sun Wukong and Vegeta could possibly contend with him. What is his true purpose for coming to Earth? Number is equally engulfed in fear, as this aura nearly overwhelms her with despair. Bang! As Krillin and Number stand in shock, Lin Sheng gently places his palm on Son Gohan, and an invisible, terrifying force instantaneously invades Gohan's body. In one moment, Gohan is launching his offensive, and in the next, he is stripped of his Super Saiyan form by what appears to be a mere casual touch from Lin Sheng. Like Piccolo before him, he plummets swiftly toward the ground. Bang! Gohan crashes into the earth, creating a massive crater. Such tremendous power, helplessly lying in the pit. His energy wanes. He can sense that the force emanating from Lin Sheng surpasses his peak by several folds. Number, what shall we do? Witnessing Gohan's swift defeat at Lin Sheng's hands, Krillin is utterly panicked. His voice trembles as he speaks. Number furrows her brow, equally uncertain of the next course of action. They cannot fight back. Fleeing seems a disloyal option to abandon their comrade. Yet, she doubts they could escape anywhere at all. At that very moment, another wave of terrifying energy suddenly descends upon them. Clang, clang, clang. The most formidable Gotenks makes a dazzling entrance. Chapter 14. Stop fighting, stop fighting. The words, delivered with an oddly childish yet audacious tone, ring in the ears of Lin Sheng and the others. Lin turned his head slightly and beheld the figure of Gotenks. A fusion of Goten and Trunks, transformed into his Super Saiyan 3 form. He was making a universally recognized gesture, and on his youthful visage, the word arrogant was boldly inscribed. Hey, arrogant one, there's still time to run. Otherwise, I, Gotenks, shall leave you in a state of utter disarray. Gotenks declared with his hands placed confidently on his hips. Gotenks. Lin raised his eyebrows, intrigued, and remarked, this is rather interesting. Although Gotenks possesses formidable strength, it is somewhat difficult for him to strike a child. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, let the adults fight while the children play. Gotenks, feeling slighted, retorted with a cold snort, do you look down upon me? It seems necessary for you to witness the prowess of Gotenks. Gotenks, give it your all. Defeat that guy. Krillin shouted from the sidelines in encouragement. Leave it to me, Gotenks confidently replied, rubbing his nose. Gotenks is invincible. Watch how I make this fellow tremble in fear. With that, Gotenks turned to Lin, his aura flaring as a golden flame enveloped him completely. Lin let out a soft sigh. Since Wutian Keisai was determined to take action, he did not mind teaching them a lesson. Come now, let me see how you intend to make me flee in terror. Lin Sheng beckoned with his fingers, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he contemplated how to teach Wutian Keisai a lesson. Here it comes. Wutian Keisai propelled himself forward with a swift tap of his toes, generating a gust of wind that rushed towards Lin Sheng. Come on, little brother. Lin Sheng broke into a wide smile, and as he subtly shifted his stance, Wutian Keisai's offensive maneuver fell short. Just as Wutian Keisai was about to rush past him, Lin Sheng seized his youthful yet muscular arm with a firm grip. Subsequently, he exerted a powerful twist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wutian Keisai spun around in place until he became utterly disoriented, unable to discern direction, at which point he finally came to a halt. That little face must feel delightful to squeeze, thought Lin Sheng, as he took hold of Wu Tiankai's face with both hands, relishing the pleasing texture. Lin Sheng took great pleasure in pinching the small face of Gotenks. After a moment, Gotenks finally regained his composure from the dizziness. "Let go of me, you villain." Gotenks struggled, his fists and feet flailing in an attempt to strike Lin Sheng. However, his limbs were simply too short to reach him. Lin Sheng grasped Gotenks' face, while Gotenks flailed his limbs animatedly. This scene appeared exceptionally ludicrous. I should not have expected anything different. Witnessing this comical spectacle, how helplessly rubbed his forehead. No matter how formidable Gotenks' power, he remained a child at heart. Furthermore, his combat experience was lacking. If it were how, even without the length of Lin Sheng's arms, could she not utilize a ki blast against him? Truly foolish. Beside them, Krillin was equally exasperated. Although Gotenks was powerful, his unreliability was rather excessive. "Let go of me, you big bad guy, or I'll flatten you." Gotenks continued to struggle. Observing Gotenks' frantic expression, Lin Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, I shall release you." After indulging for a few minutes, Lin Sheng finally let go of Gotenks. Ouch, ouch, ouch. At last liberated, Gotenks covered his slightly swollen face. Feeling on the verge of tears, how could the mighty Gotenks, a fusion warrior, be toyed with like a mere child? "Humph, how dare you pinch my incredibly handsome face." Moments later, Gotenks regained his composure, pointing an accusing finger in anger. "You're doomed." Immediately, Gotenks charged forward again. Watching him rush in, Hao could barely bear to look. She could almost predict the ensuing chaos. Then came a series of sharp, crisp sounds. Slap, slap, slap. Hao focused her gaze, and indeed, at that moment, Gotenks was held in Lin Sheng's embrace with one hand, while the other hand delivered playful smacks to his backside. Each smack echoed louder than the last. "Stop it! Stop it! I understand my mistake." Gotenks lamented, on the verge of tears. Under Lin Sheng's playful onslaught, Gotenks' rear quickly turned red and swollen. After a round of slaps, Lin Sheng finally released Gotenks. Gotenks, clutching his rear, glared at Lin Sheng with a face full of resentment, mixed with a hint of fear. With his strength, he had truly been treated like a child. What was this? Was there really no one capable of stopping him? Krillin, in a state of disbelief, felt a wave of despair wash over him. If even Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks was no match for Lin Sheng, who on earth could possibly rival him? Little did he know that even with Goku and Vegeta present, they would still fall short against Lin Sheng. Unless they could transform into Super Saiyan Blue, they would remain on unequal footing with him. But by the time they achieved that transformation, Lin Sheng might have already surpassed them by leagues. Subsequently, with a resounding bang, Gotenks disbanded, reverting back to Goten and Trunks. "Goten, run!" Trunks shouted in terror, and the two quickly ducked behind number 10. Lin turned around and gazed at Kellen. "What do you intend to do?" Chapter 15. An encounter with Champa and Vados. The prolonged era of peace had rendered Kellen somewhat fearful of conflict. Thus, when Lin's gaze fell upon him, he was immediately overwhelmed with trepidation, trembling uncontrollably. After all, this was the very person who toyed with Super Saiyan Trunks as if he were but a child. Just as Lin had initially asserted, he could eliminate him in the blink of an eye. Lin Sheng's gaze fell directly upon the beautiful and enchanting Hao, who exuded an extraordinary charm that made one irresistibly inclined to bow before her. In his previous life, Lin Sheng had been an admirer of Hao's exquisite beauty. Regrettably, he had arrived in this timeline rather late, and Hao was already a married woman. Opposite him, Hao regarded Lin Sheng with a vigilant stare. After a brief moment, Lin Sheng remarked calmly, "They should still be alive. Let us give them some celestial beings." Just then, a melodious chime resonated in Lin Sheng's ear. Ding! Detection of a level card drop in the vicinity of the host. "Would you like to collect it?" "Level card?" Lin Sheng raised his eyebrows, witnessing a glimmer of green light emanating from Klin. A green card floated beneath his feet. "It has turned green." "No, Klin has turned green." The verdant radiance signified a level card. Lin Sheng was taken aback to discover that a level card could drop from Klin. Although the card's rank was relatively low, Lin Sheng held no disdain. He welcomed any card, even if it were of F grade. Ding! Acquisition successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained level card. Chi Yuan slash. Would you like to absorb it? Chi Yuan slash. Quite commendable. It seems that departing from the planet Beerus was indeed the right choice. Chi Yuan slash is nearly synonymous with Klin. While it may not appear particularly impressive, its lethality is undeniably formidable. The greater one's strength, the more potent the Qi Yuan slash becomes. If wielded skillfully, it may even yield unexpected results. Subsequently, the card transformed into a stream of information that surged into Lin Sheng's mind, detailing the techniques for executing Qi Yuan slash. After picking up the card, Lin Sheng cast another glance at the others. Lin's gaze fell upon them, causing Krillin, Son Goten, and Trunks to instinctively shrink their necks in fear. Until we meet again. Lin Sheng uttered a phrase and instantly vanished from the sight of Hao and the others. Once it was confirmed that Lin Sheng had departed, Hao and Krillin let out a profound sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lin Sheng harbored no intent to kill, otherwise, none of them would have escaped unscathed. Who exactly was this Lin Sheng? When did such a figure emerge on Earth? Krillin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still feeling a lingering sense of dread. It appeared he had an uncanny understanding of them. In contrast to Krillin's concerns, Hao pondered why Lin Sheng possessed such knowledge about them. They had not even introduced themselves. Yet Lin Sheng could mention names like Piccolo, Son Gohan, and even Gotenks. He even knew about the Senzu beans. This revelation left Hao utterly perplexed. It seemed truly remarkable. Upon hearing Hao's thoughts, Krillin experienced a moment of clarity. From the current perspective, Lin Sheng did not appear to harbor any malicious intent. From the very beginning, Lin Sheng had exhibited a commendable demeanor, whereas Piccolo had approached him with hostility, issuing an expulsion order, which only served to provoke Lin Sheng. Just as Lin Sheng had remarked, Piccolo indeed had been rather presumptuous. After departing, Lin Sheng piloted his spacecraft away from Earth. There was nothing left for him to do on the planet, as he would not stumble upon any superior cards. The question now was, where to go next? As Lin Sheng contemplated the destination of his next journey, a brilliant cascade of colors suddenly streaked across the cosmic expanse before him. The speed of this vivid display was astonishing, far surpassing the speed of light. Lin Sheng hurriedly glanced over, yet he could not perceive any presence, not even the faintest trace. If he could not sense anything, it could only mean one thing. It was the work of a destroyer. Lord Champa, someone over there is utilizing a shuttle cube. With a raised eyebrow, Vados also noticed Lin Sheng, who was swiftly navigating the cosmic expanse in his shuttle cube. A shuttle cube? Is that Beerus? Behind Vados stood Champa, who bore an almost identical resemblance to Beerus, albeit with a somewhat bulkier physique. No, it is a human, Vados replied, shaking her head. How could a human possibly possess a shuttle cube? Xiangpa's eyes widened in astonishment. A shuttle cube is a mode of transport unique to angels. How could a human have one? Let us investigate. Without hesitation, Vados made a swift turn and quickly caught up with Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng also came to an abrupt halt, pausing within the shifting cube. Subsequently, a kaleidoscope of colors faded, revealing two figures before him. Although this was Lin Sheng's first encounter with them, they felt strikingly familiar. To be precise, one was a woman and the other, a corpulent cat. The woman boasted skin of a blue-green hue, with silvery, long hair fashioned into a high ponytail that arched gracefully. Her delicate oval face exuded an ethereal coolness, as if untouched by the mundane world. In her right hand, she wielded a crimson staff, atop which floated a black gemstone the size of a fist. Clad in an exotic dark green uniform, she stood tall, her legs long and elegantly straight. Beside her was a purple Cornish Rex cat, adorned in an Anubis-style outfit akin to that of Beerus, albeit with a noticeably shorter tail. These two were none other than Champa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, and Vados, the angel attendant. Chapter 16. Is Champa here to annihilate Lin Sheng? Champa, Vados, it truly is you, Lin Sheng remarked, raising an eyebrow at Champa and Vados, who stood outside the shifting cube. Typically, gods of destruction do not visit one another. Yet here were Champa and Vados from Universe 6, appearing in Universe 7. Lin Sheng was indeed aware of the reason. If he wasn't mistaken, they were in search of the Super Dragon Balls. Champa, with his hands clasped behind his back, assumed the posture of a god of destruction and barked at Lin Sheng. Hey, human brat, from where did you pilfer that time-space cube? Meanwhile, the cool gaze of Beerus fell upon Lin Sheng, a hint of astonishment in her eyes, for she could discern that Lin Sheng possessed an incredibly potent force. This power, if fully unleashed, would rival that of a god of destruction. When did the 7th universe harbor such a formidable human? Moreover, he was maneuvering the uniquely angelic transport, the time-space cube, which only deepened her suspicions. Lord Champa, this individual is remarkably strong, Beerus cautioned. So what? Champa scoffed dismissively. No matter how powerful the beings of the 7th universe may be, can they truly contend with a god of destruction? As a god of destruction, I fear no one but the angels and Beerus. Subsequently, Champa's gaze fixated once more on Lin Sheng, his tone menacing as he declared, "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Do you believe I will obliterate you? Go ahead, steal a time-space cube, and let me see." Lin Sheng was truly astounded by the intelligence of Xiangpa. Who could possibly steal the angel's shuttling cube? Upon hearing this, Xiangpa was left momentarily speechless. It appeared that indeed, no one had managed to pilfer the angel's shuttling cube. As a denizen of the seventh universe, I possess the angel's shuttling cube, with just a modicum of thought. One should be able to discern who lent it to me, shouldn't they? To claim theft is rather harsh. Lin cast a glance at Vados, didn't he? Vados. It seems my conjecture was not unfounded. It was indeed borrowed from Whis. With an air of nonchalance, Vados responded as if devoid of any emotion. Whis would actually lend him the dimensional cube. Champa found this hard to believe. How could an angel so casually entrust such a device to a human? Lord Champa, there seems to be no doubt, he replied. It appeared he was aware of the existence of both the god of destruction and the angels. The god of destruction and the angels are the mightiest and highest-ranking deities within a universe. Very few humans are privy to the knowledge of their existence, let alone those from the sixth universe. The vast majority are oblivious to the existence of 12 universes, knowing only their own. However, it seems reasonable that someone with Lin's formidable strength would be aware of the god of destruction and the angels. Pray tell, what is your relation to Beerus? Champa inquired with an icy tone, all the while maintaining his imposing demeanor befitting a god of destruction. You are the god of destruction of the sixth universe. My identity as a being from the seventh universe appears to be of no consequence to you. While he understood that Champa and Beerus shared similar temperaments, he found Champa's condescending attitude most irksome, leading him to feel no obligation to show Champa any respect. Upon hearing this, Champa's mood soured. What was his station? The god of destruction of the sixth universe. How dare a mere human like Lin speak to him in such a manner? His expression darkened instantly, a sinister aura beginning to permeate the atmosphere. How dare he address a god of destruction with such insolence? Beware, lest I obliterate you. Even if Lin had ties to Beerus, would Beerus truly seek him out for vengeance if he were to destroy Lin? Furthermore, it is forbidden for gods of destruction to engage in conflict. Should two gods of destruction from different universes clash, both universes would face annihilation. Moreover, even if Beerus desired to settle the score, Whis would undoubtedly intervene. Are you capable of such a feat? Lin Sheng shrugged nonchalantly, stating that as the god of destruction, Champa indeed possessed the destructive energy capable of annihilating himself. However, he currently wielded the power of the warp cube, enabling him to escape, no matter how swift. Even Beerus could not catch him. You dare to underestimate me? It appears you are oblivious to the might of a god of destruction. Champa's fury reached its zenith. Could he, a dignified god of destruction, truly be belittled by a mere human? As he spoke, a violet energy began to coalesce within Champa's palm. This purple energy was the exclusive destructive force of the gods of destruction. Except for the angels, a god of destruction could obliterate anything in the universe, including the entire cosmos itself. Such was the nature of a god of destruction. My lord Champa, Beerus interjected hastily upon realizing that Champa was about to take decisive action. If Whis had lent the warp cube to Lin Sheng, it clearly indicated that Lin was held in higher regard than even Beerus or Whis themselves. If Champa were to destroy Lin Sheng, the aftermath would be catastrophic, and she had no desire to clean up the mess. Thus, she deemed it necessary to intervene. Furthermore, they were in the seventh universe. It was against protocol for the god of destruction from the sixth universe to wreak havoc in the seventh universe. Yet, it seemed that Champa had not heard her, his gaze still fixed angrily upon Lin Sheng. My lord Champa. Beerus raised her voice further. At last, Champa acknowledged her presence. Fuming, Beerus, do not counsel me. I shall annihilate this brat. My lord Champa, have you forgotten our purpose for coming here? Beerus pressed on. If you utilize destructive energy, Lord Beerus and Whis will surely learn of it, and our mission may be compromised. Champa paused, realizing the truth in her words. Indeed, he and Beerus had come to the seventh universe to seek the Super Dragon Balls scattered across the sixth and seventh universes. They were at a critical juncture. Should he unleash destructive energy, Beerus would undoubtedly take notice, thereby exposing their intentions. Moreover, causing a ruckus in the seventh universe would certainly provoke Beerus's ire. Of course. I remember. Champa retorted, his gaze unwavering. But fret not. Even without employing destructive energy, I can still eliminate this trivial human. He is but a mere mortal. Should I resort to using destructive energy, it would be an embarrassment. In the cosmos, the gods of destruction embodied ultimate truth. Champa's anger remained unabated as he coldly fixed his eyes on Lin Sheng. You insolent human, your previous demeanor has irked me greatly. Thus I have resolved to end your existence. You claim you can kill me without resorting to destructive energy? I dare say you overestimate your abilities. This jest is hardly amusing. Lin Sheng smiled. If Champa were to wield destructive energy, he might still hold some reservations. Yet now, he boldly declares that he will not resort to destructive energy to defeat Lin Sheng. Has Champa overestimated his own capabilities or underestimated Lin Sheng's strength? Without the destructive energy, Champa's prowess, due to his physique, pales in comparison to Beerus. Should Lin Sheng unleash the power of his Saiyan bloodline without restraint, he possesses the confidence to vanquish Champa. What is the Saiyan bloodline? In the absence of mortality, as long as one continues to engage in battle, their power will perpetually amplify. This is the terrifying essence of the Saiyan bloodline. It seems you truly do not comprehend the dread of a god of destruction. You shall pay for your arrogance with your life. Champa's fury escalated with each word. Vados opened her lips to caution Champa, but hesitated, deciding instead that perhaps a lesson would be beneficial for him. Moreover, engaging in battle would consume a considerable amount of energy, aiding Champa in maintaining his physique. Though she doubted she could persuade him otherwise, there was no way he would relent without confronting Lin Sheng. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, a beam of purple energy pierced through the void, hurtling towards Lin Sheng within the spatial cube. This purple energy beam, while not destructive energy, was formidable nonetheless. However, Lin Sheng suddenly navigated the shuttle cube, deftly evading the violet energy beam as he traversed deeper into the cosmos. The beam, rendered aimless, ultimately struck a star several thousand times larger than the sun. In a cataclysmic finale, the violet energy detonated within the star, resulting in an instantaneous explosion that illuminated the cosmos. The stellar eruption triggered a superplanetary explosion, a breathtaking spectacle that could only be described as the most exquisite fireworks in the universe. Attempting to escape? Upon witnessing this, Xiangpa exclaimed, "Vados, we must pursue." With a resigned sigh, Vados lightly tapped his staff, and the two transformed once more into a radiant stream of colors, hastening in the direction of Lin Sheng. Lin was not attempting to flee. Rather, he sought a suitable battlefield. The fact that Paka and Vados could thrive in the vastness of space did not imply that he could as well. It was precisely the opportunity he needed to ascertain the extent of the disparity between himself, in his mimetic Super Saiyan form, and the god of destruction. A few minutes later, Lin discovered an uninhabited planet, a celestial body 10 times the size of Earth. The internal environment of the planet is relatively suitable. However, due to its exceedingly remote location, it has remained undiscovered by humanity. When Lin Sheng arrived, Xiangpa and Vados followed closely behind. They hovered in the air, with Xiangpa gazing down upon Lin Sheng from his elevated position. He scoffed, "Humph, why aren't you running? Do you think you can escape?" Lin Sheng retorted, "You fat pig. You're not my match anyway, so why should I flee?" Lin Sheng mocked, provoking Xiangpa to a state of utter exasperation. Veins bulged on his forehead as he bellowed, "How dare you call me a fat pig? I will surely kill you." A portly individual despises being labeled as such, and for the god of destruction Xiangpa, only Beerus is permitted to jest about his physique. Others are strictly forbidden. Observing Xiangpa, whose composure had shattered at Lin Sheng's words, Beerus sighed and rubbed his temples. Serving such a god of destruction was indeed exhausting. Given a choice, she would prefer to serve Beerus rather than Xiangpa. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Xiangpa, causing the surrounding space to tremble ominously, as if it were in fear of his presence. On the ground, a seismic upheaval occurred. The earth cracked inch by inch, spreading in a spiderweb pattern until it vanished from sight. A violet energy enveloped Xiangpa entirely. He was genuinely incensed by Lin Sheng's provocation, and not eliminating him would leave his heart filled with resentment. Now, that is more like it. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Xiangpa, Lin Sheng felt no trepidation. Instead, the combat instincts within him stirred restlessly, yearning for a clash with Xiangpa. Lin Sheng no longer held back. "Drink!" he bellowed, his combat prowess escalating exponentially. The ground beneath his feet crumbled in circular formations, inch by inch. A spectral, emerald-hued energy flame enveloped Lin Sheng, embodying the Super Saiyan form, fiery and fierce. Although the two had yet to formally commence their battle, the earth below lay in tatters beneath the terrifying aura of Lin Sheng and Xiangpa. Volcanic lava erupted from the fissured terrain, and the entire planet seemed to be on the brink of apocalypse. In the next moment, Lin Sheng and Xiangpa moved simultaneously. The battle between Lin Sheng and Champa is destined to astonish the heavens and shake the universe. Chapter 18, I want to witness Champa's disgrace. Chapter 10, I want to witness Champa's disgrace. in the realm of the Kaioshins, despite the vast distances separating them. Both the old Kaioshin and the current Kaioshin of the 7th universe, Shin, sensed two terrifying auras emanating from the depths of the cosmos. What an overwhelming presence. Could it be Lord Beerus? Shin gazed into the distance, his expression gravely serious. The last time, the battle between Beerus and Son Goku nearly obliterated the entire 7th universe. And now, it has returned. Is it impossible for one to serve as a Kaioshin in peace? No, it is not Lord Beerus. The old Kaioshin, with his hands clasped behind his back and a slightly stooped posture, bore a face marked by the passage of time, equally grave. What? This revelation startled Shin. Such a frightening aura could belong to no one but Lord Beerus. When did the 7th universe acquire such a formidable individual? Why was he completely unaware of it? These two auras are already rivaling that of Beerus. One belongs to Lord Champa of the 6th universe, while the other is more unfamiliar. Why has the god of destruction from the 6th universe arrived in our 7th universe? Generally, gods of destruction do not intrude upon each other's territories. The arrival of the 6th universe's god of destruction in the 7th universe is indeed suspicious. If you ask me, who can I ask? The old Kaioshin retorted, somewhat irritable. Does he truly believe he is omniscient? How could he possibly know Champa's intentions for coming to the 7th universe? Shin's eyelids twitched, hastily redirecting the conversation. But who is the other one? Perhaps only Lord Beerus would know. On Beerus' planet, Goku and Vegeta, engaged in their training, abruptly halted, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed into the starry sky. This aura, it is Lin Sheng. Goku furrowed his brow. He has released all of his energy. What could be the reason? Vegeta shook his head. I do not know. They could sense Lin Sheng's aura, but not that of Champa. Nearby, Whis and Beerus watched the sky with keen interest. Humph. What tricks does that fellow Champa intend to play on my territory? Surely he does not wish to destroy Lin Sheng? Beerus narrowed his eyes dangerously. Lin Sheng, at this point, is far more formidable than when he first arrived. Not only has he grown in strength, but he is also a master chef. If Champa were to destroy him, I would no longer have access to such delectable cuisine. Furthermore, as the god of destruction of the 7th universe, I must maintain my dignity. This is my domain. I can choose whom to destroy at my discretion. However, I will not permit Champa to wreak havoc in my universe. No, that is unlikely. Whis remarked calmly. If he aimed to destroy Lin Sheng, he would not unleash the aura of a god of destruction. He could simply use destructive energy for that purpose. It must be that Beerus intervened to prevent him. Whis suggested, we should inquire with Beerus about the situation between Champa and Lin Sheng. Beerus sighed in relief and spoke. How long has Lin Sheng been gone? And how did he come to cross paths with Champa? Furthermore, what brings Champa to the 7th universe? Quite suspicious indeed. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis summoned his staff and called forth Vados. Immediately, a circular light screen projected from the staff, revealing Vados, with streams of volcanic lava erupting from the ground behind her. Sister Vados, I hope you are well, Whis greeted her. You've come to inquire about the situation here, haven't you? Vados got straight to the point. Truly worthy of being my sister, Whis chuckled. Vados, you must persuade Champa. If anything happens to Lin Sheng, I shall hold you accountable. Beerus interjected firmly. However, Vados merely smiled. Lord Beerus, there is no need for concern. I don't believe Lord Champa stands a chance against Lin Sheng. If Champa were of a similar stature to you, there might be hope, but at present, that is a different matter altogether. Nonetheless, she felt reassured. The fact that Whis and Beerus sought her out for information indicated their significant concern for Lin Sheng. Thus, it was imperative that Champa not be allowed to harm him. Afterwards, Vados succinctly recounted the sequence of events. What a headache, Whis remarked, rubbing his forehead. How can such a trivial matter escalate to this extent? Champa truly thrives on chaos. Once the call concluded, Whis inquired, Lord Beerus, shall we go and take a look? Why not? Beerus smirked. I want to see how Champa makes a fool of himself. Thereafter, Whis and Beerus transformed into a vibrant streak of light, hastening towards the planet where Lin Sheng and Champa were engaged in battle. As Lin Sheng's presence surged to its zenith, both parties reached an unparalleled intensity. Lin Sheng and Xiang Pa narrowed their eyes, both exuding an air of peril. In the next moment, with a light touch of his toes, Lin Sheng surged forward with an overwhelming momentum towards Xiang Pa, a reckless endeavor indeed. Observing Lin Sheng's advance, Xiang Pa merely snorted with disdain. In an instant, the ethereal green energy collided with the violet energy, creating a moment of thunderous resonance that transformed the very fabric of the heavens and earth. Chapter 19. The Tenfold King's Fist Crack. As Lin Sheng's fist met Xiang Pa's, the surrounding space fractured dramatically, resembling a shattered mirror collapsing into oblivion. The ruptured expanse unveiled an abyss of endless darkness, seemingly a portal to another dimension. Lightning danced incessantly around them, rendering the scene visually stunning. The ground beneath them began to collapse as well, with molten lava flowing forth from the planet's surface in a breathtaking spectacle. Xiangpa gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the impassive Lin Sheng with a malevolent intensity. In this singular clash, Lin Sheng's prowess had already left him astounded. How could a mere human possess strength rivaling that of a god of destruction? At that moment, the combatant within Lin Sheng stirred with fervor, igniting his spirit. Is this all the power you, the god of destruction, possess, fat cat? While continuously channeling energy into his fist, Lin Sheng couldn't resist the urge to mock his opponent. He was acutely aware that Xiangpa harbored more strength. After all, in his Super Saiyan form, his power surpassed that of the Super Saiyan gods. Albeit slightly inferior to the Super Blue form, Xiangpa's true capabilities should far exceed what had been displayed thus far. The more formidable the force Xiangpa unleashed, the more exhilarated Lin Sheng became. After a month of training with weaker partners, facing off against Goku and Vegeta yielded diminishing returns. Only by battling stronger adversaries could he awaken the latent power of his transcendent bloodline, which would greatly aid him in mastering this newfound strength. Dare to call me fat cat once more. Xiangpa was on the brink of madness, his eyes ablaze with fury, endlessly being taunted as fat cat. Did he not value his pride? In the next moment, Xiangpa's aura surged once more. The violet energy surged violently, warping the very space surrounding him. Boom. The explosive energy radiating from Xiangpa overwhelmed Lin Sheng, sending him plummeting from the sky. Splash. Lin Sheng landed on a patch of ground untouched by volcanic magma, the surface yielding like tofu, shattered into fragments beneath his weight. With a swift motion, Xiangpa seized the advantage without a moment's hesitation, launching a relentless pursuit. Lin Sheng swiftly reacted and engaged in close combat with Xiangpa. The sound of punches echoed as Xiangpa, filled with fury, proved to be a formidable opponent for Lin Sheng. Each blow that landed on Lin Sheng caused the ground to tremble. Yet, amidst the fray, Lin Sheng's combat prowess surged rapidly. Both Vados and Xiangpa took note of this phenomenon. What is happening with this fellow? Why is his strength continuously escalating? Xiangpa was filled with confusion. Ordinarily, one's fighting capacity diminishes when subjected to blows. However, Lin Sheng defied this expectation. Initially, Xiangpa was able to dominate Lin Sheng, but as time wore on, Lin Sheng began to exhibit a burgeoning resistance. Just as I suspected, Vados mused, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. She had discerned from the outset that Lin Sheng harbored immense potential within him. At this moment, Lin Sheng's combat strength had already transcended the boundaries of Super Blue and was advancing towards a higher echelon. Yet, he still remained a distance away from achieving the Ultra Instinct form. Should he suddenly transform into Ultra Instinct, he would be unable to harness this power and would risk losing control. Conversely, if he refrained from transforming, he would stand no chance against Xiangpa. Nevertheless, he possessed other strategies. Could it be that he is a candidate for the god of destruction of the 7th universe? Vados suddenly realized. Recalling how Whis had proactively contacted her on Lin Sheng's behalf and noting the anxious expression on Beerus's face, Lin Sheng has a considerable probability of becoming the candidate for the god of destruction of the 7th universe. This revelation elucidates the arrogance of the individual. Xiangpa, acutely aware that he could no longer afford to prolong this confrontation, realized that if he continued to battle Lin Sheng, allowing his power to surge uncontrollably, he would inevitably be defeated by Lin Sheng. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Xiangpa's fist, imbued with a fierce intent to kill, surged once more towards Lin Sheng. Each inch gained by Xiangpa's fist, enveloped in purple energy, caused the very fabric of space to distort and ultimately shatter. The entire planet trembled in submission. Yet, in the next moment, Xiangpa's pupils constricted in shock. With a resounding clap, Lin Sheng firmly absorbed his lethal strike, his eerie green energy having reached its zenith. At this moment, he stood at the precipice of transcending into a higher form. A single step further would lead him to transcendence. Lin's pupils had constricted significantly, revealing his struggle to contain the surging power within him. Should he enter the transcendent form, he would completely lose control and descend into chaos. Fat cat, did you enjoy the recent bout? Now it is my turn. Lin Sheng wore a smirk of playful mockery at the corners of his lips. Indeed, battling against Champa proved to be far more effective than contending with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Humph, enough of the bravado. The god of destruction is invincible. Champa let out a cold snort, yet remained unfazed. Although Lin Sheng's strength has surged dramatically, there remains a considerable gap between him and his opponent, does it not? Then open your eyes wide and behold. With that, Lin Sheng distanced himself, and a powerful aura, which caused Champa to shudder slightly, suddenly erupted from Lin Sheng. Tenfold. King's Fist. Chapter 20. I shall fight alongside you. Chapter 20. I shall fight alongside you. Lin Sheng's deep voice resonated through the heavens and the earth, as the volcanic magma surged violently from the depths of the ground. At this moment, the planet lay in ruins, its surface marred by rivers of molten rock. The planet was enduring an immense pressure that belied its age. Drink. In the next moment, with a mighty shout from Lin Sheng, his aura surged once more. Whoosh. The formidable crimson flames enveloped Lin Sheng, while an inner layer shimmered with a ghostly green glow, reminiscent of a transformed Super Saiyan state. In that instant, Lin Sheng exuded an aura of unparalleled dominance. What is this technique? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Xiangpa's forehead, as he sensed that Lin Sheng's power had increased tenfold compared to before. Lord Xiangpa, this is the King Fist, a unique technique created by the North Kai of the 7th universe, Babidi explained from the side. It is a method that significantly enhances one's strength and speed in a short period, though it places a tremendous burden on the body. With the activation of the tenfold King Fist, Lin Sheng's aura surpassed that of Xiangpa unless Xiangpa resorted to destruction energy. He would be unable to reverse the situation, otherwise, it would merely be a matter of time before Xiangpa faced a relentless onslaught. Babidi, you are only partially correct. As Lin Sheng felt the boundless and seemingly inexhaustible power within him, a smirk appeared on his lips. My King Fist does not impose any burden on my body. In an instant, Lin's figure vanished from sight. With a resounding thud, a fist imbued with crimson flames and ethereal green energy struck Xiangpa's face with tremendous force. The corpulent form of Xiangpa plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. The impact of Xiangpa crashing into the flowing volcanic lava that coursed across the planet's surface unleashed a cataclysmic surge of fire. Now, the true spectacle was just beginning. Lin clenched his fist tightly, then dove down swiftly. Kid, do not get too complacent. Facing the pursuing Lin, Xiangpa unleashed a punch imbued with purple energy. Hurtling directly towards Lin Sheng, undaunted, retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom. A deafening roar echoed as their fists collided, unleashing an unparalleled shockwave that radiated outward in an instant. The earth, within a radius of several thousand miles, crumbled inch by inch. Deep within the planet, molten volcanic magma encircled Lin Sheng and Xiangpa, yet it could not descend upon them to inflict any harm. A terrifying power emanated from Lin Sheng's fist, causing Xiangpa's pupils to constrict sharply. Subsequently, with the force of Lin Sheng's punch, Xiangpa plummeted directly into the depths of the planet, where the once formidable crust now resembled mere tofu. Lin Sheng continued his pursuit. Thus, Lin Sheng and Xiangpa engaged in a fierce battle within the depths of the planet. Boom, boom, boom. As the two clashed, explosions erupted incessantly, shattering the very core of the planet into fragments. Lin Sheng grows increasingly formidable in battle. In stark contrast, Xiangpa finds himself under relentless pressure, overwhelmed by the might of Lin Sheng's tenfold King Fist, reduced to a mere passive target. Crack, crack. Soon after, vast chasms stretching 1,000 miles open across the planet's surface, and volcanic magma erupts to a staggering height of 100,000 meters, rendering the entire planet as if teetering on the brink of explosion. From the vantage point of outer space, the scene is nothing short of breathtaking. At this moment, the planet seems to convey its profound struggle. A few minutes later, Lin Sheng and Champa, traversing through the core of the planet, emerged on the opposite side with a resounding thud. As Lin Sheng burst forth once more, he delivered a fierce punch to Champa's face. At that moment, Champa's visage was marred with several swollen bruises, resembling that of a pig, coupled with numerous cuts that rendered him quite disheveled. Despite this, Champa's resilience was commendable. Observing Champa's battered appearance, Lin Sheng murmured to himself. His relentless strikes had only inflicted superficial wounds upon Champa. Although he appeared disheveled, the actual damage was minimal. Clearly, Lin Sheng's strength was insufficient. Moreover, Champa had yet to unleash his destructive energy. Should Champa decide to wield that power, even Lin Sheng's tenfold Kaioken would stand no chance against him unless he transformed into his Ultra Instinct form, dramatically enhancing his combat prowess. Furthermore, the god of destruction possessed unique causal abilities capable of obliterating all in the cosmos. I am truly enraged. At that moment, Champa's eyes blazed crimson as he clenched his teeth, his fury reaching its zenith. Suddenly, The violet energy surrounding him surged dramatically, creating a tempest of purple-black energy. Under this tumultuous force, the entire planet trembled, on the brink of annihilation. Lord Champa. Upon witnessing this, Beerus felt a sense of foreboding. Champa had been pushed to the precipice of utilizing his destructive energy. If he lost control, a significant portion of Universe 7 would be obliterated. However, Champa paid little heed to Beerus' concerns. His gaze was fixated on Lin Sheng, exuding a deadly intent. Let us resume our battle. If you are destroyed, consider it your misfortune. Champa was determined to reclaim his honor. As the god of destruction, being bested by a mere human was a humiliation he could not afford to let linger. The thought of such news spreading was intolerable. At that moment, a brilliant cascade of multicolored light raced through the cosmos from a distance. Although it initially appeared far away, it swiftly materialized above the planet, teetering on the brink of explosion. Subsequently, a chilling voice echoed, "Champa, I have come to join you in battle." As the vibrant light dissipated, two figures emerged into Lin Sheng and his companion's view, none other than Beerus and Whis, who had hastened from Beerus' planet. It was Beerus who spoke, his gaze cold as he scrutinized the disheveled Champa. Although Champa appeared ruffled, the actual injuries he sustained were minimal. Yet, had Beerus arrived even a moment later, Lin Sheng might have faced obliteration at Champa's hands. "Skinny monkey, do not meddle in my affairs. Do not assume I truly fear you." Despite Beerus' arrival, Champa's temper flared, unwilling to relent. "Humph, fat pig, do not forget whose territory this is." Beerus mockingly patted his fist, deriding, "Look at how Lin Sheng has reduced you to this pitiful state. If he can do this to you, what makes you think you can contend with me? Are you seeking death?" At these words, Champa's rage boiled over, baring his teeth in fury. Lin Sheng referred to him as Fat Cat, and now Beerus has called him Fat Pig. Is it true that this god of destruction possesses no dignity? Come on, who fears whom? Champa has also confronted Beerus, boldly declaring his intent to engage in combat. Clearly, it has been too long since he last fought. His skin feels itchy. Beerus, however, remains unfazed, unleashing his destructive energy as he stands resolutely against Champa. "Skinny monkey, I'll turn you into a specimen." Champa glares fiercely at Beerus, who returns the gaze with equal intensity. Who becomes a specimen remains to be seen. Observing the escalating tension between Beerus and Champa, Lin Sheng shakes his head in exasperation, remarking on their undeniable camaraderie despite their frequent quarrels. Though they are brothers, as gods of destruction, neither is willing to yield, often embroiled in disputes over trivial matters, sometimes escalating to physical confrontations. However, with Beerus' arrival, it seems that Champa's battle will soon be brought to a close. The recent conflict with Champa has allowed Beerus to harness even greater power, pushing him closer to the threshold of his Ultra Instinct form. Should another battle ensue, his combat prowess may very well surge to that heightened state. Nevertheless, he recognizes that he is still some distance from truly embodying a god of destruction. In the realm of Dragon Ball, one must attain angelic levels of strength to be deemed secure. Otherwise, one risks being obliterated by the Omni King or another god of destruction. His journey is far from over. Returning to reality, Beerus and Champa continue their verbal sparring. Who is the temperamental god of destruction? It's clearly you. You can easily pick a fight with Lin Sheng over trivial matters. Do you want to go a few rounds? Come on. As their argument intensifies, the volcanic lava on the surface reacts to their formidable auras, swirling into multiple lava tornadoes that sweep across the planet. Stop. As it seems Beerus and Champa are about to clash, two staffs suddenly interject between them. "Lord Beerus, have you forgotten? Gods of destruction are forbidden from fighting one another. Do you wish to annihilate the universe?" Whis admonishes with a serious expression. "Lord Champa, this is merely a misunderstanding. As a god of destruction, you should not be so petty," adds Vados, her demeanor slightly displeased. Compared to Whis, Vados exhibits a sharper temperament, and Champa's recent behavior has undeniably irked her. "You are a distinguished god of destruction. Engaging so fervently with a mere human like Lin Sheng tarnishes the image of your divine stature." Faced with the stern expressions of Whis and the mildly displeased Vados, Champa can only lower his head in resignation. Despite their significant power and authority as gods of destruction, without proper restraint, the universe would inevitably fall to ruin at their hands. Angels, while appearing to be mere attendants of the gods of destruction, are, in fact, tasked with maintaining order and preventing excessive actions. Noticing Champa's silence, Vados gently waves her staff, instantly restoring Champa's slightly swollen face to its original state. "Lin Sheng, how are you faring?" Beerus then turns his gaze toward Lin Sheng, awaiting his response. Lin Sheng smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, I am fine. Subsequently, Beerus turned his gaze once more toward the sulking Champa and inquired, "What brings you, you gluttonous pig, to my 7th universe?" Upon hearing this, Champa's body stiffened abruptly, and Vados could only shake her head in resignation. "Why do you care? Can't I just pass by?" Champa retorted defiantly. In truth, he felt somewhat guilty. If Beerus discovered that they were gathering the Super Dragon Balls, it would spell trouble. At present, he had not yet collected them all and could not allow Beerus to learn of the Super Dragon Balls. These orbs were created by the dragon god Zalama and were said to be capable of granting any wish, truly fulfilling the essence of desire. Each one as vast as a planet. Is that so? Why do I get the feeling you are concealing something from me? Beerus questioned suspiciously. Are you planning something in my 7th universe? Chapter 22. Oh, you whimsical Whis. Under Beerus's scrutinizing gaze, Champa's corpulent body trembled once more, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Lord Champa mentioned feeling a bit stuffy, which is why he decided to take a stroll, Vados interjected suddenly. Exactly. Champa hastily echoed Vados's words. Do you think I am like you, cooped up in the castle all day? A little exercise is beneficial for burning off calories. In reality, had it not been for the search for the Super Dragon Balls, Champa would have preferred not to step outside the castle at all. The notion of exercise was sheer torment for him. Ha, spare me. You exercise? Beerus burst into laughter. Ha, you gluttonous pig. Beerus's mocking laughter echoed in Champa's ears, causing him to grimace. However, as long as he could keep the search for the Super Dragon Balls under wraps, he could endure the ridicule. Oomph. Champa huffed pridefully, choosing to ignore Beerus. Vados, let us depart. He needed to leave quickly, otherwise, his secret would inevitably be revealed. Bidding farewell, Vados uttered her goodbyes, and in an instant, she and Champa transformed into a radiant streak of colors, vanishing into the vastness of the cosmos. Watching Champa and Vados depart, Whis harbored suspicions. He sensed that they were concealing something from Beerus, yet he could not pinpoint what it might be. After their departure, Beerus cast a discontented glance at Lin Sheng, grumbling. Lin Sheng, how long have you been out, and you've already caused trouble? Lin spread his hands in a gesture of innocence, asserting, I'm the true victim here. You know, Xiangpa approached me out of nowhere with the intent to obliterate my existence. TCH, do not bring me any more trouble, or I shall not be responsible for the mess you create. Lin Sheng shrugged and said, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. This planet is on the verge of explosion, and I can no longer remain here. Otherwise, when the planet detonates, I will be exposed to the vastness of outer space. At this moment, I am not equipped to survive in such an environment. After Lin Sheng departed in the shuttle cube, Weiss remarked with keen interest, after battling Lord Champa. Lin Sheng has indeed grown stronger. The legendary Super Saiyan lives up to its reputation. It is likely that one day he shall surpass you, Lord Beerus. Humph. That day is still far off. Beerus retorted, his gaze profound. He could indeed sense the ever-increasing energy emanating from Lin Sheng. At this rate of growth, it was only a matter of time before Lin Sheng would eclipse him. The Saiyan race, known for their warrior spirit, is undeniably a perilous lineage. It appears that his decision to allow Frieza to annihilate planet Vegeta was a sagacious one. Had the Saiyans continued to develop unchecked, in a few millennia, this god of destruction might have found himself devoid of influence. Fortunately, for now, there exists only Lin Sheng. Suddenly, Beerus's eyes widened, and he irritably inquired, Hey, Weiss, you're not intending to groom him as the next god of destruction, are you? Oh dear, Lord Beerus, you've caught me, Weiss replied with a cheerful laugh, not denying the implication. How dare you, Weiss? You're straying too far, Beerus exclaimed, visibly irritated. In response, Weiss offered a smile that was both awkward and courteous. Indeed, being a god of destruction has significantly enhanced my combat prowess. Within the shuttle cube, Lin Sheng wore a faint smile at the corners of his lips. Through his battle with Xiangpa, his usual combat prowess had reached an astonishing 100 megajoules. Simultaneously, he was nearing the mastery of the Transcendent form. It is only after achieving this Transcendent form that the true journey begins. Lin Sheng remains unaware of the ultimate limit of the Super Saiyan transformation. However, one thing is certain. As long as he continues to battle relentlessly, leveraging the terrifying potential of his Super Saiyan bloodline, he will surpass Beerus. If he were to combine the Super Saiyan transformation with the Kaioken tenfold, the result would be even more formidable. Although utilizing the Kaioken alongside the Super Saiyan blue form is relatively straightforward, integrating it with the Super Saiyan transformation poses a considerable challenge. It took Son Goku considerable time to merge the Kaioken with the Super Saiyan blue form effectively. If he could achieve such a feat, then Lin Sheng, endowed with the Super Saiyan bloodline, possesses the confidence that his potential and talent are no less than those of Son Goku. However, he must first master the power of the Super Saiyan transformation before he can begin to explore its synergy with the Kaioken. Suddenly, Lin Sheng sensed a powerful aura that was unfamiliar to him. Who could it be? This energy was new to him, as he had never encountered it before. He promptly piloted his spacecraft, pursuing the source of this aura until he arrived at a planet shrouded in darkness, where neither sun nor moonlight penetrated. The interior of the planet exhibited signs of decay, indicating that it was likely a forsaken world. He decided to investigate further. This aura surpassed even that of Son Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form. When did such a formidable individual appear in the 7th universe? Why was Lin unaware? Could it be a familiar acquaintance? Subsequently, Lin plunged directly into the depths of the planet. Chapter 23, A-Class Card, Frozen Demon Bloodline. Within the planet's interior, an overwhelming aura of desolation pervaded the atmosphere. At first glance, it appeared utterly uninhabited. However, the formidable presence that Lin sensed undeniably emanated from this very world. Amidst the ruins, two figures were engaged in combat. To be precise, one was overpowering the other. Lin focused his gaze. A faint smile gracing his lips. Frieza and his two companions, who had undergone an intensive 4-month training regimen following their resurrection, stood before him. Lin Sheng stood suspended in the air, gazing with great interest at Frieza below. Suddenly, a melodious chime resonated in the air. Ding! An A-grade card has been detected in the vicinity of the host. Would you like to collect it? As the system's voice echoed, an orange radiance burst forth from Frieza's figure below. What? Frieza can drop A-grade cards? Lin Sheng was taken aback. The drop of an A-grade card from Frieza was entirely unexpected. Would you like to collect it? The system inquired once more. Yes, he responded, eager to discover the attributes of the A-grade card that Frieza possessed. Ding! Collection successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired A-grade card, Frozen Demon Clan Bloodline. What? Frieza's bloodline. Such an unforeseen gain. The Frozen Demon clan to which Frieza belonged was indeed a warrior race. This clan, which reproduced asexually, could truly be regarded as a genuine fighting race, unlike the so-called warrior race of the Saiyans. The Frozen Demon clan, with their inherent combat prowess, was far superior in this regard. Unlike the Saiyans, who are born with a mere combat power of under 10,000 and require extensive training to transform into Super Saiyans. The Frozen Demon clan members are born with formidable strength and the ability to transform, capable of overwhelming even Super Saiyan Blue after just 4 months of rigorous training. In every conceivable aspect, the Frozen Demon clan bloodline eclipsed that of the Saiyans. However, due to the extraordinary talents of the Frozen Demon clan, they had already reached a level of power sufficient to dominate the universe from the very beginning, rendering further training unnecessary. Had Frieza undertaken even a modicum of training in his earlier days, he would not have suffered such a devastating defeat at the hands of Son Goku. Later, when he returned to Earth, he was mercilessly sliced to pieces by the future Trunks. One could say his fate was indeed unfortunate, yet he could never truly compare to the legacy of the Transcendent bloodlines. Lin Sheng gently shook his head. While the bloodline of the Frozen Demon clan is indeed fearsome, it is said to be vastly inferior to the Transcendent bloodline, as evidenced by the fundamental card levels. System. Will the fusion of the bloodline of the Frozen Demon clan with the Transcendent bloodline result in an augmentation of strength or a diminishment? Lin Sheng inquired about his greatest concern, the potential fusion of the Frozen Demon clan's bloodline. He worried that instead of enhancing his own bloodline, this fusion might compromise its purity, resulting in a decline in his strength rather than an increase. Host, you will indeed grow stronger. The amalgamation of the Transcendent bloodline with the Frozen Demon clan's bloodline will augment the host's latent potential, the system responded. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng felt a wave of relief, as long as his bloodline remained unweakened. Then why did you not ask me whether to fuse? Lin Sheng followed up with curiosity. In the past, whenever he encountered a card, the system would promptly inquire whether to absorb or merge it. However, this time, no such question was posed, piquing Lin Sheng's intrigue. Host, at this moment, fusion with the Frozen Demon clan's bloodline is not possible. Not possible. Why? Lin Sheng was filled with confusion, questioning why fusion was unattainable. The host must possess the ability to harness the power of the Transcendent superform in order to achieve fusion. Could it be that such a notion exists? Lin Sheng was utterly bewildered. Why must one be capable of mastering the power of the Transcendent superform to fuse with the bloodline of the Frozen Demon clan? Indeed, the system provided little explanation and continued. Furthermore, let me remind you, host, that you are currently in the mimetic Super Saiyan form. The next level is the Transcendent Bloodline Super 1 form, followed by the Super 1 All-Power form. Only after attaining the Super 1 All-Power form can one reach the Transcendent form. Surely, this cannot be true? Lin blinked in bewilderment, believing he was on the verge of mastering the power of the Transcendent form. Little did he know, before achieving the Transcendent form, one must first attain the Super 1 and the Super 1 All-Powerful form. It seems I have overestimated my progress, Lin murmured to himself. Yet, this may indeed be for the best, as it unequivocally demonstrates that the bloodline of the Transcendent is far stronger than I had previously imagined. At present, merely in the Super Saiyan form, I could easily overpower both Goku and the Super Blue form of Vegeta, could I not? Furthermore, in the Transcendent form, I would be capable of engaging in fierce combat with Super Blue Goku. Although I may not emerge victorious, it certainly attests to the formidable nature of this transcendent transformation. The bloodline of the Transcendent is undoubtedly a remarkable gift. Contemplating this, Lin felt no urgency to merge with the bloodline of the Frozen Demon clan. Meanwhile, Frieza, who was undergoing intensive training below, seemed to have noticed Lin hovering in midair. His eyes narrowed dangerously. In the next instant, he appeared directly before Lin. Who might you be? This is my domain, the planet of Frieza. Is it not rather impolite of you to intrude without a word? Chapter 24. The astonished Frieza. With a menacing gaze fixed upon Lin, spoke coldly. Upon witnessing Frieza in person, Lin realized just how diminutive Frieza truly was. Standing parallel to him, Lin found himself nearly looking down upon Frieza. Lin Sheng smiled and jested. I am the Saiyan you despise the most. What's that? You are a Saiyan. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. Aside from Son Goku and Vegeta, could there truly be another surviving Saiyan? After a moment of astonishment, Frieza let out a sinister chuckle. It seems this king's past endeavors were somewhat clumsy. Since you have come to seek me out today, I shall send you straight to hell. Frieza's lifelong ambition was to eradicate all Saiyans. In the next instant, a beam of purple energy shot forth from Frieza's fingertip, piercing towards Lin Sheng's heart. Lin Sheng scoffed disdainfully, remaining utterly unmoved as Frieza's energy beam approached. Yet, before the beam could reach him, it was shattered by the overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Sheng. What? Frieza was taken aback. Could it be that he had managed to deflect my destructive beam merely with his presence? After a month of rigorous training, Lin Sheng's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Although he had yet to achieve his golden form, he was undeniably on par with Super Saiyan 3 Goku. And yet, despite this, Frieza's destructive beam was effortlessly dismantled by Lin Sheng's aura. Just how formidable was his power? The great cosmic Emperor Frieza found himself reduced to such a pitiful display of strength? Lin Sheng's lips curled slightly in a mocking smile. Do you dare to look down upon me? Frieza's gaze darkened, and in the next moment, his delicate hand extended towards Lin Sheng. Damn Saiyan, go to hell. With a flurry of energy blasts erupting from Frieza's palm, they surged forth, enveloping Lin Sheng. The air was filled with the sound of boo, 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 as the dense barrage of energy blasts detonated in an instant. As the number of blasts increased, so did the scope of the explosions, sending thick clouds of smoke billowing upward amidst the energy's fiery ascent. Minutes later, Frieza seemed to tire from his relentless assault, finally pausing to catch his breath. His gaze filled with satisfaction as he looked toward Lin Sheng. There, a shroud of smoke lingered, yet to dissipate. The most foolish thing you could do was to take pride in front of this king. Frieza smirked, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. However, in the next heartbeat, his expression of triumph was abruptly replaced by shock. As the smoke gradually cleared, Lin Sheng's figure re-emerged within Frieza's sight. Impossible. Frieza's eyes widened in terror. Although the smoke had not fully lifted, he could already discern Lin Sheng's form hidden within. Moments later, the smoke finally dispersed. The figure of Lin Sheng reappeared within Frieza's line of sight. At this moment, Lin Sheng remained unchanged, utterly unscathed. It was as if the relentless barrage of energy blasts unleashed by Frieza had failed to penetrate Lin Sheng's defenses altogether. Lin smiled faintly, stretching his muscles as he meaningfully mocked. Honestly, with such a feeble effort, you can't even scratch my itch. How is that possible? Frieza exclaimed in terror. How can you possibly be unscathed? Have you never witnessed a giant snake relieving itself? Lin Sheng casually remarked. All right, it appears that you indeed have not encountered this before. I believe it is necessary for you to witness it. As he spoke, a glimmer of playful mischief flickered in his eyes. Lin Sheng's fist sliced through the air with an impressive force. A fierce gale of punch wind followed in its wake, grazing Frieza's face and leaving a pronounced scar. A trickle of crimson blood emerged from the wound, cascading down his visage. At that moment, Frieza stood frozen in disbelief, his hand instinctively reaching up to touch the injury on his face. Staring at the blood staining his fingers, he was overwhelmed with shock. Could it be that merely the wind from a punch could cause this king to bleed? Frieza gazed at Lin Sheng with a mix of terror and astonishment. Lin's strength seemed to far exceed his expectations. This time, he appeared to have encountered a challenge even more formidable than the legendary Sun Wukong. Saiyans. When did they become so powerful? Frieza could hardly believe it. He had merely spent a decade or two in the underworld. Now, upon his resurrection, it seemed that any random Saiyan could effortlessly overpower him. Observing Frieza's astonishment, Lin chuckled softly. Frieza, what is it? Frieza suddenly lifted his head. I know that after your resurrection, the one you desire revenge against the most is Sun Wukong, am I correct? How do you know? Frieza replied, his tone laden with suspicion. His resurrection was specifically for a focused 4-month training regimen, all aimed at avenging Sun Wukong. But how could Lin possibly know this? After all, it was their first encounter. You need not concern yourself with how I came by this knowledge. Lin Sheng remarked, however, since we have encountered each other today, I might as well share this with you. Even if you undergo 4 months of rigorous training, avenging yourself against Sun Wukong remains an impossibility. Frieza bellowed, is that so? I beg to differ. What if I were to inform you that Sun Wukong is currently training under Beerus? Do you still believe you could rival him? Lin Sheng smiled. Had it not been for his involvement, after 4 months of rigorous training, Frieza would indeed possess a slight edge over Super Saiyan Blue Goku. However, the circumstances have changed. In the original narrative, Goku, while training under Whis, did not exhibit such an intense determination to grow stronger as he does now. During the month that Lin Sheng served as a sparring partner, Sun Wukong realized that his own strength was still far from sufficient. Consequently, he would undoubtedly endeavor to cultivate with even greater diligence than depicted in the original narrative. Lin Sheng did not believe that Frieza, who had yet to fully acclimatize to his golden form, would pose a challenge to Sun Wukong. What did you say? Beerus. The moment the name of Beerus escaped Lin Sheng's lips, Frieza's pupils constricted sharply, and a surge of dread surged from the depths of his heart to his mind. Are you referring to the god of destruction, Beerus? Chapter 25. Journey to Universe 11. Chapter 25. Journey to Universe 11. Otherwise, which Beerus could it possibly be? Lin Sheng retorted, you scoundrel. In comparison to Lin Sheng, Frieza harbors a greater fear of Beerus, the most esteemed and powerful deity in the entirety of the 7th universe. Although he himself claims to be the emperor of the universe, this assertion is contingent upon his servitude to Beerus. Otherwise, would he dare to call himself the emperor of the universe? So what do you say? Would you consider becoming my subordinate? I can assist you in avenging Son Goku. Lin Sheng smiled meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Frieza was taken aback. In the next moment, he felt a wave of indignation. Are you insulting me? I am Frieza, the emperor of the universe. You expect me to serve as your subordinate? You seek death. Frieza's confidence surpassed even that of Vegeta. He had always been the one to have others as his subordinates. How could he possibly become someone else's? With that, Frieza extended his hand and launched another energy sphere towards Lin Sheng. With a casual flick of his fingers, Lin effortlessly deflected Frieza's energy sphere. Frieza, it appears you have yet to grasp the reality of the situation. Lin seemed nonchalant, yet his tone carried a veiled intent of lethality. Do you still wish to return to that hell where you are trapped between life and death? What? Upon sensing Lin's murderous intent, Frieza was suddenly taken aback, and then Lin Sheng's eyes widened, and an incomprehensible, formidable aura surged toward Frieza, a terrifying force that propelled Frieza hundreds of miles away in an instant. Subsequently, Lin Sheng casually unleashed an energy blast. Boo! The energy orb detonated upon contact with Frieza, the explosive sound reverberating throughout the entire planet. Below, Frieza's training partner watched in astonishment, his pupils constricting in fear. Who is this person? Frieza, the mighty king, was utterly powerless against him. After the explosion, Frieza's diminutive form fell helplessly from the sky, battered and bruised, in a pitiful state. With a thud, Frieza crashed into a building, sending up a cloud of dust. Lin Sheng's figure flickered, appearing before Frieza. He gazed down upon Frieza, his tone frigid as he declared, killing you is as effortless as squashing an ant. With that, Lin Sheng placed one foot upon Frieza's face, ruthlessly trampling his dignity into the ground. You scoundrel! How dare you tread upon this king's handsome visage? Frieza seethed, his face contorted with rage, yet utterly helpless in the face of Lin Sheng's overwhelming power. He vowed that the humiliation inflicted upon him today would one day be repaid to Lin Sheng 100-fold. Are you not eager to end my life? Lin Sheng abruptly articulated Frieza's innermost thoughts. I offer you a chance for redemption. Today, I shall spare your life. Come find me when you are capable of defeating Sun Wukong. With that, Lin Sheng did not linger any longer and departed from the planet. That wretched scoundrel. I shall certainly kill you. And Sun Wukong as well. After Lin departed, only the frenzied roars of Frieza echoed throughout the vastness of the cosmos. Lin Sheng piloted his shuttle cube, swiftly traversing the vastness of space. Frieza, I hope you do not let me down, he mused. The reason he had refrained from eliminating Frieza was that he still perceived some potential utility in him. Frieza, one might say, embodies pure malevolence. However, the prospect of taming him as a subordinate seemed rather appealing. Next, he resolved to head directly to Universe 11. Upon reflection, Lin Sheng swiftly determined his next destination. Initially, he had intended to visit Universe 6, but upon further contemplation, it appeared that only Hit posed a genuine challenge there. Lin Sheng had nearly outgrown Hit's time-skipping technique. Moreover, given the tensions he had with Champa, venturing into Universe 6 would be perilous. Should Champa discover his presence, he would certainly not let Lin Sheng off easily. Although Champa had been momentarily restrained due to Beerus's intervention, Lin Sheng suspected that resentment still lingered within Champa, and he was not yet a match for the destructive energy that Champa wielded. Hence, Universe 11 emerged as Lin Sheng's primary objective. The sole reason being the formidable Jiren resided there. What a boon it would be to acquire a card from Jiren. Jiren's prowess was undeniable. Even possessing the perfect Ultra Instinct, defeating him would still be a formidable task. One could only wonder what caliber of card Jiren might relinquish. The mere thought filled Lin Sheng with anticipation. To Universe 11, we charge. Having selected his target, Lin Sheng pushed the shuttle cube to its utmost limits. Racing towards Universe 11. Even with the shuttle cube at his disposal, it took him a full day to journey from Universe 7 to Universe 11. As Lin Sheng entered Universe 11, an overwhelming aura suddenly permeated his senses. This presence was not far from his location. Was it Jiren? Lin Sheng pondered with suspicion, but soon dismissed his own thoughts. The aura of Jillian was far more formidable than he had anticipated. This presence equaled his current full power, suggesting a parity in strength. Thus, it could not possibly be Jillian. Could it be Toppo? Clearly, if it was not Jillian, then only one individual could correspond with this aura, Toppo. Chapter 26. The Delectable Planet Toppo, a person who espouses righteousness with every breath. To be frank, during my previous life, while watching Dragon Ball Super, Toppo was the character I despised the most. Righteousness is not merely a matter of words. In the world of Dragon Ball, it is strength that reigns supreme. The Tournament of Power epitomizes this truth. Speaking of which, the Tournament of Power is not far off now, is it? Lin Sheng's gaze was profound. Although he had now acquired the Transcendent Bloodline, he still lagged considerably behind Jillian. Therefore, before the Power Conference, he must surpass Jillian. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that the outcome of the Power Conference, with his involvement, would not mirror that of his previous life. He wondered if he could obtain a card from Toppo. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Sheng resolved to act. Though Toppo's strength was only comparable to his current capabilities, he was not to be underestimated. If he could acquire Toppo's card, his power would undoubtedly be enhanced. Subsequently, Lin Sheng piloted the shuttling block, heading directly towards Toppo's formidable aura. After several minutes, a planet, roughly the size of Earth, appeared within Lin Sheng's line of sight. This planet was entirely green, exuding vitality and life. It was a lush, vibrant paradise adorned with a variety of beautiful flowers and a few fruit trees standing proudly. Butterflies and small birds flitted joyfully across the grass, resembling a scene from a fairy tale. Beneath one of the trees stood Toppo, a muscular figure who appeared to have just finished a training session. Beside him were the god of destruction of Universe 11, Vermouth, and the angel of Universe 11, Margarita. The god of destruction, resembling a clown, was somewhat shorter than the tall and statuesque Beerus. However, when it came to beauty, Margarita was not inferior to Beerus. With her sideswept bangs, adorable silver twin-tails, and alluring cherry-red lips, she could easily make one's heart race. "Let us call it a day for now, dear," Margarita said gently, her delicate hands gripping the angelic staff, while the other was tucked behind her back. "It seems your training has proven effective." Vermouth also smiled in satisfaction, saying, "Toppo, you should now be able to harness the destructive energy, right? When I step down, The god of destruction of Universe 11 will be you. However, Toppo's face was marked by regret. Lord Vermouth, forgive my frankness, but I may never be able to let go of justice. Without relinquishing justice, I cannot become a true god of destruction, and I might disappoint you. Vermouth remained unfazed, replying, no, you will come to understand. Indeed, Margarita and Vermouth were training Toppo to master the destructive energy, for he was the candidate to become the god of destruction of Universe 11. At that moment, as Toppo finished speaking, Margarita, Vermouth, and Toppo seemed to share a tacit understanding, all gazing skyward. Who goes there? Toppo's eyes narrowed slightly. The three of them sensed an unfamiliar aura beyond the planet Vermouth. In the next instant, Lin Sheng, who had been outside Vermouth's planet, appeared above the verdant landscape. Lin glanced briefly at Margarita and the two others, quickly grasping the situation. It dawned on him that they were on the planet of the divine flavor. Was this a training session for Toppo? He was aware that Toppo was a candidate for the position of the 11th Universe's god of destruction. Thus, upon seeing the burly figure of Toppo seated on the ground, flanked by the divine flavor and Margarita, everything fell into place. Lin Sheng immediately grasped the situation. How could someone find their way here? Observing Lin Sheng navigating through the cube, Toppo suddenly rose, his voice icy, as if issuing an expulsion order. Sir, this is not a place for you. Leave at once. In contrast to Toppo, Wei Mei and Margarita appeared somewhat astonished. Although Lin Sheng was human, he piloted a traversing cube. This was what piqued their surprise. How could this individual possess a traversing cube? Wei Mei pondered. I am uncertain, yet it is evident that he hails from another universe. Margarita softly replied. What business does a person from another universe have in our 11th universe, especially one wielding a traversing cube? This only deepened Wei Mei's suspicion. Lord Wei Mei, why not simply inquire? Margarita suggested. Indeed, Wei Mei nodded, recognizing the necessity of clarity. Perhaps there was some ulterior motive from another universe? Subsequently, Wei Mei approached with Margarita and inquired, Sir, from which universe do you come, and what is your purpose in our 11th universe? Lin Sheng paid no heed to Toppo as he emerged from the interdimensional cube, casting a glance towards Wei Mei. He spoke softly, I am Lin Sheng, hailing from the 7th universe. As for my purpose, I possess none. I merely happened to pass through this realm and sensed a formidable aura, which compelled my presence. At that moment, Toppo suddenly interjected with fierce intensity. So you are Lin Sheng? Since you originate from the 7th universe, your arrival in the 11th universe cannot bode well. I advise you to disclose your intentions honestly, otherwise, I, Toppo, shall not permit any malevolent presence within the 11th universe. Chapter 27. What, then, do you define as justice? As the leader of the 11th universe proud warriors, Toppo, who prides himself on being the embodiment of justice, will never allow individuals from other universes with unclear motives to set foot in the 11th universe. Evil? Lin Sheng furrowed his brow and retorted, then what do you define as justice? I ask you, is justice a subjective existence or an objective one? Is it a creation of humanity or a discovery? Margarita, Wei Mei, this truly is a profound existential inquiry. Is justice subjective or objective? Is it a human invention or a revelation? Who can definitively clarify this? Toppo was momentarily rendered speechless. He found himself unable to respond to Lin Sheng's query. I care not whether justice is subjective or objective, nor do I concern myself with whether it is a discovery or an invention. After a brief pause, Toppo deliberately shifted the topic, coldly stating, all I know is that your arrival in the 11th universe with unclear intentions marks you as malevolent. With a sweeping gesture, Toppo declared, leave the 11th universe at once, or I shall act in the name of justice to eradicate you. And what if I refuse? Lin Sheng remarked softly. Do you wish to engage in combat with me, Toppo? This sentiment resonated perfectly with Lin Sheng's intentions, for he intended to leverage this confrontation to ascertain whether he could transcend into the Super Saiyan form of the Transcendent bloodline. Then I shall have no choice but to eliminate you. Upon uttering these words, Toppo's aura erupted with intensity. The surrounding butterflies and birds scattered as if startled by an arrow. May I vanquish him, Wei Mei? Toppo inquired with a fleeting glance. Certainly, Wei Mei replied nonchalantly. Although Lin Sheng possessed the ability to traverse dimensions, he remained fundamentally human. Even with his connections to the god of destruction and angels of the 7th universe, his intrusion into the 11th universe would absolve Toppo of any blame should he eliminate Lin Sheng. Very well, I shall make my move. With Wei Mei's consent, Toppo's gaze sharpened like the edge of a blade. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear directly above Lin Sheng. "Justice Tornado," he bellowed, as his massive form sought to land upon Lin Sheng's shoulder. "Justice, my foot," Lin Sheng thought, nearly retching at the absurdity of Toppo's attack name. He seized Toppo's colossal heel, spinning in the air before flinging him downward. Just before reaching the ground, Toppo regained his composure, landing on his feet and sliding several meters before stabilizing himself. "Humph, is this all the strength you possess?" Toppo scoffed, subsequently amplifying his energy. This time, his speed intensified. "Since you do not intend to utilize your true power, I shall be compelled to ensure your demise." Lin Sheng possessed deep-set eyes. And unlike Dog Kong and Vegeta, who preferred to gauge their opponent's strength before employing suitable forms to engage in battle, he favored a more direct approach, one of overwhelming force. With a resounding shout, Lin Sheng's energy surged dramatically, enveloped in an ethereal green aura, embodying a simulated Super Saiyan form. What an astonishing presence! As he unleashed this formidable energy, Wei Meta was taken aback. This seemingly ordinary Lin Sheng concealed such immense power? No wonder he could traverse the dimensional blocks. His aura was on par with a fully powered Toppo. Unless Toppo renounced his so-called justice to enter a destructive energy form, he stood no chance against Lin Sheng. "Master Wei Meta, it appears he is not to be underestimated," remarked Caulifla, intrigued, her brows raised. To think that the second lowest-ranked Universe 7 harbors such a formidable human. As Lin Sheng, now fully unleashed, faced the charging Toppo, his gaze sharpened. Whoosh! The terrifying energy coalesced into a powerful current, forcefully repelling Toppo's massive form. "What?" Toppo was startled, feeling the overwhelming energy radiating from Lin Sheng. Before he could react, he was struck by the energy's current and was sent crashing to the ground, creating a small crater, dust swirling around him. Before Toppo could regain his composure, Lin Sheng launched his assault. He dove down, his fist, shrouded in the haunting green energy, aimed squarely at Toppo's chest. "Toppo!" Wei Meta's pupils dilated at the sight. Toppo's strength was indeed comparable to Lin Sheng, yet he had yet to unleash his full potential. In this scenario, should Lin Sheng's fully unleashed energy land a blow, Toppo would likely suffer severe injury, if not worse. Beside them, Caulifla's eyes narrowed slightly, her exquisite features betraying little panic. "Evil beings shall not triumph over justice." Boom! With an explosive roar, the ground surrounding Toppo collapsed instantly. Simultaneously, an equally terrifying presence erupted forth. In the blink of an eye, Toppo's colossal fist collided with Lin Sheng, who was diving downwards with fierce intent. Chapter 28. I have heard enough of your so-called justice. Lin Sheng spoke with an unperturbed demeanor. "Humph! Evil cannot triumph over righteousness. Justice shall never be vanquished." The two swiftly parted ways, and in an instant, they ascended into the skies, engaging in a fervent close-quarters battle. It was hard to believe that within the 7th universe, there existed a human capable of matching the formidable Toppo in combat. Witnessing their intense struggle, Wei Mei was left astounded. If it were any other universe with a slightly higher average combat prowess, he would not have been so taken aback. Yet, the 7th universe ranks second to last among the 12 universes in terms of human fighting capabilities. In contrast, his own 11th universe, though not the top-ranked, lies comfortably within the top 5. The fact that a human from the 7th universe could contend equally with a candidate for the god of destruction from the 11th universe was truly astonishing. "I must say, I hold great admiration for him," remarked the enchanting Maricata, her captivating eyes fixed upon Lin Sheng as he fiercely battled Toppo in the heavens, a smile gracing her lips. Lin, without authorization, ventured from the 7th universe to the 11th universe, and audaciously engaged in combat with Toppo before her and Whis' eyes. This display of courage and audacity greatly impressed her. Were it anyone else, they would likely be fleeing in terror. After all, the god of destruction is the supreme deity of the entire universe. Upon hearing this, Whis retorted with irritation, "Makarita, which side are you truly on?" "This is merely my personal admiration for him. It has nothing to do with allegiance, dear," she replied. In truth, angels do not lean towards either side. As an angel, one must always maintain an absolute stance of neutrality. Whis found himself momentarily at a loss for words, gazing into the heavens above. The battle between Lin Sheng and Toppo escalated with intensity, a beacon of justice illuminating the scene. Toppo extended his fingers, unleashing a barrage of energy orbs from his fingertips, densely enveloping Lin Sheng with a relentless onslaught. Such trifling skills. Lin Sheng cast a fleeting glance, simultaneously employing the prince's combat technique, engaging in a fierce exchange of energy projectiles with Toppo. Boom, boom, boom. As Lin Sheng's energy blasts collided with Toppo's, a series of explosions erupted in the air. The clouds above were dispersed by the shock waves generated from the successive detonations. The fierce battle between the two continued, resulting in a stalemate. Lin Sheng and Toppo were evenly matched, each struggling to gain the upper hand. Strangely, why had his combat power not increased further? As time passed, their confrontation grew more intense, yet Lin Sheng felt no signs of his fighting strength surging. He had reached the pinnacle of the simulated Super Saiyan form. If his power were to rise any higher, he would fully ascend to the Super Saiyan 1 state. At that point, he would undoubtedly overpower Toppo. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite the prolonged struggle, his combat power showed no signs of growth, nor did he sense any indication of a breakthrough into the Super Saiyan 1 form. Anger. In the next moment, a flash of enlightenment struck Lin Sheng. Whether as an ordinary Super Saiyan or one with the bloodline of a legendary Super Saiyan, the transformation into Super Saiyan 1 necessitated entering a state of fury. This was precisely why the power of the legendary Super Saiyan form was so challenging to control. In a state of anger, coupled with a surge of power, mastering that force without losing control was undoubtedly a daunting task. However, once grasped, transformation could occur at will. But how could he incite his anger now? There was nothing to trigger his wrath. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in Lin Sheng's mind. Bang! Just as he was engaged in a fierce battle with Toppo, Lin Sheng inadvertently took a direct punch from Toppo to the face. Lin Sheng plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a substantial crater. It seems that Toppo has the upper hand after all. Witnessing this scene, Wei Mei felt a slight relief. I have stated that justice shall not be vanquished. After landing a solid blow, Toppo proclaimed with righteous fervor. Enough of your incessant talk of justice. It makes me want to retch. A mere second later, Lin Sheng surged up from the earth with ferocious intent. Does he still refuse to concede? Toppo sensed a palpable decline in Lin Sheng's vigor following that last strike. In this light, it was evident that Lin would not pose a challenge. Fist of justice. Radiance of justice. Shattering justice. Justice. As the battle unfolded, Lin Sheng's disadvantages became increasingly pronounced. With the passage of time, he was thoroughly overwhelmed by Toppo. Ultimately, under the weight of Toppo's powerful strikes, Lin Sheng descended like a cannonball from the heavens, embedding himself deeply into the ground. What a remarkable battle. Toppo is on the verge of victory. Wei Mei remarked with a satisfied smile. This is indeed a warrior of the 11th universe, the proud leader of the prideful team. Clearly, Toppo must possess even greater strength. Margarita, too, felt a tinge of regret. Though Lin Sheng's courage is commendable, his strength remains somewhat lacking. Trope, descending from the skies, stood beside Lin Sheng and looked down with an air of superiority, declaring, "Evil shall ultimately be vanquished. As long as the proud battle team endures, we shall not allow the 11th universe to harbor evil. As one who embodies malevolence, your journey ends here." Trope's expression was frigid as he extended his fingers, a yellow energy orb coalescing at his fingertips. "Old fool, did you enjoy the earlier skirmish? I have grown weary of your incessant proclamations of righteousness." As Lin Sheng's low voice resonated, a terrifying aura, far surpassing that of Trope, suddenly erupted. Chapter 29. The might of the fist is true justice. What is happening? What is this overwhelming aura? As Lin Sheng unleashed his violent energy, Wei Mei's eyes widened in astonishment. The very space around them began to tremble at the emergence of Lin Sheng's ferocity. Even the seemingly indestructible planet beneath their feet began to quiver ever so slightly. How could this be? He was clearly. Trope, now filled with dread, stumbled back a few steps. This aura had completely transcended him. Despite having grievously wounded Lin Sheng moments ago, why had he suddenly erupted with such formidable power? This is becoming increasingly intriguing, my dear. Lin Sheng's suddenly surging aura once again piqued Margarita's interest. This man seems to possess depths beyond mere appearances. With a resounding roar that echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, the ground around Lin Sheng began to fracture inch by inch. The escalating energy transformed into an ethereal green flame, enveloping his entire being. Above, a colossal dark cloud drifted in, obscuring the sun. Thunder rumbled as lightning danced wildly within the cloud, intermittently striking the ground with tremendous force, creating deep craters. The atmosphere was charged with a tempestuous energy. Toppo, in astonishment, gazed at this spectacle. What was happening? How could he suddenly unleash such a formidable aura? The bewilderment left Wei Mei utterly perplexed. The energy emanating from Lin Sheng is exceedingly tumultuous, making it exceedingly difficult to control. A moment of carelessness could lead to a loss of control, plunging him into a state of frenzy. Could it be that Lin Sheng has transcended his limits? It seems that Lin Sheng belongs to a race capable of transformation to enhance their power, speculated the gentle Makalita. Yet, she too was uncertain. After all, the 11th universe does not harbor Saiyans, and she had never encountered such a race before. The aura surrounding Lin Sheng surged with an intensity that was almost palpable. Amidst the tempestuous, emerald-green flames that danced in the wind, his hair subtly hinted at an impending transformation to a golden hue. His pupils gradually faded into nothingness. Suddenly, a deafening crack echoed as a bolt of lightning, measuring 100 meters in width, descended from the heavens, striking the ground and creating a colossal crater. With a final, resounding roar, Lin Sheng's voice reverberated through the air once more. Lin Sheng's hair, which had been shifting between shades of golden yellow and black, had now transformed entirely into a luminous golden hue with ethereal green flames. The golden locks, complemented by his eyebrows, radiated a ferocious aura, embodying the essence of the transcendent bloodline known as Super Saiyan. Once the surge of energy subsided, Lin Sheng tilted his head, and his eyes, devoid of pupils and only featuring the whites, suddenly darted towards Toppo. In that fleeting glance, an overwhelming sense of dread surged forth. Had he transformed? Toppo's expression turned grave. In the next moment, Lin Sheng's previously pupilless eyes vividly manifested a pair of green irises. He had successfully harnessed the tumultuous power. It seemed that Toppo was destined to face defeat. Observing Lin Sheng in his Super Saiyan form, Wei Mei felt the weight of the situation. Lin Sheng's strength had now vastly eclipsed that of Toppo, unless he forsook justice in favor of destructive energy. Perhaps it was indeed time to abandon the notion of righteousness. Contemplating this, Wei Mei opted to remain an onlooker. Just as Lin Sheng had articulated, she too felt a twinge of aversion towards Toppo's incessant proclamations of justice. The god of destruction requires no such virtue, for within a universe, the god of destruction embodies the ultimate truth. How magnificent, indeed! Margarita smiled gently, her enchanting eyes resting upon Lin Sheng. She could not help but acknowledge that this form of Lin Sheng exuded far more dominance than before. I am grateful for your contribution to my transformation. In return, I have decided to deliver a thorough thrashing, he mused, feeling the immense power surging within him. Lin Sheng found himself entranced. The Transcendent Bloodline's Super Saiyan form was significantly more formidable than the mimetic Super Saiyan state. Though this power was wild, Lin Sheng still managed to exert some control over it. However, should it continue to escalate, it could become perilous. As Lin Sheng's chilling words echoed, his figure instantly vanished from sight. At the moment of his disappearance, Toppo's pupils constricted sharply, and then poof, Lin Sheng, with a fist enveloped in a ghostly green aura, forcefully struck the belly of Toppo. Despite Toppo's formidable presence, he was still sent flying by Lin Sheng's blow. In an instant, Lin pursued relentlessly, landing a powerful punch squarely upon Toppo's face. Boom! A ki blast followed closely, detonating upon Toppo's body, inflicting severe injuries. Justice? Allow me to enlighten you on the true essence of justice. Lin struck Toppo with powerful punches, each blow resonating with the affirmation that sheer strength embodies true justice, in stark contrast to your hollow proclamations of righteousness. Bang! 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 Lin Sheng directly entered a mode of overwhelming dominance, leaving Toppo utterly defenseless against his relentless assault. Toppo, do you still wish to persist? Observing Toppo being mercilessly pummeled by Lin Sheng, Wei Mei remarked in a low voice, Toppo possesses many admirable qualities, yet he is burdened by an unwavering sense of justice. If he could cast aside the notion of righteousness, it would undoubtedly serve him well. However, as long as he clings to this ideal, he shall never evolve into a true harbinger of destruction. Bang! 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 Under Lin Sheng's unyielding onslaught, Toppo soon bore the marks of numerous injuries. Bang! Lin Sheng struck once more, sending Toppo crashing to the ground. Where has the justice you speak of gone? Is not justice supposed to be unassailable? In my eyes, your notion of justice is utterly worthless. Lin Sheng gazed coldly at the motionless Toppo on the ground, his voice laced with sarcasm. I shall never allow you to insult justice. How could someone like you ever comprehend it? Toppo's furious voice erupted, followed by an inexplicable aura radiating from his being. Chapter 30. The Turn of Events. Lin Sheng and Makalita's journey through. As the words fell, Toppo, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly rose to his feet. An enigmatic energy surged around him, distinct from ordinary or destructive energies. Although Lin Sheng could not perceive Toppo's essence, he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Divine realm, Wei Mei murmured. Toppo has transcended his aura into divine energy. Yet, it is unlikely that he can rival Lin Sheng. Even though Trope had elevated his essence to divine energy, ordinary individuals could not sense it. However, this enhancement paled in comparison to destructive energy. At this level, Trope might still fall short against Lin Sheng in his Super Saiyan form. Let us hope he comes to understand this, Wei Mei reflected, well aware of the reality. After transforming into Super Saiyan, Lin Sheng's power had undergone a qualitative leap. Thus, to defeat Lin Sheng, Trope would need to abandon justice and fully embrace the path of destruction. How could a malevolent being like you ever grasp the concept of justice? Trope's eyes blazed with fury. Justice shall never perish. In the next moment, fueled by a tempest of rage and righteousness, Trope raised his colossal fist, charging forth with fervor. Behold, I shall vanquish you with a single blow. With a surge of fury, Lin Sheng was enveloped once more by a swirling aura of deep green energy. Undaunted, he advanced boldly. In that moment, the atmosphere crackled with tumult, lightning flashing ominously. In the next instant, within the gaze of Wei Mei and Makalita, Lin Sheng and Toppo clashed as if two celestial bodies were colliding. The sound echoed crack, crack. As their fists met, the very fabric of space shattered like fragile glass, splintering inch by inch. How? At the moment of this spatial rupture, an inexplicable force emanated from Lin Sheng's being, causing him, despite his prior advantage, to falter against Toppo, resulting in his being forcefully repelled. The direction of his retreat led him straight into the abyss of the shattered space, which was shrouded in darkness. Its destination unknown. Stop. Realizing the peril, Lin Sheng's pupils constricted in alarm. He attempted to exert control over his body. Yet it seemed to possess a will of its own, plunging him into the void in the blink of an eye. At that very moment, behind Makalita, the space too began to fracture, an unseen force pulling her inexorably toward the rift. Makalita had scarcely a heartbeat to react before the powerful suction of the broken space enveloped her. Makalita, witnessing this harrowing scene, Wei Mei and Toppo shouted in unison. Wei Mei desperately attempted to retrieve Makalita, but time was not on his side. As Makalita succumbed to the fractured realm, the space around them swiftly began to mend itself. Moments later, the previously shattered void had completely restored itself. The meadow lay in disarray, pockmarked by the remnants of Lin Sheng and Toppo's fierce battle. Yet, in this instant, upon the Wei Mei planet, only Wei Mei and Toppo remained. Lin Sheng and Margarita were engulfed by the shattered space. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing back the delightful thoughts. Margarita. How could this happen? How am I to explain this to the high priest? Lin Sheng felt utterly disoriented in the wind. He had lost Margarita. How could he face the high priest? The individual had arranged for an angel to guide him, and now he had misplaced that angel. Should he tell the high priest that Margarita had been absorbed by the fractured space? Even he would find that hard to believe. What formidable power angels possess. A mere shattered space could not possibly harm an angel. This was a monumental disaster. On the other side, after Lin Sheng and Margarita fell into the fractured space, amidst the endless darkness, Lin Sheng could only feel his body plummeting. He had attempted to employ the art of flight to halt his descent, but he could not even muster that skill, surrendering himself to the free fall. He lost track of time as he fell through the shattered space, until suddenly, a beam of light struck him. With a thud, Lin Sheng landed on a rooftop. Shortly thereafter, Margarita, who had also fallen into the fractured space, landed beside him. The two sat on the ground, bewildered, gazing at Margarita, who had tumbled down not far from him. Margarita looked just as perplexed, equally unsure of how the situation had come to this. What is happening? She wondered. After a brief moment, Margarita regained her composure and asked, You ask me. But who shall I ask? Lin Sheng questioned, equally bewildered, why he and Margarita had fallen in while Wei Mei and Toppo had not. Moreover, what was this place? Aren't you an angel? Use your staff to discern where we are. Upon hearing Lin Sheng's words, Margarita suddenly recollected herself. She hastily grasped her staff and, peering into the black gem atop it, was utterly confounded. This world bore no destroyer or angels. At this revelation, Lin Sheng slowly rose, contemplating. We may have plunged into a parallel dimension. Since there are neither destroyers nor angels, the only explanation is, this is a parallel universe. He then turned and gazed into the distance. Before him lay a city, ravaged and in utter disarray. This marks the beginning of the tale of the protagonist and Margarita. Dear readers, might I entice you to offer a few flowers? The flowers are woefully scarce. I humbly seek your generosity. Chapter 31. Are you a false angel? This city was a site of devastation, with numerous surviving humans cowering in corners, trembling in fear. Shortly thereafter, several presences entered Lin Sheng's perception. Super 17, Sun Wukong, Vegeta. So, this is the G dimension? Upon sensing these auras, Lin Sheng promptly understood that he and Margarita had traversed into the G dimension through a fractured space. How then could he return to the main dimension? Were he and Margarita to be eternally ensnared in the G dimension? Such a fate would be exceedingly dull. Host, you may return to the main dimension by defeating Super Saiyan Shenron. Just as Lin Sheng pondered this conundrum, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. What the? The system's appearance at this moment raises my suspicions. System, are you the one behind our traversal to the G dimension? In his heart, Lin Sheng questioned. How on earth did he and Makalita suddenly fall into the shattered space and arrive in the G dimension? It was indeed suspicious. The system did not deny this. 1,000 expletives raced through Lin Sheng's mind. He had a phrase that he was unsure whether to utter or not. It was one thing to bring him to the G dimension, but why drag Makalita along as well? No wonder he had suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of power within him, leading to his defeat by Toppo and ultimately his descent into the shattered space. It turned out that the system was up to mischief. Not only had the system transported him across dimensions, but it had also brought along an angel. This left Lin Sheng utterly bewildered. Host, you understand, the system cryptically remarked. Lin Sheng? I understand your frustration. Indeed, he comprehends nothing at all. Host, this system has painstakingly endeavored to provide you with an opportunity to be alone with Makalita. Should you not feel delighted? Lin Sheng. Indeed. Lin Sheng is quite elated, immensely so. Does this insidious system truly believe that being an angel, Makalita, is so easily won over? Nevertheless, having traversed into the G dimension with Makalita by his side does not seem too shabby. At least it alleviates the tedium. After all, Makalita possesses a captivating allure. And that is quite sufficient. Lin Sheng, can we return? Upon noticing Lin Sheng's silence, Makalita broke the stillness with her voice. It is possible, but not at this moment. Lin Sheng replied. Hearing this, Makalita's beautiful eyes sparkled. Then can you take me back? As an angel, she is strictly prohibited from engaging with matters pertaining to time or dimensional travel, for such actions could potentially disrupt the future or other timelines. Furthermore, now that she has crossed into the G dimension, Makalita cannot return on her own. Thus, to return to the primary dimension, she must rely on Lin Sheng. Regardless of how long it takes, as long as she can return to the primary dimension, it suffices, whether it be 1,000 years or 10,000 years. For an angel's infinitely long existence, it is merely a fleeting moment. You wish for me to take you back? Lin Sheng turned to gaze at Makalita and inquired. Indeed. Dear, Makalita affirmed with a gentle nod, adding, if you can bring me back, I shall grant you a wish, dear. Makalita is well aware of the intricacies of human relations. Lin Sheng assisted her, and naturally, she felt compelled to repay this kindness. A wish. Lin Sheng feigned surprise and asked, is any wish permissible? Indeed, any wish is possible, replied Makalita with a nod. As an angel, fulfilling Lin Sheng's desire should be quite simple. From her observations of him, she surmised that his wish might merely be to gain strength, a request she could easily accommodate. Is that true? Then I wish for a wife. Is that acceptable? Lin Sheng asserted earnestly. Makalita responded. What kind of wish is that? Lin Sheng's desire completely took her by surprise. She had assumed that Lin Sheng merely wished to grow stronger. Who would have thought he actually desired a wife? Margarita, feeling both awkward yet polite, responded with a smile, Lin Sheng, perhaps you should consider another option. I cannot transform a living person, and even if I could conjure a wife, she would lack genuine emotions. That hardly seems worthwhile, does it? Lin Sheng feigned a headache, pondering for a moment before inquiring. Is eternal life truly attainable? Margarita found herself momentarily speechless. What kind of wish was this? The cycle of human life is governed by the laws of the universe. Even a destroyer deity does not possess eternal life, save for angels. Yet, she could not transform Lin Sheng into an angel. If it were to be realized, there existed a method, returning to the main universe to collect the Super Dragon Balls and make a wish to the Eternal Dragon. However, the Super Dragon Balls are scattered across the 6th and 7th universes. Her endeavor to gather them would undoubtedly raise suspicions from the destroyers and angels of those realms. Perhaps you should consider a different wish, dear, Margarita suggested awkwardly. What is this? You claim that any wish can be fulfilled, yet it seems none can be realized. Are you truly an angel? Lin Sheng sneered. Margarita, can you truly blame me? Just look at the wishes you propose. Are they even attainable by an angel? Margarita felt an overwhelming urge to scream. Why couldn't he simply voice a wish within the realm of possibility? For instance, to become stronger. Since you cannot transform into my wife or grant me eternal life, why not just become my wife instead? Chapter 32. Grade A card, energy absorption. Makarita was momentarily taken aback, a blush instantly gracing her cheeks. Lin Sheng, are you joking? She stammered, flustered. Perhaps we should consider the wish for eternal life instead? Makarita was becoming increasingly unsettled. How could this person's wishes become more outrageous by the moment? First, he wished for a wife, and now he was asking her to be his wife? Was this even a reasonable request? Moreover, the notion of being someone's wife had never crossed her mind. Historically, there had never been a precedent for angels marrying mortals. Chuckling at Makarita's bashful expression, Lin Sheng couldn't help but find amusement in her reaction. He was merely teasing her, never expecting that this naive angel would take him seriously. All right. I won't jest any longer. Lin waved his hand and said, since you are unable to fulfill the first two wishes, let's leave them pending for now. I shall revisit them when I have given it more thought. At this, Margarita breathed a sigh of relief. Very well, we shall leave them pending. Do let me know when you have made up your mind, dear. She then gazed towards the distant sky, where it appeared that a scuffle was unfolding. Shall we go take a look, darling? Yes, let us go and see. Lin Sheng nodded slightly. Now that they had arrived in the G dimension, it was only natural to take a look around. Perhaps they might even stumble upon a card or two. In an instant, the two figures vanished from their original location, reappearing on the battlefield between Super 17 and Sun Wukong. The ground was strewn with several individuals, all of whom were Z fighters from Earth. Vegeta had already fallen, with only Sun Wukong having returned from the underworld, fiercely battling Super 17. In this G dimension, Vegeta had trimmed his hair slightly and grown a beard, adding a touch more masculinity to his appearance. Uncle Vegeta, look, when did those two arrive? At that moment, Son Gohan, lying on the ground to regain his strength, suddenly noticed Lin Sheng and Makarita hovering in the air. Vegeta exclaimed, his gaze sharpening as his pupils constricted. When did these two show up? After years of combat. Vegeta's attention to detail was extraordinarily keen. Yet, he had not sensed Lin Sheng and Makarita's arrival at all. More importantly, he was unable to perceive any aura emanating from either of them. However, given their ability to fly, it was evident that they were far from ordinary beings. This indicated that their strength vastly exceeded his comprehension. In the sky above, Lin and Margarita are observing the fierce battle between Sun Wukong and Super 17. At this moment, Sun Wukong has been transformed back to his childhood form by the dragon. He is currently engaged in an intense combat with Super 17 in his Super Saiyan state. However, due to Super 17's energy absorption device, even the Super Saiyan 3 form of Sun Wukong proves to be no match for Super 17. Ding! Just then, a melodious and crisp sound reached Lin Sheng's ears. It was the sound of a card falling. Sure enough, a notification chimed, detected an A-grade card has dropped nearby. Would you like to pick it up? As the system's voice faded, Lin Sheng abruptly raised his head to behold a brilliant orange light emanating from Super 17, who was engaged in fierce combat with Sun Wukong. The orange glow shone as brightly as the sun. How remarkable to find an A-grade card upon arrival. It seems this journey through the G timeline is turning out to be quite promising. Lin Sheng smiled contentedly as he picked up the notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an A-grade card, energy absorption. Would you like to absorb it? Energy absorption? Quite remarkable. Lin Sheng exclaimed with surprise. Although energy absorption is a passive skill, its power is indisputable. If Super 17 did not possess this energy absorption device, he would never stand a chance against Super Saiyan 4 Goku. It is precisely due to the energy absorption mechanism that he can continuously draw energy from Goku, even absorbing Goku's tenfold Kamehameha. This enables Super 17 to overpower Super Saiyan 4 Goku. This skill varies with strength. The greater the power, the more energy can be absorbed. Consequently, in battle, Lin Sheng's combat prowess would likely become even more formidable. Just imagine, in combat, if the opponent uses an energy attack, that energy can be absorbed and converted into one's own. This is truly terrifying. As Lin Sheng's words echoed, a warm current flowed through his body, indicating that energy absorption was ready. Suddenly, Lin Sheng looked up and saw Goku being struck down from the sky by Super 17, ultimately crashing into the sea. When Goku surged from the depths, he transformed from his youthful form into that of an adult, sporting long black hair, clad in red attire, his muscular chest exposed. His yellow-black eyes gleamed with a sharpness akin to a blade, complemented by his resolute expression, exuding unparalleled dominance. An aura that overshadowed Super 17 erupted forth, causing the sea to churn violently, generating towering waves that reached hundreds of meters before crashing down with tremendous force. This form was indeed Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Chapter 33. The Battle of Super Saiyan 4 against Super 17. Who are you? Dr. Mew, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Super Saiyan 4 Goku. I am Super Saiyan 4 Goku, Goku declared confidently, looking down at Super 17. You are indeed formidable. But you will never defeat Super Saiyan 4. Prepare to perish. With that, Goku extended his hand, rapidly condensing an energy blast that hurtled towards Super 17 below. Super 17 made no attempt to evade. Rather, he charged forward to meet Goku's energy blast head-on. Boom. The energy blast exploded upon contact with Super 17. Yet all the energy contained within was entirely absorbed by him. Bang, bang, bang. Super Saiyan 4 Goku unleashed a flurry of energy blasts and Kamehameha waves upon Super 17. Unfazed, Super 17 spread his arms wide, allowing Goku's energy attacks to collide against him. Under the relentless barrage, Super 17's power continued to surge. This fool cannot possibly defeat Super 17 like this. Lin Sheng shook his head in exasperation. Wasn't Goku supposed to be clever in this Super Saiyan 4 form? How could he not perceive this crucial detail? Indeed, he is absorbing his energy, Makalita chimed in. Having made the same observation that Super 17 was siphoning energy from Goku's attacks. What? On the ground, Vegeta's sharp ears caught wind of Lin Sheng and Makalita's conversation, jolting him into realization. How could they discern a detail unnoticed by both him and Goku? Who were they? No wonder Super 17's power was escalating. It all made sense. Vegeta clenched his teeth in anger, deeming this tactic utterly despicable. He could not afford to dwell on Lin Sheng and Makalita. His immediate priority was to defeat Super 17. If Goku were to fall, Super 17 would annihilate all of humanity on Earth. From earlier until now, he could distinctly sense Super 17's power soaring. Yet he never anticipated that Super 17 was actually absorbing their energy. While Super Saiyan 4 Goku was indeed powerful, should Super 17 continue to absorb energy unabated? It wouldn't be long before he surpassed Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Kakarot, you fool. Super 17 can absorb energy, cease all energy attacks. He will only grow stronger. Vegeta suddenly stood and shouted at Goku. What? The realization struck Goku as he listened to Vegeta's warning. He finally understood why Super 17 never evaded his attacks. He could absorb energy. All of Goku's previous assaults had merely been augmenting Super 17's strength. When Super 17's secret was unveiled, he had already become near invincible. Meanwhile, Dr. Mew chuckled ominously. It is far too late to discover Super 17's secret now. With a flick of his long hair, Super 17 flashed a wicked smile at Goku. Not going to fight anymore? Then it's my turn. As Goku halted his energy blasts, Super 17 suddenly lunged forward. Whoa. In the blink of an eye, he delivered a powerful punch to Goku's abdomen, causing Goku's pupils to bulge in shock. He plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Super 17 smirked coldly as he pursued Goku, unleashing a relentless onslaught. Super Saiyan 4 Goku began to retaliate. Yet after Super 17 absorbed Goku's energy, his strength had subtly eclipsed that of Super Saiyan 4 Goku. In the fierce clash, Super 17 maintained an overwhelming advantage. Within a mere minute, Super Saiyan 4 Goku endured over 10 crushing blows from Super 17, leading to a gradual decline in his condition. Eventually, Goku resorted to instant transmission, only to be countered by Super 17 in an instant. Bang! As Goku reappeared from instant transmission, Super 17 swiftly pivoted, delivering a powerful kick that sent Goku hurtling back dozens of meters. Staring incredulously at Super 17, Goku exclaimed, "How did you know my position after instant transmission?" Instant transmission is a technique that senses energy and teleports accordingly. In the entire Dragon Ball universe, Goku was virtually the only one capable of this technique. Super 17, brushing his long bangs aside, stated flatly, "It's simple. After you instant transmission, the surrounding air creates subtle fluctuations. By sensing these air disturbances, I can pinpoint your location." What? Goku could hardly believe it. He attempted the technique several more times, only to have Super 17 accurately detect his position each time. Ding! Just then, a melodious sound rang in Lin Sheng's ears. Chapter 34. Tenfold Kamehameha Ding. Detected a B-class card has dropped nearby the host. Would you like to pick it up? Continuous arrival? Lin Sheng raised his eyebrows, for he beheld a radiant purple glow emanating from the Super Saiyan 4 Goku. The purple light signified a B-grade card. It perplexed Lin Sheng that the Super Saiyan 4 Goku yielded only a B-grade card, especially since the Super 17 had dropped an A-grade card moments before. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of contentment. After all, to receive 2 cards in a single day was a gratifying fortune. One should find joy in contentment. He proceeded to collect the card. Lin Sheng promptly exclaimed, "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a B-class card. Instant teleportation. Do you wish to absorb it?" Absorb. Immediately. The card transformed into a stream of information that surged into Lin Sheng's mind. This contained techniques and methods for the execution of instant teleportation. Instant teleportation, quite impressive. Lin smiled. Although teleportation is not an offensive skill, it is far superior to traversing blocks when it comes to travel. Overall, it is a highly practical technique. As Lin Sheng absorbed the card, under the fierce assault of Super 17, Super Saiyan 4 Goku was gradually pushed back. Goku. Cease your futile struggles and accept your demise. Dr. Mew proclaimed with a smirk, observing the overwhelming advantage of Super 17. Damn it. Vegeta slammed his fist into the ground. Unwilling to accept defeat. Kakarot, you must not lose. If even you cannot defeat Super 17, what hope do we have? Beside him, Gohan, now a father. And the grown-up Goten wore expressions of deep frustration. On Earth, their families and friends were at stake, which was the very reason they had fought so fiercely to protect it for so long. Grandpa, you can do it, shouted Xiao Fang, cupping her hands around her mouth. Her voice filled with unwavering belief in Goku. Hearing the chorus of voices, Super Saiyan 4 Goku gritted his teeth, and his gaze sharpened. A glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. You can absorb energy, can you? Then let's see you try to absorb this. He realized that if the battle continued as it was, defeat against Super 17 was inevitable. After the recent energy absorption, Super 17's power had already surpassed his own. Thus, to triumph, he had but one option, to unleash an overwhelming amount of energy to obliterate Super 17. Goku understood that while absorption was possible, it had its limits. Super 17 raised an eyebrow, extending his arms. He had no reason to refuse Goku's offer of energy. 10 times. Goku placed his hands at his waist. A brilliant white energy rapidly coalescing. The gathering speed of the tenfold Kamehameha was astonishing. Within mere seconds, a powerful energy wave emanated from Goku, one that sent a shiver of fear through Super 17. Come on. Super 17's eyes widened, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. At the moment the tenfold Kamehameha was fully charged, it radiated a blinding white light. As Goku uttered the final word, the colossal Kamehameha, trailing a long energy tail, surged directly towards Super 17. At that moment, all eyes were on them. Grandpa, defeat this villain. Kakarot. Dad. Super 17. Feeling the terrifying energy pulsating from Goku's tenfold Kamehameha, Dr. Mew felt a pang of panic. He could no longer guarantee that Super 17 would withstand Goku's attack. If the energy was too much to absorb, Super 17 would meet his end in a catastrophic explosion. At that instant, the tension was palpable. In the blink of an eye, the tenfold Kamehameha descended. Boom. Upon striking Super 17, the attack unleashed a massive explosion of energy. The surrounding forest was engulfed in the pure white energy of the Kamehameha, reduced to nothingness in its wake. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, reaching tens of thousands of meters high, resembling a mushroom perched upon the earth, an awe-inspiring sight. The mushroom cloud symbolized immense destructive power. Minutes passed before the remnants of the explosion began to dissipate. Is it over? Super Saiyan 4 Goku hovered in the air, gasping for breath. Having expended a significant amount of energy with that last Kamehameha, if that did not suffice to defeat Super 17, he would truly be at a loss. His gaze remained fixed on the site where Super 17 had been, now marked by a vast crater left by the explosion. Super 17. Dr. Mew also floated in the air, trembling slightly. He, too, was uncertain whether Super 17 had survived the tenfold Kamehameha. Surviving would mean a surge in power, conversely. It could lead to complete obliteration. At that moment, Lin Sheng's lips curled into a smirk. As the dust settled, a figure slowly emerged from the haze. Upon seeing that tall silhouette, Goku's pupils constricted in shock. Chapter 35. Goku's self-detonation for that figure was none other than Super 17. Super 17 maintained his outstretched arms, his eyes wide and a manic excitement etched across his face. He had withstood Goku's tenfold Kamehameha and successfully absorbed its energy, converting it into his own power. At this moment, after absorbing the tenfold Kamehameha, Super 17's strength surged once more. Super 17, I knew you'd be fine. Doctor, Mew exclaimed, his previously anxious heart now at ease, dancing with excitement. With this development, Goku could no longer hope to match Super 17's might. Kakarot, Upon witnessing Super 17 emerge unscathed, Vegeta and the others descended into despair. If Goku's tenfold Kamehameha in Super Saiyan 4 form could not vanquish Super 17, then who could? Was this truly the end of the earth? Kakarot, I shall gladly accept your energy. Super 17 sneered wickedly, then vanished in an instant. Poof. Goku barely had time to react before Super 17's fist struck him squarely in the face, sending him crashing to the ground like a meteor, leaving a massive crater in his wake. Dust billowed around him. The sheer force was intoxicating. Feeling the immense power surging within him, Super 17 wore a look of rapture. Yes, after absorbing Goku's tenfold Kamehameha, his strength had ascended to an entirely new level. It appears that Goku is destined to lose, remarked Margarita, who had been closely observing the battle between Goku and Super 17. His defeat is an inevitable outcome, Lin Sheng remarked. If Sun Wukong had engaged Super 17 in close combat upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he might have stood a chance of victory. However, at this moment, Sun Wukong can no longer contend with Super 17. On the ground, Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong lay amidst the rubble, his gaze dark and brooding as he stared at Super 17 hovering above. This predicament was indeed vexing. The current Super 17 had become a source of significant distress for Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong. In hand-to-hand combat, he found himself outmatched, and employing techniques such as the Kamehameha or Energy Blast would only serve to bolster Super 17's strength. Sun Wukong, it's time for you to descend into hell, Super 17 declared, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. With both hands extended, a swirling orb of black energy began to coalesce in his palms, surrounded by flickering violet lightning. He, Sun Wukong, prepare for your defeat. As victory loomed near, Dr. Mew displayed a triumphant grin, commanding, Super 17, eliminate Sun Wukong. Super 17 cast a disinterested glance at Dr. Mew, irritation flickering in his eyes. Despite Dr. Mew's incessant directives, Super 17 found himself growing weary of his meddling. His power was immense. He had no intention of being manipulated by Dr. Mew. Yet, he chose to bide his time, planning to deal with Dr. Mew after vanquishing Sun Wukong. Sensing the malice in Super 17's gaze, Dr. Mew stumbled back in fear. Ignoring the scientist, Super 17 refocused on Sun Wukong, his ultimate technique fully charged. Sun Wukong perish? The murderous intent surged within Super 17's eyes as he thrust the black energy orb towards Sun Wukong. What an opportune moment. As Super 17 unleashed the energy orb, Sun Wukong seized the chance. He placed 2 fingers to his forehead and executed instant transmission, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he had positioned himself behind Super 17, wrapping his arms tightly around him. Sun Wukong, let go of me. Super 17 struggled desperately, attempting to break free. But Sun Wukong's grip was unyielding. Dr. Mew stroked his beard, intrigued. Sun Wukong, I didn't realize you possessed such strength. Disregarding Dr. Mew, Sun Wukong focused intently on Super 17. You fool. With that loud noise you made, the disturbance from my instant transmission must have been beyond your perception. Regardless of your prowess. Now, you can neither use your fists nor energy blasts. In response, Dr. Mew scoffed. Ha, you are the fool. This means you cannot attack either. Just as he spoke, realization struck Dr. Mew. Wait, are you suggesting self-destruction? Self-destruction? Perhaps that is indeed my intention, Sun Wukong replied. Let go of me. You can't touch me. Super 17 thrashed violently, unwilling to accompany Sun Wukong into the abyss. You think I desire to touch you? This is the only option I can conceive. A resolute glimmer ignited in Sun Wukong's eyes. I intend to unleash the full magnitude of my energy upon you. In the following moments, amidst Dr. Mew's horrified gaze, energy from the very fabric of the universe began to converge upon Sun Wukong and Super 17. Within mere seconds, Sun Wukong ignited an explosion of energy, the radiance eclipsing even the sunlight. The next instant, boom. Chapter 36, The One Who Will Kill You Super 17. The blinding luminescence of the energy explosion illuminated Dr. Mew's eyes, causing beads of cold sweat to bead upon his forehead. The energy unleashed by Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong's self-detonation far surpassed the power of the tenfold Kamehameha he had previously unleashed. The energy storm ravaged the area, extending for miles around. Kakarot. As he beheld the radiant energy light and the terrifying waves of power, Vegeta's pupils widened in shock. Dad, Grandpa, Gohan, Goten, and Pan knelt on the ground, faces etched with despair, utterly powerless. Sun Wukong has sacrificed himself, perishing alongside Super 17. A futile endeavor, Lin Sheng mused, shaking his head as he observed the chaotic energy tempest. Had he self-destructed before Super 17 absorbed the tenfold Kamehameha, perhaps the outcome would have been different. But now, even in self-detonation, Sun Wukong cannot obliterate Super 17. What? Vegeta stared in disbelief at Lin Sheng as he processed the implications of his words. As time passed, the energy storm gradually subsided. When the tempest finally calmed, a massive crater stretched toward the sea, water continually flowing into the void. In the sky, the figures of Super 17 and Sun Wukong had vanished without a trace. Lin shifted his gaze downward, where he beheld Sun Wukong lying motionless by the seaside. His eyes tightly shut. He had reverted to his original form, his body marred with wounds, and his shirt was tattered beyond recognition. In stark contrast, the formidable Super 17 was nowhere to be seen. Vegeta and the others stared intently in that direction, while Dr. Mu was drenched in sweat, clearly exhibiting signs of anxiety. Super 17 has arrived, my dear, echoed Margarita's voice, and moments later, a tall figure abruptly materialized before their eyes. Upon witnessing this apparition, despair engulfed Vegeta and his companions, for it was none other than Super 17 himself. He had not perished in Sun Wukong's self-detonation. At this moment, Super 17 appeared somewhat disheveled. Gazing down at the inert Sun Wukong on the beach, he sneered. Sun Wukong, did you think your self-destruction would take me down with you? The instant you detonated, I activated my shield, nullifying the majority of your explosive energy. In the end, your demise was in vain. Seeing that Super 17 was unharmed, Dr. Mu felt a slight relief wash over him. Super 17, you truly frightened me. It seems that his plan for vengeance against Sun Wukong is destined to succeed after all. It appears that I must take matters into my own hands. Lin let out a soft sigh and shook his head. He could not permit Super 17 to eliminate Sun Wukong and the others. At present, he needed to vanquish Omega Shenron in order to return to the primary timeline. If Sun Wukong and the others perished, who would seek the Dragon Balls? This would ultimately lead to the excessive usage of the Dragon Balls, resulting in the emergence of negative energy. It was precisely this overuse that gave rise to the 7 malevolent dragons, including Omega Shenron. Lin Sheng's figure flickered and appeared before Super 17. Upon witnessing Lin Sheng's sudden emergence, Vegeta's eyes widened in surprise. Who is this individual, and what is his intent? Although he could not sense Lin Sheng's energy, he did not believe that Lin Sheng stood a chance against Super 17. After all, even the mighty Super Saiyan 4 Goku had fallen to this formidable opponent, leaving little hope for anyone else. Hey, come back. You are no match for him. Gohan shouted urgently to Lin Sheng. Confronting Super 17 was their responsibility. Gohan was reluctant to allow an unknown and potentially dangerous ally to become entangled in their perilous struggle, especially since it was evident that Super 17 was targeting them. Even if Goku had been defeated, they would fight with every ounce of strength to protect the Earth. Gohan, Kakarot may have fallen, but we have yet to succumb, Vegeta declared resolutely as he rose to his feet. In the past, he had fought alone without any attachments. But now he had a family to defend. He was determined to protect that family, even at the cost of his own life. Indeed, Gohan nodded emphatically, rising alongside him. Soon, Goten and Trunks also stood up, ready to join the fray. With a powerful shout, the four transformed into Super Saiyans. During the ongoing battle between Goku and Super 17, they had managed to regain some of their strength, just as they prepared to confront Super 17. The previously suspended Margarita descended from the sky. Do not worry, dear ones, Margarita said casually, glancing at Vegeta and the others. Lin Sheng can handle this. Who exactly are you? Vegeta questioned, his gaze fixed warily on Margarita. Despite her seemingly amiable demeanor and gentle smile, he sensed an inexplicable danger emanating from her. Margarita offered a subtle smile, choosing not to respond to Vegeta's inquiry. Where did this boy come from? Dr. Mu pondered aloud, stroking his beard as he observed Lin Sheng confronting Super 17 in the sky, perplexed by the unfolding events. Who are you? Super 17 directed a hostile gaze at Lin Sheng, his tone dripping with menace. Lin Sheng curled the corners of his lips, his voice faint as he uttered, "The one who will kill you." Chapter 37. The world is not quite suitable for you. Haha. Listening to Lin Sheng's arrogant and audacious words, Dr. Miao could not help but let out a derisive laugh. Are you here to court death? Even Sun Wukong was no match for Super 17. What do you think you are? Dr. Miao scoffed, yet he felt a tinge of sympathy for Lin Sheng. Was this fellow not seeking his own demise? Even Sun Wukong had been defeated by Super 17, and instead of fleeing, he had the audacity to seek his end. Seeking death? Lin Sheng smiled and remarked, I suspect your hearing leaves much to be desired. I am here to guide you on your journey. Have you yet to grasp the situation? Have you not witnessed the extraordinary prowess of my Super 17? How ignorant you must be to utter such words. Dr. Miao, brimming with confidence, declared, in my perspective, Lin Sheng's actions are nothing short of self-destruction. Ignorance? You ought to consider yourself fortunate for your ignorance. Were you to comprehend the extent of my power, despair would surely envelop you. Lin Sheng spoke softly, yet his tone exuded an undeniable confidence, a testament to his belief in his own strength. The current Super Saiyan 4 Goku should possess power akin to that of a Super Saiyan God, right? Therefore, Super Android 17, while slightly stronger than a Super Saiyan God, pales in comparison to Super Saiyan Blue. Such a disparity in power would surely lead to a swift defeat for him. Humph, such audacity. Dr. Mu scoffed dismissively, raising a finger and commanding, Super Android 17, eliminate him. Super Android 17 cast a cold glance at Lin Sheng, having already triumphed over Super Saiyan 4 Goku. How could he possibly be concerned about a mere Lin Sheng, whom he had never encountered? A foolish individual. Super Android 17 nonchalantly shot Lin Sheng a fleeting glance before extending his palm, rapidly coalescing a black energy sphere. With a swift motion, he released it, sending it hurtling toward Lin Sheng. Run away. At that moment, the severely injured Goku, still dazed from his self-detonation, watched in horror as the scene unfolded. Whoosh! The black energy sphere raced forward with astonishing speed, reaching Lin Sheng in the blink of an eye. Lin Sheng slowly extended his hand and grasped the black energy sphere of Super 17. He then effortlessly squeezed it, causing the black energy orb to explode instantaneously. What Super 17's attack was actually. Upon witnessing this scene, Dr. Miao's pupils constricted. Super 17's assault was effortlessly nullified by him? How formidable! On the other side, Sun Wukong was equally astonished. The black energy projectile from Super 17 harbored an incredibly terrifying power, yet Lin Sheng had easily crushed it? This fellow. Vegeta's face was likewise filled with shock. Just moments ago, he had been concerned whether Lin Sheng would be a match for Super 17. But now it seemed his worries were unfounded. He truly could not comprehend when such a powerful individual like Lin Sheng had emerged on Earth. Why had he been oblivious to this before? This big brother is so impressive. Xiao Fang gazed at Lin Sheng's silhouette with admiration, shouting, "Big brother, go for it." At that moment, the ever-troublesome Chi-Chi, along with Biddy Li and Bra, also arrived. "Goku, hold on, we're here," Chi-Chi yelled, flailing in the air as Biddy Li held her. "Huh, who is that person? I haven't seen him before." At this time, Bra, noticing Lin Sheng confronting Super 17, expressed her confusion. "It appears I haven't encountered him before." Biddy Li nodded. "He is quite skilled. It seems you are not a fool." Super 17 raised an eyebrow. Although it was merely a casual strike, it was certainly not something an ordinary person could withstand. Now, he began to reassess Lin Sheng. Super 17, quickly eliminate him. For some inexplicable reason, Lin Sheng instilled a sense of unease in Dr. Miao. Thus, to be on the safe side, he deemed it necessary for Lin Sheng to perish. Lin Sheng's gaze suddenly darted over, and at that moment, Dr. Miao felt an overwhelming sensation as if his scalp had erupted. A suffocating aura of death surged within him. For Lin Sheng's eyes were truly terrifying. Chattering incessantly, "I believe it would be more fitting for you to remain in hell. The world of mortals does not suit you well." Lin Sheng Bing, with a chilling intent to kill, spoke with a cold voice, then swiftly unleashed a palm strike into the air. Whoosh! This strike generated an invisible shockwave that instantly collided with Dr. Miao. Bang! Dr. Miao had no time to react, as he was forcibly driven into the ground. As the dust settled, Dr. Miao's body, now reduced to a specimen, came into view before Super 17. Just moments before, Dr. Miao's eyes were wide open, yet now they were shattered, revealing a lingering expression of terror. Crackle! Crackle! Several electrical sounds erupted from Dr. Miao's body, igniting a shower of sparks, and he was utterly deceased. Gazing at the specimen of Dr. Miao, Super 17 initially stood in shock, but then broke into a sinister grin. "Ha ha ha, I have long desired to eliminate him. It seems you have saved me some effort." Super 17 flicked his bangs, grinning wickedly. "Are you pleased?" Lin Sheng grinned. "Do not be too quick to rejoice. I shall soon send you down to reunite with him." Chapter 38. This is not even his full strength. Chapter 30. This is not even his full strength. Super Android 17 was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into derisive laughter. "Ha ha ha. Are you attempting to tell a joke?" Super Android 17 tilted his head slightly, gazing down upon Lin Sheng with an air of superiority. "How audacious. Even Sun Wukong could not defeat me. From where do you emerge, insignificant being?" Super Android 17's expression was one of icy confidence. In this world, the mightiest force was none other than Sun Wukong. With Sun Wukong having fallen before him, who else could possibly stand against him? Moreover, having absorbed Sun Wukong's tenfold Kamehameha, his power had grown exponentially. Furthermore, he possessed an energy absorption device. In such circumstances, he was virtually invincible. He truly could not fathom where Lin Sheng derived the audacity to utter such words. Was it from Yang Jingru? Lin Sheng shook his head and, with an unhurried smile, remarked, "Am I jesting? Why not come over and find out for yourself?" With that, he beckoned provocatively, his finger curling in a taunting gesture. In response to Lin Sheng's challenge, Super 17's anger ignited. With a menacing grin, he declared, "Regardless, you all shall meet your demise, and let it begin with you." In an instant, Super 17 vanished from sight, moving with such swiftness that even Sun Wukong and Vegeta could merely glimpse a fleeting shadow. "Incredible speed!" Vegeta exclaimed, astonished by Super 17's overwhelming velocity, which rendered him unable to perceive the movements clearly. Boom! Just as Vegeta's words fell, Super 17's fist struck Lin Sheng's abdomen with tremendous force. The impact caused Lin Sheng to double over, agony etched across his visage. With such feeble strength, how dare you boast? Super 17 scoffed, observing Lin Sheng's pained expression. Damn it! On the ground, Sun Wukong struggled to rise, but found himself utterly drained of energy from the prior self-detonation. Vegeta and the others watched in horror, their pupils constricted. Too powerful. The current Super 17 is far stronger than when we last fought him. Sun Wukong exclaimed in terror. Hey, didn't you claim he could be dealt with? Are you deceiving me? Vegeta glared furiously at Margarita, his voice booming. He regretted having believed Margarita's assurance that Lin Sheng could contend with Super 17. Only to witness Lin Sheng unable to evade even a single attack. Margarita cast a cool glance, her expression unwavering as she smiled gently. I did not speak falsely, dear. Look closely, dear. What? At her words, Vegeta paused, then redirected his gaze toward Lin Sheng and Super 17. He beheld Lin Sheng, who had been hunched over, now slowly straightening his posture. I was just teasing you. Lin Sheng grasped the wrist of Super 17, slowly raising his head with a grin. What? At the sight of that playful smirk curling at the corners of Lin Sheng's mouth, Super 17's heart jolted with apprehension. Do you understand what despair feels like? Allow me to let you experience it now. As the words fell, an ethereal green energy surged forth from Lin Sheng's being, enveloping him entirely. The terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spines of Vegeta and the others erupted at that moment. How could anyone possess such overwhelming energy? Gazing at Lin Sheng, who radiated his own brilliance beneath the setting sun, Vegeta's heart was engulfed by tumultuous waves of dread. The aura emanating from Lin Sheng is the most formidable he has ever encountered, even surpassing that of Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Super 17. At this moment, he realizes how foolish he was to doubt Lin Sheng's power. With Lin Sheng's strength, he could likely defeat him in an instant. As Lin Sheng's presence transcends that of Super 17, it is astonishing to discover such a powerful individual exists in this world. I wish to become his disciple. Similarly, Son Gohan and the others were utterly astounded. This was their first encounter with someone stronger than Goku, leaving them in a state of disbelief. And this is not even his full strength, mind you. Observing the sheer shock on Vegeta and the others' faces, Margarita decided to drop another bombshell. Having witnessed Lin Sheng in his Super Saiyan form, she understood that his true power far exceeded this simulated transformation. Are you serious? You must be joking. This isn't even his full strength? Vegeta and the others expressed their skepticism. If this is not Lin Sheng's ultimate power, how terrifying must it truly be? They could hardly fathom it. Or perhaps they were unwilling to accept that Lin Sheng could grow even stronger. This was undeniably a blow to their confidence. Margarita smiled enigmatically, offering no further explanation, but instead directed her gaze towards Lin Sheng. With a resounding thud, when Margarita's eyes fell upon him, Lin Sheng effortlessly delivered a punch that sent Super 17 flying. With a splash, Super 17 crashed into the ocean, creating towering waves. My apologies, I couldn't control my strength. Lin Sheng chuckled, scratching his head, though his tone was laced with sarcasm. To think there could be such an extraordinary individual on Earth, I was utterly unaware. On the ground, Goku gazed at Lin Sheng in the sky, murmuring weakly. The terrifying aura emanating from Lin Sheng both horrified and exhilarated him. Once he dealt with Super 17, he was determined to challenge Lin Sheng. Moments later, Super 17 surged from the depths of the ocean, poised high above the earth, casting a shadow over Lin Sheng with a sinister gaze. That seemingly casual punch from Lin Sheng had nearly overwhelmed him. Now, he had to reassess Lin Sheng. Any further negligence could lead to dire consequences. Raising his hands above his head, a colossal energy began to coalesce. Flashing Hell Bomb. Chapter 39. The Flashing Hell Bomb that could annihilate Earth in mere seconds. The flashing Hell Bomb above Super 17 swelled to over 1,000 meters wide, obscuring the sky as if all light had been extinguished. Did this fiend truly intend to obliterate the planet? Vegeta stared in terror at the immense bomb, realizing that if it struck the surface, it could effortlessly lay waste to Earth. At that moment, it wasn't just Lin Sheng at stake. The entire planet risked being reduced to cosmic dust. Could Lin Sheng withstand such a force? Gohan gulped nervously and turned to Margarita, voicing his doubts about Lin Sheng's ability to endure Super 17's devastating attack. The energy contained within the flashing hell bomb was staggering, far exceeding his comprehension of power. Margarita remained silent, a smile gracing her lips as she fixed her gaze on Lin Sheng, whose figure appeared diminutive beneath the overwhelming presence of the bomb. Can you withstand my attack? If not, perish along with the Earth. Super 17's face contorted into a grimace as the energy of the flashing hell bomb reached its zenith. His eyes widened in savage glee as he bellowed at Lin Sheng. With a roar, Super 17 hurled the massive bomb, its diameter spanning thousands of meters, down towards Lin Sheng. The colossal flashing hell bomb blotted out the sun, descending at a seemingly leisurely pace, yet each moment it fell reverberated with explosive sonic booms. Below, the ocean churned, creating a massive vortex as water surged into its maw, resembling a black hole capable of devouring all. The oppressive force and immense kinetic energy generated by the falling flashing hell bomb filled Vegeta and the others with dread. They harbored no doubts that should it land, Earth would be reduced to mere cosmic particles in an instant. It's over. Vegeta stared blankly, stripped of all hope. Babidi, Xiaofang, Gohan, too, was left in a state of shock, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness under the shadow of Super 17's colossal flashing hell bomb. What is that? In the distance, the approaching figures of Babidi and others caught sight of the bomb obscuring the sky. Amidst the myriad of despairing gazes, Lin Sheng appeared remarkably small beneath the immense flashing hell bomb, yet he boldly surged forward to confront it. The flashing hell bomb, akin to a resplendent moon in the sky, radiated an overwhelming brilliance. The diminutive figure of Lin Sheng resembled a firefly, appearing inconsequential beneath the resplendent moon. Yet it was this very firefly that dared to compete for brilliance with the moon. A foolhardy endeavor. Observing Lin Sheng's insignificant stature, Super 17 scoffed, proclaiming that this luminous hell bomb encompassed all his might. No matter how formidable Lin Sheng might be, it was utterly impossible for him to withstand it. Bang! In the next moment, Lin Sheng's minuscule form had already collided with the radiant hell bomb. Lin's fist, enveloped in a swirling emerald energy, struck the shining hellish bomb with tremendous force. In that moment, the collision of the two energies unleashed a shockwave that swept across the ocean below, creating a breathtaking phenomenon of water surging back into the sea. The forests along the coastline were not spared. Countless trees were uprooted in the face of this terrifying shockwave. Whoosh! As the shockwave surged forth, Vegeta and the others nearby were sent sprawling, tumbling in chaos. Only Makalita remained steadfast, like a mountain, unaffected by the flying debris that could not breach her 10-meter radius. In the sky, Bidalai, Bra, and Chi-Chi were similarly caught like kites, tossed about wildly by the ferocious shockwave. Get away from me! Lin Sheng's gaze was profound, and with a powerful roar, an overwhelming force surged from within him, manifesting through his fist and impacting the flash hell bomb above. Boom! In the next moment, the flash hell bomb, which had been descending slowly, exhibited a surprising upward trajectory. Ultimately, Lin Sheng, with a surge of effort, struck the bomb with a single punch, sending it soaring away, capable of annihilating the Earth. What? This is impossible! Witnessing the flash hell bomb propelled away by Lin Sheng's blow, Super 17 revealed a look of astonishment. His full-force attack had been deflected by Lin Sheng's fist? Under Super 17's astonished gaze, the speed at which the flash hell bomb was pushed back increased exponentially. Finally, the bomb shot out of the Earth's surface at an extraordinary velocity, soaring into the depths of space. A second later, boo! The flash hell bomb detonated in the cosmic expanse, creating a blindingly bright explosion that forced countless individuals on Earth to shield their eyes. After a moment, the dazzling light dissipated, and warm, comforting sunlight once again bathed the land. Spitting out dirt, Vegeta emerged from the ground, disregarding the grime covering him, and abruptly turned his gaze skyward. There stood Lin Sheng, unwavering, while the Earth-destroying flash hell bomb had vanished without a trace. Gohan and others also emerged from the debris, staring in awe at the sky. The anticipated cataclysm had not transpired. Bathed in sunlight that felt so familiar and warm, they realized Mr. Lin Sheng had saved the Earth. Chapter 40. Are you prepared for hell? Lin Sheng stood in midair. His figure, though not imposing, radiated an extraordinary grandeur at this moment. Earlier, it was he who single-handedly thwarted Super 17's devastating move, the Flash Hell Ball, which threatened to annihilate the Earth. Big brother, so handsome. On the ground, Xiao Fang gazed up at Lin Sheng with adoration. As a descendant of the Saiyans, she too revered the strong, based on Lin Sheng's displayed prowess. It was evident that his strength had surpassed that of her grandfather, Sun Wukong. In that instant, Xiao Fang became an ardent admirer of Lin Sheng. Vegeta and the others also regarded him with profound respect. Although it was their first encounter with Lin Sheng, his heroic act of saving the Earth earned him their admiration. Had it not been for Lin Sheng, the Earth would have long been reduced to cosmic dust. No matter who you are, thank you, Vegeta said. Gazing admiringly at Lin Sheng's silhouette, his words emanating from the depths of his heart. If Lin Sheng had heard this, he would surely have been astonished. The proud prince of the Saiyans, known for his formidable self-esteem, had actually expressed gratitude, an unprecedented occurrence. Having spent decades on Earth, claiming that it had not changed him would be a falsehood. His time here had taught him the invaluable nature of familial love, romance, and friendship. It had also softened the sharp edges of his youth, leading him to a greater maturity. Lin Sheng slightly raised his gaze, the sunlight casting a gentle glow that partially obscured his vision. A figure gradually emerged within his line of sight. It was Super 17. At that moment, Super 17 was staring at Lin Sheng with an expression full of trepidation. Lin's prowess appears to far surpass that of Super Saiyan 4 Goku, reigning above him. Otherwise, he would never have been able to execute that move, the Flash Hell Bomb, with such ease. Was that truly all your strength? I am profoundly disappointed. Lin gazed at Super 17 and proclaimed, "It seems you have exhausted your options. Now it is my turn." As he spoke, a mysterious green energy subtly materialized in the palm of his hand. "You cannot kill me," Super 17 bellowed. To defeat him, one must employ energy attacks. Close-range assaults could inflict wounds but would not bring about his demise. Should Lin resort to energy attacks, however, he would have the opportunity to turn the tide in his favor. Is that so? Lin Sheng's lips curled into a teasing smile. You can absorb energy, can't you? Then let's see if you can absorb mine. Upon hearing this, Super 17's eyes glinted with malice. Here it comes. His opportunity to turn the tide has arrived. Immediately following, the emerald energy in Lin Sheng's hand suddenly radiated with brilliance, causing the surroundings to change color in an instant. Swish, swish, swish. Shades of gray, black and white, and brown enveloped the area. Finally, as normalcy returned, a fist-sized orb of emerald energy had gathered in the palm of Lin Sheng's hand, emanating a terrifying aura of ferocity. Feeling the violent energy fluctuations radiating from the emerald orb, Super 17 nearly drooled in anticipation. If he could absorb this power, his strength would ascend to new heights. Gradually, he opened his arms wide and laughed maniacally. Come on, let me see just how formidable you truly are. What is he planning? Don't use energy attacks. On the ground, Vegeta shouted in alarm upon noticing Lin Sheng's actions. It was a rare opportunity to have Lin Sheng suppressing Super 17. He must not allow him to absorb energy and elevate his power further. He had just been calling his father a fool, yet here he was Gohan couldn't he help but scoff, knowing full well that Super 17 could absorb energy. Attacking him with energy was foolish, wasn't he? Surely he has a plan, right? Xiao Fang bit her lip, uncertain herself. Vegeta glanced at Margarita, who remained unperturbed, smiling at Lin Sheng soaring in the sky. She appeared utterly unconcerned. Gulp. Vegeta swallowed hard. It seemed he had no choice but to place his faith in Lin Sheng now. Are you ready to descend into hell? Observing Super 17 with his arms wide open, Lin Sheng smirked. Descend into hell? You remain woefully unaware, don't you? Super 17 was confident he could withstand Lin Sheng's energy attack. Blind confidence will lead you to destruction. As Lin Sheng's faint voice faded, he waved his hand, releasing the eerie green energy, which shot forth towards Super 17. Observing the approaching energy, Super 17 grew increasingly exhilarated. However, when the eerie green energy was merely 10 meters away, his pupils suddenly constricted. In a swift blink, the eerie green energy detonated upon contact with Super 17. In that moment, the heavens and the earth transformed. The eerie green energy erupted, engulfing an expanse of several thousand meters. The blinding green light refracted across the sky and land. Centered in the explosion, Super 17 furiously absorbed the colossal, violent energy. At that moment, Super 17 had no other recourse. If he failed to absorb it, he would be obliterated in the tempest of energy. if he could not completely absorb it. The ferocious energy would tear his body apart. In mere seconds, the energy he had absorbed reached its limit, yet the relentless torrent continued to surge into him. Ultimately, amidst Super 17's thunderous roar echoing through the universe, his body could no longer withstand the violent energy and exploded. Chapter 41. The conclusion. The energy storm raged for over 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. What happened? After the storm calmed, Vegeta and the others quickly turned their gazes, eager to ascertain the outcome. Below, the sea had been blasted into a massive crater, with water continuously filling its depths. In the sky, only Lin Sheng remained suspended in midair, while Super 17 had vanished without a trace. "Where's 17? Son Gohan asked, bewildered. Clatter. Just as he spoke, a chip fell from the sky, landing directly in front of Vegeta and the others. After flickering a few times, the chip extinguished completely. Moments later, Vegeta finally realized that Super 17's presence had dissipated. Upon realizing that Super 17 had perished in the recent energy storm, a relieved smile spread across his face. After a tumultuous journey, when Son Goku returned from the underworld, the despairing hope within him reignited. Yet, when the Super Saiyan 4 form of Son Goku failed to destroy Super 17 even with a self-detonation, he sank back into despair. But with Lin Sheng's arrival, hope was rekindled. There's always a way out. Xiao Fang, we won. Son Gohan exclaimed excitedly to Xiao Fang. Dad, we won. Xiao Fang rushed over and leaped into Son Gohan's embrace. Son Goten plopped down onto the ground, laughing with relief. I can finally go on a date. Lin Sheng. Thank you so much, Trunks exclaimed, gazing at Lin Sheng in the distance, his expression filled with joy. They never expected that this time. It was not they who protected the Earth, but rather someone they had never encountered before. Finally, it was all over. On the beach, Son Goku lay there, his dark eyes gazing up at Lin Sheng in the sky, his fighting spirit slowly coalescing. What an impressive guy. I must spar with him when the opportunity arises. While the Z warriors on Earth reveled in the joy of victory, no one noticed a figure in a corner, staring blankly at the sky where Super 17 had vanished. Lin Sheng slowly descended from the sky, arriving before Vegeta. As he gazed upon Lin Sheng, Vegeta revealed a rare smile and sincerely expressed his gratitude, saying, Mr. Lin Sheng, thank you. Lin waved his hand dismissively and said, There's no need for formality. I wish to discuss a matter with you. Oh? Upon hearing this, Vegeta raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and inquired, What matter do you wish to discuss? Lin Sheng saved the Earth, and in doing so, indirectly salvaged his family. Should Lin Sheng have any requests, he would endeavor to fulfill them to the best of his ability. With a smile, Lin Sheng remarked, It's quite simple. Margarita and I have just arrived in this world, and we have nowhere to stay. Would it be possible for us to reside at your home for a while? Vegeta was taken aback, questioning, You are not from this world? According to Lin Sheng, both he and the blue-skinned woman named Margarita hailed from another realm. It was no wonder he wondered how such formidable beings had suddenly emerged on Earth. Indeed, they were not of this world. Is that so strange? Lin Sheng retorted. Vegeta paused, shaking his head. I am merely curious. Curiosity killed the cat. Refrain from asking unnecessary questions, Lin Sheng admonished sternly. All right, I understand, Vegeta nodded earnestly. With Lin Sheng's immense strength, even if he had ulterior motives, there was little Vegeta could do to thwart him. Moreover, Lin Sheng had just saved Earth, vanquishing the seemingly insurmountable Super 17, a foe they all struggled against. Thus, there was no reason for Vegeta to doubt him. Then, Lin Sheng beamed. What I mentioned earlier. Not a problem. Leave it to me. Vegeta declared with conviction, thumping his chest. His esteemed friend Bulma was the wealthiest woman on Earth, and arranging accommodations for Lin Sheng and Margarita would be a mere trifle. As Lin Sheng stayed with him, Vegeta could seize the opportunity to learn from him, aspiring to achieve the coveted Super Saiyan 4 transformation himself. If Goku could attain it, then he too must not fall behind. Shall we proceed? With the battle against Super 17 concluded, it was time to begin the reconstruction of the city. Once the city was rebuilt, Goku and the others would gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect those who had perished at the hands of 17 and the fiends from the underworld. Although West City had suffered significant destruction, Capsule Corporation remained relatively unscathed. Upon learning that Lin Sheng had defeated Super 17, Bulma warmly arranged the finest accommodations for him and Margarita. As Lin Sheng gazed upon those familiar faces, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. In this timeline, Goku, Vegeta, and Bulma had aged. In the primary timeline, Goten, Trunks, and Bra had all matured into adulthood, and even Gohan's daughter, Xiao Feng, was now in her teenage years. That night, the sky was adorned with countless stars, the brilliant Milky Way stretching across the heavens. A full moon hung high, casting its cool, silvery light upon West City. Lin and Margarita sat on the balcony, sipping milk tea and basking in the moonlight, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Lin Sheng was lost in thought as he gazed at the sky. "What are you pondering, my dear Lin Sheng?" suddenly inquired Margarita after a prolonged silence. Lin Sheng regained his composure, gazing at the exquisite visage of Margarita, and inquired, "I wonder, as angels, are you merely emotionless automatons?" Chapter 42, Vegeta's Apprenticeship? Margarita paused, questioning. "Why do you ask such a thing? My dear," he continued, "considering that you angels have existed for so many years without a single person you hold dear. Do you not find it rather monotonous?" Lin Sheng sincerely remarked, "Moreover, I observe that you all often wear expressions devoid of emotion, cold and unyielding, resembling machines rather than human beings. Consider Sun Wukong and then Vegeta. They possess families, loved ones, and close friends." Margarita was momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain how to respond to Lin Sheng's inquiry. After a brief pause, she finally articulated, "In truth, our mission as angels is to assist the god of destruction, leaving us little time or inclination to ponder other matters. Dear one, angels are not mere emotionless automatons as you suggest. We too experience feelings. If the god of destruction I have served for billions of years were to perish, I would indeed feel sorrow. My dear, is that truly the case? I find it somewhat hard to believe." Lin Sheng squinted his eyes, filled with skepticism. "Is that true?" he inquired. Margarita spoke earnestly, her tone devoid of the affectionate dear she typically appended at the end of her statements. It was evident that she was genuinely addressing Lin Sheng's question. "Then show me a smile. Otherwise, I cannot believe you." Lin crossed his arms and remarked earnestly, "You are quite beautiful, yet you maintain a perpetually cold demeanor. It detracts from your charm." Margarita was instantly taken aback, her mind racing with thoughts. Soon, she managed to muster a smile that was both awkward and polite. "Is this acceptable, dear?" she inquired, though it seemed overly forced, lacking genuine warmth. Margarita then suddenly realized a rather grave concern. Are angels born solely to please others? Why should she feign a smile for Lin's sake? "Let us change the subject, dear," she quickly suggested, feeling the weight of the expectation to smile was indeed rather challenging. "Very well." Lin Sheng did not press Margarita, suggesting gently, "In fact, you might want to smile more often. There's no need to maintain such a stern expression." "I will consider your advice, dear," Margarita replied. Lin Sheng then shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Margarita, since you became an angel, how many gods of destruction have you served?" "It should be 3, but it's been such a long time that I can't recall precisely, dear," Margarita pondered before responding. Lin Sheng and Margarita were engaged in conversation when suddenly, 2 figures descended from the sky, landing not far from them. One was tall, and the other was short. It was none other than Vegeta and the young son Goku, restored to his childhood by the dragon. "Vegeta, I arrived first," exclaimed Goku. "Humph, cockroach. This is my territory. I declared I was first, hence I am," retorted Vegeta. "Vegeta, must you be so domineering?" Goku inquired. "I have always been domineering," Vegeta replied confidently. Observing the heated exchange between Goku and Vegeta, Lin Sheng felt a twitch in his eyelid. "What on earth are you two doing?" he interjected. Lin Sheng, filled with suspicion, inquired about the unexpected arrival of 2 individuals while he was engaged in conversation with Margarita. Upon noticing Lin Sheng's words, Sun Wukong interjected eagerly, "You are Lin Sheng, correct? I wish to engage in a friendly duel with you, if you would permit it." And I too." Vegeta stood tall, expressing his respect with a serious demeanor. Margarita, observing the playful banter between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, couldn't help but chuckle with delight. These two are quite the characters, aren't they? They are bickering just to challenge Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng gazed silently at the 2 individuals before him, questioning their intent to provoke his wrath. The Vegeta from the G timeline, unable to even transform into Super Saiyan 3, would be effortlessly overpowered by him, even without resorting to his advanced forms. On the other hand, the Goku capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 4 was, at least, somewhat formidable. "Lin Sheng, this is the first time I have encountered someone with such formidable strength as yours," Goku remarked with a sheepish grin, scratching the back of his head. Meanwhile, Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment, rendered momentarily speechless. "Humph." Lin Sheng's lips curled into a smile as he slowly rose to his feet, directing his gaze straight at Vegeta. "Vegeta, you seek me out with the desire to grow stronger, do you not? You aspire to transform into Super Saiyan 4 and surpass Son Goku?" Upon hearing these words, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, astonished that his thoughts had been completely unveiled by Lin Sheng. After a brief pause, Vegeta steeled himself and replied, "Indeed, you speak the truth. Please enlighten me on how I can attain such strength as yours. Lin Sheng smiled faintly, his expression laden with meaning. It is indeed rare for the illustrious Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans to humble himself and seek assistance. It appears your determination to grow stronger is quite profound. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. After the ordeal with Super 17, he realized that his strength was still insufficient to safeguard his family. Thus, in his quest for power, to attain the ability to protect those he holds dear, he was willing to set aside the pride of being a Saiyan prince and appeal to Lin Sheng. Yes, I wish to grow stronger. Only through strength can I defend those I cherish. Vegeta declared with unwavering resolve, his fist clenched. Throughout these years, I have never neglected my training. Yet my power remains woefully inadequate. Perhaps my methods of training are to blame. With that, Vegeta knelt earnestly before Lin Sheng, his sincerity unwavering. Mr. Lin Sheng, please accept me as your disciple and teach me how to grow stronger. Lin Sheng's gaze intensified. Could Vegeta truly go to such lengths to become stronger? In the next moment, a thought flashed through Lin Sheng's mind. Vegeta, you must realize that with your current foundation, it is utterly impossible to transform into the Super Saiyan 4 form in such a short time. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's heart sank. Could it be that even Lin Sheng is powerless? However, I possess a method that can enable you to transform into another form of Super Saiyan. One that rivals the strength of Goku's Super Saiyan 4. Are you interested? Chapter 43. Vegeta's determination. Vegeta suddenly lifted his head, astonished as he gazed at Lin Sheng. Could it be that besides Super Saiyan 4, there exist other forms of Saiyans that can compare? Indeed, as long as one can grow stronger, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Vegeta declared with unwavering resolve. What? There are forms that can rival Super Saiyan 4? Goku looked equally perplexed. How could he, as a Saiyan, be unaware of this while Lin Sheng was informed? Certainly, there are. Lin Sheng mysteriously proclaimed, Mr. Lin Sheng, please teach me how to transform. Vegeta, once again earnest, responded, I can indeed teach you, but first, provide me with a compelling reason, and I shall impart my knowledge. Lin Sheng gazed at Vegeta with a cheerful smile. Why? At this moment, Vegeta found himself in a quandary. What reason could he possibly present to persuade Lin Sheng to instruct him, given Lin Sheng's formidable strength? It seemed unlikely that he could offer anything enticing enough to capture Lin Sheng's interest. Ha ha ha. Observing the perplexed expression on Vegeta's face, Sun Wukong chuckled innocently. Lin Sheng remained unhurried, patiently awaiting Vegeta's response. Makulita, too, observed Vegeta with keen interest, sensing that the individuals present were rather intriguing. After holding back for quite some time, Vegeta's face flushed with intensity. Finally, his eyes sparkled with sudden inspiration. I have a daughter named Bra, who is currently single. I could introduce her to you. How does that sound? Lin Sheng, Makulita, Sun Wukong. As soon as Vegeta spoke, it seemed as though the entire world fell silent. Truly, one must speak with shocking audacity to avoid the clutches of death. Lin Sheng was taken aback, his mind racing with disbelief. To grow stronger, this individual had even resorted to selling out his own daughter? Goodness. One would expect better from a prince of the Saiyan race. Is this truly acceptable? In truth, Vegeta contemplated that Lin Sheng appeared rather youthful. Perhaps he could facilitate a union between him and Bra. If Lin Sheng became family, would he not then surpass Sun Wukong? Lin Sheng, your bride has arrived, dear. At that moment, Margarita interjected with a playful jab. Oh, please, am I the sort of person to engage in such antics? Lin Sheng cast her a glance. For the wish he had expressed was merely a ploy to vex her. He was well aware that angels cannot resurrect the living. Subsequently, Lin Sheng turned his gaze back to Vegeta and said, as for Bra, let's forego that. Instead, during my stay here, I have certain demands that you must fulfill. Is that agreeable? Certainly. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. Is it really that simple? I can accomplish that in an instant. Moreover, he had faith that Lin Sheng would not make any unreasonable requests. However, Vegeta's thoughts were rather naive. Very well, prepare yourself. Starting tomorrow. Lin Sheng waved his hand and yawned, still feeling a bit drowsy. What about me? Sun Wukong pointed to himself and inquired. You? Go play in the water. I have no interest in engaging with you. Lin, with a lackluster demeanor, remarked, once Vegeta completes his transformation, you two can engage in your duel without bothering me. If I truly wish to accumulate combat experience and enhance my strength, I might as well seek out Margarita. Even the Super Saiyan 4 form of Goku is insufficient for me to toy with. It resembles a mere child's play, utterly unexciting. Furthermore, it hardly contributes to the advancement of my prowess. Subsequently, Vegeta returned, brimming with enthusiasm. Lin Sheng also returned to his room to rest. As for Makulita, Angels do not require rest at all. Whether to rest or not is entirely dependent on her mood. The following day, as the morning sun rose, in the courtyard of the Vegeta family, all the principal characters from Dragon Ball, including Lin Sheng, Margarita, Son Wukong, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, Bulma, and Bra, have gathered here, each aware that Lin Sheng is to impart his knowledge on transformation to Vegeta today. They have come together not only to witness this event, but also to discover the form that Lin Sheng claims can rival Super Saiyan 4. Margarita reclines leisurely on a sun chair. Teacher Lin, I am ready. Vegeta approaches Lin Sheng, indicating a shift in the way he addresses him. Lin Sheng cast a fleeting glance at Vegeta before turning his attention to Goku and the other Saiyans. The form he had mentioned the previous night was none other than the Super Saiyan God. He too was eager to discover whether the G timeline could harness the combined power of 5 Saiyans to transform into the Super Saiyan God form. If that were indeed possible, Vegeta's strength would experience a significant surge. What exactly is this form? How thrilling! Goku, resting his hands behind his head, exclaimed with enthusiasm. Since it's Mr. Lin Sheng who spoke of it, it surely can't be simple, right? Gohan also shared his thoughts. Trunks, do you think we can transform? Goten chimed in eagerly. I'm not sure. Let's see how my father performs first, Trunks replied, shaking his head. As the crowd engaged in lively discussion, Lin Sheng gradually rose to his feet. Goku, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and Bra. Lin Sheng consecutively called out the names of 5 individuals, leaving Son Wukong and the others in a state of bewilderment. What could Lin Sheng possibly require from them? Vegeta, in his transformed state, proclaimed that he needed their assistance. Chapter 44. Your hair dye is about to arrive. What? Now Son Gohan and the others were even more perplexed. Vegeta's transformation required their help? Son Wukong scratched his head, a smile adorning his face as he inquired, Lin Sheng, what exactly is this form you mentioned? Why do we need to assist? Could you perhaps share a hint with us? Everyone nodded in unison, equally intrigued by the nature of the form Lin Sheng had referred to. This form is known as Super Saiyan God. Lin Sheng solemnly stated, to attain the form of Super Saiyan God, it is essential to gather 5 Saiyans possessing hearts of righteousness, who will then impart their energy to another Saiyan, thus enabling him to ascend to the status of Super Saiyan God. This can be simply understood as the divine transformation of a Saiyan. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left utterly bewildered. Super Saiyan God? What does that mean? Is it a deity among Saiyans? This is quite perplexing. I have never heard of Saiyans being gods before. Is this for real? Surely, they are not trying to deceive us. The discussions among the crowd grew fervent. The notion of a Super Saiyan God sounded incredibly formidable. Vegeta was even more exhilarated. Although he had never witnessed a Super Saiyan God and had not even heard of such a being, this did not hinder his fervent aspiration for this realm. Given Lin Sheng's prowess, it would be unlikely for him to mislead them. Preparations were underway. Lin Sheng urged, and at that moment, Son Wukong and his 4 companions clasped hands, forming a semicircle, completed by Vegeta, who stood with his back to them. At this instant, the expressions of everyone nearby turned solemn, holding their breath as their gazes fixated on the 6 warriors. Subsequently, Son Wukong and the others transformed into Super Saiyans, channeling energy towards Vegeta. Observing this scene, Lin Sheng corrected them, saying, pay attention, it is not about infusing energy, but rather harnessing mental strength. Close your eyes and feel it carefully. Isn't it infusing energy? Son Wukong and the others pondered, and upon hearing his words, they reverted from their Super Saiyan forms. Kakarot. Can you take this seriously? Vegeta expressed his dissatisfaction. All right, let's start over. Son Wukong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He too was eager to witness the prowess of the Super Saiyan God that Lin Sheng spoke of. Could it truly rival his Super Saiyan 4? Then, Son Wukong and Vegeta, along with the others, shut their eyes. Bulma and the others watched anxiously from the sidelines. At a certain moment, Lin Sheng's eyes sharpened with focus. Suddenly, a golden light erupted from Bra, who stood among Son Wukong and his companions. Bra? She is radiating light. Everyone was captivated by the golden glow emanating from her. It's so hot. Bra, the subject of this phenomenon, appeared bewildered, feeling an overwhelming heat from the light that enveloped her. It seemed that this could indeed be achievable in the G timeline as well. Lin muttered to himself. Subsequently, under the radiant golden light of Beulah, the 4 of them, including Son Wukong, unexpectedly triggered the Super Saiyan transformation. The golden light coalesced into a luminous flame, slowly enveloping Son Wukong and Vegeta, and in the next moment, the previously normal Vegeta also spontaneously activated his Super Saiyan form. The sky darkened at that moment, resembling a sudden shift from day to night. Is it dark already? Bulma and the others exclaimed in astonishment as they gazed at the sky. It appeared that what Lin had described as the god of Super Saiyans was indeed true. Moments later, the golden light surrounding the six of them formed a pillar that shot straight into the heavens. A divine aura emanated from them at this moment. "Such a divine presence!" exclaimed Makalita. Wow, 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 wow. Bulma and her companions were filled with excitement as they witnessed this scene. They were eager to see what the god of Super Saiyans would truly be like. As the golden pillar ascended into the sky, it transformed into clusters of golden clouds, enveloping the entire firmament. The once dim sky transformed into a resplendent golden hue. This spectacle was extraordinarily dreamlike. Under the gaze of the captivated crowd, the six Saiyans, led by Vegeta, gradually ascended. They were positioned at the center of the golden light pillar, appearing incredibly sacred. Suddenly, a searing blue energy erupted from Sun Wukong and the others, converging entirely upon Vegeta. As the intense blue energy gathered around Vegeta, a dazzling brilliance erupted forth. At this moment, the world seemed to be in turmoil. "Is it coming?" Makalita asked with keen interest. When the blinding light radiated from Vegeta, the golden light pillar connecting heaven and earth suddenly contracted back towards him. "Is it over?" Bulma inquired. "No, it is not." Moments later, the light surrounding Vegeta surged dramatically. The radiant white light formed a beam that swiftly expanded, enveloping the entire West City. Beneath this immense beam of light, the golden clouds in the sky parted to reveal a circular opening. Above this opening, a dazzling expanse of stars twinkled in the night sky. The golden clouds began to swirl wildly, and a divine aura permeated throughout West City, as if welcoming the arrival of the god of Super Saiyans. Then, the heavens began to rain. Moments later, it transformed into hail. Crack. Boom. Silver lightning danced wildly among the golden clouds. Snowflakes began to drift down, gently landing in every corner of West City. The golden clouds and white snow created an enchanting scene. After a brief pause, as the snowfall ceased, the surrounding space and ground began to tremble. Vegeta's aura surged higher and higher. "Vegeta!" Bulma grasped her hands tightly, her gaze fixed intently on Vegeta's silhouette. At this moment, Vegeta radiated an aura of indescribable sanctity, as if he were a true deity. Finally, as the golden light surrounding Vegeta transformed into a domineering red glow, the Super Saiyan forms of Sun Wukong and the others automatically dissipated. The red light enveloping Vegeta grew ever more intense, obscuring his features, leaving only his silhouette visible amidst the crimson glow. At this instant, everyone's gaze became even more fervent and filled with anticipation. "Vegeta, your hair dye is about to arrive," Lin remarked with a smirk. Chapter 45, "You will be defeated by me." Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Bulma and the others watched in excitement as Vegeta stood within the red glow. Is this what Lin referred to as the god of Super Saiyans? It seemed quite imposing. "Vegeta?" Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, realizing that he could no longer sense Vegeta's energy. Could it be that he had perished? Yet, it didn't seem so. Eventually, as the red light surrounding Vegeta gradually faded, his figure re-emerged before the crowd. At that moment, Vegeta appeared to be reborn from the flames. Indeed, it was possible. Lin Sheng smiled faintly and remarked. When Vegeta emerged from the crimson radiance, all eyes were drawn to him. At that moment, Vegeta appeared significantly younger than before, and his muscles seemed to have slightly diminished. A flicker of red energy flowed around him, and his once black hair had transformed into a striking red. His resolute eyes now a mesmerizing blend of red and black. "The god of Super Saiyans, Vegeta. Doesn't seem much different, does it?" Satan scratched his head. "No, Dad, look. Uncle Vegeta's hair is red, and he is slimmer than before," Biddy exclaimed, shaking her head. "Ah, it seems to be true," Satan realized with a sudden clarity. "Is this what the god of Super Saiyans looks like?" Bulma gazed blankly at Vegeta's figure, feeling inexplicably that he appeared even more handsome now. Then, as everyone's eyes were filled with various emotions, Vegeta suddenly turned around. "Vegeta, how do you feel? Why can't I sense your energy anymore?" Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. Vegeta clenched his fist and murmured, "I feel a tremendous power within me. Perhaps it truly rivals your Super Saiyan 4, or even surpasses it." The immense power surging inside him filled Vegeta with a sense of yearning. Indeed, Lin Sheng did not deceive him. The god of Super Saiyan can truly rival Super Saiyan 4. Is it really that formidable? Sun Wukong was taken aback. After all his arduous efforts to transform into Super Saiyan 4, now Vegeta effortlessly surpasses him? The reason you cannot sense his energy is that Vegeta's current aura is that of a divine essence, an energy that ordinary beings are incapable of perceiving. Lin Sheng inquired. Is that so? Has Vegeta truly ascended to divinity? It is hard to believe. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Subsequently, Vegeta turned to Lin Sheng. his eyes seemingly ablaze with fierce combat intent. Lin Sheng's lips curled into a smile. Do you wish to engage in battle with me? Indeed. Vegeta nodded. I wish to test the strength of this Super Saiyan God against you, my teacher, to determine who is superior. Lin Sheng waved his hand dismissively, declaring, You would be swiftly defeated by me. He then pointed towards Sun Wukong, saying, It appears that Sun Wukong is quite intrigued by your current power. You should engage him in battle. Otherwise, I fear I might revert you to your original form in an instant. Vegeta scoffed, feeling somewhat disheartened. Even the god of Super Saiyans cannot rival Lin Sheng? He pondered. What? Is it possible to revert to my original form? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. In his understanding, becoming a deity meant achieving an unchangeable state. Can I not maintain this form indefinitely? Vegeta questioned, equally perplexed. What nonsense are you contemplating? Lin rolled his eyes. Maintaining the Super Saiyan God form also requires a considerable expenditure of stamina. Once your energy is nearly depleted, you can no longer sustain the Super Saiyan God transformation. Vegeta pondered for a moment before inquiring, Will I still be able to transform into this form in the future? The response was, That depends on your comprehension. As long as your understanding is profound enough, not only can you achieve the Super Saiyan God form, but you may also attain forms that surpass it. Upon hearing Lin's words, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, along with the others, were taken aback. Is there a form even more powerful than Super Saiyan God? This is news to us. Mr. Lin, how is it that you possess greater knowledge of the Saiyans than we do? Sun Wukong and the others inquired eagerly. Lin responded, Do not ask questions that are better left unasked. A stronger form is still a bit premature for you. Lin turned and said, Vegeta, why don't you spar with Goku? I have some matters to attend to. Vegeta, let's go. Goku exclaimed, eager to determine whether his Super Saiyan 4 form outmatched Vegeta's Super Saiyan God. Just as I intended. Vegeta replied with a confident smile, feeling assured that he was now on par with Goku. In an instant, both Vegeta and Goku ascended into the air, with Goku swiftly transforming into his Super Saiyan 4 form. Kakarot, did you hear? There exists a form even stronger than the Super Saiyan God. I heard you, Vegeta. Let us strive together to reach the realm Lin spoke of. I will definitely be the first to achieve it. Thus began an earth-shattering battle. Watching the two combatants clash fiercely, Bulma felt a twinge of headache, remarking on their madness for fighting. Margarita, how about we go fishing? Lin proposed. Fishing? That sounds quite intriguing. With a playful arch of her brow, Margarita rose to her feet, exclaiming, Then let us embark on this fishing adventure. As they departed, leaving the figure of Lin and Margarita in the distance, Xiao Feng, who stood beside Bidalai, seemed to have made a resolute decision. Clenching her petite fist, she quietly slipped away. Chapter 46. Success is never achieved without effort. By the lakeside, beneath a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, the lush green grass flourished, and the warm sunlight bathed the earth in a gentle glow. Lin Sheng and Margarita sat by the lake, each holding a fishing rod, thoroughly enjoying the tranquility. Suddenly, a petite figure soared through the sky and gracefully landed beside Lin Sheng. Without turning his head, Lin Sheng, who was patiently awaiting a bite, glanced over and inquired, Xiaofang, do you need something from me? The figure was none other than Xiaofang. Brother Lin Sheng, I wish to grow stronger as well. Would you be willing to teach me? A determined expression adorned Xiaofang's youthful face. You too wish to grow stronger? Lin Sheng gazed at the gentle ripples caressing the surface of the lake and remarked, With formidable protectors like your grandfather's son Wukong and Vegeta by your side, what need do you have to grow stronger? Xiaofang blinked her clear, bright eyes, took a deep breath, and resolutely declared, I wish to become stronger. When a crisis befalls the earth in the future, I want to stand up and protect everyone. I do not want to remain sheltered behind my grandfather. I aspire to be a formidable individual, just like him. Oh? At her words, Lin Sheng turned, raising an eyebrow slightly as he asked, What has inspired this ambition in you? Is it not more comfortable to simply be a carefree slacker? Xiaofang remained silent. Yet her unwavering gaze upon Lin Sheng conveyed her determination, as if to say that unless he imparted the means for her to grow stronger today, she would refuse to leave. Lin Sheng set down his fishing rod and slowly rose to his feet, gazing down at Xiaofang with a mocking sneer. Do you know why Sun Wukong and Vegeta have become so powerful? It is due to decades of relentless training and battles against formidable foes. And you? You are merely a flower nurtured under the protection of Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan. What potential do you possess? What gives you the right to aspire to be a formidable warrior? As a descendant of the Saiyans, can you even transform into a Super Saiyan? Look at your brother, Sun Wutian, and Uncle Trunks. They could transform into Super Saiyans in their childhood. And you? Listening to Lin Sheng's words, Xiaofang felt her eyes welling up with tears. Yes, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had achieved their strength through immense effort. What right did she, a flower raised in a greenhouse, have to become a powerful warrior? Did that not render their decades of toil meaningless? Even Sun Wutian and Trunks could transform into Super Saiyans as children, while she had yet to achieve that at her age. Seeing the tears welling in Xiaofang's eyes, Lin Sheng mercilessly ridiculed her. One must have some self-awareness. As a girl, you should remain behind the protection of men, rather than engage in constant fighting. Who knows, you might even find it difficult to marry in the future. Brother Lin, you. A tear slipped down Xiaofang's cheek, her voice choked with defiance. Do you look down on girls? I can train hard too. Why should I hide behind men? I refuse to accept this. She had made a significant decision to confront Lin Sheng. How could she be dissuaded by mere words? No. It is not that I look down on girls. It is you that I disdain. Lin Sheng gestured subtly towards Margarita beside him, saying, Do you see this sister Margarita? With just one finger, she could easily defeat me. Can you? Who have you ever vanquished? Which enemy that poses a threat to Earth could you possibly triumph over? Those who are inept should recognize their limitations. Do not harbor delusions of instant success, for no one achieves greatness without effort. At that moment, Xiaofang's moist eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Sheng's words struck deeply at Xiaofang's heart. Her fragile spirit was thoroughly shattered by his harsh criticism. Ever since she embarked on the quest to seek the Dragon Balls in the cosmos, she had incessantly created troubles for Sun Wukong that she could not resolve herself. When Baby made his menacing advance, she found herself utterly helpless, merely standing by in silence to cheer for Sun Wukong during the confrontation with Super 17. What could she possibly contribute? Was she truly worthless? Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she fervently shook her head, shouting, No, I am not worthless. I am not a burden. I can protect the Earth, protect everyone. Boom. Xiaofang's anguished roar resonated through the heavens. In that very moment, her energy surged dramatically. A golden aura erupted from her being, transforming her hair into a radiant golden hue. Within her green eyes burned an infinite fury. She felt hatred. She loathed Lin Sheng for belittling her. Has her potential been awakened? The gentle Makalita remarked with mild astonishment. This seemingly youthful girl possessed such formidable potential. Lin's lips curled slightly in a smirk. Let your anger rise. The more furious you become, the more formidable your strength will be. In terms of potential, Xiaofang's capabilities are certainly not to be underestimated. He vaguely recalls that shortly after her birth, she was already able to soar through the skies. These Saiyans, descendants of Sun Wukong, possess high initial potential, yet their ultimate limits are rather constrained. Lin Sheng could assist her no further. The heights of her future growth depended solely on her own resolve. I will prove that I am not worthless. In a fit of rage, Xiaofang had yet to realize she had transformed into a Super Saiyan. With an eruption of energy fueled by boundless fury, she charged towards Lin Sheng. Chapter 47. Thank you, Brother Lin. In the courtyard of the Vegeta residence, as Xiaofang's aura exploded forth, Sun Wukong was taken aback. This energy, it belongs to Xiaofang. When did her power become so formidable? Sun Wutian scratched his head, pondering, isn't that the direction where Lin Sheng and Makalito went fishing? Could something have happened? Trunks speculated, it's possible. Bra chimed in, could it be that Lin Sheng taught Xiaofang how to transform? Otherwise, how could her energy have surged so dramatically? In the next moment, Trunks seemed to realize something. Wait, can girls transform too? Bra was startled. She had never transformed in her life and assumed that female Saiyans were incapable of it. I'm not quite sure, as we have never seen it. Sun Wufan shook his head. But Xiaofang's sudden surge in power is undoubtedly linked to Lin Sheng. Should we go see? Trunks suggested. Sun Wufan nodded and promptly soared toward Lin Sheng's location, followed closely by Trunks, Sun Wutian, and Bra. Upon their arrival, Xiaofang was relentlessly assaulting Lin Sheng. Amidst her vigorous onslaught, Lin Sheng remained composed, effortlessly evading her attacks. Upon noticing Sun Wufan and the others approaching, Lin Sheng casually delivered a kick to Xiaofang, sending her flying over 100 meters. Xiaofang quickly regained her footing, ready to launch another attack. Suddenly, a figure landed before her. It was Sun Wufan. Xiaofang. He called out, Dad. The moment she saw Sun Wufan, the anger in her eyes dissipated and clarity returned. What is happening? She wondered, gazing at the golden aura enveloping her with disbelief. You've transformed into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wufan said with a comforting smile. Huh? Xiaofang tugged at her golden locks and, upon realizing her transformation, her eyes widened in astonishment. She looked towards Lin Sheng, the realization dawning upon her that his earlier words were meant to inspire her transformation into a Super Saiyan. Elated, she dashed towards him, exclaiming, Brother Lin, thank you. I am not worthless. I am strong now. I can transform into a Super Saiyan. Overcome with excitement, she leaped into Lin Sheng's embrace. Observing this scene, Sun Wukong smiled, uncertain if this was a blessing or a curse. Yet, as long as Xiaofang was happy, that was all that mattered. After a considerable time, Xiaofang finally released Lin Sheng from her embrace. Lin gazed at Xiaofang and remarked softly, "At present, you are not yet a formidable warrior. The Super Saiyan transformation is merely the beginning. As for whether you are worthless, that is for you to demonstrate. Brother Lin, I will strive to improve." Xiaofang's eyes shimmered with a resolute determination, a steadfast commitment to becoming stronger. At that moment, Trunks and the others descended from the sky. Bra approached Lin with eager anticipation, exclaiming, "Lin, if Xiaofang can transform into a Super Saiyan, does that mean I can too?" Upon witnessing Bra's hopeful gaze, Lin responded with mild irritation, "Off you go. Ask Xiaofang to teach you. Do not disturb me. I still have fishing to attend to. Sister Bra, I will teach you how to transform." Xiaofang, now a successful Super Saiyan, patted her chest with youthful exuberance. "Great. Xiaofang, we shall team up to vanquish villains together." Lin, "It seems that the people of this world are quite intriguing," remarked Margarita, still seated, rod in hand. "It is not that the people of this world are interesting. Rather, it is this peculiar group that captivates." Lin corrected, "By the way, do you know them? You seem to be quite familiar with this group of people. What a coincidence." "I actually do know them." Lin gazed at the surface of the lake and remarked, "In our time and space, there exists a group of individuals whom I happen to know." "Is that so?" replied Margarita, resting her chin in contemplation, a look of dawning realization crossing her features. Chapter 48, The Emergence of the Evil Dragon. In the days that followed the battle against Super Android 17, West City lay in ruins, having sustained significant damage. The city began its arduous process of reconstruction. Meanwhile, Son Goku and Vegeta diligently trained, striving to enhance their strength. In contrast, Lin found himself enjoying a more leisurely existence. Aside from fishing and exploring the scenic landscapes with Margarita, he occasionally engaged her in combat. It was only through direct confrontation with the angel that Lin comprehended the terrifying extent of her power. The seemingly harmless Margarita was such that he couldn't even graze the hem of her attire. In the primary timeline, Margarita had devoted herself to serving the god of destruction, Beerus, tending to his every need, leaving her days meticulously scheduled. However, in the G timeline, she found herself with ample free time, thus willingly accompanying Lin in his training. As Son Gohan, Vegeta, and others observed the clash between Lin and Margarita, they came to the startling realization that the true powerhouse was not Lin, but Margarita herself. Through his battles with Margarita, Lin fully mastered the full power of the Super Saiyan bloodline. Now, should he encounter Toppo again, he could likely claim victory within 10 moves. Even if Toppo were to harness his destructive energy, he would find it exceedingly difficult to match Lin's prowess. Moreover, Lin had yet to fully grasp the powers of the Super Saiyan transformation. The Super Saiyan bloodline diverged significantly from that of ordinary Saiyans. It possessed an almost limitless potential. As long as one continued to engage in battle, their strength would perpetually increase. This is the essence of the Super Saiyan bloodline. 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Bulma finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, preparing to summon the Eternal Dragon to resurrect those humans slain by Android 17 and the denizens of Hell. However, this time, the Dragon Balls they collected bore slight fissures. Lin Sheng and Makalita leaned against the palm tree, choosing not to partake in the ritual of summoning the dragon. After a brief discussion among Sun Wukong, Bulma, and the others, Sun Wukong raised his arms towards the sky and bellowed, "Come forth, dragon." His voice resonated through the heavens. However, the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground remained utterly still, devoid of any response. After several seconds, the anticipated darkening of the sky did not occur, and the dragon did not materialize. Sun Wukong wore an expression of embarrassment. "Huh? Did I mispronounce the incantation?" He scratched his head. "It's not supposed to require the Namekian language, is it? But we are on Earth." Bulma too was perplexed, recalling that previously, uttering the incantation had always summoned the dragon. Why isn't it appearing this time? "I'll give it another try," Sun Wukong declared, pausing briefly before shouting once more. "Come forth, dragon." All eyes turned skyward, awaiting the dragon's arrival. Just then, a rumble echoed as the ground began to tremble, reminiscent of an earthquake. "What is happening?" Xiaofang steadied herself, bewildered. "Why is there an earthquake?" Bulma quickly supported Trunks to help him maintain his balance. Amidst their confusion, Lin Sheng by the palm tree wore a sly smile, for the malevolent dragon was about to make its entrance. In an instant, the once bright sky morphed into a foreboding crimson hue. A plume of black smoke began to seep from the cracks of the 7 Dragon Balls, swirling upward and ultimately coalescing into the shape of a dragon. As the smoke dissipated, a colossal dragon, cloaked in an eerie black and adorned with arms and wings, emerged before them. Xiao Fang gazed at the grotesque creature, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Is this also the dragon? Grandpa, it should be, right? After all, it emerged from the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong too felt uncertain, for this dragon was unlike any he had encountered before. The previous dragons exuded a sense of sanctity, whereas this hideous beast radiated only malevolence and dread. This dragon seems off, Bulma remarked gravely. Haha. You have quite the audacity to summon me. The evil dragon cackled ominously. The air outside is so delightful. At last, I can wreak havoc. Hey, stop with the nonsense. Don't you usually say, quick, state your wishes? That's how it's supposed to be. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how to make a wish. Xiao Fang retorted. However, to everyone's astonishment, the evil dragon conjured a cigar, placed it between its lips, and lit it nonchalantly, puffing away as if entirely at ease, a true embodiment of a rogue dragon. Pfft. Haha. Lin Sheng erupted in laughter at the dragon's ridiculous demeanor. Goodness. It's truly a perfect match. Hearing Lin Sheng's jest, Sun Wukong and the others were left in utter bewilderment. Huh? Ahem. It's nothing. Lin Sheng waved his hand and then, with a serious demeanor, explained, this dragon is not the wish-granting Shenlong, but rather a malevolent dragon born from the excessive usage of the Dragon Balls, which gave rise to negative energy. Malevolent dragon? Sun Wukong and the others were left utterly bewildered once again. With a huff, the malevolent dragon suddenly exhaled a puff of smoke towards the crowd, arrogantly declaring, I shall no longer be at the mercy of you humans. As it spoke, the malevolent dragon devoured the 7 Dragon Balls lying on the ground. Subsequently, it transformed into a thick haze, which coalesced into 7 dragons, each carrying a Dragon Ball in their mouths. They soared into the sky, dispersing in 7 distinct directions. The heavens returned to their former state, yet a splendid and ethereal aurora illuminated the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Lin Sheng. What do you mean by negative energy and malevolent dragon? After the malevolent dragon had split into 7, Sun Wukong turned around and inquired. Chapter 49, Useless at Everything. Champion of complaining in the realm of existence, there exists both positivity and negativity, and the Dragon Balls are no exception. When the Dragon Balls are utilized excessively, negative energy will also emerge within them. When this negative energy accumulates to a critical point, it will result in a backlash. The malevolent dragon encountered earlier was born from the negative energy resulting from the overuse of the Dragon Balls, which is also the reason for the cracks appearing on them. Your previous excessive usage of the Dragon Balls has consequently led to the emergence of the malevolent dragon. Lin Sheng succinctly explained, is that so? Upon hearing this, Bulma was equally astonished. No wonder this dragon was unlike any before. It turns out it is the negative aspect of the dragon. That is roughly the meaning, isn't it? Lin Sheng spoke softly, Wukong. At that moment, the old Kai, through telepathy, located Sun Wukong and Lin Sheng's group. Subsequently, the irate voice of the old Kai echoed from a mysterious realm. I have warned you time and again not to misuse the Dragon Balls excessively, for such actions could yield dire consequences, even leading to the annihilation of the universe. The purpose of the old Kai's admonition was to reprimand Sun Wukong and his companions. His tirade was akin to a shrew scolding, with a barrage of unpleasant remarks that seemed unending. However, in Lin Sheng's eyes, the old Kai was nothing more than a blundering fool, adept only at shifting blame. Knowing full well that the excessive use of the Dragon Balls could result in unimaginable repercussions, why did he not take measures to prevent it? Is mere admonition sufficient? Moreover, if he, as the supreme deity of the G-time continuum, had any usefulness, there would be no need for Sun Wukong and his comrades to confront those adversaries. There would be no sacrifices among companions, nor would the Dragon Balls be employed so frequently. Rather than reflecting on his own shortcomings, he chose to cast blame upon Sun Wukong. What a remarkable display of capability. Faced with the old Kai scolding, Sun Wukong could only endure with a look of helplessness. The old Kai's incessant reprimands lasted nearly half an hour, to the point that Lin Sheng began to feel exasperated. I say, you old wretch, if you keep on prattling, I shall come over and dismantle your Kaishin realm. Lin Sheng opened his eyes and stepped forward, shouting at the sky, as the supreme deity of the universe. If you possessed even the slightest efficacy, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. Truly, you excel in ineptitude, yet you are the foremost in complaints. Beyond shifting blame, have you ever undertaken any responsibilities befitting a deity of your stature? Over the years, the universe has been plagued by tyrants such as Frieza, the android cell, the demon king Beerus, and Majin Buu. Which of these formidable foes have you, as the king of the world, personally dealt with? Had it not been for Sun Wukong's intervention against Majin Buu, you would have long since fallen to his wrath. How is it that you still breathe to stand here and lament? It seems you are growing increasingly bewildered. Sun Wukong and Bulma, alongside their companions, gazed at Lin Sheng in astonishment, unable to restrain their admiration, giving him a thumbs up. Even Sun Wukong dared not challenge the old king of the world. Yet here was Lin Sheng, boldly confronting him with a barrage of criticism. This is truly audacious. Indeed, possessing strength lends credibility to one's words. Faced with Lin Sheng's fierce reproach, the old king of the world faltered, sensing a formidable aura emanating from Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng is unlike Sun Wukong. Should he be provoked, there is a genuine possibility that he might descend upon the realm of the king of the worlds and dismantle it. Furthermore, his relationship with Lin Sheng is not as familiar as that with Sun Wukong. Ahem, after being reprimanded by Lin Sheng, the old king of the worlds wore a flushed expression. You are right, my lord. I just remembered I have some matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. On Earth, the sudden retreat of the old king of the worlds was met with scorn from the onlookers. Indeed, it seems only Lin Sheng's intervention can subdue the old king of the worlds. I can sense that Earth is enveloped by a sinister aura. At that moment, Sun Wukong's expression turned grave. Although I'm not entirely sure what is happening, all we need to do is defeat those evil dragons, right? Sun Wukong stretched his body with excitement. Since they are evil dragons, their strength should be formidable. It's the perfect opportunity to test the results of my training with Vegeta over the past few months. I have waited long enough. Finally, an enemy has appeared. It's my turn to showcase my prowess. The empowered Xiao Fang rolled up her sleeves, eager to participate. Xiao Fang, this is a matter for Wukong and the others. What are you meddling in? Chi-Chi reprimanded her. Hiki, Xiao Fang playfully stuck out her tongue in protest. Lin Sheng, do you wish to join us? Shall we confront the evil dragons? Sun Wukong turned around and inquired. Lin Sheng's lips curved into a smile as he remarked, of course. I too wish to witness these malevolent dragons. Should he take action, the 7 wicked dragons would be vanquished in an instant. However, he must first confront the Super One-Star Dragon to return to the main timeline. Thus, he must ensure that the One-Star Dragon successfully devours the other 6 Dragon Balls, transforming into the Super One-Star Dragon. In the meantime, he might as well engage the 4-Star Dragon. Very well. Let us set forth to defeat the evil dragons and restore the Dragon Balls. Chapter 50. Who will be the next fortunate one? Chapter 50. Who will be the next fortunate one? Makikita, shall we join forces? Lin turned to look at Makarita behind him and inquired, since it's rather dull here. Shall we indulge in some merriment, my dear? Makarita smiled gently, captivating all with her charm. Lin Sheng was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure and departed. As his words fell, Lin Sheng and Makarita vanished from the spot in an instant. Sun Wukong and Xiao Fang followed closely behind. A few minutes later, Lin Sheng and Makarita appeared above a sprawling metropolis, where panic-stricken citizens were fleeing in all directions. Numerous areas within the city were ensconced in a thick layer of ice, the frigid atmosphere permeating the entire landscape. On the streets, a turquoise dragon with magnificent wings was unleashing a barrage of freezing rays. Any structure struck by these icy beams would instantly transform into a crystalline sculpture, and the dragon's ice was impervious to melting. Once encased in ice, it signified permanence. Save for violent destruction, it seemed that the dragon was poised to claim its first victim. Lin Sheng stood suspended in midair. Although the power of the 3-star dragon was inferior to that of his brother, the 4-star dragon, in the Super Saiyan Son Goku, it possessed the formidable ability to freeze, making it a force to be reckoned with. At that moment, the 3-star dragon on the ground seemed to have noticed Lin Sheng and Makarita in the sky. Its eyes narrowed dangerously, and in an instant, it appeared directly before Lin Sheng and Makarita. Are you seeking death by coming to me? It taunted with a faint, mocking smile. If so, allow me to oblige. With that, a pale green beam of light shot from its eyes, hurtling towards Lin Sheng and Makarita. This was its signature freezing beam. Once ensnared, one would be eternally encased in ice. Whoosh! The freezing beam traveled at lightning speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. However, in the next moment, Lin Sheng's aura erupted suddenly. With a casual swipe of his hand, he effortlessly deflected the 3-star dragon's freezing beam, returning to a state of calm almost instantaneously. The speed was so remarkable that even the 3-star dragon failed to perceive it. What? My freezing beam is ineffective? In that instant, the 3-star dragon, who had been wearing a mocking grin just moments ago, suddenly turned grave. You are nothing but a weakling with a combat power of 5. I have no time to play with you. Thus, I must send you to your demise. After easily neutralizing the three-star dragon's freezing beam, a chilling aura of murderous intent began to emanate from Lin Sheng. Kill me? You hardly possess the qualifications. The three-star dragon scoffed. To think you could threaten me so easily, how naive. Lin Sheng cast a cold glance, and in an instant, his figure vanished. Bang! In the next moment, before the three-star dragon could react, Lin Sheng's fist had already plunged deeply into his abdomen. Pua! The three-star dragon's pupils suddenly bulged, and the once confident expression on his face was replaced by one of anguish. I am not that fool Sun Wukong who would allow you to blind me. As Lin Sheng's icy words echoed, a faint emerald glow suddenly emanated from his hand, which was deeply embedded in the lower abdomen of the three-star dragon. No. Stop. Upon witnessing that eerie green light, an overwhelming sense of death surged within my heart. Farewell. Lin Sheng waved his hand, and then swiftly retreated. A second later, boo. As Lin Sheng's palm pressed down, the energy orb he had previously left at the abdomen of the three-star dragon suddenly detonated. In the wake of this explosion, the three-star dragon was utterly obliterated. Whoosh! After the demise of the three-star dragon, a yellow Dragon Ball descended from the sky, landing precisely in Lin Sheng's hand. The yellow Dragon Ball bore 3 stars, symbolizing the three-star ball. Lin contemplated the three-star ball, a faint smile gracing his lips as he mused, with the first blood secured. Who shall be the next fortunate soul? Just as his words faded, a fiery assault, imbued with a searing aura, surged from the ground towards him. Lin Sheng raised his hand, creating a wall of energy that deflected the fiery assault. You have slain the three-star dragon? Then allow yourself to descend and join him. Subsequently, a chilling voice echoed as the 4-star dragon, the brother of the 3-star dragon, gradually emerged within Lin Sheng's sight. It seems that an adversary has willingly presented themselves. Lin Sheng secured the 3-star ball, casting a teasing glance at the 4-star dragon. He and Makarita descended slowly, confronting the 4-star dragon in a stance of opposition. Do not rush. You shall soon join the 3-star dragon. Lin Sheng smiled gently and remarked, if you believe I would be as naive as Sanqing Long, then you are gravely mistaken. The 4-star dragon snorted coldly, expressing disdain. Sanqing Long was merely careless, which allowed Lin Sheng to dispatch him effortlessly. I shall not fall into the same trap of complacency as he did. Moreover, my strength is far beyond that of Sanqing Long. Apart from Yixing Long, I am the most formidable of the malevolent dragons. I am aware that your power ranks just below Yixing Long. You take pride in your formidable abilities, which emboldens you. Do you not? As Lin raised his eyelids, he mused, although your strength surpasses that of the 3-star dragon by a considerable margin, in my eyes. There exists little distinction between you and the 3-star dragon. The prowess of the 4-star dragon stands in close proximity to that of the current Super Saiyan 4 Goku, perhaps slightly eclipsing that of Super 17. While he may present a formidable challenge to Goku, to me, he remains merely a fifth-rate combatant. Chapter 51. The frantic fire needle. Foolish creature, the 4-star dragon declared with unwavering confidence. I sense no formidable aura emanating from you. I was initially awaiting Goku. But since you have conveniently presented yourself, I shall not hesitate to dispatch you first. Lin Sheng chuckled playfully, beckoning to the 4-star dragon with a provocative gesture. Come on. Rest assured, you won't live to see Sun Wukong. The 4-star dragon, incensed by this slight, immediately vanished from sight. Whoosh! He reappeared in an instant, his long legs striking fiercely towards Lin Sheng's side. The speed of the 4-star dragon's attack was astonishing, creating a series of sonic booms that echoed through the air. Bam! Lin Sheng casually extended his arm to block the fierce kick from the 4-star dragon, effortlessly deflecting it. A shockwave surged forth, causing the icy structures nearby, frozen by the 3-star dragon, to crack and ultimately collapse in ruin. Having failed to secure an advantage, the 4-star dragon became serious. He extended his palm, and a flame mirage radiating intense heat rapidly coalesced. A towering column of fire erupted from the mirage, enveloping Lin Sheng, an ostentatious display, evoking despair. With a resonant shout, Lin Sheng's aura surged dramatically, enveloping him in a ghostly green energy, his mimetic Super Saiyan form. What a formidable presence! At that moment, as Lin Sheng's energy erupted, the 4-star dragon's pupils constricted, revealing profound astonishment. He had not anticipated that Lin Sheng harbored such terrifying power. This aura was already comparable to that of a 1-star dragon. As the mimetic Super Saiyan transformation commenced, Lin Sheng launched a powerful punch, shattering the 4-star dragon's fiery column into mere fragments. You were so confident moments ago? Allow me to utterly dismantle that confidence now. Lin Sheng moved with unrelenting speed, appearing before the 4-star dragon in an instant, delivering a devastating punch imbued with terrifying power. The impact resonated with a dull thud as the 4-star dragon, caught utterly off guard, felt Lin Sheng's fist leave a deep imprint upon his chest. In the following moment, he was sent hurtling backward, colliding with numerous skyscrapers along his trajectory before finally coming to a halt. What manner of strength and velocity is this? Despite my own swiftness, I could scarcely perceive the moment he struck. The four-star dragon lay amidst the ruins, overwhelmed with astonishment. Although he was renowned for his fiery attacks, it was his speed that truly defined him, a speed that even the one-star dragon could not rival. Yet, even with this prowess, he found himself unable to keep pace with Lin Sheng. A creeping sense of dread began to rise within him. It seemed he had gravely underestimated Lin Sheng. As this realization dawned upon the four-star dragon, Lin Sheng's figure materialized before him. His cold gaze looked down upon the fallen warrior amidst the debris. Are you astonished? Did you believe this was my utmost strength? This barely constitutes half of my power. To vanquish you, this much is sufficient. What? At these words, the four-star dragon's pupils constricted once more. Could it be that this was only a fraction of Lin Sheng's might? Did this imply that even the one-star dragon would be no match for him? If you wish to slay me, be prepared to pay the price. With a thunderous roar, the four-star dragon felt fissures begin to emerge across his body, golden light emanating from within the cracks. At this moment, his aura began to ascend quietly yet perceptibly. Although Lin's strength is formidable, he is utterly unwilling to remain idle and passive. He will certainly not consent to such an action. Soon, the outer shell of the four-star dragon began to shed, revealing his original form, as he struggled desperately against his impending demise. Lin Sheng cast a disdainful glance. Didn't he? I acknowledge your formidable strength, yet your arrogance is excessive. Those who are overly proud often taste the bitterness of failure. This technique was originally intended for Sun Wukong. But now, you shall experience it first. In a flurry, Fire Needle. The blazing flames erupted from the four-star dragon as he spoke, enveloping both him and Lin Sheng in an inferno. The crimson energy of the flames formed a sealed spherical space, encasing Lin Sheng and the four-star dragon within. From the outside, the fiery energy orb ascended slowly, engulfed in roaring flames. This move is the four-star dragon's ultimate technique, Flurry Fire Needle. Even the super one-star dragon holds this technique in great apprehension. Within the Flurry Fire Needle, the four-star dragon wore a smirk. Your greatest flaw is your complacency. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot possibly withstand my Flurry Fire Needle. The moment I unleash an energy attack, the surrounding flames will erupt, and then you shall be reduced to ashes, while I remain unscathed. Opposite the four-star dragon, Lin Sheng also bore a smirk. For Star Dragon, your Flurry Fire Needle is indeed impressive. I concede that. But do you genuinely believe that I fell for your ploy due to sheer negligence? Upon hearing this, the four-star dragon's eyes narrowed dangerously. Did you enter here intentionally? Chapter 52. The four-star dragon's despair realization struck the four-star dragon like a bolt of lightning. How could someone of Lin Sheng's caliber so easily fall prey to his Flurry Fire Needle? The power of the Flurry Fire Needle is undeniably terrifying. Yet ensnaring an adversary within it is no simple feat, for no one would foolishly leap into the Flurry Fire Needle's grasp. However, Lin Sheng had been ensnared without even a moment's hesitation. With his prowess, could he truly make such a rudimentary error? Impossible. Thus, only one explanation remained. This individual had deliberately allowed him to execute the Flurry Fire Needle. One could interpret it that way. Even trapped within the four-star dragon's Flurry Fire Needle, Lin Sheng remained composed, stating, I merely wish to ascertain the true extent of your Flurry Fire Needle's might. Humph. Do you believe you can withstand the explosion of the Flurry Fire Needle? You are gravely mistaken. The four-star dragon scoffed coldly. No one can resist the power of the Flurry Fire Needle, and you shall be no exception. With that, the four-star dragon turned his back to Lin Sheng, exuding confidence. If you doubt my words, feel free to attack. Merely unleash an energy strike, and the flames surrounding you will explode. At that moment, you shall be obliterated. Lin Sheng extended his palm, aiming at the four-star dragon. You have greatly overestimated your chaotic fire needle, he declared with an air of confidence, as a faint green energy orb began to coalesce in his hand. Sensing Lin Sheng's actions, the four-star dragon impatiently roared, Come on, attack. At that moment, in the sky above the city, Makalita gazed intently at the energy fireball radiating intense heat, murmuring, There are powerful energy fluctuations emanating from it. I wonder if Lin Sheng can withstand it. A second later, the energy fluctuations of the fireball grew increasingly violent. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the flames intensified to a critical point, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of heat and energy that engulfed much of the city. The inferno consumed every structure in its path, illuminating the surrounding land for hundreds of miles, casting a shadow over the sun high above. 1,000 miles away, having just defeated the six-star dragon, Sun Wukong and Xiao Fang sensed the ferocious energy unleashed by the explosion. What a powerful energy fluctuation. What has transpired? Sun Wukong remarked, his expression grave. Could it be Lin Gu? Xiao Fang also looked concerned, as the erupting energy was overwhelmingly potent. Is it possible he has encountered a formidable opponent? We must go and investigate. In the city, the fortunate survivors gazed at the raging inferno in the sky with profound despair. Is this truly the end of the earth? Makalita stood suspended in the air, observing the dissipating flames with a heavy sigh. Minutes later, the energy flames finally began to subside, leaving a large portion of the city in ruins. The oppressive heat lingered, casting the area into a veritable hellscape. The four-star dragon stood atop a high-rise, nonchalantly remarking, "Are there no bones left? This is the price of underestimating the chaotic fire needle." "What price?" came a mocking voice. The four-star dragon looked up sharply to see Lin Sheng hovering effortlessly in the sky before him, arms crossed, a sardonic smile gracing his face, completely unscathed. It was as though he had emerged from the explosion unscathed. Impossible. How could you be entirely unharmed? The four-star dragon staggered back in disbelief, horrified that his chaotic fire needle had had no effect on Lin Sheng whatsoever. Are you puzzled as to why your chaotic fire needle failed? Why is that? The four-star dragon's face reflected utter disbelief. He could not fathom why the chaotic fire needle had no impact on Lin Sheng. Surely, it should have at least wounded him. Yet Lin Sheng remained unblemished. "It is because I absorbed the energy from the explosion of your chaotic fire needle," Lin Sheng explained. At the very moment of the explosion, he had transformed into his Super Saiyan form, harnessing the energy released and converting it into his own strength. Admittedly, the chaotic fire needle possessed significant power. After absorbing its energy, Lin Sheng felt an immense surge in his own abilities. Upon hearing this, the four-star dragon's pupils dilated in disbelief. How could this be possible? The energy unleashed from the chaotic fire needle's explosion is terrifying and ferocious. How could Lin Sheng absorb it all? Nothing is impossible. "There are many things you have yet to witness," Lin Sheng declared. "Now, I shall send you to hell." With that, a wave of murderous intent erupted from him. Swish. Lin Sheng suddenly appeared before the four-star dragon, his palm, enveloped in ethereal green energy, aimed directly at the creature's forehead. No. A surge of deathly aura flooded his heart, and fear finally etched itself upon the four-star dragon's visage. Is this truly the end? It seemed to ponder. Then allow me to grant your wish. Boom. Chapter 53. So you call yourself the one-star dragon? As the words hung in the air, a wave of ghostly green energy abruptly emanated from Lin Sheng's palm. In an instant, the energy detonated, engulfing the four-star dragon entirely. Boom. The colossal explosion obliterated the entire skyscraper, reducing it to mere debris, along with the four-star dragon itself. The four-star dragon met its demise. Whoosh. After vanquishing the four-star dragon, the four-star sphere descended from the heavens, landing gracefully in Lin Sheng's grasp. In the distant sky, the rapidly approaching Sun Wukong and Xiao Fang caught sight of Lin Sheng and Makalita. "What an intense battle!" Xiao Fang exclaimed, observing the ravaged city that lay before them. "It seems Lin Sheng has emerged victorious." Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. The sight of the devastated city, nearly half of which lay in ruins, spoke volumes of the fierce confrontation that had transpired moments before. Regrettably, he had arrived too late. Otherwise, he could have engaged in combat with the formidable evil dragon. Now, it appeared that Lin Sheng had already dealt with it. "Hey, Lin Sheng," Sun Wukong called out, waving as he stood hundreds of meters away. Within moments, both Sun Wukong and Xiao Fang arrived at Lin Sheng's side. Lin Sheng waved his hand and smiled. "Wukong, Xiao Fang, how many Dragon Balls have you collected?" Xiao Fang gleefully retrieved 2 Dragon Balls from her backpack, exclaiming, "Brother Lin, my grandfather and I have gathered 2 Dragon Balls, the 2-star and the 6-star. And you?" Lin Sheng inquired. "I have also acquired 2, the 3-star and the 4-star, he replied. "So, it appears that only the 1-star, 5-star, and 7-star Dragon Balls remain." Sun Wukong pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand, and replied, Lin nodded. "At present, we cannot sense the presence of the 1-star dragon. It seems this creature has chosen to conceal itself. Let us first address the matters concerning the 5-star dragon and the 7-star dragon." Lin Sheng was utterly perplexed by the means employed by Yixing Long, as he could not perceive the latter's presence at all. This indicated that the creature had undoubtedly concealed itself. Otherwise, as long as it remained on Earth, Lin Sheng would have been able to sense its aura. Very well. Let us proceed separately. With that, Lin Sheng and Sun Wukong parted ways to embark on their respective quests. Lin Sheng was tasked with dealing with the 5-star dragon, while Sun Wukong and Xiao Fang were responsible for the 7-star dragon. Shortly after their departure, a towering figure suddenly emerged in the city. His skin was a pale beige, with sharp black bone spurs protruding from his wrists, chin, and back, and two antennae of the same hue sprouted from his head. His eyes filled with a sinister glare. Fixated on the direction Lin Sheng had just taken, his face adorned with an expression of arrogance. The ability to effortlessly defeat the 4-star dragon indicated that this individual's strength should not be underestimated. A deep, resonant voice echoed, revealing that this imposing figure was none other than the most formidable of the evil dragons, the 1-star dragon. He had witnessed Lin Sheng's earlier display of power, effortlessly vanquishing the 3-star and 4-star dragons, which reinforced his composure in remaining concealed. He too possessed the capability to annihilate both the 3-star and 4-star dragons in a single strike. At first glance, Lin Sheng's prowess appeared to be on par with his own. Therefore, to triumph over Lin Sheng, he would need to absorb the other 6 Dragon Balls and ascend to the status of a Super 1-star dragon. However, the Dragon Balls were all in the possession of these humans. How could he reclaim them? A glimmer of cunning flashed in the 1-star dragon's eyes as a plan began to form. He resolved to wait until Lin Sheng and Sun Wukong had gathered all 6 Dragon Balls, allowing him to reap the rewards in their wake. Approximately an hour later, Lin Sheng and Sun Wukong have each vanquished the 5-star dragon and the 7-star dragon, thus eliminating 6 of the wicked dragons. Only the final 1-star dragon remains, but it is the true formidable adversary. Yet, Lin Sheng still cannot sense the presence of the 1-star dragon. Above the city, Lin Sheng attempts to detect its aura once more, but is met with failure. This creature has evidently employed some method to conceal its presence, evading his perception entirely. As the most powerful of the malevolent dragons, the 1-star dragon possesses the capability to effortlessly annihilate the 4-star dragon with a mere finger, effortlessly overpowering Super Saiyan Force Sun Wukong, and even withstanding the full force of a tenfold Kamehameha without sustaining any damage. According to Lin Sheng's estimations, the 1-star dragon's strength is at least on par with the mid to late stages of Super Saiyan Blue, standing shoulder to shoulder with his own peak power in the mimetic Super Saiyan form. Should it absorb the 6 Dragon Balls to transform into the Super 1-star dragon, its strength would increase exponentially. Could it be that he has already departed from Earth? Sun Wukong speculated. No, he is still on Earth, came the sudden voice of Makalita, who had been silent for a considerable time. Whoosh! Just as Makalita finished speaking, a beam of energy surged from the ground, aimed directly at the backpack of Xiao Fang. Inside her bag lay the 6 Dragon Balls collected by Lin Sheng and his companions. Brother Lin, Grandpa. In that instant, Xiao Fang's pupils widened in shock. The energy beam expanded within her gaze, yet she found herself powerless to resist. Despite her significant power increase, she remained merely an insignificant opponent in the face of the 1-star dragon. In a moment of desperation, Lin Sheng's figure abruptly appeared before Xiao Fang. In his mimetic Super Saiyan form, he effortlessly swatted away the energy beam aimed at her. What? The 1-star dragon was taken aback, astonished by Lin Sheng's swift reaction. It had not anticipated such a rapid response. The sudden attack was indeed the most challenging to counter, yet Lin Sheng had managed to do so. His strength was truly extraordinary. After intercepting the 1-star dragon's attack, Lin Sheng slightly raised his gaze, fixing it upon the 1-star dragon on the ground. A smirk gracing his lips. So, you are the 1-star dragon? Chapter 54, The Terrifying Power of the 1-star Dragon. Who are you? The 1-star dragon eyed Lin Sheng warily. There has never been a figure like you on Earth before. Initially, it had intended to take advantage of Lin Sheng and Sun Wukong's unpreparedness to launch a surprise attack on Xiao Fang, seizing the 6 Dragon Balls they had gathered. However, it had not anticipated being exposed by Lin Sheng. I am Lin Sheng, the one sent specifically to eliminate you. In Lin Sheng's eyes, a subtle glimmer of murderous intent flickered as he calmly remarked that his ability to react moments ago was entirely due to Makalita's reminder. When she uttered those words, he realized something was amiss, enabling him to counter the attack from the 1-star dragon. Humph, what audacity! The 1-star dragon scoffed coldly, exuding arrogance as he declared. I do not deny your formidable strength, but to think you could slay me, perhaps you are still unworthy. Once he absorbs the other 6 Dragon Balls, his power would surely eclipse Lin Sheng's. To determine who would kill whom at this juncture would be decidedly premature. Xiao Fang, are you all right? Sun Wukong inquired with concern as he supported Xiao Fang. Grandpa, I'm fine, Xiao Fang replied, waving her hand with a smile. Thanks to Brother Lin. If it weren't for him, I might have already perished. Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly, for nothing irked him more than harm befalling his family. After ensuring Xiao Fang was settled, he turned to Lin Sheng, expressing his gratitude. Lin Sheng, thank you for your help just now. Leave this fellow to me. With that, Sun Wukong glared fiercely into the dark eyes of the 1-star dragon, flames of fury igniting within him. "You scoundrel, how dare you ambush Xiaofang?" Observing Sun Wukong's wrath, Lin Sheng merely shrugged. If Sun Wukong sought to confront the foe, he would let him. Although Sun Wukong had indeed grown stronger through training with Vegeta, it was evident he remained no match for the one-star dragon. "What do you think you can do to me?" The one-star dragon crossed his arms dismissively. While he might regard Lin Sheng with some caution, he held Sun Wukong in utter contempt. "I will kill you." With that proclamation, Sun Wukong's aura surged, transforming him into a Super Saiyan as he charged at the one-star dragon. "Foul insect." The one-star dragon sneered, barely bothering to lower his hands. As the Super Saiyan Wukong swooped down, the one-star dragon swiftly raised his foot. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong was struck in the abdomen and sent flying, crashing through several buildings before finally colliding with a wall. What a formidable opponent! Sun Wukong grimaced, clutching his stomach, his green eyes ablaze with wrath and fighting spirit. The one-star dragon's overwhelming strength had fully ignited his battle fervor, the combat instincts within him pulsating with energy. Moments later, Sun Wukong rose to his feet and charged once more at the one-star dragon. This time, he had transformed into Super Saiyan 4. "No matter how you change, you are still no match for me." Facing the Super Saiyan 4, the one-star dragon finally lowered his arms, easily blocking a sidekick from Wukong with his muscular forearm. "What?" Sun Wukong gasped in shock. "Allow me to demonstrate the meaning of power," the one-star dragon smirked, then unleashed a powerful kick. With a resounding impact, Sun Wukong was sent flying yet again. The one-star dragon turned, extending a finger, and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts imbued with negative energy towards Sun Wukong. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed throughout the city, as the one-star dragon's relentless assault reduced several city blocks to ruins. "Grandpa!" In the sky, Xiaofang watched in distress as the chaos unfolded. As the dust settled, Sun Wukong reappeared before Lin Sheng and the others, lying amidst the debris. His body marred with wounds and his energy significantly diminished. The Super Saiyan 4 form had been utterly toyed with by the one-star dragon. "Will Sun Wukong be killed?" Makalita inquired, her brows furrowed in concern. "Perhaps," came the reply. Lin Sheng spoke softly, given Sun Wukong's current strength. "It is rather unrealistic for him to confront the one-star dragon. He must surpass the power of Super Saiyan 4 to stand a chance." However, once the one-star dragon absorbs 6 Dragon Balls and transforms into the Super One-Star Dragon, Sun Wukong will inevitably be overwhelmed. With a distinct rhythm to his footsteps, the one-star dragon advanced towards Sun Wukong. "What a formidable foe! I must fight with all my might." Hearing the approaching footsteps, Sun Wukong rose from the rubble. Gritting his teeth, he recalled the seemingly casual energy bomb that had inflicted significant injury upon him. He understood all too well that the one-star dragon's power vastly exceeded his own. If this continued, he would surely perish at the hands of the one-star dragon. Thus, he resolved to give it his all. 10 times. Sun Wukong placed his hands at his waist, and a terrifying energy rapidly coalesced in his palms. "One-star dragon. Behold my ultimate technique. Kamehameha." As Sun Wukong's voice resonated, the overwhelming energy of the tenfold Kamehameha surged forth, breaking through the debris and hurtling towards the one-star dragon. Chapter 55. Sun Wukong's defeat. The immense wave of the tenfold Kamehameha enveloped the one-star dragon-esque figure. In the next moment, a resounding explosion echoed as the attack detonated upon the one-star dragon, unleashing an energy storm that engulfed a significant portion of the city. In the sky, Lin Sheng and his companions retreated a considerable distance. The destructive power of the tenfold Kamehameha triggered a colossal mushroom cloud that ascended into the heavens. The energy storm raged for several minutes before gradually subsiding. When the tempest of energy dissipated, much of the city lay in ruins. "Is it over?" Sun Wukong squinted, staring intently at the position of the one-star dragon. The tenfold Kamehameha had been his strongest move to date. If even this was ineffective, he would truly be at a loss. Casting the tenfold Kamehameha had drained a substantial amount of his energy. Just then, a massive figure emerged from the smoke. As the silhouette stepped forth, Sun Wukong's pupils constricted in disbelief. For it was none other than the one-star dragon, unscathed by the explosion of the tenfold Kamehameha. "Is this all the power you possess?" "What a pity," the one-star dragon remarked, confidence and arrogance etched upon his face. In an instant, the one-star dragon lunged towards Sun Wukong, who was taken aback once more. With a resounding thud, the one-star dragon's colossal fist struck Sun Wukong's abdomen, delivering a devastating blow. Sun Wukong was severely injured. Thus began the one-star dragon's relentless assault. Cries of despair echoed throughout the city as buildings crumbled, and Sun Wukong's anguished screams pierced the sky. "Grandfather!" Hearing Sun Wukong's cries, Xiaofang grew frantic. She tugged at Lin Sheng's sleeve, her eyes pleading, "Brother Lin, please help grandfather." as Lin Sheng lifted his eyelids. He extended his hand and said, "Hand me the Dragon Ball." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Fang removed her backpack and handed it to Lin Sheng. With the Dragon Ball in his possession, Lin Sheng soared towards the one-star dragon. "Sister Makalita, do you think Brother Lin can defeat the one-star dragon?" Watching Lin Sheng's receding figure, Xiao Fang asked with concern. The one-star dragon displayed immense power, having effortlessly dominated even Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Thus, Xiao Fang worried whether Lin Sheng would also be unable to overcome the one-star dragon. "Well, I cannot say for certain, dear," Makalita replied ambiguously. Suddenly, the one-star dragon unleashed another negative energy blast, sending Goku plummeting from his Super Saiyan 4 form back to his normal state. Goku hung limply from the bell tower. His eyes closed, his body marred with wounds. It appeared he was on the brink of collapse, as the one-star dragon's might had far surpassed him. "Goku, you have long held the title of the strongest warrior in the universe. It is truly lamentable to see you reduced to this state." The one-star dragon taunted as his towering figure approached. "Your reign as the universe's strongest should come to an end here. After today, the entire cosmos will bow beneath my feet, and this universe shall descend into eternal darkness. Perhaps your aspirations are a touch grand." A mocking voice interjected just as the one-star dragon prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Goku. Startled, the one-star dragon turned abruptly to see Lin Sheng, who held a backpack and regarded him with a teasing expression. "It's you." Upon spotting Lin Sheng, the one-star dragon's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Have you finally decided to make your move?" Lin Sheng is in stark contrast to Sun Wukong. Lin Sheng's prowess is far beyond what Sun Wukong can compare to. The emergence of the one-star dragon has but a singular objective, to annihilate the universe and plunge it into perpetual darkness. Yet, to achieve this ambition, a formidable adversary stands in his way, Lin Sheng. Only by vanquishing Lin Sheng can he realize his aspirations. Lin Sheng's lips curled into a smile as he tossed the backpack in his hand to Yixinglong. "You desire these Dragon Balls to achieve your ultimate evolution, do you not? Take them, there is no need for formalities," Lin Sheng generously stated, as the one-star dragon held the 6 Dragon Balls tossed to him by Lin Sheng. He was momentarily taken aback. He couldn't quite grasp what Lin Sheng was attempting. Was he truly bold enough to bestow the Dragon Balls upon him? After his initial shock, one-star dragon could hardly suppress a laugh. Did this fellow not realize that absorbing the Dragon Balls would significantly amplify his strength? Or was his confidence simply misplaced? "Stop your chatter and absorb these 6 Dragon Balls," Lin Sheng urged impatiently. Though one-star dragon's current power could contend with his simulated Super Saiyan form for 300 rounds. Once Lin Sheng transformed into Super Saiyan 1, he would easily overpower one-star dragon. Only after absorbing the 6 Dragon Balls and evolving into Super one-star dragon would there be any semblance of competition. Moreover, he needed to defeat Super one-star dragon to return to the main timeline. Though I am uncertain of your intentions, since you have voluntarily presented the Dragon Balls, I have no reason to refuse." One-star dragon thought little of it. To him, Lin Sheng's act of offering the Dragon Balls seemed akin to a long-lived elder contemplating death. Just moments prior, he had been contemplating how to snatch the Dragon Balls, and now they were willingly surrendered to him. Without hesitation, one-star dragon opened his mouth and swallowed the Dragon Balls from his backpack. As the 6 Dragon Balls were consumed, his aura surged dramatically. Chapter 56. The birth of Super one-star dragon. As the explosive surge of one-star dragon's aura erupted, the heavens and earth transformed. The surrounding buildings crumbled beneath the weight of his terrifying energy. "Behold, this is my true form as I stand atop the pinnacle of all evil dragons. Lin Sheng, you shall come to regret your foolish actions." With one-star dragon's proclamation, 7 radiant beams of light erupted from his chest, each corresponding to a Dragon Ball. His power surged once more. Nearby, sensing the escalating aura of one-star dragon, Xiao Fang spoke in terror. "Do not worry, dear." However, Makalita appeared utterly composed to her. No matter how greatly one-star dragon's power increased, he could never be her match. As the 7 beams of light dissipated, 7 dark purple Dragon Balls materialized at one-star dragon's chest, with the central orb representing one-star dragon himself. Now, having absorbed the 6 Dragon Balls, one-star dragon had evolved into Super one-star dragon. His strength had increased tremendously. Do you perceive this power? The strength of the 6 evil dragons I fought before is now fully embodied within me. Super one-star dragon spread his arms wide, confidently and arrogantly gazing at Lin Sheng. "Now, let you experience despair." With that, Super one-star dragon clenched his fist, and the ground below him exploded, a terrifying aura-generating shockwaves that engulfed the entire city. At that moment, sensing the overwhelming presence of Super one-star dragon, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks all rushed over. "Dad." Seeing Gohan and the others, Xiaofang hurriedly flew towards them. Xiaofang, are you all right? Gohan asked with concern. Dad, I'm fine. But Grandpa Xiaofang's gaze shifted to the nearby clock tower, where Goku hung upside down, unconscious. Dad. Seeing this, Goten quickly rushed over to retrieve Goku. Fortunately, they had brought Senza beans this time. After feeding one to Goku, he finally regained consciousness. What a powerful aura! Is that creature the evil dragon? Trunks and Goten gazed at the confrontation between Lin Sheng and Super One-Star Dragon in awe. The aura of Super One-Star Dragon is simply overwhelming, they marveled. In their understanding, it even surpassed Lin Sheng. He was One-Star Dragon, and now he has absorbed the remaining 6 Dragon Balls, transforming into Super One-Star Dragon. Makalita explained from the side. Super One-Star Dragon? No wonder this aura feels so unsettling. Trunks' expression turned grave. Kakarot, how could you suffer such a disgraceful defeat? Vegeta scoffed coldly. After months of training, although Vegeta had yet to fully master Super Saiyan God, he could now transform into Super Saiyan 4, his power rivaling that of Goku. Goku scratched his head helplessly and chuckled. You can't blame me. That guy is just too strong. My tenfold Kamehameha had no effect on him. What? Not even the tenfold Kamehameha worked? Gohan and the others gasped in shock. Just how powerful must a monster be to achieve such a feat? The aura of Super One-Star Dragon was now so formidable that it seemed beyond their reach. It's time to rely on Lin Sheng. I believe you should be able to handle Super One-Star Dragon. Goku focused on Lin Sheng, who was facing off against Super One-Star Dragon. Since Lin Sheng arrived in this world, he had always been perceived as invincible. Yet now, Super One-Star Dragon exuded a similar aura, leaving them uncertain about the outcome of their confrontation. Should Lin Sheng fall to Super One-Star Dragon, they would have no choice but to step in the sky. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Super One-Star Dragon, Lin Sheng's blood surged within him. The power of Super One-Star Dragon had already surpassed his simulated Super Saiyan form. Thus, to confront Super One-Star Dragon, he needed to transform into Super Saiyan 1. Clearly, you possess great confidence in your current power. Then let us engage. Lin Sheng. The Super One-Star Dragon beckoned with a finger, tauntingly declaring, you overestimate your own capabilities. Lin Sheng's provocative actions, in the eyes of the Super One-Star Dragon, were nothing short of a reckless pursuit of doom. Had he not realized that his strength had long surpassed his own? As the words fell, the Super One-Star Dragon's figure vanished in an instant. Bang! In the next heartbeat, the Super One-Star Dragon's elbow collided fiercely against Lin Sheng's back. Lin Sheng plummeted like a cannonball from the sky, crashing into the rubble below and raising a cloud of dust. The force of this impact was truly magnificent. The Super One-Star Dragon marveled at this spectacle and immediately thereafter unleashed a surge of energy, diving towards the direction where Lin Sheng had fallen. Bang! Simultaneously, from within the dust-laden ruins emerged a figure radiating with an ethereal green energy. This figure was none other than Lin Sheng, who had now transformed into his mimetic Super Saiyan form. Lin moved with astonishing speed, arriving before the Super One-Star Dragon in the blink of an eye. His fist, imbued with a tumultuous surge of energy, struck directly towards the Super One-Star Dragon. Unfazed, the Super One-Star Dragon retaliated with its own colossal fist, launching a powerful counterattack. The battle between Lin Sheng and the Super One-Star Dragon is on the verge of erupting. Chapter 57, The True Strength of Lin Sheng with a resounding thud. The two clashed fists, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that obliterated the surrounding structures. In this fierce exchange, Lin Sheng, despite his simulated Super Saiyan form, was forced to stagger back over 100 meters before finally stabilizing himself. In stark contrast, the Super One-Star Dragon remained utterly unperturbed. With a sneer, the Super One-Star Dragon remarked, Lin Sheng, I warned you that you would pay for your foolish actions. Have you felt my power? My strength now far exceeds yours. Is that so? You may not realize that this is not my true strength, Lin Sheng retorted. You believe your power to be formidable? Allow me to surpass you. The earlier clash of fists was merely Lin Sheng's attempt to gauge the true extent of the Super One-Star Dragon's might. Having assessed the situation, he recognized that in his current simulated Super Saiyan form, he could not possibly rival the Super One-Star Dragon. Now, he resolved not to engage in frivolous banter any longer. And how do you intend to surpass me? The Super One-Star Dragon remained composed, showing no signs of concern. With a fierce determination, Lin Sheng clenched his fists tightly, accompanied by a powerful shout. At this moment, Lin Sheng's aura surged abruptly. The space and ground began to tremble, as if they were quaking in fear of this formidable power. Witness the true strength of Lin Sheng, dear ones. As the tumultuous energy surged through the heavens and the earth, Margarita narrowed her beautiful eyes. This ferocious energy was precisely the power Lin Sheng wielded when he transformed the battle to Appa. The violent energy waves permeated the cosmos. Sun Wukong's face turned pale with astonishment, as even in midair, they could feel this tremor. Is this truly Lin Laosher's strength? Margarita had indeed spoken the truth. Vegeta's expression grew grave, as the sudden eruption of Lin Sheng's wild aura sent shivers through his very being. My heavens, just how powerful is Lin Gu? Xiao Fang steadied her swaying body, which was rocked by the shockwaves, exclaiming in awe, incredible. Lin Sheng's power must have surpassed that of Super One-Star Dragon. Similarly, Sun Wukong was also overwhelmed, trembling at this fierce energy he had never before encountered. Amid the astonished gazes of Sun Wukong and his companions, a colossal emerald green energy pillar, accompanied by dancing lightning, radiated outward from Lin Sheng, piercing through the heavens and the earth. The surging waves of energy flattened the surrounding ruins to the ground. Lin Sheng. At the core of this energy pillar, felt his aura continuously escalating. What on earth is this fellow attempting to do? The Super One-Star Dragon, feeling the scorching waves approaching, began to panic. A thunderous roar erupted from Lin Sheng, resonating across the skies. In the next moment, the energy pillar that spanned the cosmos began to contract around him, swiftly forming a spherical emerald green energy that enveloped Lin Sheng within its confines. Immediately after, countless emerald green energy blasts erupted from Lin Sheng, unleashing indiscriminate attacks within a radius of several thousand meters. With a series of swishes and booms, each energy blast that struck the ground caused violent explosions. In an instant, the earth was left ravaged and uneven. What a troublesome situation, dear ones, Margarita said, as she waved her angelic staff, conjuring a barrier that enveloped them all, thus averting the danger of the energy blasts. What is happening? Has Lin Sheng lost control of this power? Inside the barrier, Sun Wukong gazed toward Lin Sheng, his expression grave. Margarita, thank you, Sun Wufan sighed in relief, expressing his gratitude. If it weren't for Margarita activating the barrier to protect them, they would have been utterly helpless against these energy blasts. There's no need for thanks, dear, Margarita replied with a gentle smile. This Margarita, could she be the most powerful of them all? Vegeta observed the seemingly harmless Margarita intently, pondering to himself. From the moment he first encountered her, she had always maintained an expression of serene composure, as if the destruction of the earth would not even stir her. Either she was feigning this demeanor, or her strength had reached an incomprehensible level. Clearly, judging by her ability to effortlessly shield against Lin Sheng's indiscriminate assault, Margarita belonged to the latter category. Lin Sheng's prowess has reached an astonishing level, leaving one to ponder the true extent of Margarita's strength, which Vegeta cannot even fathom, as it surpasses his understanding entirely. Boom, boom, boom. In the heavens above, the Super One-Star Dragon is cautiously evading Lin Sheng's indiscriminate assaults. After a brief moment, Lin Sheng's relentless onslaught finally ceases, restoring the world to its former state. In the sky, Lin Sheng stands tall, surrounded by a surging wave of magnificent emerald energy. At this moment, his hair has transformed into a golden hue, and his eyes have shifted to a vibrant green. Upon witnessing this form of Lin Sheng, Goku and Vegeta's pupils constrict in shock. Is this the Super Saiyan? Lin Sheng is also a Saiyan. Chapter 58, Defeating the Super One-Star Dragon. Lin Sheng's appearance was undeniably that of a Super Saiyan. The only notable difference perhaps lay in the aura. While Sun Wukong and his companions emanated a golden hue, Lin Sheng's aura was a mysterious shade of green. Neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta, nor any of their allies, had anticipated that Lin Sheng was, in fact, a Saiyan. It was no wonder he possessed such profound knowledge of Saiyans. He was one himself. Son Gohan's eyes widened in astonishment as he belatedly realized, but isn't this the first stage of Super Saiyan? Why is his first stage so remarkably powerful? Trunks pondered, utterly perplexed. Although they were all at the same Super Saiyan level, the disparity in strength between them and Lin Sheng was worlds apart. The legendary Super Saiyan. At that moment, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Sheng. What? The legendary Super Saiyan? The others looked at Vegeta, bewildered, with a grim expression. Vegeta recounted, before Planet Vegeta met its demise, a legend circulated among US Saiyans. Every 1,000 years, a legendary Super Saiyan would emerge from our race. This legendary Super Saiyan is born with extraordinary combat prowess and innate fighting ability. If I am not mistaken, Lin Sheng is indeed the legendary Super Saiyan. What? Is the legendary Super Saiyan really that powerful? Sun Wukong gasped in disbelief. He was not alone. Son Gohan and the others were equally taken aback. Vegeta nodded gravely. This was the only explanation that could elucidate why Lin Sheng's first stage of Super Saiyan was so formidable. Meanwhile, in the sky, observing Lin Sheng's transformation, the Super One-Star Dragon furrowed his brow. Has he transformed just like Sun Wukong? Lin's icy green eyes suddenly glanced over, causing the Super One-Star Dragon to shiver in fright. A mere glance from Lin Sheng instilled a sense of dread within him. Now, let us ascertain who possesses greater strength. Humph. Do not presume that transforming will enable you to surpass me. The Super Saiyan 1, regaining his composure, scoffed dismissively. Without hesitation, he launched himself at Lin Sheng with astonishing speed. Bang! As the Super Saiyan 1 charged forward, Lin Sheng's elbow struck out, landing squarely on the face of the rapidly approaching foe. The sheer force sent the Super Saiyan 1 hurtling backward, a trickle of dark purple blood streaming from his nose. Wiping the blood from his face, the Super Saiyan 1's expression darkened. You dare make me bleed? I shall not forgive you. Bang! As the Super Saiyan 1 prepared to strike again, Lin Sheng, with unmatched swiftness, delivered a devastating punch to his abdomen. Ugh! The Super Saiyan 1 coughed up a spray of dark purple blood, his body plummeting to the ground like a cannonball. Thud, thud, thud. Along his descent, the Super Saiyan 1 collided with numerous buildings, carving a long fissure into the earth until he finally crashed at the foot of a great mountain, where he came to a halt. How formidable! The Super Saiyan 1 was utterly powerless to resist. Observing Lin Sheng's overwhelming dominance, Sun Wukong exclaimed in awe. It was a complete rout. Trunks swallowed hard. The power Lin Sheng exhibited after transforming into a Super Saiyan instilled fear in them all. Go, Brother Lin. Give that villain a good beating, cheered Xiaofang enthusiastically from the sidelines. Meanwhile, after sending the Super Saiyan 1 flying, Lin Sheng had no intention of granting him a moment's respite. He swiftly pursued, gripping the Super Saiyan 1's head and forcing it into the ground as he soared forward. The Super Saiyan 1, akin to a defeated dog, was pressed down as Lin Sheng propelled forward, leaving a long trail in his wake. The friction against the ground soon marred the Super Saiyan 1's visage with wounds. Finally, Lin Sheng seized the Super Saiyan 1 and hurled him into the sky. Saiyan Bomb! As Lin Sheng's voice echoed, the surroundings began to shift in hue, gray, black, and white, brown, before reverting to their original colors. A tempestuous emerald energy coalesced into an energy sphere in Lin Sheng's hand, which he hurled towards the Super Saiyan 1. Boom! Upon contact, the Saiyan Bomb detonated with a resounding explosion. An energy storm erupted, saturating the sky with a vivid green hue. The violent tempest shattered the surrounding space, fragments of reality cascading down like shattered glass, only to swiftly mend themselves. Rumbling. The energy storm raged for an extended period before gradually dissipating. Is it over? Sun Wukong and the others gazed intently at the distant sky. Lin's eyes narrowed slightly as he faintly sensed the presence of the Super First Star Dragon. This implied that it was not yet deceased. Its vitality was remarkably tenacious. Lin Sheng shrugged, displaying a nonchalant attitude. Even though the Super One-Star Dragon had yet to perish, it was nearly at its end. After transforming into Super Saiyan form, his power, though still inferior to that of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, was sufficient to overpower the Super One-Star Dragon. Ultimately, as the thick smoke dissipated, the Super One-Star Dragon re-emerged before the spectators, albeit in a state of utter disarray. His body was marred with numerous wounds, and purple-black blood flowed from his head and face. Furthermore, his aura had significantly weakened, indicating the severe damage he had sustained from the recent Saiyan explosive attack. Lin Sheng, do not revel in triumph. I am not dead yet. Chapter 59. The demise of the Super One-Star Dragon. What else can you possibly do? Lin Sheng expressed his bewilderment, pondering how the Super One-Star Dragon could possibly create any significant impact in the face of his overwhelming strength. Unlike the reckless Super Saiyan Gogeta, he mused. What can I do? I can eliminate you. A sinister smile crept across the Super One-Star Dragon's face, his arrogance and pride shattered by Lin Sheng's might. Thus, he resolved to expend every ounce of his power to eradicate Lin Sheng. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow. Super Negative Energy Ball. The Super One-Star Dragon growled. And almost instantly, the 7 Dragon Balls adorning his chest unleashed a surge of negative energy, coalescing into a dark red energy sphere before him. As the negative energy continued to escalate, the size of the dark red energy sphere swelled ominously. This is bad. The Super One-Star Dragon intends to annihilate the Earth. Sensing the overwhelming negative energy radiating from the sphere, Sun Wukong exclaimed in horror. Is that the technique? Lin Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing that the dark red energy sphere coalescing before the Super One-Star Dragon was none other than the technique employed by G to counter Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. At that time, Gogeta had transformed the Super One-Star Dragon's attack into positive energy through his own inherent power. However, Lin Sheng had no intention of following suit. Due to his lineage carrying the Transcendent Bloodline, the energy coursing through him was imbued with a ferocious essence. The collision of such tumultuous energy with that of the Super One-Star Dragon would likely result in a catastrophic explosion. Moreover, he was incapable of absorbing the Super One-Star Dragon's super negative energy sphere, should he attempt to assimilate this energy laden with negative attributes. The outcome would surely mirror that of the previous encounter, leading to unfathomable consequences. Your technique indeed possesses considerable might, yet regrettably, your wind-up is excessively prolonged. I shan't be foolish enough to remain idle while you complete your gathering. As his words faded, Lin Sheng's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind the Super One-Star Dragon. One-Star Dragon, should there be a next life, perhaps you may employ this technique once more. In the chilling voice of Lin Sheng, imbued with a murderous intent, a profound aura of death surged within. You. The Super One-Star Dragon immediately displayed a look of horror. And just as he was about to question why Lin Sheng deviated from the expected course of action, Lin Sheng's hands had already seized the two antennae atop his head. Lin Sheng executed a shoulder throw, sending the Super One-Star Dragon crashing to the ground with a resounding impact. A mountain several hundred meters high was shattered into countless fragments upon the collision, and the Super One-Star Dragon's yet-to-be-formed super-negative energy blast was swiftly extinguished in its infancy. Immediately, Lin Sheng dove downward, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the Super One-Star Dragon. Under Lin Sheng's relentless assault, the Super One-Star Dragon's aura plummeted drastically. What a ruthless individual! The Super One-Star Dragon was completely at his mercy. Couldn't he have granted the Super One-Star Dragon even a modicum of opportunity for retaliation? Witnessing the Super One-Star Dragon utterly devoid of any ability to defend itself against Lin Sheng's onslaught, Vegeta and the others felt a twitch of their eyelids. Within mere minutes, Lin Sheng had transformed the Super One-Star Dragon into a pitiful wreck. At this moment, the Super One-Star Dragon lay amidst the rubble, barely clinging to life. His aura was feeble, to the point where even Super Saiyan 4 Goku or Vegeta could easily overpower him. How could such a creature exist? The Super One-Star Dragon struggled to open his eyes, gazing at Lin Sheng with a countenance filled with bitterness. Had it not been for Lin Sheng, his plan to annihilate the universe would have undoubtedly succeeded. Who could have foreseen that a figure like Lin Sheng would emerge mid-battle to bring about his downfall? Now, the Super One-Star Dragon finally comprehended that Lin Sheng's earlier gesture of offering the Dragon Balls was not an act of folly, but rather a testament to his confidence in vanquishing the evolved Super One-Star Dragon. It seemed the foolishness lay within himself. One-Star Dragon, it is time for you to join your 6 brethren in the afterlife. As the mightiest of the evil dragons, your ambition to obliterate the universe was grand. Yet your encounter with me has sealed your fate. With that, Lin Sheng extended his palm toward the Super One-Star Dragon's head. I will not submit. I refuse to accept. Bang. The Super One-Star Dragon's desperate scream was cut short as Lin Sheng's energy detonated upon him. The moment Lin Sheng's furious energy exploded, a tempest of energy surged across a radius of several dozen kilometers. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended skyward, reaching tens of thousands of meters into the atmosphere. The sky itself transformed in hue. It seems the victor has emerged, dear Makalita remarked softly as she activated the protective shield, observing the tempest raging in the distance. Ultimately, as the energy storm subsided, a vast pit, unfathomable in depth and encompassing dozens of kilometers, appeared before the onlookers, gazing into this seemingly bottomless abyss. Goku and the others felt a jolt of apprehension. What magnitude of destructive power could have created such a chasm? Surely, the Super One-Star Dragon must be beyond salvation. The aura of the Super One-Star Dragon vanished. Moments later, Trunks inhaled deeply, revealing a relieved smile. Whoosh. Then, 7 pristine Dragon Balls descended from the heavens, landing gently in the arms of the firefighters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The 7 Dragon Balls were finally gathered. Little Fong exclaimed in excitement as she cradled the 7 Dragon Balls, her enthusiasm palpable. Simultaneously, the malevolent aura that had enveloped the earth dissipated with the fall of the Super One-Star Dragon. TCH, what an unfruitful endeavor. With the demise of the Super One-Star Dragon, Vegeta found himself inexplicably glum. At least Goku had engaged in battle with the One-Star Dragon, while he had done nothing at all. Once again, it was Lin Sheng who safeguarded the earth. Whoosh. Just then, Lin Sheng's figure reappeared, maintaining his Super Saiyan form. Lin's emerald eyes gazed upon Sun Wukong and Vegeta as he inquired, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, do you wish to engage in a battle with me? Huh? Upon Lin Sheng's utterance, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't this akin to sending Sun Wukong and Vegeta to seek torment? Haha. While I too would relish the opportunity to engage in battle with you, my strength would undoubtedly be obliterated by yours, Sun Wukong chuckled heartily. Teacher Lin, I have no desire to seek torment. Although Vegeta yearned for combat, he did not wish to be defeated. He had witnessed the entire confrontation between Lin Sheng and the Super One-Star Dragon, and despite his ability to transform into Super Saiyan 4, he knew he would stand no chance against Lin Sheng. Then, with a smile, Lin Sheng proposed, "You both should fuse into your Super Saiyan 4 forms, and then we shall fight." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Son Goten, and Trunks were all taken aback. Chapter 60, Fusion. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, what is fusion? Xiaofang inquired, observing the astonished expressions of Sun Wukong and the others. Having never witnessed the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, or even that of Son Goten and Trunks, her little mind brimmed with curiosity about the concept of fusion. "Dad, what is fusion?" Noticing the silence, Xiaofang tugged at Son Gohan's sleeve. Her curiosity piqued. Fusion is when Dad and Uncle Vegeta merge together. After the fusion, they become another entity, and their power skyrockets. Son Gohan explained simply and directly. Wow. Xiaofang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I want to see what Grandpa and Uncle Vegeta would look like fused. It must be incredibly cool." "Haha. I'm indifferent, but I wonder if Vegeta would agree," Sun Wukong replied, his enthusiasm returning. "Fighting Lin Sheng after the fusion would surely be quite entertaining, wouldn't it?" At that moment, Vegeta wore an expression of utter reluctance. The first time he fused with Sun Wukong using the Patera earrings, he had been compelled by circumstance. Otherwise, he would never have chosen to merge. The thought of fusing with Sun Wukong again felt like torture. Furthermore, the dance steps required for the fusion were an additional source of humiliation, creating a double torment for him. Observing Vegeta's unwillingness, Lin Sheng expressed a hint of regret. "If Vegeta is unwilling, then let it be. I had hoped to gauge the difference in strength with Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, but since Vegeta is reluctant to fuse, I shall not force him." "Dad, haven't you always wanted to spar with Mr. Lin Sheng? This is a great opportunity," Trunks interjected from the side. But, to fuse with Kakarot, Vegeta was torn. He had long desired to face Lin Sheng in battle, yet in a one-on-one scenario, he would likely falter against Lin Sheng's fifth form. However, if he were to fuse with Sun Wukong, he would possess the strength to rival, or even surpass, Lin Sheng. Then he could truly engage in a fierce battle with Lin Sheng. "Vegeta," Sun Wukong called out, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. Humph. Moments later, Vegeta resolved himself, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Kakarot, this is the last time we will fuse." "That's the spirit. If it's the last time, then so be it." Sun Wukong responded, his excitement palpable. As long as he could engage Lin Sheng in a vigorous battle, he was content with it being the final occasion. "Oh, have you come to a decision so swiftly? It seems your determination to fight me is quite profound." Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow slightly. Fusion, it seemed, was rather intriguing. Margarita observed with great interest as Sun Wukong and Vegeta prepared for their fusion. Fusion differed from the metamorphosis. The latter involved the use of the Patera earrings bestowed by the Supreme Kai, whereas fusion was achieved through synchronized movements. Without any hesitation, Sun Wukong transformed directly into his Super Saiyan 4 form. Humph. Vegeta huffed in a proud manner, promptly following suit and assuming his own Super Saiyan 4 form. Thanks to Lin Sheng's presence, Vegeta was able to transform into Super Saiyan 4 without relying on Bulma's device. Once both warriors had attained their Super Saiyan 4 forms, they descended to the ground. The art of fusion required precise and synchronized movements. Performing it in midair made it challenging to maintain uniformity in height and alignment. Thus, it was essential to conduct the fusion on solid ground. Lin Sheng and Margarita, along with others, descended to the ground. "Vegeta, are you ready?" Son Goku positioned himself to the side and addressed Vegeta. "Humph, I don't need your reminders," Vegeta replied haughtily, stepping back a short distance. The two stood side by side, leaving a space between them, a requisite distance for their fusion dance. "Begin." Upon Son Goku's command, both he and Vegeta assumed the initial stance for the fusion dance. They executed the movements in perfect synchrony. At last, as their fingers seamlessly connected, a dazzling golden light erupted from their forms. Simultaneously, an unparalleled aura, even surpassing Lin Sheng in his Super Saiyan form, radiated outward. Amidst the brilliant golden glow, the silhouettes of Son Goku and Vegeta intertwined rapidly, leading to their fusion. The golden light intensified, and the overwhelming presence grew ever more radiant, instilling a formidable sense of pressure. The combined energy of Goku and Uncle Vegeta likely eclipsed Lin Sheng's might. Is this the essence of fusion? The blinding brilliance compelled Son Gohan and the others to shut their eyes. Even before the golden light dissipated, they could feel an intense oppressive force, one so potent that it surpassed even Lin Sheng's own. Finally, as the golden radiance subsided, a robust figure emerged before the onlookers. With flowing red hair cascading to his shoulders and a tail swaying freely behind him, His striking visage exuded an air of unshakable confidence. This was none other than Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Chapter 61. Lin Sheng vs. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. A magnificent golden aura enveloped Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, emanating an unmatched sense of pressure and grandeur that swept across the globe. Indeed, one could feel a tremendous energy emanating from him. Mercurita cast a surprised glance at Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, realizing that his power likely surpassed that of the gods of destruction. Lin Sheng nodded heavily. The aura of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta was utterly terrifying. He even doubted that, even if he utilized the Kaioken tenfold in his Super Saiyan form, he would not stand a chance against Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. The might of the strongest Gogeta from another dimension was indeed not to be underestimated. What an overwhelming sense of pressure. Was this the fusion of his father and Uncle Son Goku? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. It is indeed formidable, however. It remains uncertain who is stronger between him and Lin Sheng. Son Goku nodded in agreement. The presence of Lin Sheng and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta is overwhelmingly powerful. Existing on an entirely different plane, thus Gohan and the others are utterly incapable of discerning who possesses greater strength. Wow, is this the fusion of Grandpa and Uncle Vegeta? How magnificent! Gazing at the strikingly confident Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, Xiao Fang exclaimed with admiration, if it's a fusion, what should it be called? Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta lifted his gaze, a confident smile gracing his lips, and with a voice that resonated with both maturity and depth, declared, since it is the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, it shall be named Vegito. Immediately afterward, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta turned his attention to Lin Sheng, stating, Lin Sheng, my fusion time is limited. Let us make haste. Perfectly aligned with my intentions. Lin Sheng smiled, his admiration for the formidable Super 4 Vegeta igniting a fierce desire for battle within him. The combat genes of his transcendent bloodline stirred restlessly within his being. At that moment, Lin Sheng erupted in a furious burst, as a swirling, ethereal green flame once again enveloped him. The emerald green aura of Lin Sheng confronted the golden glow of Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, each standing resolute against the other. Gradually, both ascended into the sky, leaving one to ponder who would emerge victorious. Son Gohan gazed upward at Lin Sheng and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, his expression tense as he remarked, it is truly unpredictable. Trunks shook his head. At this level of power, it was beyond their capacity to foresee the outcome. Go, Grandpa. You too, Brother Lin. Xiao Fang shouted towards the heavens. In the sky, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta remained composed, firmly established in his stance. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, allow me to test the might of your powers, Lin Sheng declared, launching a Saiyan bomb directly at Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Unflinching, Gogeta did not evade. He allowed Lin Sheng's Saiyan bomb to detonate upon him. Boom. The Saiyan bomb erupted instantaneously, sending a billowing cloud of smoke into the air. Lin Sheng furrowed his brows and swiftly plunged into the smoke, engaging in a close-quarters battle with Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. On the ground, Sun Wukong and the others could not discern what transpired within the haze. They held their breath, fixated on the location of the smoke. Although they could not partake in such a formidable confrontation, observing it proved beneficial for them. Boom, boom, boom. Within the smoke, powerful fluctuations reverberated, causing the surrounding space to hum and the air to explode, resulting in a series of sonic booms. Suddenly, in just a few seconds, a figure was ejected from the smoke, plummeting towards the ground. Who could it be? Sun Wukong and the others hurriedly shifted their gaze, only to see that the figure emerging from the smoke was none other than Lin Sheng. As the smoke dissipated, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta remained poised in the air. Lin Sheng was clearly no match for him, as Chi Margarita observed. She could distinctly sense that Gogeta's power far surpassed that of Lin Sheng. How formidable! Lin Sheng rose from the ground, secretly astonished. In those brief seconds, he had engaged in no fewer than 100 exchanges with Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Yet he could not even graze a hair on Gogeta's body. With a single strike, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta had sent him flying. Lin Sheng felt an unprecedented power emanating from him. At that moment, he finally understood the frustration Broly must have felt when battling Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta. While Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta may not quite match Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta, the difference was negligible. Lin Sheng, you must still have some strength left unspent, right? Unleash your full power, and let us engage in a thrilling battle, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta remarked, gazing at Lin Sheng on the ground. As you wish. Lin Sheng broke into a grin, and at that moment, the blood coursing through his veins was aflame with fervor. Drink! He bellowed with fervent intensity. In response, countless beams of ghostly green energy surged forth from the depths of the earth, causing the ground around him to collapse inch by inch. The aura surrounding him swelled explosively, reaching a height of several dozen meters. At this moment, Lin Sheng's aura began to surge dramatically. How astonishing! Lin Sheng has yet to unleash his full power. Feeling the rapidly ascending energy of Lin Sheng, Trunks exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this the full power form of Super Saiyan Stage 1? Observing the energy intensifying while Lin Sheng's hairstyle remained unchanged, Gohan murmured, "He is indeed correct. Lin Sheng now embodies the full power form of the Super Saiyan with inherited bloodline. In this full power state, Lin Sheng's strength has amplified significantly, to the point where he is nearly unable to contain this overwhelming force. Yet, this is still far from sufficient." Lin Sheng's gaze was profound. Upon transforming into the Super Saiyan 1 at full power, he realized there remained a considerable gap between himself and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. Thus, his eyes narrowed, and a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, suddenly descending tenfold. King Kai Fist. Chapter 62. Intense Battle Boom. As Lin Sheng's commanding voice resonated, a domineering crimson aura erupted from beyond the emerald green flames. Simultaneously, the entire earth began to tremble. Was that truly the King Kai Fist? Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta was slightly taken aback. Wasn't the King Kai Fist a technique of Son Goku? Unexpectedly, Lin Sheng possesses such abilities? Moreover, he wields the tenfold Kaioken. It appears that this fellow has concealed numerous hidden techniques. Subsequently, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta smiled faintly. Without fusion, even with decades of training, they would scarcely stand a chance against Lin Sheng. How remarkable! Lin Sheng can indeed utilize his father's Kaioken. The tremors of the ground left Gohan and the others struggling to maintain their balance, yet they could not conceal the astonishment etched on their faces. Just when they believed they had witnessed Lin Sheng's full power, he consistently unleashed even greater strength. What is the limit of this individual? He appears to be of similar age to us, yet his prowess surpasses mine by countless magnitudes. It is utterly disheartening. Goten swallowed hard, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. Is this what they call the legendary Super Saiyan? This seems excessively monstrous, does it not? Such techniques exist? Makarita's gaze sharpened. She had never witnessed Lin Sheng's Kaioken before. She could distinctly sense that his power had indeed surged tenfold. It seems he had kept this technique hidden during his confrontation with Toppo. Thus, even if Toppo unleashed his destructive energy, he may not necessarily prevail against Lin Sheng. "Gogeta, this is my full strength," Lin Sheng declared. Feeling the immense energy surging within him, eager to engage in battle with Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta. After months of research, he had finally discovered how to combine the Kaioken with Super Saiyan forms. He had awaited this day. In the G timeline, only Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta could ignite his fighting spirit. The Super One-Star Dragon was merely an appetizer. "Lin Sheng, you are indeed extraordinary." Immediately, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta assumed a combat stance, excitedly proclaiming, "Since you have revealed your true strength, I shall take this seriously as well. Let us begin." With that, Lin Sheng and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta vanished from their positions in an instant. So swift. It is utterly incomprehensible. Boom. When the two reappeared, they had already engaged in fierce combat. In a mere exchange, the ground trembled beneath them due to the terrifying energy emanating from their bodies. Crack. The surrounding space shattered like glass. In the sky, thick and violent bolts of lightning rained down incessantly. This scene resembled the apocalypse. Bang, bang, bang. The clash between Lin Sheng and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta unfolded with such swiftness that it became nearly impossible to discern their movements. Sun Wukong and his companions could merely perceive the terrifying waves of energy emanating from the heavens. In battles of this magnitude, even the residual shockwaves could offer a substantial challenge to them. Fortunately, Margarita had activated a protective barrier. Otherwise, their escape would have been futile. As their confrontation intensified, each pass through the sky was accompanied by explosive bursts of formidable energy, while the lightning that danced above them resembled a tempest of sparks. Despite Lin Sheng unleashing the tenfold Kaioken, he still found himself at a disadvantage, with Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta maintaining the upper hand. Each time Lin Sheng was sent flying, Gogeta was quick to pursue. The ground below had transformed into a blazing inferno. Margarita gazed intently at the struggle between Lin Sheng and Gogeta, murmuring, "Lin Sheng's energy is steadily rising, my dear." Indeed, throughout his battle with Gogeta, despite remaining on the back foot, Lin Sheng's combat power surged at an alarming rate. As his strength escalated, the pupils of his eyes began to fade, indicating his struggle to harness the overwhelming power. Yet, engrossed in the fierce conflict, Lin Sheng paid little mind to the consequences. Suddenly, as Lin Sheng and Gogeta exchanged powerful blows above Sun Wukong and his friends, the ground beneath them crumbled with a resounding crash. Lava surged from the depths of the earth in a chaotic eruption. "Margarita, if they continue this way, won't they annihilate the earth?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, his face paling with fear as he beheld the inferno that had engulfed dozens of miles around them. They were fortunate to be shielded by Margarita's barrier, otherwise, the shockwaves alone could have been fatal. It certainly appears so, my dear, Margarita replied, exasperation etched on her face. She pondered the grim possibility that if the Earth were to explode, Lin Sheng's survival in the vastness of space was uncertain. Should these two lunatics indeed bring about the planet's destruction, Lin Sheng would inevitably perish as well. Lin has passed away. How can she return to the primary timeline? Do not venture out from here, my dear. Makalita instructed softly before gradually soaring beyond the barrier. The battle between Lin Sheng and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta has reached a fever pitch. Margarita can distinctly sense Lin Sheng's energy continuing to surge. If this continues, not only the Earth but perhaps the entire universe may face annihilation. Can she intervene? Watching Margarita break through the barrier, Son Gohan feels a sense of unease. It is uncertain, after all, none of us have witnessed her in action, Trunks remarked, shaking his head. Margarita's strength remains an enigma to them. Chapter 63. Have you contemplated your wish? Bang. Another clash ensued, causing both Lin Sheng and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta to be violently repelled. Stellar explosion. With a single hand extended, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta concentrated a rainbow-hued energy sphere about the size of an egg within his palm. Despite its diminutive size, the energy orb radiated an extraordinarily terrifying wave of power. Saiyan Bomb. Lin Sheng exhibited no fear. He extended his hand, and an ethereal green energy swiftly coalesced. In an uncanny synchronicity, both combatants hurled their energy projectiles into the sky, one radiating with a spectrum of colors while the other glimmered in a haunting green hue. As these forces ascended, they appeared destined to collide with cataclysmic force akin to the impact of a meteor striking the Earth. Alas, the Earth shall perish, thought Sun Wukong, surrendering to despair as he closed his eyes. Just as Lin Sheng's Saiyan explosive was on the brink of meeting Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta's stellar blast, a staff emerged unexpectedly. The black gem atop the angelic staff emitted a brilliant light, and under its luminescence, both the Saiyan explosive and the stellar blast were obliterated. Cease. Do you wish to annihilate the universe? The celestial Makalita materialized between the two, her tone frosty. Impressive, she effortlessly neutralized it. Trunks observed the scene, a chill creeping down his spine. The formidable assaults from Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta and Lin Sheng had been dismissed with such ease by Makalita. Indeed, the seemingly harmless Makalita was the most powerful among them. As the confrontation was interrupted, Lin Sheng deactivated the Kaioken and Super Saiyan transformations, returning to his normal state. Fortuitously, Makalita's timely intervention had prevented him from spiraling into a berserker rage. It was evident that Makalita was, without a doubt, the strongest. Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, equally astonished, pondered the origins of Lin Sheng and Makalita. He sensed an instinctive certainty that he would never prevail against Makalita. Seeing Lin Sheng revert to his normal state, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta smiled faintly and remarked, Lin Sheng, this battle was exhilarating. If the opportunity arises, let us engage in combat once more. Lin Sheng chuckled and shook his head, saying, there are no more opportunities. Although he wished to engage in a few more battles with Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, he felt that it was nearly time to attain the Transcendent Super Saiyan form. However, with the Super One-Star Dragon now vanquished, it was time for him to return to the main timeline. The resurrected Frieza was expected to conclude his 4-month intensive training and make his way back to Earth. Are you all preparing to return? Upon hearing these words, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta furrowed his brow. Lin Sheng and Makalita's arrival from another world is known to both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Now that Lin Sheng has stated that there is no opportunity left, it is highly probable that they are preparing to return to their original world. Lin Sheng smiled faintly, remaining silent. Are you heading back? Then let me assist you one last time, said the gentle Makalita with a soft smile. With a swift motion of her staff, a sacred radiance emanated from the black gemstone atop it. The scorched earth, transformed into a sea of flames, was restored to its former state in mere seconds. Vegeta also disintegrated, with Sun Wukong and Vegeta reverting to their normal forms. At last, it was over. Sun Wufan exhaled in relief, grateful for Makalita's intervention. Otherwise, the Earth would have truly faced annihilation. After the battle between Lin Sheng and Super 4 Wukong concluded, the time had come to summon the Eternal Dragon. Having vanquished the 7 malevolent dragons, the Dragon Balls returned to their original state. At Son Goku's wish, the Eternal Dragon restored Earth to its former glory, simultaneously resurrecting all the humans who had perished at the hands of Super 17 or the evil dragons. The Earth of the G timeline was once again set on its rightful course. That evening, upon the rooftop of Bulma's home, Lin and Margarita sat together. the cool moonlight cascading upon them as a gentle breeze swept through, bringing a sense of relaxation to both body and soul. Margarita, as you prepare to depart, what are your reflections? Lin gazed at the luminous moon in the sky and remarked softly, these few months have been quite joyful. The people here are so warm-hearted. Is this how you humans live? A charming smile graced the exquisite face of Makalita. For her, 3 months were but a fleeting moment. Yet, during this brief period, she experienced the warmth and enthusiasm of humanity, along with the leisurely moments spent with Lin. Such days were blissfully soothing. Alas, upon returning to her original timeline, she would have to resume her duties as an angel. Perhaps she must bid farewell to this idyllic existence. Indeed, this is the essence of human life. Far more vibrant and colorful than that of an angel, wouldn't you agree? Lin Sheng remarked, Makarita, please take it easy. Undeniably, human existence is indeed far more vibrant and colorful than that of angels. While humanity may face the trials of aging, sickness, and the sorrow of parting, such a life is undeniably rich, is it not? It is certainly far superior to the monotonous existence of angels, who experience a century as if it were but a day. Yet, within the realm of the divine, she finds her life is not one she can choose for herself. Upon regaining her focus, Makarita turned to Lin Sheng, who was idly chewing on a blade of grass, and inquired, Lin Sheng, have you decided on your wish yet? Lin Sheng was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, in truth, I harbor no particular desires. The wishes I yearn for are beyond your capacity to fulfill. After a brief pause, Lin Sheng's eyes sparkled with inspiration. How about you leave behind something of yours for me? I shall cherish it as a keepsake, and consider it my wish. Upon hearing this, Makalita was momentarily stunned. I possess no extraneous belongings, dear. The only item I have is this staff. But I do not wish for your staff. The angelic staff is exclusive to angels. Even if I were to take it, I could not wield it. Then what is it that you desire, my dear? Lin Sheng's gaze subtly shifted upward, landing on the twin ponytails adorning Makalita's head. Observing the charming twin tails, a mischievous smile crept across Lin Sheng's face. I quite admire your ponytails, he remarked. Makalita, taken aback, found herself momentarily bewildered. What could he possibly mean? Did he wish to keep her ponytails as a memento? Is that permissible? Lin Sheng inquired earnestly. Makalita's expression became somewhat conflicted. While she felt unable to fulfill his other desires, this particular wish was within her realm of possibility. Yet, hair is a woman's second life. To offer one's hair to a man as a keepsake was a considerable dilemma. After much contemplation, she ultimately resolved, very well, I shall grant you this wish, dear. As night enveloped them, a delicate blush unexpectedly graced Makalita's cheeks. However, due to the obscuring darkness, Lin Sheng remained oblivious to her shyness. With a graceful motion, Makalita wielded her angelic staff, and in an instant, her silvery twin ponytails fell away. Consequently, she transformed her hairstyle into a bun. The silvery strands descended directly into Lin Sheng's hands, exuding a subtle fragrance. To cherish it, dear, Makalita whispered softly. Holding the silvery ponytails, Lin Sheng was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that Makalita would refuse. After a brief moment, he smiled gently and replied, I shall. Under the moonlight, the blush on Makalita's face had yet to fade. She once again lifted her angelic staff, and her twin ponytails regrew, returning to their original state, although Makalita's hair had reverted to its previous form. The ponytails in Lin Sheng's possession felt entirely distinct from those that had returned to her. The two ponytails that Lin Sheng held in her hands had been a part of her since childhood. They could be considered her second life. Yet now, she turned her face away from Lin Sheng, unable to meet his gaze. For reasons unknown, when she removed the twin ponytails and handed them to him, her heart inexplicably raced. This sensation was one she had never experienced before, leaving her with a sense of wonder. System, can I return now? Lin Sheng refrained from disturbing Makalita further. Instead, he pondered internally. Recalling what the system had stated, defeating the Super One-Star Dragon would allow him to return to his original timeline. He hoped it had not deceived him. Host, you may return at any moment. Shall I activate the space-time tunnel now? Yes, please do. Lin Sheng pondered for a moment. Realizing that there was nothing left for him here, he might as well return to the primary timeline. Suddenly, an inexplicable force surged from a mysterious realm, unveiling a swirling time-space tunnel before him. Within the inky darkness of the vortex, the destination remained unknown. Makarita, it is time to depart, Lin Sheng gently called out. Having activated the time-space tunnel, Makarita adjusted herself, turned around, and smiled as she nodded. All right, dear. Let us go. Lin gestured to her, taking the lead into the temporal tunnel, with Margarita closely following. As Margarita stepped into the tunnel, it promptly sealed behind them. In the gravity chamber, Vegeta was still immersed in intense training. The moment Lin's presence vanished, he abruptly halted, his gaze deep and contemplative as he looked out the window, murmuring, "Teacher Lin, have you departed?" Simultaneously, at Goku's residence, he expressed his anticipation. "Lin, I truly look forward to your return. I shall not allow myself to be defeated next time." Thus, after 3 months, Lin and Margarita departed without any forewarning, much like their arrival. For Goku and Vegeta, while Lin was merely a transient figure in their lives, he left an indelible mark upon their hearts as he embodied the aspirations they pursued throughout their existence. Upon entering the temporal tunnel, Lin and Margarita traversed its expanse for a while. Ultimately, as a radiant light emerged ahead, they accelerated, bursting forth from the tunnel. On the exquisite planet, a temporal tunnel suddenly materialized in the sky. A second later, 2 figures surged forth from the tunnel. Indeed, it was Lin and Margarita. "Margarita." An exuberant voice erupted from below as they emerged from the temporal tunnel. Lin Sheng and Margarita simultaneously gazed down at the ground, where they beheld the god of destruction of the 11th universe, Wei Mei, gazing at them with palpable excitement. They had returned to the planet Wei Mei. Chapter 65, Provocation of Wei Mei. "Margarita, you have finally returned," exclaimed Wei Mei, teeming with emotion, tears and snot mingling on his face. In the preceding 3 months, he had nearly failed to conceal Margarita's disappearance. Had the Grand Priest learned of this, dire consequences would surely ensue. "Lord Wei Mei, I am perfectly fine," Margarita replied with a gentle smile. "What transpired after you fell into the shattered space? Why did it take you so long to return?" "Lord Wei Mei, that is a lengthy tale, one that I shall recount when time permits," Margarita replied, determined not to divulge the truth. "And where is my traversal cube?" Lin Sheng interjected unexpectedly. "Was it you?" Wei Mei's gaze sharpened as he turned his attention to Lin Sheng, a chilling aura of malice emanating from him. "If not for you, Margarita would not have encountered such misfortune." Thus, Wei Mei extended a hand, destructive energy surging within his palm, as he coldly declared, "I shall obliterate you." Had it not been for Lin Sheng, Margarita would not have traversed dimensions, and he would not have endured these harrowing 3 months. For these past months, he had remained hidden on the planet Wei Mei, too fearful to venture outside, lest the Grand Priest become aware of his presence. "Can you truly destroy me?" Lin Sheng sat steadily at the fishing platform, unperturbed by Wei Mei's boldness. It had been several months since their last meeting, and yet his demeanor had grown audacious. Wei Mei, dismissively, remarked on his status as a destroyer, questioning whether he could truly be challenged by a mere Lin Sheng. Observing the tense standoff between Lin Sheng and Wei Mei, Margarita interjected with a calming voice. "My lord Wei Mei, my return is solely due to Lin Sheng. Let us settle this matter here. Simply return the teleportation cube to him and allow him to go home." "What? He brought you back?" Wei Mei was taken aback. Having assumed it was Margarita who had returned with Lin Sheng, only to discover the truth was quite the opposite. Indeed, Margarita nodded slightly. "Do you wish to kill me?" Lin Sheng stood suspended in the air, gazing down upon Wei Mei with an air of superiority. He provocatively declared, "Soon, there will be a power conference hosted by the All-King, to which all average-level universes must attend. At that time, let Jillian come and attempt to slay me, if he is capable." "What an audacious claim," Wei Mei scoffed. "Jillian's strength surpasses yours. Should he wish to end your life, it would be a mere trifle. Since Lin has knowledge of both the Destroyer and the Angel, it is not surprising that he is aware of the Omni King. However, the question arises as to how he knows that the Omni King will soon host a tournament of power. After all, he has never received any notification or message regarding this event. Regardless of whether Lin's claims hold any truth, he never perceives Lin as a rival to Jiren. The strength of Jiren is unparalleled, far beyond what Toppo could ever compare to. In fact, even his own power pales in comparison to Jiren's. Let us dispense with idle chatter. The truth will reveal itself in due course." Lin Sheng no longer wished to engage in futile banter with this jester of destruction. "Return the shuttling cube to me." "Humph. If the power tournament truly exists, as you claim, organized by Lord Zeno, then your fate is sealed." Wei Mei let out a cold huff. Since Macaria had just spoken thus, he deemed it inappropriate to annihilate Lin Sheng at this moment. For now, he would spare him, especially since Macaria had returned safely. "Take it," he said, and with a wave of his hand, the shuttling cube soared from his castle, coming to a halt before Lin Sheng. "Macaria, may our paths cross again by chance." Lin turned back to glance at Margarita, and then he piloted the shuttle cube, swiftly departing from the delectable planet. As he vanished into the sky, an unusual emotion suddenly flickered through Margarita's heart. Lin Sheng departed. leaving her feeling somewhat unaccustomed to the change. What could this possibly mean? Observing Makalita's somewhat reluctant expression, Wei Mei narrowed her eyes slightly and inquired, "Makalita, what transpired between you and him over the past 3 months?" It seemed to Wei Mei that Makalita had developed feelings for this young man. "Mr. Wei Mei, this is my personal matter, and I find it inappropriate to disclose. I hope you can understand," Makalita replied with a perfunctory smile. Wei Mei was momentarily at a loss for words. It appeared to be true. He was utterly baffled by the transformation in Makalita's attitude towards Lin Sheng over the last 3 months. The shift was as stark as day and night. Perhaps he was merely overthinking it. With a sigh, Wei Mei resigned himself to the fact that if Makalita was unwilling to share, there was little he could do. After departing from Wei Mei's planet, Lin Sheng set his course for the 7th universe. In the vastness of space, Lin Sheng navigated the shuttle cube, swiftly traversing the cosmic expanse. System, open the attribute panel. Host, Lin Sheng race, Saiyan bloodline, Transcendent bloodline combat power, 3 trillion skills, void dance, aura control, energy control, tenfold king fist, instantaneous movement. Energy absorption, Chi circle / this journey through the G-space-time continuum promised to be quite remarkable. Lin Sheng gazed with satisfaction at his attribute panel. Upon returning from the G-dimensional space, his regular combat power had soared to an astonishing 3,000 trillion. It is undeniable that his progress has been remarkable. The Transcendent bloodline truly lives up to its reputation as an extraordinary lineage. It is indeed formidable. Had he remained on Beerus planet to spar with Son Goku and Vegeta, his growth and strength would undoubtedly have been less rapid. More importantly, during this journey, he had collected a considerable number of cards. One wonders when he might acquire the cards of Beerus and Whis. Chapter 66. You are unworthy. After a day's journey, Lin Sheng finally returned to the 7th universe. Upon his arrival, he made a beeline for Earth. He held a keen interest in Frieza. If the latter were willing to surrender, that would be ideal. Conversely, he would not hesitate to send Frieza back to hell once more. An hour later, Lin Sheng ultimately traversed into the solar system. Nestled within the arms of the Milky Way, in the blink of an eye, he found himself on Earth. As he halted the shuttle beyond the planet's atmosphere, he could indeed sense a formidable energy emanating from the Earth. The source of this potent aura was none other than Frieza. Frieza, oh Frieza. While there exists a path to paradise that you shun, you recklessly intrude through the gates of hell. With a playful smile, Lin Sheng suddenly dove down, piercing through the atmosphere and ozone layer, officially entering the Earth's interior. Outside the West capital, a colossal spaceship hovered in midair. It was Frieza's spacecraft. Surrounding it were thousands of Frieza's minions, swarming like locusts. Among them, the diminutive figure of Frieza sat in his battle pod, observing with a cat-and-mouse demeanor the Z warriors below, who were engaged in a fierce struggle against his subordinates. At that moment, Son Gohan had transformed into his Super Saiyan form, effortlessly dispatching the reborn Kinyu with a single strike. Witnessing this, Frieza remained unfazed. To him, these minions were merely cannon fodder. He stroked his nose and sinisterly chuckled. Son Goku, how unfortunate that you are not on Earth. When you return to find your friends and family all perished, you will surely be devastated. Ha ha ha. As this thought crossed his mind, Frieza could not suppress his laughter. With father absent, I shall protect the Earth. On the ground, having just eliminated Kinyu, Son Goku lifted his gaze towards Frieza in the sky. In his emerald eyes surged a resolute determination. Frieza, with a mocking expression, looked back at Son Gohan, smirking. Oh ho ho, little Son Gohan from back then has grown so much. At that moment, a formidable aura approached. Frieza and all the Z warriors on Earth simultaneously looked up to the sky, where an unknown figure appeared before them. It was Lin Sheng. Is that you? Upon recognizing Lin Sheng, a fierce rage ignited within Frieza's eyes. The memory of being humiliated by Lin Sheng 3 months prior was fresh in his mind. It's this guy. On the ground, upon seeing Lin Sheng, Piccolo turned pale with fear. 3 months ago, Lin Sheng had descended upon Earth and, due to his disrespectful words, had swiftly eliminated Piccolo. He had not forgotten that incident. Why has he returned to Earth? The bald Krillin trembled in terror. That frightening guy. Goten, run. Trunks, frightened, ducked behind Bulma and Gak, while Son Goten hurriedly followed suit. What does he want on Earth again? Son Gohan's expression grew serious. Dealing with Frieza was already a monumental challenge, and now with Lin Sheng's arrival, it felt like their lives were at stake. Who is that person? Why does everyone seem so afraid of him? Bulma asked, perplexed. Mom, that's Lin Sheng. The one I told you about. Trunks replied, shaking. What? The one who hung you all up and beat you is him? Bulma gasped, startled. Bulma, I just remembered something I need to take care of. I'll take my leave now. Gak trembled as he bid farewell, attempting to escape. Bulma caught him by the neck, scolding. Gak, you can't run. Aren't you a galactic patrolman? You must stay and fight with us. Gak rolled his eyes in exasperation. After securing Gak, Bulma quickly retrieved a strawberry cake and began calling Whis, realizing that the situation would likely require Son Goku and Vegeta's return to resolve. Lin cast a fleeting glance at the trembling Earth Z warrior, before shifting his gaze to Frieza. He descended slowly from the sky, while Frieza's malicious and fiery glare remained fixed upon Lin. Observing Lin's arrival not far from them, Piccolo gritted his teeth and said, "What on earth are you here for?" Lin Sheng did not look back. Instead, he extended a finger towards the rear, unleashing a beam of ethereal green energy that instantaneously pierced through Bik's arm, severing it with a resounding crack. "If that bothersome fly dares to buzz in my ear again, I shall swiftly take your life." Lin Sheng turned away, his voice exuding an icy authority that sent shivers down the spines of the Z warriors. Without any warning, he severed one of Piccolo's arms. This creature was indeed more terrifying than Frieza. You bastard!" Piccolo exclaimed, clutching his severed arm, veins bulging on his forehead as he stared in horror at Lin Sheng. He had no doubt that if he uttered another word, Lin Sheng would not hesitate to end his life. "Piccolo, are you all right?" Quickly, eat a Senzu bean. The bald Krillin hurriedly fed Piccolo a Senzu bean. "Oh ho ho. It seems you don't get along with these people either," Frieza observed, having witnessed the entire scene, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he suggested, "How about we collaborate?" "Collaborate with me?" Lin Sheng's lips curled into a mocking smile as he replied, "Frieza, do you think you are worthy?" Chapter 67. You have two choices, what? Frieza was taken aback, feeling insulted. He gritted his teeth in anger and retorted, "How dare you look down on me?" He was no longer the Frieza who had been trampled by Lin Sheng 3 months prior. Did Lin Sheng not realize that his strength was now incomparable? "When have I ever looked down on you?" Lin Sheng shrugged and jestingly inquired, "So, have you given careful thought to what I said that day?" "Today, you find yourself with two choices." Lin Sheng extended his index finger. "Firstly, you may choose to surrender and become my subordinate." He then raised his middle finger. "Secondly, you shall meet your demise, returning to that hellish abyss which brings you unbearable suffering." "How dare you underestimate me?" Frieza slowly rose from his battle pod, his voice laced with menace. "Do you believe I am still the same as I was 3 months ago? My current power is sufficient to crush you. Do you still have the audacity to boast here? Today, I shall settle both old grievances and new ones with you." With that, Frieza extended his index finger, unleashing a beam of purple energy that pierced through the air, aimed directly at Lin Sheng's heart. With a casual slap, Lin Sheng sent the energy beam flying. "Are you still indulging in such tedious tricks?" Lin Sheng cast a glance, urging, "Transform now. Reveal your golden form, or you'll miss your chance." "What?" At these words, Frieza's eyes widened in surprise. How did Lin Sheng come to realize he possessed a golden form? He clearly did not. "Ah, ho ho ho." Moments later, Frieza erupted into a raucous laughter, his devilish chuckle resonating through the heavens and the earth. "What is happening? Aren't these two on the same side?" Observing the standoff between Lin Sheng and Frieza, Bulma blinked her large eyes curiously, inquiring, "What is going on?" "I'm not sure," Trunks replied, shaking his head. Regardless, the current situation suggests that Lin Sheng and Frieza seem to harbor some animosity towards each other, which could benefit us by buying time to rescue my father. Son Gohan, reverting to his normal state, declared solemnly, "Lin Sheng confronting Frieza is undoubtedly favorable news for them. If Lin Sheng and Frieza were to join forces, they would undoubtedly obliterate us in an instant. Even Lin Sheng alone is beyond our capacity to contend with, let alone with Frieza by his side." "And Bulma, have you managed to contact Whis?" Son Gohan turned to inquire. "I'm trying to reach him, so please don't rush me," Bulma replied, regaining her focus. She lifted a strawberry cake again, shouting towards the sky, "Whis, can you hear me? Please respond if you do. It's urgent." Meanwhile, Frieza narrowed his eyes dangerously, extending his arms as he mockingly addressed Lin Sheng. "Esteemed Lin Sheng, I am profoundly grateful to you for the humiliation you bestowed upon me that day. Now, I shall demonstrate the fruits of my 4 months of rigorous training and trample you underfoot as a token of my appreciation." "You are quite the character," Lin Sheng remarked, nearly retching at Frieza's absurdity. Then, Frieza clenched his fists, a terrifying aura quietly surging forth from him. The ground and space around them began to tremble violently. A pure golden aura suddenly emanated from Frieza, rapidly expanding and enveloping his entire form. "Ah!" Frieza bellowed, the golden energy continuing to swell, intensifying the tremors in the ground and air. "What is he planning?" Bulma stumbled and fell to the ground, bewildered. "Frieza, He is amplifying his energy. Son Gohan's expression turned grave. Isn't this supposed to be his ultimate form? How can he still transform? Bulma exclaimed in confusion. Pathetic, Lin Sheng scoffed, sensing Frieza's aura. From the essence of his energy, his strength should be around 110 quintillion, 10 quintillion higher than in the original tale. Perhaps this is partly due to my influence. However, Lin Sheng, merely in his mimetic Super Saiyan form, could achieve a combat power of 150 quintillion, let alone in his Super Saiyan form. Finally, when the tremors ceased, Frieza's new form was revealed to all. With his golden transformation, Frieza confidently proclaimed, "Behold, this is the result of my 4 months of training. I shall refer to this form as Golden Frieza." An astonishing aura radiated from him. Could Frieza truly have grown to this extent in just 4 months of training? Krillin, the bald fighter, gazed at the Golden Frieza in despair, vividly recalling the moment Frieza crushed him on planet Namek. He harbored a deep-seated fear of Frieza, unsure of who among them was truly stronger. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Son Gohan's forehead. Frieza was indeed formidable now, yet Lin Sheng appeared utterly unperturbed. Golden Frieza? Lin Sheng smiled mockingly and said, "Don't speak of Golden Frieza. Even if you transformed into Diamond Frieza, it would be futile." Golden Frieza, instead of being angered, chuckled in response, "Go ahead and indulge in your verbal sparring. Once I have you beneath my heel, we shall see if your laughter persists." Verbal sparring? Frieza, should I call you foolish or simply foolish? I shall offer you one final opportunity. Will you surrender and become my subordinate? Or shall I bring about your demise? Lin Sheng shrugged nonchalantly, engaging in light-hearted banter. Chapter 68, An Inch Longer, An Inch Stronger. Observing Lin Sheng's composed demeanor, Frieza felt a surge of anger. Even more infuriating was the fact that Lin Sheng seemed to look down upon his golden form. Based on the power Lin Sheng had demonstrated that day, Frieza was confident that he could eliminate Lin Sheng in an instant. Without hesitation, he declared, "I shall send you to hell this very moment." With his fury reaching a peak, Frieza made his move. Lin deftly teleported, narrowly evading a strike from the Golden Frieza. "Excellent," he remarked. "It seems you do not value the opportunity of rebirth in the slightest." Lin Sheng instantaneously shifted to the side, immediately followed by a resounding roar. A ferocious aura, surpassing that of Frieza, erupted forth with overwhelming intensity. Crackle! In the sky, a dark cloud drifted in, shrouding the heavens and casting a pall over the earth. A ghostly green energy flame enveloped Lin Sheng's skin. Is this truly his power? It is terrifying. His aura is even mightier than Frieza's. Sensing the violent energy fluctuations emanating from Lin Sheng, Sun Wukong gasped in disbelief. "Oh, can this world possibly endure? I long to return home." The bald-headed Krillin was on the verge of collapse. Each enemy that emerged was a grotesque anomaly. They were unprecedentedly powerful. Surely both of them surpassed Wukong's Super Saiyan God form, did they not? Tien Jinhun was equally astounded. Why had their adversaries grown increasingly formidable over this period? Perhaps once Lin Sheng dealt with Frieza, it would be their turn to face him. It would be an effortless endeavor for Lin or Frieza to eliminate them. Lin stood high above, gazing down at Golden Frieza. "With merely this modicum of strength, I can utterly crush you." "What? You are excessively arrogant." Frieza, undeterred by such insolence, had painstakingly completed 4 months of rigorous training and was brimming with confidence as he descended upon Earth. Would he allow a mere Lin to thwart his meticulously crafted plans for vengeance? The murderous intent surged in Golden Frieza's eyes. In an instant, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, his furious fist, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, was barreling towards Lin's face. Lin Sheng did not flinch or evade, delivering a powerful punch straight towards the visage of Golden Frieza. With a resounding impact, Lin Sheng's fist struck heavily against Frieza's own. The force of this blow nearly distorted Frieza's face. Meanwhile, due to the inadequacy of Frieza's arm length, his fist halted mere centimeters from Lin Sheng's countenance. In this moment, Frieza longed for an extension of his arms by 10 centimeters, realizing that his reach was somewhat lacking. Lin's lips curled into a smirk as his mocking voice echoed. And with a forceful strike, Frieza was sent flying, crashing to the ground like a meteor and creating a massive crater. King Frieza. The members of Frieza's army stared in disbelief as the Golden Frieza found himself at a disadvantage. Without hesitation, Lin entered a state of overwhelming dominance. In the face of Lin's simulated Super Saiyan form, the Golden Frieza proved utterly powerless, incapable of mounting any defense. "Son Goku, when will you return?" Piccolo's expression was grave as he watched the fierce battle between Lin and Golden Frieza. Regardless of who emerged victorious, the outcome would not bode well for them. Suddenly, several figures materialized out of thin air. "Oh, Piccolo, were you looking for me?" It was Son Goku, Vegeta, Beerus, and Whis, who had hurried from Beerus' planet. Son Goku had sensed the energy of Lin and Frieza and instantly teleported to the scene. Dad! Dad! Seeing Son Goku and Vegeta, Gohan and Trunks expressed their surprise and delight. Bulma, where's the strawberry cake you mentioned? Whis was more preoccupied with the cake Bulma had prepared than the battle between Lin and Golden Frieza. I hope it's delicious, otherwise, beware of my wrath. Beerus added with a serious demeanor. Bulma facepalmed at their single-mindedness, pointing towards the sky. You should focus on those two first. If they keep fighting like this, Earth will be destroyed. Don't worry, Bulma. Lin can defeat Frieza, Whis reassured her without a hint of concern. Lin seems to have grown significantly stronger, Beerus remarked, casting a sidelong glance. Indeed, he has become much more powerful, Whis agreed, sensing a formidable energy hidden within Lin. It appeared that during his 3-month absence, Lin had made substantial progress. Wait, you know Lin? Bulma was taken aback. Yes, I do. I once fought him, and he is quite formidable, Son Goku replied. His gaze fixed on Lin as he relentlessly assaulted Golden Frieza, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Judging by Lin's energy, he and Vegeta had yet to catch up to him. However, given the current state of the battle, it seemed they would not have the opportunity to intervene. How on earth does he train? We have clearly surpassed our limits, yet we still cannot catch up to him. Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. What? Goku? You actually know him? Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never expected that Son Goku and the others were acquainted with Lin. No wonder Lin had spared him during his last visit to Earth. Now Piccolo understood he had misjudged Lin's intentions, mistaking him for an invading foe. Lin Sheng did not kill him, which could be considered an act of mercy. Frieza was on the verge of defeat. At that moment, Vegeta's gaze suddenly sharpened. He beheld the sky where, under Lin Sheng's relentless assault, the Golden Frieza was already battered and bruised. Frieza's energy was plummeting. Son Gohan exclaimed in astonishment, the Golden Frieza, utterly powerless before Lin Sheng. Bang! Lin Sheng launched a Saiyan explosive, which detonated instantaneously upon contact with the Golden Frieza. An energy storm, intermingled with smoke, unfolded in the sky, signaling that it was nearly time for the conclusion. Lin Sheng's lips curled into a smile, and he swiftly extended both hands, conjuring 2 energy spheres, each with a diameter of 2 meters. The energy spheres radiated a fierce and tumultuous wave of power. Frieza, prepare to once again experience your torment, he declared, and then Lin Sheng hurled the Chi Yuanjian, a weapon imbued with a sharpness that seemed capable of severing all that exists. In a mere blink, it soared past Frieza, ascending to the heavens above. Moments later, the energy tempest of the Saiyan bomb and the billowing smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the disheveled form of Golden Frieza to the onlookers. Gasping for breath, Golden Frieza glared at Lin Sheng with a shadowy gaze, seething with indignation. How could I possibly be defeated by you? He roared, unwilling to accept his defeat. Deep down, he recognized that his strength had significantly waned, rendering him wholly incapable of contending with Lin Sheng. Even now, do you fail to grasp the situation? You, the so-called Emperor of the Universe, are nothing short of a fool. No. To call you a fool would be an elevation of your intellect. Lin Sheng mercilessly scoffed. You dare call me a fool? Scoundrel. Golden Frieza gritted his teeth in fury, wishing he could shatter Lin Sheng into 1,000 pieces to alleviate the resentment swelling within him. However, he found himself incapable of such an act. Suddenly, a cunning idea flickered in Frieza's eyes. My lord Lin Sheng, you mentioned a choice. Is it still available? Golden Frieza inquired abruptly. Certainly, Lin Sheng replied. If you were to submit and become my subordinate, I might consider sparing you. Lin Sheng stroked his chin and, with a serious expression, declared, very well. I have made up my mind. I am willing to submit. Upon uttering these words, Frieza bent down slightly, seemingly choosing to yield. Lord Frieza, you cannot submit. The sight of this left Frieza's minions in a state of panic. If even Frieza were to submit to another, what would become of them? Indeed. It seems you possess quite the awareness, came the response. Lin Sheng smiled with satisfaction and said, since you have chosen to submit, you shall henceforth refer to me as Lord Lin. To demonstrate your loyalty, utter my name for me to hear. Upon hearing this, the Golden Frieza, who had been bowing his head, clenched his teeth in resentment. How shameless could this fellow be? Calling himself Lord Lin, what an affront. However, for the time being, Frieza had no choice but to endure this humiliation bestowed upon him by Lin Sheng, for he would repay it in full later. Lord Lin. The Golden Frieza gritted his teeth, suppressing the disgrace of addressing someone as Lord. Are you satisfied now? What? Lin Sheng replied. I did not hear you. Repeat it. Lin Sheng dug into his ear, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around him. Damn it. Die. Suddenly, taking advantage of Lin Sheng's moment of inattention, Golden Frieza launched an unexpected attack. He extended his index finger, concentrating all his energy into a brilliant beam of light that rapidly coalesced at his fingertip. Watch out. Lin Sheng, move. On the ground, witnessing the sudden assault by Frieza, Sun Wukong shouted in alarm. Humph. Vegeta scoffed arrogantly, refusing to believe that Lin Sheng would make such a fundamental mistake. If that were the case, he would have severely overestimated Lin Sheng's capabilities. Frieza. I knew you would never submit. The minions of the Frieza force were instantly exhilarated. To them, Frieza was their unwavering faith, and the thought of yielding to another was utterly incomprehensible. Frieza is indeed up to no good. At this moment, Son Gohan's heart raced with trepidation, pretending to surrender, only to strike when least expected. Wasn't that Frieza's favorite tactic? Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis, who were savoring strawberry cake, exchanged glances, noticing the energy beam that Frieza had gathered. Lin Sheng, still maintaining his ear-digging posture, appeared oblivious to Frieza's ominous intentions. Arrogant fool, I, Frieza, shall emerge victorious. Die. Frieza roared in fury, unleashing the concentrated energy beam towards Lin Sheng. Whoosh. The energy beam traveled at an astonishing speed, closing the distance to Lin Sheng in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, a sharp gasp echoed through the crowd as blood splattered through the air. Chapter 70. S-Class Card. Destructive energy. As the onlookers focused their gaze, they were astonished to see Lin Sheng unscathed, while the blood had erupted from Frieza himself. At that moment, Golden Frieza's upper and lower body had split apart at the waist, the severed edges smooth and reflective, with blood gushing forth. Nearby Lin Sheng, two energy discs were whirling with great velocity. Upon seeing the energy discs, everyone grasped the truth. When Golden Frieza attempted to ambush Lin Sheng, the energy discs Lin Sheng had previously thrown were not a miss, but a strategic setup. How could this happen to me again? Frieza's pupils constricted, his eyes filled with disbelief and fury. This scene was hauntingly familiar. Back on Namek, he had been similarly cleaved in two. Today, the tragedy was repeating itself. Frieza. At that very moment, witnessing their leader severed in half, the minions of the Frieza force wore expressions of despair. They had only just resurrected Frieza, and now it seemed he was on the brink of death once more. Lin Sheng slowly turned, his cold gaze slightly lifted. Frieza, do you believe your petty tricks escape my perception? I have merely been endeavoring to play along with your performance. You bastard. The roar filled with resentment and trepidation reverberated through the heavens and the earth, unmistakably revealing the bitterness and despair woven into his voice. After being cleaved in two, Frieza's energy waned to an extreme, rendering him incapable of maintaining his ability to float, and he plummeted from the sky. You ought to return to hell where you belong. With a single hand extended, Lin Sheng summoned a surge of ethereal green energy. I promise to send you back, he declared, and in an instant, amidst the multitude of gazes, he unleashed an energy sphere from his palm, which swiftly descended upon Frieza. Boom. In the explosion of the energy orb, Frieza was utterly obliterated, reduced to mere particles, leaving not even a trace of blood behind. Truly, there was nothing left of his remains. Silence enveloped the moment, as if the entire world had fallen into stillness. Ruthless, decisive, and merciless. Such were Lin Sheng's methods. He never showed any mercy to his enemies. When he vowed to send Frieza to hell, he fulfilled that promise without hesitation. Son Goku, intending to intervene, found himself too late to utter a word, for Lin Sheng had already concluded the battle. Goku, inherently benevolent, seemed ill-suited to the combative nature of the Saiyan race. Perhaps his upbringing on Earth had shaped his worldview, altering him in ways only the planet could. Frieza, had he truly perished so swiftly? The demise of Frieza was so rapid that even the bald Krillin found himself momentarily speechless. Piccolo wiped the cold sweat from his brow, genuinely startled by Lin Sheng's decisiveness and brutality. Reflecting on the recent skirmish and the events of 3 months prior, he felt a lingering unease. He resolved to keep his distance from Lin Sheng in the future, fearing that he might invoke the latter's wrath and meet a similar fate. Humph, how dull, Vegeta scoffed, having rushed back from Beerus' planet only to find himself unneeded. Now, it is your turn, Lin Sheng declared, turning his focus towards Frieza's forces. Faced with the individual who had so effortlessly vanquished Frieza, the minions of the Frieza army felt no inclination to resist. With another energy sphere launched, thousands of Frieza's subordinates were obliterated in an instant. As Lin Sheng descended slowly from the sky, Son Goku remarked, Lin Sheng, you need not have eliminated them as well. He looked at Lin Sheng with resignation. A mere band of lackeys. If they are to be slain, then let it be so. Lin Sheng shrugged nonchalantly, leaving Sun Wukong momentarily speechless. Could he possibly condemn Lin Sheng for the actions of the Frieza force? Clearly, that was out of the question. He feared Lin Sheng might hoist him up in retaliation. At that moment, Beerus and Whis had also finished their strawberry cake. Beerus picked at his teeth and inquired, Lin Sheng, where on earth have you been for the past 3 months? Not a single word of news from you. Just then, a melodious voice resonated in Lin Sheng's ear, followed by a radiant golden light bursting forth from Beerus. Upon witnessing the brilliance emanating from Beerus, Lin Sheng's pupils constricted sharply. After waiting for more than half a year, a card had finally fallen from Beerus, and it was an S-level card. Ding detected an S-level card drop in the vicinity of the host. Would you like to collect it? Damn, I thought you would never drop anything. Lin internally cursed. Expressing his frustration, he then exclaimed with a hint of excitement, enough of the chatter. I've longed day and night for a card to fall from Beerus, and now, at last, my wish has been granted. Indeed, S-rank cards are a rare treasure, hard to come by. I spent 4 days on Beerus planet without any luck, and now, having returned from the GI dimension, I have finally obtained one. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the S-rank card, Destructive Energy. Would you like to absorb it? Destructive Energy 2. I have finally found you. I'm relieved I did not give up. Lin Sheng blinked in disbelief, quickly transforming his astonishment into exhilaration. Chapter 71. Then I shall not hold back. Chapter 72. Then I shall not hold back. As Lin Sheng's words faded, a card shimmering with resplendent golden light transformed into a stream of golden radiance that surged into his body. Immediately, a torrent of overwhelming and domineering energy surged from the depths of his heart, coursing through every inch of his being, his limbs, and every bone. Is this the energy of destruction? Indeed, it is truly tyrannical. Compared to the frenzied strength of the Ultra Bloodline, the energy of destruction appeared even more formidable. After all, this was the exclusive energy of the god of destruction, capable of annihilating the very cosmos. With this energy of destruction, Lin Sheng's power would ascend to a higher realm. Now, even when faced with Xiong Pa, Lin Sheng felt sufficiently confident that he could vanquish him. However, regarding Beerus, Lin Sheng remained uncertain. For he had never engaged in combat with him and could not ascertain the true extent of his strength. Nevertheless, this did not concern him. He believed that with the Ultra Bloodline, he would soon surpass Beerus without prolonged effort. Seeing that Lin Sheng did not respond, Beerus, dissatisfied, exclaimed, Hey, where have you been all this time? Lin Sheng regained his composure and nonchalantly replied, I went to other universes to unwind. Is that really a question? Humph. As long as no trouble finds its way to me, that's all that matters. Beerus snorted. He had no concern for Lin Sheng's whereabouts, as long as he didn't stir up chaos in other universes that would eventually land on his doorstep. However, he was completely unaware that Lin Sheng had just provoked the god of destruction from Universe 10 before his return. Beerus yawned, feeling a bit drowsy after a hearty meal. We should head back, Whis. Indeed, Lord Beerus, Whis nodded, then turned to Lin Sheng and inquired, Are you ready to return, Lin Sheng? Lin Sheng shook his head, expressing his reluctance to return. He intended to meander around Earth for a while. At this point, there was little for him to accomplish on the planet Beerus, especially since the cards from Beerus had already fallen into the hands of Whis. Lin Sheng surmised that any further endeavors would rely on fate. Thus, he felt no compulsion to rush back. Moreover, should he return to Beerus's planet, it was likely that Beerus would insist on him preparing culinary delights. Rather than resuming his role as a king's attendant, Lin Sheng found greater appeal in exploring Earth. Beerus waved his hand dismissively and said, Whis, let us depart. Indeed. We must not forget our companions, replied Whis. Upon witnessing Beerus and Whis preparing to leave, Sun Wukong and Vegeta hastily followed suit. They were returning to Earth due to Frieza's resurgence, but now that Frieza had been dealt with, they needed to accompany Whis for further training. Hey, Vegeta. Are you heading back already? Bulma inquired, a hint of disappointment in her tone. With Lin Sheng here, Earth will remain safe, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. To him, the priority was to continue training with Whis and growing stronger. He had believed he was catching up to Lin Sheng, but upon realizing that Lin Sheng was still ahead, he knew he could not afford to pause his training. Take care, Bulma. I will return another day, Whis bid farewell, and in an instant, the four of them transformed into a streak of vibrant light, vanishing into the horizon. Once Beerus and his companions departed, Bulma and the others resumed their vigilance, particularly Jocko, who vividly recalled how Lin Sheng had unhesitatingly dispatched Frieza. The thought of such a ruthless being was enough to deter him from provoking any trouble, prompting him to hide behind Bulma for safety. Why do you all look at me like that? Am I going to eat you? Lin scratched his head in confusion, pondering how the individual before him seemed entirely different from the one who had just vanquished Frieza. You. You wouldn't have any ill intentions towards us, would you? Despite Lin's acquaintance with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Bulma still felt a tinge of apprehension. What could I possibly do to you? Lin Sheng spoke softly. As long as you don't act like someone who is overly aggressive and arrogant in front of me, I can be quite agreeable. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's expression darkened. For he clearly understood that Lin Sheng's words were veiled sarcasm. Haha, how could that be? Bulma chuckled as she approached Lin Sheng with a warm smile. Since you are a friend of Vegeta, you are also my friend. You mentioned wanting to explore Earth? You are welcome to stay at my home. And I would be delighted to be your guide. Goku and Vegeta have gone to Beerus planet, and as Vegeta stated, it is now Lin Sheng who is safeguarding the Earth. Should another malevolent being like Frieza appear, it will once again fall upon Lin Sheng to protect us. Although she could reach out to Whis, there is no guarantee he would respond promptly, as evidenced today. Moreover, distant waters cannot quench present thirst, hence it is essential to maintain a good relationship with Lin Sheng. At the very least, considering his ability to effortlessly defeat Frieza, it is clear that Lin Sheng possesses formidable strength. Really? Then I shall not hold back. Lin Sheng was quite unreserved, cheerfully stating, "That's right, there's no need to be polite with me." Bulma, with great enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Then let's go. I currently have no place to stay." Subsequently, Lin Sheng drove the shuttle cube, taking Bulma back to West City. As they disappeared from view, Son Gohan and the others were left in a state of bewilderment, pondering why Bulma seemed to connect effortlessly with everyone, whether it be Whis or Beerus. Chapter 72. Android 21. After settling in at Bulma's home, Lin Sheng emerged from Capsule Corporation the following day. He intended to clear his mind, as spending the entire day at Bulma's residence had become rather stifling. West City, being the second-largest metropolis in the Dragon Ball world, was bustling with life. Strolling through the vibrant streets, witnessing the flow of traffic and the throngs of people, Lin Sheng found his spirits lifted and his mind refreshed. As Lin Sheng strolled along, a sudden thunderous explosion erupted ahead, accompanied by a surging blaze and billowing smoke. An overwhelming force radiated from the direction of the blast. Lin Sheng sensed an incredibly potent energy, one that, while not quite on par with Super Saiyan Blue Goku, surpassed that of Super Saiyan Gohan. Furthermore, this energy felt unfamiliar. It was the first time he had ever encountered it. Who could it be? Lin was perplexed. He decided to venture into the past to observe. Following the eruption of the explosion, people fled in terror, causing significant traffic congestion. Bang, bang, bang. Soon after, several more explosions echoed. Lin Sheng's figure flickered as he arrived at the scene, where he beheld a tall woman engaged in destruction, with her fingertips emanating violet energy. Several individuals transformed into delectable treats, which she then consumed with relish. She possessed a complexion of pale pink skin and a cascade of thick, tousled light pink hair. Her eyes, eerily reminiscent of the malevolent Beerus, sent shivers down the spine. Behind her, a long tail swayed with an almost whimsical grace. At that moment, she erupted into a devilish laughter, relentlessly converting passers-by into various confections, only to devour them afterward. Before Lin Sheng stood none other than the ultimate android. Known as Android 21, reputed to be even more formidable than Cell. Due to her fusion with Boo's cells, Android 21 embodied both good and evil. Presently, the evil incarnation of 21 had succumbed to her insatiable hunger. Simultaneously, the malevolent 21 appeared to notice Lin Sheng. She abandoned her previous prey and fixed her gaze upon him, a wicked smile spreading across her face. "Do you wish to be my next meal?" she inquired. Lin Sheng smiled faintly, expressing a keen interest. He was aware that Evil 21 could enhance her power by harnessing the energy of the hunted creatures, akin to her initial encounter with Beerus. Subsequently, Evil 21 extended her delicate hand, unleashing a surge of purple energy that surged directly towards Lin Sheng. "Even if you transform me into a delicacy, do you truly believe you could consume me?" Lin Sheng shrugged, a smile playing on his lips. The sinister Evil 21, with her ability to transform individuals into delicacies, revealed that once one's strength reached a certain pinnacle, even being turned into a treat would not diminish one's consciousness or capabilities. Much like Vegeta, Lin Sheng now found himself among such ranks. However, he did not perceive being turned into a dessert as a burden. His eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him, dispelling the approaching purple energy of Evil 21 in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Evil 21 paused, intrigued. "How fascinating. I find you quite interesting. If I could devour you, my power would surely amplify significantly." Her tongue danced over her crimson lips, a glimmer of greed for Lin Sheng's strength evident in her gaze. With that, a terrifying presence surged from her being. "Devour me? If you can manage it." "I wouldn't mind at all," Lin Sheng retorted, a challenge lingering in the air. Lin stood with his arms crossed, as steadfast as a mountain. Shall I not hold back then? With that, the malevolent number 21 lunged forward, her toes striking the ground, exuding a terrifying aura. The resounding impacts of her relentless assault rained down upon Lin, creating a powerful surge of energy that radiated outward. The surrounding vehicles trembled under the force of this energy wave. For several minutes, number 21 unleashed a barrage of strikes upon Lin, yet he remained unmoved, standing resolutely in place. After realizing that her attacks were futile, she finally halted, astonished, and exclaimed, "How can my assaults be ineffective?" Number 21 was left in a state of bewilderment. Lin stood there, allowing her to strike for several minutes. However, she failed to breach even Lin's defenses. "Are you merely tickling me?" Lin Sheng broke into a grin, and immediately flicked his index finger against the forehead of the wicked number 21, causing a resounding thud. Lin Sheng appeared to act casually, yet with a flick of his wrist, the malevolent number 21 was sent spiraling through the air, crashing violently into a nearby building. The crowd, once again, was gripped by terror, scattering in every direction. Lin Sheng walked over at a leisurely pace, only to witness the malevolent No. 21 crash into a CAF. She lay on the ground, eyes firmly shut, having astonishingly transformed back into the benevolent number 21. This version was characterized by her striking beauty and fair complexion, adorned with a pair of black-framed glasses. Peering through the shattered walls, Lin Sheng observed the pallid faces of the patrons within the CAF, who scattered in terror at the sight of number 21. "Should I extend my help to you?" he pondered, as the benevolent number 21 slipped into unconsciousness, caught in a moment of indecision. Ultimately, Lin Sheng resolved to assist her, recognizing the potential of No. 21's powers for the future. He contemplated the necessity of preparing for the upcoming challenges, ensuring that even the likes of the Turtle Hermit and the underwhelming Goku could be adequately equipped for the trials ahead. As number 21 regained consciousness, she found herself sprawled upon a soft bed, the languid afternoon sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Rubbing her eyes, she gradually acclimated to the gentle radiance of the afternoon. Just as she began to gather her thoughts, the door to the room swung open with a sudden creak, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. "You're awake?" Lin Sheng stepped in with a crisp gait, his hands tucked into his pockets. Under the radiant sunlight, his face appeared exceptionally handsome. "Is it you?" Upon seeing Lin Sheng's visage, a wave of memories surged forth in her mind. She recalled how she seemed to have been overtaken by the malevolent side within her body. And upon encountering Lin Sheng, she was knocked unconscious by his flick. "It appears you still remember." Lin Sheng smiled faintly. "What do you wish to do?" The mere thought of Lin Sheng's terrifying reality, number 21, sent shivers down her spine. The man before her was utterly formidable. Even her malevolent side paled in comparison to his intentions. Lin cast a glance at number 21. It must be said that number 21's figure utterly overshadowed that of No. 18, and her beauty was equally formidable. Her tousled brown locks added an alluring charm. "If I were to take action against you, do you believe you would possess the ability to resist?" Lin Sheng retracted his words and retorted. Number 21, taken aback, realized that it indeed was the sheep. Given Lin Sheng's prowess, he could do anything to her. Even if he chose to end her life, she possessed no capacity for resistance. However, at least for the moment, it appeared that Lin Sheng had no intentions of harming her. This implied that, for now, he harbored no malice towards her. "Thank you. Otherwise, I would have been oblivious to how many more lives I would have had to take." Number 21 expressed her gratitude, regaining her composure. The malevolent side of her was truly terrifying, and she desperately wished to evade its control over her once more. Lin waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "If you have finished resting, you should return to where you belong." Upon hearing this, number 21 was momentarily taken aback. How could she return? Almost everyone, including Grobo 10, had perished. Aside from her, only number 12 and number 18 remained, and now both number 17 and number 18 had established their own families. Clearly, she could not intrude upon their lives. Moreover, what if she were to succumb once more to her insatiable hunger? Being overtaken by malevolent forces would pose a grave danger to both number 17 and number 18. With that, Lin turned to leave. "Wait." Number 21 called out urgently as she tried to stop him. Lin Sheng did not turn around and said lightly, "Is there something else? Can you assist me?" After a moment of contemplation, number 21 gazed at Lin Sheng's silhouette and mustered the courage to reply, "Assist you? In what way?" Lin Sheng responded, "If I fail to restrain my predatory desires, would you be able to help me?" Number 21's bright eyes momentarily lost focus as she whispered, "Of course I can. But why should I help you?" Lin Sheng turned around, his gaze settling on number 21. He spoke earnestly, "We are strangers, and you are not someone of significance to me. I have assisted you once. Is that not sufficient?" Number 21 lowered her head, reflecting on the fact that she was not someone of great importance to Lin Sheng. Was one act of kindness truly adequate? In the next moment, Lin Sheng's voice resonated once more. However, I find myself in need of an assistant. Perhaps you might consider it. What are the requirements? Number 21 inquired cautiously. Nothing too demanding, he replied. You could assist me by massaging my legs or providing other forms of relaxation. In return, I will enhance your strength, sparing you the necessity of hunting for biological energy to augment your own. Of course, if the situation calls for it, I may require you to procure biological energy. Take your time to ponder this and return to me when you are ready. The voice of Lin Yo echoed within the room, resonating endlessly. Having resolved to win over the android number 21, Lin Sheng refrained from speaking too harshly, instead offering her a means of escape. It was now up to her to make a choice. I have made my decision. In a mere few seconds, the android number 21 declared with unwavering resolve. I am willing, as long as you can help me suppress the evil within. Such a request was manageable for her. The crux of the matter was that if she failed to control her predatory instincts and allowed the malevolent side to dominate her reason, Lin Sheng would have the means to revert her to her original form. When you transform into the evil number 21, I can assist you in driving her away. However, whether you can truly restrain the darkness that lies deep within yourself ultimately depends on you. All right, no problem. The android number 21 nodded emphatically, aware that the task of suppressing her evil side rested upon her own shoulders. Let's not rush. Lin Sheng continued, I must remind you, son. I may often wander through the cosmos in the future, and you must accompany me. Are you amenable to this? Yes, I can accept that, replied android 21. Without a moment's hesitation, her thoughts scarcely engaged. After all, she was currently without direction, and this arrangement would afford her the opportunity to witness the world beyond. By the way, what shall I call you? Android 21 inquired. Just call me Lin Yo. It's up to you, he responded. Your attire appears somewhat soiled. Perhaps you should freshen up and change into something clean. I have arranged for Bulma to customize some clothing for you. In the course of a month. Time slipped by imperceptibly. During this period, Android 21 had nearly 10 times succumbed to her predatory instincts, transforming into the malevolent version of herself, only to be subdued by Lin Sheng, who knocked her unconscious each time. Nevertheless, with Lin Sheng's guidance, her strength had significantly increased, reaching an impressive combat power of 200 billion. Were she to embrace her evil persona, her power would undoubtedly escalate even further. On a day when the sky was clear and the sun blazed brightly over the earth, a sudden darkness enveloped the skies of West City. Yet, the residents seemed unfazed by this abrupt change, as if it were a common occurrence. Android 21, however, found it peculiar and inquired, Lin, what is happening? Why has the sky darkened so suddenly? Lin raised his gaze towards Bulma's residence, where a brilliant golden light illuminated the surroundings. A cerulean dragon spiraled majestically across the horizon. It was the Dragon Balls. We must return. Without hesitation, Lin made his way back to Bulma's house, with number 21 closely following behind. In the courtyard of Bulma's home stood 5 individuals, Beerus, Whis, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Bulma. Return, that is the wish, Beerus remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the dragon. The Earth-S dragon, not daring to be remiss, promptly transformed into 7 golden lights and scattered in various directions, restoring the sky to its original state. Oh! It's Lin, Son Goku exclaimed, noticing Lin, accompanied by number 21, approaching them. He greeted Lin warmly. Lin, who are those 2 individuals? Number 21 inquired softly, her gaze falling upon Beerus and Whis. Those are the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis, came the reply. Lin Sheng introduced, the supreme god of Baozhou? Upon hearing this, number 21 was taken aback and replied, just refrain from speaking for a while. Lin did not provide her with much explanation. He then took a couple of steps forward. Lin, how have you been on Earth? Weiss inquired with concern. Quite well, Lin nodded with a faint smile. Observing Lin. Beerus's eyes gleamed with interest as he exclaimed, Lin, you should participate too. If I hadn't seen you now, I would have almost overlooked you. This time. He was determined to win the competition against the 6th universe. How could Lin Sheng, such a formidable contender, possibly forget? What event is he participating in? The competition with the 6th universe? Lin Sheng raised his eyebrows slightly and inquired, Oh. It seems you are already aware of the recent developments regarding the match against the 6th universe. How is it that Lin Sheng knows about this? Indeed. If Lin Sheng participates, we should secure an undeniable victory, shouldn't we? Sun Wukong observed, equally astounded. Lin, along with him and Vegeta, could surely overwhelm the 6th universe. Couldn't they? In such a match, wouldn't it suffice to let Dog Kong and Tragedy Tower take the stage to obliterate the 6th universe? There would be no need for my involvement, would there? Lin scratched his head, feeling rather uninterested. The strongest in the 6th universe, hit, presented little challenge to him at present. However, Beerus was not pleased and insisted, to ensure victory in the match, you must participate. Our opponent this time is from the 6th universe, and we have no idea how formidable they might be. Vegeta stated gravely, therefore, just as Lord Beerus said. To guarantee our win, Lin, you should join us. Goku nodded in agreement, expressing his eagerness to see just how much stronger Lin had become. It had been quite some time since he last sparred with Lin, and he was determined to have a proper match with him after the competition with the 6th universe concluded. Lin pondered while stroking his chin and finally remarked, well, since it is this way, I shall humbly comply. Lin Yo initially had no intention of participating, but considering the presence of the King of All at the competition, he felt compelled to attend. The King of All, the supreme ruler of all universes, holds the fates of all life within a mere thought. If a card were to drop from him, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous gain. At that moment, it seemed that not even the gods of destruction would hold any significance for him. Perhaps even the angels would be dismissed. Thus, it was joyfully decided. Beerus smirked, confident that with Lin Yo participating, victory against Champa was assured. All right, we must return and inform Monaka about the competition, Weiss suggested. Monaka? Upon hearing an unfamiliar name, Sun Wukong instantly became intrigued. Who is Monaka? Monaka is the chosen contestant from Universe 10, personally selected by Lord Beerus. He is the strongest opponent ever faced by Lord Beerus and also the captain of Universe 10, Weiss explained with a smile. What? Is that true? Sun Wukong and Vegeta were taken aback. They had assumed that Lin Yo was the strongest of Universe 7. Now it appeared that was not the case. The captain of Universe 7? Is he stronger than Lin Yo? Sun Wukong leaned in, astonished. What's wrong? You don't think you are the second strongest contender, do you? Beerus raised an eyebrow. Monaka ranks first, Lin Yo second, and Sun Wukong third. Finally, Beerus' gaze settled on Vegeta. Vegeta, you rank fourth. As for the last contestant, you may find someone to bring to me. Weiss then stated, now, Lin Yo, you have the shuttling cube with you. In 5 days, you are responsible for using it to bring Sun Wukong and the others to Beerus planet. We will depart together once everyone is assembled. After giving his instructions, Weiss and Beerus transformed into a streak of colorful light and departed. Monaka, does Universe 10 truly have someone stronger than Lin Yo? I wonder what he looks like, Sun Wukong pondered, scratching the back of his head, filled with curiosity and excitement. He had hoped to see a spar between Beerus and Monaka, but Beerus left without a word, merely a small courier in the vast universe. Lin Sheng shook his head in utter disbelief. Sun Wukong, how naive can you be? Do you know Monaka? Just how formidable is he? Sun Wukong leaned in, filled with curiosity, as it dawned upon him that Monaka was indeed a real person. Vegeta, too, wore an expression of intrigue. Initially, he had assumed that Beerus had fabricated this character. He probably possesses strength sufficient to eliminate you with a single blow, he remarked. Lin Sheng casually remarked, what the heck? Upon hearing this, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were taken aback. To defeat him with a single blow, one must possess extraordinary strength. Is this truly possible? Vegeta, filled with skepticism, wondered, if one can eliminate Sun Wukong in a single strike, does that not imply they could do the same to me? Could there truly exist such a formidable being? Mediocre, merely the third in the universe, he mused. Lin Sheng, wishing to avoid further discussion on the topic, casually remarked that they should seek the final slot themselves. However, the location of the last Super Dragon Ball remains unknown. Bulma, resting her chin on her hand, murmured, moreover, the method of utilizing the Super Dragon Balls must differ from that of the Dragon Balls on Namek. This is truly vexing. How could we possibly locate the last Super Dragon Ball across 2 universes in just 5 days? Has the last Super Dragon Ball not been found yet? Lin Sheng inquired, listening to Bulma's complaints. No, which is why I asked my sister to contact Jack for any potential solutions, Bulma replied, shrugging her shoulders in resignation. I believe I might have some knowledge regarding the whereabouts and usage of the final Super Dragon Ball, Bulma added. Lin Sheng remarked that if he was not mistaken, the nameless star hosting the competition was indeed the last Super Dragon Ball. As for the method of usage, he had certainly done his due diligence. Having stayed at Bulma's residence for such an extended period, he felt it was only right to assist her and alleviate her burdens. Really? You know? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Bulma instantly displayed expressions of disbelief. Just moments ago, they had summoned the Eternal Dragon to inquire about the whereabouts of the last Super Dragon Ball. Yet Lin Sheng appeared to possess knowledge of something even the dragon was unaware of. Was this not peculiar? Lin scratched his head and replied, "It's not surprising at all." Bulma approached with a cheerful smile and asked, "Lin, where do you think the last Super Dragon Ball is?" He responded, "You'll find out once the tournament concludes. So there's no need for you to worry about this matter." Lin Sheng inquired mysteriously, "By the way, who is she? I have never seen her before." At that moment, Sun Wukong shifted his attention to the android 21 standing beside Lin Sheng. "I am android 21. She stepped forward to introduce herself. Sun Wukong and Vegeta widened their eyes in unison, exclaiming, "Is she an android?" "Indeed, I am android 21, she confirmed lightly. The revelation that there was an android 21 astounded them. Upon hearing 21's affirmation, Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of disbelief. In their understanding, all androids, aside from 17 and 18, had been eradicated long ago. How could another android, 21, possibly exist now? What is your strength like? Shall we exchange a few blows?" Sun Wukong eagerly rolled up his sleeves, brimming with anticipation. "Get lost. Hurry up and find the last contestant," came the retort. Lin Sheng reprimanded Sun Wukong, who, feeling somewhat discontented, set off to find the last contestant. "Brother Lin, what exactly is the competition with the 6th universe that you mentioned?" After Sun Wukong and the others departed, number 21 inquired in confusion. "Our universe is known as the 7th universe. The 6th universe is its twin, and among the 12 universes, the two that sum to 13 are correct. This competition against the 6th universe was initiated by the god of destruction, Champa, and is a wager between our 7th universe and the 6th, with Earth at stake." Lin Sheng provided a brief explanation, noting that this was information she would eventually come to learn. Seizing the opportunity, she enlightened her about the existence of 72 universes, a revelation that left number 21 astonished, far exceeding her previous understanding. There remains much that she is yet to discover, but in time, she will gradually uncover these mysteries. Lin Sheng understood number 21's surprise. After all, during the competition with the 6th universe, what was ostensibly a contest was, in reality, merely a diversion orchestrated by Beerus and Champa, who treated the participants as pawns. However, Lin Sheng was unwilling to be a mere instrument of Beerus. Her motivation for entering the competition was entirely aimed at the Omni King. 5 days later, during this period, Sun Wukong and Vegeta trained in the hyperbolic time chamber, significantly enhancing their strengths. Meanwhile, the final contestant was determined. Initially, they had intended to recruit Beerus, but considering his unpredictable nature, the last spot ultimately went to Piccolo. Once everyone was prepared, Lin Sheng activated the Warp Cube, transporting the key figures of the Dragon Balls to Beerus's planet, where the competition between the 7th and 6th universes was about to commence. Chapter 76, The Overweight Cat. Enscathed in the boundary between the 6th and 7th universes lies an unnamed star. Surrounding this star, 6 diminutive Super Dragon Balls floated in the vastness of space, creating a striking visual spectacle. Champa, the god of destruction of the 6th universe, along with Angel Vados and their 5 contestants, had already arrived. Simultaneously, after reaching Beerus's planet and reuniting with him, Lin Sheng and her group boarded the Warp Cube once more, piloted by Whis, heading towards the unnamed star. "We should be nearing our destination." Whis calculated the distance and abruptly decelerated. In the next moment, the unnamed star and the 6 Super Dragon Balls came into view. "Wow, those are the Dragon Balls. Is this really the Super Dragon Balls? They appear so immense. It's astonishing. I truly believe they can grant any wish," exclaimed Bulma and the others, marveling at the sight of the Dragon Balls, which were nearly larger than Earth itself. As they gazed in awe, the Warp Cube swiftly arrived at the competition venue on the unnamed star. Observing the grandiose arena, Sun Wukong expressed his astonishment. Did Lord Champa create all of this by himself? Gods of destruction do not create. Even if they did, their taste would surely be subpar, Beerus remarked candidly. "I beg to differ." Just then, Champa descended from the heavens. The playful rivalry between Beerus and Champa resumed, filled with their customary banter. "Who is that?" Number 21 whispered, observing the rotund figure resembling Beerus. "He is the god of destruction of the 6th universe, Champa," Lin Sheng replied, a profound smile gracing her lips. Now facing Champa, she felt no fear. "His appearance is quite discomforting, much like Beerus," number 21 remarked, her expression turning serious. Lin Sheng smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying. For someone of the caliber of the 21st, such feelings are quite normal. Once Beelzebub and Xiangpa had exhausted each other's strength, Xiangpa finally noticed Lin Sheng within the shifting square. His eyes widened in surprise, and he indignantly exclaimed, "It's you, you rascal." "Ah, you coward. I see you're well." Lin waved at him with a cheerful smile, and then called out, "Do you believe that I can obliterate you right here and now, you fat cat? Xiangpa, immediately infuriated, took a stance as if to destroy Lin. Lin Sheng, however, remained utterly unperturbed. With his hands on his hips, he addressed Beerus, saying, Lin Sheng is indeed one of my competitors. Do you wish to concede in advance? Upon hearing this, a bead of cold sweat suddenly appeared on Xiangpa's forehead. Lin Sheng was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Should he take the field, the outcome of the match would become uncertain. Isn't it agreed that we wouldn't fuss about it? Champa grumbled. At that moment, Vados approached, urging, let's proceed to the venue. I have arranged seats for everyone. Vados glanced at the seats nearby, which appeared rather rigid. Aren't there any cushioned seats? Trunks quipped. Exactly. We traveled a long way to be here, Bulma concurred. Champa crossed his arms, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. If you don't want to sit, that's your choice. Bulma retorted, it's quite unthinkable to have guests seated on such uncomfortable chairs. Beerus, in a mocking tone, interjected. What? Champa was clearly displeased. Without acknowledging Champa, Beerus commanded Whis. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis then waved his staff, replacing the previously created audience seating by Vados with plush circular seats and an elegant competitor area. Soon after, the competitors took their places. From Universe 7, Lin Sheng, Goku, Vegeta, Monaka, and Piccolo stood ready, while Universe 6 featured Hit, Cabba, Frost, and others. Oh, has the lineup changed? Lin Sheng smirked at Universe SIX's roster. This should be more entertaining. Besides Hit, the only notable competitor from Universe 6 seemed to be Cabba, the singular Super Saiyan female of that universe. One wondered if she had awakened her powers. Both universes Kai-Shin gathered to witness the match, which commenced following a brief examination. The order of appearance was determined through a series of rock, paper, scissors. Monaka concluded the sequence, with Goku set to enter first, followed by Vegeta, Lin Sheng, and Piccolo fourth. Once the order was finalized, Champa snapped his fingers, unleashing a wave of energy that signaled the start of the match. The referee then took the stage. Esteemed guests, thank you for your patience. The battle between the champions selected by the Gods of Destruction from Universe 6 and Universe 7 is about to commence. The first match features Frost from Universe 6 against Goku from Universe 7. As the referee's announcement echoed, the match progress panel displayed Goku's and Frost's icons connected, indicating the first bout was officially between them. With the ringing of the bell, the match commenced. You must be Frost from Universe 6. It's a pleasure to face you, Goku said, stretching in excitement. Frost, momentarily taken aback, quickly replied, let us skip the pleasantries and get started. I need to return to maintaining peace in the universe. Surprised, Goku responded, oh, so you're a good guy? He was taken aback. As the Frost from Universe 7 was known as the tyrannical Emperor of Evil, yet this Frost seemed entirely different. However, Frost wasted no time engaging Goku in combat, prompting Goku to focus intently. Go, Goku. Dad, defeat that guy, cheered Chi-Chi and the others from the audience. Champa, observing from above, felt assured. That Saiyan is as slow as they come. Victory is certain. In the arena, after just a few exchanges, Goku found an opportunity and landed a heavy blow on Frost, sending him crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Seizing the moment, Goku followed up with a flurry of strikes, establishing dominance. Transform, Goku urged, sensing Frost's potential to enhance his abilities, similar to Frieza. Taken aback, Frost hesitated momentarily. You, like Frieza, can transform to amplify your strength, right? I hope you'll give it your all in this fight, Goku said with an enthusiastic grin. Regaining composure, Frost grinned in response, very well, as a sign of respect. I shall unleash my full power. With a powerful roar, a purple aura surged from Frost as his energy escalated dramatically. His power is increasing, Piccolo exclaimed, astonished. This guy can transform to boost his strength too? Beerus expressed concern. Huffed, it's nothing of consequence, Vegeta dismissed. At this level, I could easily defeat Frost with just a Super Saiyan transformation. Lin gazed intently at Sun Wukong and Frost below, his thoughts inscrutable. On the battlefield, Frost had completed his transformation, declaring, this is my ultimate form. Even I struggle to control this state. Once, I lost control and ended up killing 2 criminals who should have lived. After transforming into his final form, Frost exuded an aura of unwavering confidence. Unlike Frieza, Frost's ultimate form was a striking blend of blue and white. Indeed, quite formidable. It seems I must take this seriously, Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. Immediately adopting a battle stance, Frost merely raised an eyebrow, and in an instant, he moved with astonishing speed. Before Sun Wukong could react, he was struck hard by Frost. Seeing Sun Wukong sent flying, the audience, including Chi-Chi and the onlookers, grew tense. The sound of impact echoed as Frost's power clearly surpassed the norm. With another blow, Sun Wukong was sent crashing down from the sky onto the arena floor. "You have lost," Frost proclaimed. His movements relentless as he dove down to deliver a final blow to Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong rose up, letting out a fierce roar as he transformed into his Super Saiyan form. He extended one hand, effortlessly catching Frost's descending fist. What? He actually caught it with one hand? Upon witnessing this, Campa's eyes widened in astonishment. "Well done, Wukong." Originally disheartened, Beerus perked up at this moment, exclaiming, "Wukong is about to lose." Meanwhile, Lin, seated calmly, remarked lightly, "Because I have observed that a slender, sharp spike has emerged from Frost's fist." What? Beerus, Vegeta, and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Victory seemed assured. Yet how could defeat be imminent? "Just watch." Lin Sheng smiled, offering little explanation. On the field, Frost sneered ominously, declaring, "This match is mine." What kind of joke is this? Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed. Although he could not comprehend Frost's words, it did not hinder his assault. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong charged at Frost with explosive energy. Frost engaged in a token exchange of blows before swiftly retreating, just as Sun Wukong prepared to launch another attack. His vision blurred, and his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. Ultimately, he involuntarily reverted from his powered form and collapsed helplessly. The referee approached to assess Sun Wukong, confirming his incapacitation before solemnly announcing the result. Frost from Universe 6 emerged victorious in the first match. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Chapter 78, Teach Me How to Transform. Sun Wukong actually lost. In the audience, Chi-Chi wore an expression of disbelief. Those from Universe 7 were equally incredulous. How could Sun Wukong have lost so swiftly? Frost performed admirably, and Xiang Pa leapt for joy, reveling in the victory. "Wukong, what are you doing?" In contrast to Xiang Pa's elation, Beerus appeared dissatisfied. Losing a powerful warrior so quickly left him quite displeased. Was Lin Sheng's prediction correct? Vegeta looked at Lin Sheng in disbelief. No sooner had he spoken than Sun Wukong was defeated. Hearing Vegeta's remark, Beerus turned around, irate, exclaiming, "You cursed crow. Is your mouth enchanted? Shouldn't you consider why Sun Wukong lost? Can Frost attacks truly overpower him? How can you call yourself a god of destruction with such poor insight?" Lin Sheng retaliated fiercely. "What?" Upon hearing Lin Yo's words, Beerus was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, how could Frost's attacks possibly defeat Sun Wukong? This insinuation suggested Frost was hiding something, yet he had not perceived any such trickery earlier. At that moment, Sun Gohan fed a senzu bean to Sun Wukong, who eventually awakened and returned to the contestant's seat. "Lord Beerus, I sincerely apologize. It was my oversight." Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched the back of his head, grinning. "You fool. How could you lose to such an opponent?" Beerus scolded, slapping Sun Wukong on the head in frustration. "Ha ha ha, Beerus, a loss is a loss. You must learn to accept it." Champa, seated across from them, made a face at Beerus. With a haughty snort, Beerus dismissed the situation. At this point, Sun Wukong had lost, and probing further would only lead Champa to believe he could not bear defeat. "Let me handle this fool." Vegeta glared at Sun Wukong before stepping onto the stage. The referee then announced, the second match will feature Vegeta from Universe 7 competing against Frost from Universe 6. "Commence." Vegeta coldly eyed Frost, declaring, "I shall not be as careless as Kakarot." "Oh, is that so? Then allow me to demonstrate my prowess," Frost replied with a sinister smile. Vegeta's irritation surged upon seeing Frost's face. Although he bore some resemblance to Frieza, it did not diminish Vegeta's disdain. Without hesitation, Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan form, declaring, "Prepare to be utterly defeated." With that, he unleashed a rapid barrage of attacks that sent Frost reeling. Before Frost could react, he was sent flying by Vegeta's relentless assault. Vegeta's speed was overwhelming. He struck Frost again with a powerful kick, demonstrating his superiority. Unlike Sun Wukong, Vegeta showed no mercy, offering Frost no opportunity to counterattack. "Well done, Vegeta." Beerus finally allowed a proud smile to grace his face as he observed Vegeta's dominance. "Go, Vegeta. You can do it, Dad," cheered Bulma and Trunks from the audience. "Frost, retaliate. Do not accept defeat," Champa shouted anxiously, but despite his pleas, Frost stood no chance against Vegeta's overwhelming power. Ultimately, Vegeta launched a ki blast that blasted Frost out of the ring. With Frost eliminated, the referee promptly announced, "In this match, Vegeta from Universe 6 emerges victorious." "It's my turn now," called Caulifla from Universe 6 as she leaped onto the stage. Vegeta narrowed his eyes at Caulifla's explosive hairstyle, recognizing her from the earlier tests. "Hey, I heard that transformation you used is the Super Saiyan form. Teach me how to achieve it so I can defeat you. Caulifla boldly declared, unabashed by her request. What? You can't transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta was taken aback. Do the Saiyans from Universe 6 not know how to transform? If I could, would I need to ask you? Caulifla replied, unimpressed. What nonsense. You dare ask me such a thing on the battleground? Vegeta seemed irritated, glancing at the referee and commanding, start the match already. Oh, right? The referee finally responded, announcing. The third match, Vegeta versus Caulifla, begins now. As the match commenced, Vegeta's fury ignited, and he transformed into his Super Saiyan form with a swift motion. You dare seek my guidance during a match? I will not show you mercy. With that, Vegeta unleashed a torrent of furious punches, each blow growing larger in Caulifla's vision. Before she could react, he sent her flying with a powerful strike. Vegeta continued his relentless assault, appearing behind Caulifla just as she was sent airborne, delivering a crushing kick that sent her hurtling upwards. Then, with remarkable speed, Vegeta soared into the air, clasping his hands together to gather energy for a devastating ki blast. Boom, boom, boom. The arena erupted in explosions, smoke and sparks enveloping the stage as Vegeta unleashed his signature attacks. From the Universe 6 contestant area, Kale looked on with worry, her eyes reddening, while Champa clenched his fist in anxiety, veins bulging on his forehead. If Caulifla were to lose, their side would be down to just 3 fighters, a precarious position indeed. Well done, Vegeta. Defeat her decisively. Beerus cheered, exhilarated by the prospect of Vegeta winning 2 matches, thus compensating for Sun Wukong's earlier blunder. Boom. The explosions continued to resonate throughout the arena, smoke slowly dissipating as the audience awaited the outcome of Vegeta's onslaught. Kale and Cabba were tense, not wanting to witness Caulifla's defeat. The referee stood frozen, gazing in the direction of Caulifla, his voice trembling as he pondered the result of the match. At last, the smoke of battle dissipated, revealing a large crater in the center of the arena. Caulifla, battered and bruised, emerged from the pit, appearing quite disheveled. It was evident that she had sustained considerable damage from Vegeta's relentless onslaught. Well done, Caulifla. Upon seeing that she had not succumbed, Champa discreetly breathed a sigh of relief, as did Kale and Gabe. Without transforming, I cannot defeat him, Caulifla gritted her teeth. Knowing that the disparity in power between her normal state and Super Saiyan Vegeta was insurmountable. At that moment, Lin Sheng suddenly approached the edge of the contestant platform. Gazing down at Caulifla, his resonant voice echoing throughout the venue. Concentrate your energy in your back, then unleash it to transform into a Super Saiyan. At this instant, all eyes in the arena were fixated on Lin Sheng, particularly those from Universe 7, who were perplexed by his instruction to Caulifla on how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Was this truly how one achieved that transformation? Even Beerus looked bewildered, uncertain of the validity of Lin Sheng's words. All right, I shall give it a try. Despite her confusion regarding Lin Sheng's intentions, Caulifla was determined to attempt the transformation. She understood that failure would mean certain defeat. With resolve, Caulifla assumed a stance, fist clenched, and began to gather her energy in her back. As she concentrated, she distinctly felt a warmth radiating from that area, while her energy rapidly ascended. Remarkably, it is actually working. Champa watched in astonishment as Caulifla's transformation commenced. Vegeta, suspended in midair, observed the shift in her energy with a furrowed brow. With a fierce shout, Caulifla unleashed her energy, which surged forth like a torrent breaking through a dam. In a magnificent display, a golden aura erupted from within Caulifla, her hair transforming instantly into a radiant gold, and her eyes shifting to a vibrant green. Super Saiyan Caulifla had emerged. Did she genuinely transform? Gabe was utterly astounded. Seeing Caulifla's metamorphosis, Kale too felt a surge of excitement. Is this how one transforms? When did becoming a Super Saiyan become so accessible? Murmured Bulma from the audience. Lin Sheng merely remarked that Caulifla could transform into a Super Saiyan, which seems rather trivial, does it not? Linyo, what are you doing? Why are you instructing her on how to transform? Are you, perchance, an undercover agent sent by Champa? Observing Caulifla's transformation, Beerus appeared less than pleased. The greater the strength of the competitors from Champa's side, the more unfavorable it is for him. Beerus, do you not find this scenario to be even more intriguing? Merely overpowering one's opponent is not a match that Vegeta would desire to partake in. Introducing an element of suspense makes the competition all the more captivating. Lin Sheng raised his hands in a gesture of resignation, his expression earnest as he remarked, how troublesome. Meanwhile, Beerus roared in a fit of rage. Lin Sheng smiled lightly, not taking it to heart. Beerus regarded them as mere pawns, solely interested in securing victory in this match. Naturally, Lin Sheng had his own plans. After all, even if Kale transformed into a Super Saiyan, she might not necessarily be a match for Vegeta. He then turned his gaze towards Caulifla, knowing she was merely an appetizer. Kale was the main event. He eagerly anticipated Kale's power as the only female Super Saiyan. Would her strength truly be formidable? On the battlefield, a palpable surge of power coursed through Caulifla. Excitedly, she called out to Lin Sheng, "Hey, thanks." Immediately, she turned her attention to Vegeta hovering in the air, her fighting spirit ablaze. Chapter 80, Caulifla's defeat. Hit enters the arena. Humph. What a joke. With that, Caulifla charged at Vegeta with a thunderous momentum, her knee crashing into his abdomen. Vegeta bent over, gasping. After landing a hit, Caulifla beamed with exhilaration, reveling in the beauty of her newfound strength. "Watch me knock you down." As soon as she finished speaking, Caulifla unleashed a fierce assault on Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta responded coldly, quickly adapting to her aggressive onslaught. However, under Caulifla's relentless barrage, Vegeta found himself gradually falling behind. In contrast, Caulifla grew increasingly powerful, her advantage expanding. "Yes, sister, go for it." Cheering from the sidelines, Kappa and Kale were visibly thrilled. Is this what a Super Saiyan looks like? They seem incredibly strong. Witnessing this, Kampa's eyes widened in excitement as he pumped his fist and shouted, "Keep pummeling Vegeta." Kampa glanced at Beerus, smirking. "That fat pig." Enraged, Beerus shouted at Vegeta, "Vegeta, fight back. Go, Vegeta." Bulma and Trunks joined in the chorus of encouragement. Upon hearing Bulma's voice, Vegeta, who had been under pressure, erupted with energy. A terrifying aura emanated from him, enveloping him in a brilliant blue flame, causing Caulifla to stagger back in shock. "Super Saiyan Blue? Huh?" Caulifla stared. Curiosity and astonishment etched on her face. "How do I transform like that?" Seeing this majestic form of Vegeta, Caulifla became invigorated once more. His aura far exceeded her own. "This form is still too distant for you. This match must end." Vegeta was unwilling to waste time against Caulifla. He was eager to face stronger opponents from Universe 6. As he spoke, Vegeta vanished in an instant. The next moment, a thunderous sound echoed through the arena. The crowd gasped as Vegeta appeared beside Caulifla, delivering a devastating blow to her abdomen, his fist wreathed in blue flames. The sheer force penetrated Caulifla's body, creating an invisible shockwave that erupted from her back. Staggered by the blow, Caulifla's eyes widened in shock as her Super Saiyan form dissipated, collapsing to the ground. Silence enveloped the arena. The referee rushed to check on Caulifla, confirming her loss of combat capability before announcing loudly, "Vegeta is the victor." "Ah." Champa clutched his head in disbelief. How could he be so powerful? Wasn't he rather slow to react back at Beerus' place? As for Universe 7, Beerus reveled in his triumph, casting a smug glance at the infuriated Champa. The Saiyans from Universe 6 can't hold a candle to Vegeta. Fuming, Champa stamped his foot, contemplating which of his fighters to send next, when Hit, who had been resting with his arms crossed, suddenly opened his eyes. "I will go." "Oh." Vados raised an eyebrow at Hit's voluntary entrance. Meanwhile, Goku, who had been observing, furrowed his brow. Although he could not sense Hit's aura, the calm and steady presence about him hinted at his exceptional prowess. Now this is getting interesting. Lin sat beside Whis, an inexplicable smile gracing his lips. His blood had begun to boil. The previous skirmishes were merely an appetizer, and the main course was yet to come. "Hit, are you going?" He cast a glance at Hit, who initially planned to have him as the final combatant. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed that letting Caulifla and Kale take the stage would not suffice against Vegeta. It appeared that only Hit could contend with him. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, Hit nodded nonchalantly. At that moment, Kale and Caulifla returned, supporting the injured and unconscious Caulifla. Subsequently, Hit leaped onto the arena with poise. Observing Hit's lack of any discernible aura, Vegeta smirked. "Another one seeking punishment, is it?" Once Hit entered the arena, Beerus snapped his fingers, unleashing an invisible shockwave that resonated like a bell in the air. Shortly thereafter, the referee's voice echoed, announcing the match between Hit from Universe 6 and Vegeta from Universe 7. As the referee declared the start of the match, Hit remained with his hands in his pockets, his demeanor calm and collected, seemingly unfazed. This unsettled Vegeta. The composure of this individual was unervingly formidable. Despite Hit's efforts to conceal his energy, Vegeta could still feel a piercingly sharp aura, indicative of immense power. Astonished, Vegeta smirked, thinking to himself, "What does it matter? I will not be defeated." With mastery over his Super Saiyan Blue form, Vegeta brimmed with confidence. As long as his opponent was not Lin, he was convinced of his victory. On the platform, Beerus reclined with an air of interest, remarking about Hit. I feel like I've heard that name before. This individual is said to be a top-tier assassin from Universe 6, whose targets have never escaped him, earning him the moniker the Unerring Hit. Whis, acting as a living encyclopedia, elaborated on Hit's formidable reputation. Is he truly that powerful? Exclaimed Goku, lamenting. What a pity. Had I not been careless, perhaps I would have faced him myself. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Lin, inquiring, Lin, what are your thoughts on this individual? Vegeta may truly become a tragic figure this time. Lin's eyes blinked lightly as he said, what does this mean? Upon seeing that Vegeta was about to lose to 3 opponents, Lucy felt a slight shock. Lin Sheng smiled gently, choosing not to speak further. On the competition stage, facing such formidable opponents, Vegeta ceased to conceal his prowess and transformed into his super blue form. At this moment, Hit slowly opened his eyes, observing the transformed Vegeta, who positioned his fist before his chest, readying himself for battle. Noticing Hit's stance, Vegeta scoffed. Oh, is that all you've got? Can you even handle this? Hit remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Vegeta. Yet, the next instant, Hit's demeanor shifted, exuding an air of invulnerability that made Vegeta reconsider his impulsive approach. He realized he could not afford to attack recklessly. However, without action, a resolution to their conflict seemed unattainable. Just as Vegeta hesitated, Hit moved with astonishing speed, becoming a blur as he approached Vegeta in a serpentine manner. The rapidity of Hit's movements startled Vegeta, but he quickly regained his composure and launched a punch at Hit, who had now closed the distance. In a heartbeat, before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events, Vegeta was struck and sent sprawling to the ground. Sitting there, he questioned his existence in disbelief. What just happened? He wondered. It was inconceivable. On the sidelines, Goku and Piccolo were equally astounded, having failed to catch a glimpse of how Hit had executed his attack. Remarkable, Vados nodded in approval, while Vegeta, now back on his feet, wiped the blood trickling from his nose, gritting his teeth, still unaware of how he had been struck. Yield, Hit broke the prolonged silence. What did you say? Vegeta shot back, eyes wide. I merely landed a lucky punch. What are you so proud of? The audacity of Hit trying to persuade him to concede infuriated Vegeta. As the prince of the Saiyans, he would never surrender before an adversary. In his lexicon, there was only death in battle, not capitulation. Is that so? Then come and try again, Hit replied, unyielding as a mountain. Humph, don't underestimate me. Vegeta charged at Hit with lightning speed. As Vegeta reached Hit to launch his attack, Hit's fist landed heavily on his neck. A shockwave of purple energy erupted from Vegeta's spine as he let out a pained scream, his face contorting in agony. In rapid succession, Hit unleashed a barrage of strikes, leaving Vegeta no opportunity to retaliate, utterly dominating him. How is this possible? Vegeta has no fight left in him. Goku's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that Hit's strength far surpassed his expectations. He's so fast, I can't even see his punches. Sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead as he observed Hit's terrifying speed. What kind of technique is this? I can't make sense of it. Beerus lamented, feeling increasingly uneasy about the situation. Whis, stroking his chin, seemed to discern the unfolding events. This is the time skip technique, he interjected. Time skip? What is that? Beerus turned to Whis, having never heard of such a technique before. It is a technique that allows the user to momentarily shift through time. If I'm not mistaken, it can jump 0.1 seconds into the future, which is a decisive advantage in a battle against skilled opponents. Vegeta stands little chance. Lin Sheng clasped his hands before his chest, explaining. Upon hearing his words, Beerus, Son Goku, and others widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, What? There exists a technique that can traverse time? The audience, equally stunned, wore expressions of shock. Throughout their journey alongside Son Goku, they had witnessed countless techniques, yet they had never heard of one that could manipulate time. Time itself is an elusive concept, intangible and impossible to grasp. Yet, Hit possesses the ability to leap through time. Vegeta, give it your all. If you can defeat this Hit, there will be rewards waiting for you. Bulma shouted from the stands, raising her fist triumphantly. Observing the astonished expressions on the faces of the 7th Universe fighters, Champa couldn't help but chuckle. Had Beerus concede? Your fighters stand no chance against Hit. Furious, Beerus gritted his teeth and yelled into the arena, Vegeta, knock this Hit down. In the arena, under Hit's relentless assault, Vegeta found himself retreating. Each punch struck him with overwhelming force, leaving him unable to retaliate. After a brief distance, Vegeta maintained a wary gaze upon Hit, sensing that while he could not see his movements, the force behind them was relatively light. I should still be able to endure a bit longer. Are you calculating how many more punches you can withstand? Hit discerned Vegeta's thoughts. Vegeta's eyes widened in surprise. How could Hit know what he was thinking? In the next moment, a realization dawned upon him. A smirk crept across Vegeta's lips. "I've found a way to deal with you." "Oh, is that so?" Hit replied, intrigued. With newfound confidence, Vegeta charged at Hit once more, unleashing a surge of energy. Hit, however, executed his time-skip technique, landing a heavy blow squarely on Vegeta's chest. Yet, at that moment, Vegeta grasped Hit's wrist tightly, declaring, "Now you can no longer use your time-skip." Vegeta held on firmly, a grin spreading across his face. As expected of Vegeta, Beerus exclaimed, rising to his feet in excitement. However, Hit's expression remained impassive, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he exerted force with the fist still pressed against Vegeta's chest. The unexpected pressure caused Vegeta's pupils to constrict in shock. The purple energy emanating from Hit's fist penetrated Vegeta's body, exiting from his back. As Hit's fist sank deeply into his chest, Vegeta was sent flying, tumbling across the ground for several meters before coming to a halt. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Vegeta trembled as he struggled to rise, his face contorted in pain. So heavy, was he holding back before? Vegeta had thought that Hit was merely fast, relying on his time-skip to overpower him. However, that last punch had revealed the terrifying strength Hit possessed. "Now, guess how many more punches you can endure?" Hit taunted, moving in with a barrage of heavy strikes. Vegeta's energy plummeted as he struggled to withstand the onslaught. This time, Hit unleashed his true power, and even Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta could not withstand the intensity of Hit's assault. Finally, Hit delivered a crushing blow to Vegeta's forehead. Vegeta's eyes rolled back as he reverted from his Super Saiyan Blue form, collapsing heavily to the ground. Truly impressive, Hit. Champa cheered, exhilarated. Vegeta had been utterly unable to retaliate, proving Hit's exceptional prowess. From the stands of the 6th universe, was squinted, noting he is far too strong. Vegeta is no match for him. Piccolo's expression grew serious, recognizing the insurmountable challenge posed by Hit's time-skip technique, which was nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to perceive. Who would have thought the 6th universe harbored such talent? Champa's confidence in this wager was clearly well-founded, was reflected, observing the motionless Vegeta on the ground. Beerus's face darkened in dismay, realizing he had fallen into Champa's trap. If even Lin Sheng could not decipher Hit's time-skip, then this match was lost. Champa, reveling in Beerus's misfortune, chuckled with delight. "Can you not even concede?" In the arena, Hit glanced at the fallen Vegeta before turning to the referee, exasperated. "What should we do? He can't even concede, and killing him is out of the question." The referee wiped the sweat from his brow and approached Vegeta, who was now devoid of any fighting spirit. Hit's relentless attacks had inflicted significant damage. With the referee's announcement, Hit wins. The crowd erupted in surprise. After the verdict was declared, Trunks and Goten flew down from the stands, administering a Senzu beam to Vegeta. Once rejuvenated, Vegeta shot a glance at Hit, feeling a mix of reluctance and resignation. At this moment, he acknowledged that he was indeed no match for Hit. Yet, he held steadfast to the belief that one day, he would surpass Hit. With Goku eliminated and now Vegeta defeated, the audience wondered if anyone could possibly challenge Hit. Concern etched on the faces of the 6th universe participants, who had long regarded Son Goku and Vegeta as their pillars of strength, essential for the Earth's safety. Lin Sheng can defeat him. Suddenly, Android 21 interjected, breaking the silence among the worried crowd. "Lin Sheng? Are you referring to Linyo?" Bulma inquired. Indeed, Android 21 confirmed, her gaze filled with unwavering faith in Lin Sheng. "Is that Lin Sheng truly that powerful?" Chi-Chi questioned, her skepticism apparent, as she believed that aside from the gods and angels, Goku was the strongest. "Linyo is indeed formidable, but defeating Hit may prove challenging," she concluded. Trunks remarked that, considering Lin Sheng's strength against Golden Frieza that day, it would be a formidable challenge for him to withstand Hit. Master Roshi adjusted his glasses and sighed, expressing, "For now, we can only hope he can endure against Hit. And let's not forget the ace up our sleeve, Manaka. There is no need for concern, ha ha ha." However, Jaco's laughter lacked conviction, for in his observations, Manaka seemed more like a mere placeholder summoned by Beerus from the 7th universe. As Vegeta exited the arena, it was now Lin Sheng's turn to step forward. Beerus turned to Lin Sheng and inquired, "Do you feel confident?" To which Lin Sheng responded, "Not at all." Lin Sheng's faint voice emerged, and he promptly leaped down. "Humph." Beerus huffed in annoyance before turning to Piccolo and inquiring, "Hey, green-skinned Namekian, do you believe you can defeat Hit?" Piccolo's eyelids twitched, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Lord Beerus, on what grounds do you presume that I possess strength surpassing that of Vegeta?" "Do not fret, Lord Beerus. Even if Lin Sheng were to lose, We still have Monaka, right? Goku chimed in with an easy laugh. Beerus felt a jolt in his heart. Monaka was merely a means to ignite their motivation. This could turn disastrous. Oh ho ho ho, Whis remarked, observing Beerus's troubled expression with a knowing smile. Lin descended from the heavens, landing steadily opposite Sight. Zai turned around. Gazing at the composed Linyo, his eyes narrowing slightly. Brother Lin, give it your all. Upon Lin Sheng's entrance, Android 21 shouted a single word towards him from the audience, drawing everyone's attention. The fate of Universe 7 seemed to hinge entirely upon Lin Sheng. Beerus stood on the sidelines, his emotions a tumultuous blend of complexity. He was resolute in not wanting to lose to Champa. Defeat this fellow. Champa bellowed from the platform, followed by an imperceptible wave of energy emanating from him. And so, the match between Lin Sheng from Universe 7 and Hit commenced. After the referee's announcement, he prudently stepped aside. As the contest began, neither Lin Sheng nor Hit opted to strike first. Are you also a Saiyan? Transform, Hit declared, his hands firmly tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of composure. Lin Sheng responded with a smile, his voice calm and unyielding. Yield. Lin Sheng's voice was not particularly loud, yet it resonated in everyone's ears. What did you say? Hit was momentarily taken aback by Lin Sheng's bold words. This fellow had audaciously called for his surrender right from the start. What a ridiculous international jest. Wow, Lin Sheng appears to be brimming with confidence. Is he truly suggesting that Hit concede? Could it be that he possesses the assurance to triumph over Hit? One ought to exercise caution in their proclamations. Should he fail to secure victory, it would be quite the embarrassment. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Beerus raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Was he jesting? Did he not realize that he was up against Hit, who possessed the ability to manipulate time? The words directed at Lin Sheng elicited snickers from some onlookers. As for Champa, he seemed uncertain, pondering the outcome. Vardos's gaze fell upon Lin Sheng, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt an inexplicable conviction that Hit would not prove to be Lin Sheng's adversary. What are you saying? Hit cannot possibly lose to him, Champa retorted, turning back with a hint of dissatisfaction directed at Bardos. I never claimed that Hit would undoubtedly lose. I merely suggested that it's premature to reach such conclusions, Bardos replied, dismissing Champa's discontented glare with nonchalance. Humph. Champa found himself at a loss for words against Bardos. His gaze shifted downward, focusing on the arena where the competition was about to commence. Lin Sheng gazed at Hit with an impassive expression and remarked, I fear that I may lose control and inadvertently take your life. Your bravado surpasses even that of Vegeta, Hit observed, sensing a perilous aura emanating from Lin Sheng. He was compelled to adopt a more serious demeanor. He immediately assumed a combat stance and declared, let us dispense with idle chatter and allow your strength to speak for itself. If you mistakenly categorize me alongside the likes of Vegeta, you are gravely mistaken. With those words, Lin Sheng lowered his hand, stating, my power will instill a sense of despair within you. Hit questioned, a hint of disbelief crossing his features as he felt an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Lin Yo clenched his fists tightly, and his hair began to rise as if stirred by an unseen wind. With a deep roar from Lin Yo, the surrounding space and the nameless star began to tremble violently. An indescribable surge of ferocious energy enveloped the entire arena. Chapter 84. My position is far more advanced than yours. The overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Yo caused the competitors on stage to pale in fear. Even Piccolo's face turned ashen. The intensity of this presence was astonishing, instilling a profound sense of dread. How could Lin Yo have advanced so far ahead of us? He is truly formidable. Sun Wukong and Vegeta shared expressions of shock, realizing that they could never catch up to Lin Yo. In just 6 short months, he had become immensely powerful. This energy also left Beerus feeling secretly astonished. He vaguely recalled that half a year ago, Lin Yo was merely a fighter with a power level of 100 million, a mere novice. Yet now, the aura he unleashed was enough to leave even Beerus slightly shaken. Meanwhile, the competitors from Universe 6, including Champa, displayed signs of alarm. How had his strength transformed so drastically? Indeed, it was formidable. However, the wildness of this energy raised concerns about his ability to control it. Whis narrowed his eyes slightly, and at that moment, Hit's expression grew serious. Lin Sheng, it appears, is not merely boasting. In the next moment, an emerald green aura erupted forth from Lin Sheng. At this moment, Lin Sheng's hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue, while his eyes shimmered in a striking emerald green. As Lin Sheng manifested in the form of a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong and his companions were once again taken aback. Super Saiyan? They marveled, astonished that Lin Sheng was indeed a Super Saiyan. I knew it. Sun Wukong and Vegeta fixated their gazes upon Lin Sheng. Initially, they had harbored doubts about his Saiyan heritage, but now certainty enveloped them. Why does his aura exude such overwhelming power? And it is so ferocious. Piccolo, while astounded, felt a twinge of confusion, for Lin Sheng's Super Saiyan form was extraordinarily formidable, eclipsing even Sun Wukong and Vegeta's Ultra Instinct. Indeed, he was the fabled Super Saiyan. Behind him, Whis observed with a knowing smile. The growth rate of Lin Sheng has far surpassed his own expectations. Perhaps Lin Sheng's strength extends beyond what is currently perceived. What? This is inconceivable. Could he be the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta's eyes were filled with astonishment. Although he found it hard to believe that Lin Sheng was indeed the fabled Super Saiyan, only the Super Saiyan's first transformation could possibly possess such immense power. It is a pity, Mr. Vegeta, Weiss stated with utmost seriousness, devoid of any jest, he is indeed the one. Observing Lin Sheng in this form, Beerus finally relaxed the tension that had been hanging over him. After Lin transformed into the Super Saiyan form, his strength surpassed Hit's by a considerable margin. Is this truly the essence of the Super Saiyan? How formidable. I wonder if I can attain the third transformation, Caulifla mused, excitement etched on their faces. If they too could attain Lin's prowess, defeating Vegeta would surely be a mere formality. Upon completing his transformation, a ghostly green aura enveloped Lin, emanating a ferocious energy. This is the utmost respect I can offer you. Come forth and utilize your time skip, he declared. Given the improbability of winning against Hit with merely a simulated Super Saiyan form, Lin resolved to ascend directly to the Super Saiyan state. What? Hit's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that this was not even his full power? A wave of shock coursed through Hit's mind, but he quickly cast aside such thoughts. At that moment, there was no retreat for him. Hit's gaze sharpened, and in the next instant, he unleashed his extraordinary speed, closing the gap to Lin. With a swift motion, Hit appeared before Lin, but in a mere fraction of a second, he had utilized his time skip to reposition himself behind Lin, launching an attack. Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated through the arena, causing everyone's eyes to widen in astonishment. Lin had inexplicably turned around, firmly grasping Hit's fist, rendering him immobile. Hit's time skip had been thwarted? How remarkable. Hit's once invincible technique proved ineffective against Lin. Lin, you truly are extraordinary, gasped the Kaioshins and the audience from Universe 7. All taken aback by the spectacle. Brother Lin, I always knew you could do it, exclaimed Android 21, her deep-set eyes fixed intently on Lin. Though Lin's physique was not particularly imposing, he radiated an unparalleled sense of security. Well done, Lin. The disruption of Hit's time skip was undoubtedly good news for Beerus. No way. Hit's time skip has been broken? Exclaimed Champa, his hands clutching his head in disbelief. Whis sat upright, observing Lin with keen interest. Is this the essence of time skip? Lin's emerald green eyes flickered with an unusual light as he casually remarked, merely a coincidence. Although Zite maintained an outward calm internally, he was engulfed by tumultuous waves of astonishment. He had barely grasped the situation when Lin inexplicably pinpointed his location after the temporal shift. Is that so? Then let us see you attempt it again. Lin Sheng smiled confidently, then promptly released his hold on Zite. Zite's expression turned grave as he paused momentarily, only to unleash a fierce onslaught against Lin Sheng using his time flash technique. Regardless of the angle from which Zite launched his attack, Lin Sheng was able to accurately discern his position and effectively counter his strikes. After enduring a relentless barrage of over a dozen assaults, Zite ultimately reached a conclusion. Lin Sheng did not rely on chance. Rather, he had entirely anticipated from which direction his opponent would launch an attack upon his time transition. Bang! Finally, as Lin Sheng evaded the assault of the time flash, he simultaneously unleashed a powerful punch, striking directly at Hitler's chest. The terrifying force surged through Hitler's body, and upon receiving such a brutal blow, he soared backward like a kite with its string cut. Impossible! How could you possibly see through my time flash? Hitler grasped his chest, his face contorting in agony. There is nothing impossible. My position is far more advanced than your time flash. Chapter 85. Are you throwing the match? Are you joking? Hitler gritted his teeth, realizing that this was the first time in his career as an assassin that his time flash had failed him. Yet, he was unwilling to accept defeat. As an assassin, conceding to Lin Sheng was an affront to his pride. Lin Sheng beckoned with a finger, inviting the continuation of the encounter. Immediately, Hite launched another assault, yet his swift techniques were entirely discerned by Lin Sheng, rendering him utterly incapable of matching his prowess. Is this what you call the dignity of an assassin? It truly elicits a sense of amusement. Lin Sheng's fists landed upon Hit with relentless force. rendering Hit completely incapable of retaliation under the overwhelming dominance of strength. Even though Lin Sheng allowed his time-skip technique to continue evolving, it still would not suffice for Hit to match him. Given this, the continuation of the battle held no significance. In contrast to Hit, Lin Sheng was far more eager to engage in combat with Kale. What kind of spectacle would unfold when transcendent beings clashed? Hit was utterly defenseless, his face reflecting despair and disbelief as he was subjected to Lin Sheng's merciless assault. Seeing Hit being toyed with, the onlookers were filled with dread, their hearts racing. Hit was undoubtedly the strongest contender on their side. If even he could not withstand Lin Sheng, who else could possibly rival him? Meanwhile, after delivering a barrage of blows to Hit, Lin Sheng landed another heavy punch squarely on Hit's face, sending him hurtling through the air, tumbling multiple times before coming to a halt at the edge of the arena. At that moment, the entire venue fell into silence. Previously, Hit had been the one dominating the fight against the likes of Jiren, but now he was reduced to being completely overwhelmed by Lin Sheng's prowess. His strength was astonishingly formidable. Piccolo wiped the cold sweat from his brow, recalling the times he had spoken ill of Lin Sheng and feeling a pang of regret at his previous arrogance. How foolish he had been to act in such a manner. Piccolo could not help but feel foolish for his past actions. Truly, Lin Sheng had surpassed him by leaps and bounds. Goku, too, marveled sincerely, realizing that despite his own diligent efforts, the chasm between him and Lin Sheng had only widened. I can no longer catch up to him. At that moment, Vegeta had also resigned himself to the truth. With Lin Sheng's rate of advancement, no amount of training would enable him to surpass that formidable opponent. The bloodline of Lin Sheng is sufficient to plunge him into despair. Declare it. Lin Sheng disregarded the prostrate figure of Hit at the edge of the arena and swiftly reverted from his Super Saiyan form, addressing the referee. Upon witnessing Lin Sheng's expression, the referee was immediately drenched in cold sweat. He approached Hit for a brief inspection before loudly announcing, "The winner is Lin Sheng." With the referee's declaration, Hit's defeat was unequivocally confirmed. "Brother Lin, I always knew you would emerge victorious," remarked the android 21 in the audience, her lips curling into a gentle smile. Indeed, she had not misjudged her allegiance. In her eyes, Lin Sheng was the unrivaled champion of the universe. As Hit was carried off, an ember of fury flickered in Zampa's gaze. He then turned his attention to the yet-to-compete Kaizen and Kale. "Hey, you two, you must defeat him, otherwise, do not return." Zampa gritted his teeth, determination radiating from him. Beerus shared his sentiments. He too was unwilling to accept defeat, not for the sake of the Super Dragon Balls or Earth, but for the sake of pride. Kale, frightened, sought refuge in Caulifla's embrace, while Kaizen swallowed hard, mustering his courage. "I shall take on the next match against Lord Zampa," he declared. For Kaizen, retreat was not an option. Despite his brave words, Zampa had already lost hope in Kaizen and Kale. Hit was his ace. Without delay, Kaizen leapt into the arena. "Humph, with just 2 little minions left, this match is as good as mine." Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Kale and Kaizen, his mood buoyant. These two posed no threat to him. With the formidable Hit defeated, who could possibly rival Lin Sheng? Now, Beerus was comfortably settled, confident in the outcome. Once Kaizen took the stage, the referee promptly announced, "The 6th Universe S Kaizen will face Lin Sheng. Begin." "Senior Lin Sheng, I seek your guidance." Kaizen, filled with trepidation yet maintaining his politeness, clasped his fists together. With that he transformed, having received the secrets of transformation from Caulifla moments prior. Although he was acutely aware of his inferiority to Lin Sheng, Kaizen resolved to give his utmost effort. With a powerful shout, a torrent of golden energy enveloped him, successfully transforming him into a Super Saiyan. "Senior Lin Sheng, here I come," he proclaimed. "Bring it on." Lin stood still, softly uttering a sound. In the next instant, Gabe's foot propelled him forward, charging directly towards Lin. Lin Sheng did not flinch or evade, allowing Gabe's fist to strike his face. Gabe was momentarily elated. But in the next instant, he was taken aback, for Lin Sheng remained utterly unmoved. Lin Sheng's soft voice fell, followed by a flick of his fingers, sending Jia Jian reeling as if struck by a heavy blow. His entire being was propelled backward, ultimately landing outside the arena, unable to rise again. "Are you here to entertain us?" someone exclaimed. "Hey, Jia Jian, are you throwing the match? How could you lose so quickly?" Xiangpa nearly suffered a heart attack from the frustration. "Even in defeat, you should strive for some dignity, shouldn't you? You were out in less than 2 minutes." Xiangpa began to suspect that Jia Jian was merely putting on an act. Jiajian returned to the contestants' platform, looking dejected and lamented, "I did my best." Lord Xiang paha, Xiang, stop struggling. Beerus mercilessly mocked from the other side. Kale, it's your turn. Xiang Pa's forehead throbbed with fury as he shouted at Kale. Sister. I'm scared. Kale trembled, hiding behind Caulifla. Such a formidable Lin Sheng, how can I face him? Do not fear, believe in yourself, you can do it. Caulifla encouraged. Supporting her shoulder. Really? Kale still quivered. Yes, go forth. I will cheer you on from here. Then, I shall go. Chapter 86. The legendary Super Saiyan, Kale stepped onto the stage. Beerus lounged casually, crossing his legs, and with a flick of his finger, an invisible shockwave surged forth. This is the final match. It should be rather predictable, wouldn't you agree? After the preceding series of thrilling contests, Bulma finally breathed a sigh of relief. That contender named Kale appears quite weak. There should be no issue. Observing Kale's timid demeanor, everyone began to relax. It was likely that Kale's performance would mirror that of Jiajian, easily falling victim to Lin Sheng's prowess. The 6th Universe's contestant Kale faced off against Lin Sheng. Begin. As the match commenced, Lin Sheng did not rush to attack, while Kale assumed a stance, her gaze fixated on Lin Sheng with trepidation. Lin Sheng suddenly called out with a cry, causing Kai's delicate figure to tremble. She was bewildered as to why Lin Sheng had summoned her. Lin Sheng inquired, "Are you aware of the consequences of your defeat?" The others were momentarily taken aback. The 3 Saiyans from the planet Rac were merely following the orders of the god of destruction, Champa, to participate in this competition, completely oblivious to the repercussions of a loss. Lin's gaze was sharp as a blade as he coldly declared, "You have lost. Your 6th universe has been defeated. The stakes of this match dictate that the losing universe must fulfill one condition set by the victorious universe. I shall choose your senior, Caulifla, and she will henceforth be mine. You, on the other hand, shall never see her again." Kale's heart sank, and he stumbled back in disbelief, exclaiming, "No, that cannot be. My sister will not leave me." He sank to the ground, hands covering his face, his voice trembling as he murmured, "Sister, she will not abandon me. The weak cannot protect those dear to them, and you, my friend, are indeed weak." Lin Sheng continued to fan the flames, questioning how one could protect Caulifla if they couldn't even safeguard themselves. In his arrogance, presumed that Carly would not abandon him, which only deepened Kai's insecurities. With her abilities inferior even to Gaby's, how could she possibly defend Caulifla? On the contestant stage, this fellow seemed to be stalling. Why hadn't he made a move yet? Russ was perplexed. With someone as inept as Kai, wouldn't Lin Sheng easily triumph? Yet, he lingered, hesitating. It appeared Kai was on the verge of tears. Surely, Lin Sheng wasn't he attempting to force her into submission with mere words? Sun Wukong scratched his head, unable to comprehend Lin Sheng's tactics as he observed Kai crouched on the ground, stifling sobs. Caulifla and Gaby were equally at a loss. Once on stage, Kai had only herself to rely upon. They could not discern Lin Sheng's words. Kai's introverted and self-deprecating nature left her ill-equipped to confront Lin Sheng's taunts. What right does a weeping fool like you have to keep Caulifla by your side? I shall cast you out, and you will witness Carly follow me instead. With little patience remaining, Lin Sheng feigned a strike. "No, sister is mine." Just as Lin Sheng approached, an overwhelming aura erupted from Kai. In an instant, she rose from the ground, her previously frail form visibly transforming into something formidable. Oh, at last, she has unleashed her potential. Lin Sheng grinned widely, and in that instant, a spectral green aura erupted from Kale. Her hair transformed into a vibrant green, and her pupils vanished, leaving only the whites of her eyes. The chilling whiteness of Kale's gaze fixed directly upon Lin Sheng, her voice deepening with ferocity. "I will not allow you to take my sister away. No one shall snatch her from my side." What transpired? At that moment, Beerus and Champa, along with others, stood in unison, their expressions betraying astonishment as they beheld Kale's sudden surge of power. This Kale harbors such hidden strength? Beerus pondered, momentarily bewildered. Was it true that Lin Sheng had provoked Kale merely to unleash this latent force within her? Another legendary Super Saiyan, Whis remarked, his eyes narrowing. What? She is also a legendary Super Saiyan? Upon hearing this, Goku and Vegeta turned in disbelief, exclaiming, "But why does her Super Saiyan form differ from Lin Sheng's? Her hair is green, while Lin Sheng's is golden." Piccolo raised a question. Moreover, while her energy is formidable, it still pales in comparison to Lin Sheng's, which had not yet been fully awakened. Lin Sheng must have exploited her vulnerability to trigger her dormant Saiyan heritage. She may still be lacking somewhat. But as long as she continues to fight, her power will only grow. Is that so? Beerus's eyes widened. Then who possesses a stronger Saiyan lineage, her or Lin Sheng? That is difficult to ascertain, Whis replied. What a formidable aura. Kale, you are truly remarkable. Caulifla cheered from the sidelines, her excitement palpable. You can defeat that guy? Surely. She can win. Kaba added with delight. The stakes were high for Universe 6. A loss would likely result in Campa's ire directed at them. Thus, securing victory against Universe 7 was imperative. Campa's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Kale would possess such extraordinary power. This is astonishing. My sister. No one can take her away. At that moment, Kale had entered a frenzied state, her singular focus fixated on eliminating Lin Sheng to protect Caulifla from his grasp. As she declared her intent, Kale's massive hand lunged toward Lin Sheng. Chapter 87. Transcendent Super Saiyan vs. Transcendent Super Saiyan. Lin Sheng curled his lips in a smirk, effortlessly dodging Kai's strike. I will kill you, Lin Sheng, Kai declared fiercely. Undeterred by her failed attempt, she continued her relentless pursuit, as if she would not cease until Lin Sheng lay defeated. Kill me? At your current level, you hardly possess the qualifications to do so. With that, Lin Sheng unleashed a thunderous roar, transforming into his mimetic super form. Although Kai had also ascended to her transcendent form, she had yet to harness this newfound power, and her lack of combat experience rendered her strength inferior, even to that of Super Blue. Lin Sheng estimated her current power to be around 80 quintillion. However, if the battle were to persist, her strength would undoubtedly escalate exponentially. I am eager to witness just how powerful you can become. Lin Sheng had begun to feel exhilarated. Perhaps he could transform into the transcendent form through his battle with Kai 28. As he spoke, Lin Sheng reached out and firmly blocked Kai's massive fist with his own. Immediately, a resounding thud echoed. Lin Sheng executed a stunning aerial spin, delivering a powerful kick squarely to Kale's face. The sheer force propelled Kale across the ground, leaving a noticeable mark on the competition platform. However, this maneuver inflicted no actual harm upon Kale. Swiftly regaining his footing, Kale surged forward, his toes barely grazing the ground, infused with an overwhelming intent to kill as he charged towards Lin Sheng. As Lin Sheng raised the corners of his mouth in a defiant smile, he boldly charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with Caulifla. Initially, Caulifla's strength was inferior to Lin Sheng in his mimetic Super Saiyan form, resulting in Lin Sheng maintaining the upper hand. However, as the fight progressed, Caulifla rapidly adapted to the combat, her aura swelling with immense power. After numerous exchanges, Lin Sheng and Caulifla momentarily separated, both activating their prince techniques. A barrage of densely packed, emerald green energy orbs erupted on the arena, causing violent explosions. Caulifla's strength surged at an astonishing rate. Whis observed the clash between Lin Sheng and Caulifla intently, remarking, finally, a match that somewhat satisfies my expectations. Beerus also watched the battle between the legendary Super Saiyans without blinking, feeling the terrifying aura of Caulifla, which was rapidly surpassing his own. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, pondering whether this was the advantage of their bloodline, achieving such power effortlessly through combat alone. Lin Sheng and Caulifla's energy was so ferocious that it instilled a sense of dread. Goku, with a serious yet exhilarated expression, recognized the prowess of these cosmic warriors, realizing his journey was still far from over. Just then, as Caulifla continued to amplify her strength, she ultimately surpassed Lin Sheng's mimetic Super Saiyan form, delivering a powerful knee strike directly to Lin Sheng's abdomen. Lin Yo was abruptly struck down from the sky, crashing heavily onto the arena and raising a cloud of dust. On the 6th Universe contestant platform, Xiangpa was left in a state of astonishment. He had merely instructed Vados to find 3 Saiyans from the 6th Universe to participate in the competition, never anticipating that such a formidable force as Kai was concealed among them. Sister Kai, it's my turn. Kai's voice was coarse and ferocious as she declared, Lin Sheng, I shall end your life. With that, she unleashed her energy and dove toward him. At that moment, a presence that surpassed even Kai's suddenly erupted. Lin Sheng emerged from the dust, enveloped in an ethereal green aura, embodying the transcendent state of his bloodline. In the next instant, Lin Yo's fist, infused with wild power, struck fiercely against Kai's face. Your strength should exceed this paltry display. Unleash your full potential, or you shall leave me utterly disappointed. Lin Sheng launched a fierce offensive, swiftly gaining the upper hand against Kale, who had only just seized the advantage a moment prior. Ultimately, Lin Sheng hurled Kale into the sky, where a surge of ethereal green energy rapidly coalesced around them, altering the surrounding atmosphere to shades of black, gray, and brown before reverting to its original state. Simultaneously, an orb of energy radiating extreme ferocity materialized in Lin Sheng's palm, the Saiyan bomb. Would this spell her doom? As Vis sensed the tumultuous energy emanating from the Saiyan bomb in Lin Sheng's grasp, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Although Kale possessed a legendary bloodline, the disparity in combat experience between her and Lin Sheng was insurmountable. In a short span, she could not possibly unleash power that surpassed Lin Sheng's Super Saiyan form. Babiti's eyes narrowed slightly in apprehension. At that moment, Lin Sheng had already propelled the Saiyan bomb toward Kale. Under the astonished gaze of onlookers, the Saiyan bomb struck Kale. And just as Caulifla's panicked voice echoed in the air, the bomb detonated, engulfing Kale in a tempest of ghostly green energy. All eyes were fixated on the swirling storm above, as Lin Sheng's recent attack possessed the potential to annihilate with a mere heartbeat. Would Kale endure this? Moments later, a frantic roar erupted from the heavens. To the astonishment of all, they witnessed Kale absorbing the energy storm unleashed by the Saiyan bomb. She is absorbing Lin Sheng's energy. The legendary Super Saiyan is terrifying. Both of them are monsters. What would unfold next was beyond comprehension. The two were indeed legendary Super Saiyans. Known for their volatile energy, was this why Kale could absorb the energy from Lin Sheng's Saiyan bomb? The crowd gazed in disbelief at Kale, whose aura was continuously swelling. Engaging in fervent discussions, Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow slightly, sensing the increasingly explosive aura emanating from Kale, which only heightened her excitement. Ultimately, as Kale's roar reverberated, he absorbed all the energy from the Saiyan explosive blast. At that moment, Kale's power was approaching Lin Sheng's level. As Kale completely absorbed the energy of the Saiyan explosive, a brief silence enveloped the venue. A second later, a more ferocious aura erupted from Kale's body. A ghostly green flame ignited around him, enveloping him entirely. In that instant, Lin Sheng furrowed her brow. She was on the verge of losing control. As Whis' words echoed, a tremendous surge of energy erupted, engulfing Kale within its embrace. Subsequently, countless energy blasts rained down from Kale's form, indiscriminately assaulting the entire venue. If Kale had possessed even a modicum of rationality moments ago, now he was utterly unable to rein in this power, spiraling into a state of uncontrollable fury. The energy blast struck the ground, causing a series of violent explosions. What on earth is happening? She pondered. Is he trying to kill us? This seems to have gone too far. The Kaioshin and the spectators from the 7th universe were thrown into a panic. They were ill-equipped to withstand such energy blasts. Whis and Beerus swiftly waved their hands, erecting barriers to protect against Kale's indiscriminate assault. Unable to control his power? Then this must come to an end. Lin Sheng swatted away the energy blast aimed at him. It appeared that this match must come to an end. Upon unleashing the Kaioken times 10, Lin Sheng's aura once again overwhelmed Kair. With a swift motion, he charged forward. His fist, imbued with unparalleled strength, pierced through Kair's energy and landed heavily upon her face. This blow sent the rampaging Kair crashing down from the sky. With a thud, Kair's energy dissipated, and she herself fell heavily to the ground outside the arena. Her formerly massive form reverted back to her original, petite stature. The indiscriminate assault finally ceased, and after a brief moment, the entire venue fell into a hush. Was it over? All eyes turned to the periphery, where Kair lay with her eyes tightly shut, having returned to her normal state. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng stood amidst the wreckage of the battleground, the victor clearly defined. As the realization of the outcome settled in, an unusual silence enveloped the crowd. They had initially believed that Lin Sheng's confrontation with Hit represented the pinnacle of this tournament, only to discover that the true zenith lay in the clash between Lin Sheng and Kair. In the end, the confrontation between transcendent beings concluded with Lin Sheng's triumph. The referee, who had narrowly escaped the destruction, emerged from the rubble, injured yet dutifully announcing the result. Lin Sheng is the winner of this match, and the 6th universe prevails. Upon hearing the announcement, Beerus breathed a sigh of relief. This match had indeed been tumultuous. On the opposite end, Caulifla rushed down to assist Kair in standing. Kair, groggy and disoriented, opened her eyes and lamented, "Sister, I failed to protect you. It's all my fault." Caulifla, taken aback, reassured her, "What are you talking about? You performed admirably." At that moment, Campa's expression darkened ominously, radiating a palpable aura of menace. Sensing this chilling intent emanating from Champa, Hit, Caulifla, Kale, and Frost trembled in response. For Champa, this was not merely a wager against Beerus. It was a matter of pride following his defeat. Immediately, two waves of destructive energy manifested in Champa's hands as he coldly declared, "You worthless beings have tarnished my reputation. I no longer wish to traverse the arena. Let me leave." Hit sensed the brewing trouble and contemplated an escape. However, Champa was not inclined to let any of them off the hook. "None of you will escape. I intend to obliterate every last one of you." Regardless of the techniques or transformations they employed, it mattered not to Champa. Realizing the precarious situation of the sixth universe, Goku was taken aback. It seemed that Champa aimed to annihilate Hit and the others. "You are no longer the protagonists here. It would be wise not to meddle. If anyone wishes to challenge the authority of a god of destruction, I would be more than willing to entertain them," Beerus warned coolly from his seat. A tense atmosphere enveloped the arena, as everyone came to the unsettling realization that they were merely pawns for the amusement of the gods of destruction, their fates resting in the whims of these deities. Lin Sheng furrowed his brow. Had this scene indeed come to pass? This match was merely a diversion for Beerus and Champa, with all participants reduced to mere playthings. Just then, a clear and melodious voice resonated, causing Lin Sheng's body to tremble. Following this, a brilliant golden light erupted from the sixth universe's contestant platform, emanating from the god of destruction, Champa. Ding! Detection of an S-rank card drop near the host. "Would you like to retrieve it?" Lin Sheng decisively stated. What could the S-class card of Champa be? Suddenly, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained the S-class card, Destruction. Would you like to absorb it?" Is this not reminiscent of Beerus obliterating Zamasu? Lin Sheng was somewhat taken aback. This technique was indeed rather perplexing. The skill of destruction was akin to the laws of causality, capable of obliterating all that exists in the universe. Moreover, this ability was exclusive to the god of destruction. For instance, although Toppo possessed destructive energy, it did not necessarily imply that he could wield this particular technique. This revelation was an unexpected boon for Lin Sheng. Lin Yo swallowed hard, excitement coursing through him as he thought, absorb. Instantly, a golden card transformed into a stream of information that surged into Lin Sheng's mind, signifying that destruction was ready. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the sixth universe's selection table had become intensely charged, with beads of cold sweat forming on the foreheads of Hit and others. If Champa sought to annihilate them, they would be utterly powerless. Lord Champa, at this moment, Beerus looked down at the competition arena and gently called out to Champa. However, it seemed Champa did not hear him. "Lord Champa," Beerus called out again, irritation evident in his voice. "What is it?" Champa turned around, glaring discontentedly at Beerus. As Champa's gaze shifted to the arena, the next moment, he was so startled that the destructive energy in his hands dissipated. He recoiled as if he had seen a ghost, covering his head with his hands and letting out a terrified scream. On another side, Whis also shouted, "Beerus." Just a moment ago, Beerus had been relaxed and carefree, but upon glancing at the arena, he saw a small figure standing between two tall purple attendants. This figure was none other than the supreme deity ruling the 12 universes, Zeno. In the next instant, fear nearly consumed Beerus, causing sweat to pour down his body. "Zeno, how did he get here?" Whis took a deep breath and asked, "Lord Beerus, should we remain seated?" "Of course not," Beerus retorted sharply as he dashed down. Champa, too, had no time to concern himself with Hit and the others, racing down with utmost urgency. Beerus and Champa quickly bowed before Zeno, prostrating themselves on the ground, followed closely by the supreme Kais of the sixth and seventh universes, who descended from the audience and knelt in reverence. Only Beerus and Whis remained standing. "Lord Zeno, your presence here is unexpected. Why did you not inform us in advance?" Zeno, with an impassive expression and a childlike voice, replied, "I just happened to pass by and saw that you were hosting an event. I initially wanted to give you a heads up, but as I watched, it became quite entertaining." As Lin Sheng turned around to see Champa and Beerus hastily descending, he noticed Zeno and his two attendants had appeared on the scene, truly manifesting. Gazing at Zeno's youthful visage, Lin Sheng silently mused, "Indeed, Zeno is remarkable. I had no inkling of his arrival. It seems this situation is far from simple." After waiting for a considerable time, Lin Sheng realized that no cards had dropped from Zeno. He had waited over 6 months for the card from Beerus, let alone that from Zeno. Acquiring Zeno's card was not merely a matter of chance, it would likely require destiny. Lin Sheng's gaze fell upon Zeno's two attendants. Although he could not sense their energy, they emanated an aura of invincibility, akin to an ant standing at the foot of Mount Tai, gazing upward, an insurmountable feeling. Such a vast disparity in power suggested that Lin Sheng's journey was still long, even though he might be able to surpass Champa now, before Zeno's attendance. He felt like a firefly overshadowed by the brilliance of the moon. Facing them, after Beerus and Whis expressed their grievances to Zeno, he jokingly suggested a change of destroyer, causing Beerus and Champa to turn pale with fear. Just kidding. Seeing their panic made Zeno chuckle in delight. Beerus and Champa then sighed in relief, though Zeno's gaze shifted toward Lin Sheng, who stood behind Whis and Beerus. I have one more matter to discuss today. Lord Zeno, please state it. I will certainly fulfill it, Beerus said, trembling slightly. Zeno pointed his small finger at Lin Sheng, inquiring, is he Lin Sheng? Beerus was momentarily taken aback before slightly raising his head. Yes. Following this, Beerus rushed over to draw Lin Sheng closer. At this moment, Lin Sheng wore a perplexed expression. What could the king want with him? Ah, Lin Sheng, your previous match was truly spectacular. I would love to see the king watching you, he said in a sweet, childlike voice. Lin Sheng smiled and suggested, why not hold a grand competition that includes all the realms? Upon hearing this, Beerus was immediately drenched in cold sweat. The idea seemed rather appealing. The Omni King pondered for a moment and became intrigued, declaring, let us organize a tournament involving all the realms as Lin Sheng suggested. Beerus quickly covered Lin Sheng's mouth in alarm, exclaiming, Your Majesty, please. Lin Sheng knows nothing. He was merely jesting. You mustn't take it seriously. Beerus shot a cold glare at Lin Sheng, warning him to refrain from speaking recklessly. His greatest fear was that Lin Sheng might inadvertently offend the Omni King. For such an offense could lead to the instantaneous obliteration of the entire universe. As the supreme deity of the 12 universes, the Omni King could annihilate existence with the ease of quenching one's thirst. In the past, the Omni King had grown weary of the multitude of universes and had simply erased 6 of them. I am conversing with Lin Sheng. Do not interrupt. The Omni King's tone suddenly turned frosty, and his gaze bored down on Beerus. The intensity of that stare nearly sent Beerus into a state of sheer panic, prompting him to fall to his knees once more, his voice trembling. My sincerest apologies, Your Majesty. The Omni King then turned his attention back to Lin Sheng, a smile gracing his face once more. Lin Sheng, it is settled then. We shall joyfully arrange a tournament in which all 12 universes will participate. The youthful visage of the Omni King radiated with anticipation as he extended his hand toward Lin Sheng, saying, I found your earlier competition quite enthralling. Let us be friends. You must join the next contest. Lin Sheng was momentarily taken aback, questioning his own hearing. Was it true that Quan Yu wished to befriend him? Not only Lin Sheng, but even the deities such as Beerus and Whis stood in utter astonishment. The supreme god governing the 12 universes, Quan Wang, sought friendship with a mere human? This was an unprecedented occurrence. Although Quan Wang possessed a childlike demeanor, his formidable presence was unmistakable. He could survey the cosmos without a hint of hesitation. After a brief pause, Lin Sheng extended his hand with a composed smile, declaring, It is my honor to become a friend of Quan Wang. The moment Lin Sheng clasped Quan Wang's hand, the eyes of the 2 royal guards widened in disbelief, revealing their palpable anxiety. Both Vados and Whis shared expressions of sheer astonishment, pondering when Quan Wang had become so approachable. Sensing the tension among Vados and the guards, Quan Wang waved his hand dismissively, reassuring them that there was no need for concern. So now we are friends. You must definitely attend the next competition, Quan Wang said with a cheerful smile, clearly delighted. Of course, I will certainly participate, Lin Sheng replied. Lin nodded, acknowledging his intention to participate. The power tournament was his ultimate goal. He understood that only by battling stronger opponents could he swiftly enhance his abilities. Moreover, at the tournament, all the gods of destruction and angels from various universes, including the Grand Priest, would be present. Even with a stroke of bad luck, he might still acquire cards from other gods of destruction or angels. Securing a card from a high priest would be an incredible gain. Although he currently possessed strength comparable to that of a god of destruction, he remained merely a pawn in the grand scheme of the Dragon Ball universe. He realized that he could not afford to be complacent. Additionally, there was another enticing reward at the power tournament, the Super Dragon Balls. Feel free to visit me whenever you have time, the Omni King said, nodding in agreement. He then produced a purple object resembling a button and remarked, You are my first friend, so I shall gift you a token of our meeting. Press the button on the front to come find me. If you press the back, I will appear immediately, no matter where you are. Lin Sheng was taken aback. Was this not the king's summoning device? He promptly accepted the device from the king. Nodding in acknowledgement, understood. This summoning device should not go to waste. It may prove invaluable in dire circumstances. Yes, yes, I shall await your visit for some amusement. The king replied, before turning his gaze to the prostrate Beerus, commanding without room for dissent. For the next competition, Lin Sheng from Universe 6 must participate. Or else you shall face elimination. At that moment, a torrent of expletives surged through Beerus' mind, yet he maintained his respectful demeanor, responding, "Of course, my lord. He will certainly attend." Faced with the king, Beerus felt utterly stripped of dignity. After all, the king could easily erase him with but a flick of his finger. Once the instructions had been conveyed, the king surveyed Whis, Vados, and Lin Shung, announcing, "I shall take my leave now, until we meet again." With that, Vados and Whis slightly bowed, and the king grasped the hands of his two guards, transforming into a dazzling spectrum of light, vanishing from the cosmos in the blink of an eye. Once the king had departed, Beerus felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. The exhilaration of victory had dissipated entirely. Initially, he had anticipated savoring the moment and mocking Champa, but after the encounter with the king, all semblance of joy had evaporated. Indeed, this competition was merely a pastime. The true contest will be the next one hosted by the king, Champa consoled himself, though the loss of the Super Dragon Ball still weighed heavily on his heart. After all, he and Vados had invested considerable effort to collect these 6 Dragon Balls from Universes 6 and 7. It seems we have narrowly escaped disaster. He sighed in relief. Hey, you lot. Return and train diligently. During the next competition organized by the king, you must not bring disgrace upon me. Champa suddenly turned and bellowed at Hit and the others. Chapter 91. Summoning the Super Dragon before departing, Caulifla, Kale, and Kaba, 3 Saiyans from Universe 6, approached Lin Sheng. Hey, are you Lin Sheng? Next time, teach me how to transform into that Super Saiyan of yours. Caulifla exclaimed boldly. Lin Sheng chuckled and shook his head. You cannot change, can you? Why not? Caulifla, puzzled, wondered why Lin Sheng could transform while she could not. There is no reason. You cannot change, but Kai can. Lin Sheng did not elaborate further and continued. However, if you have some free time, I can teach you and Gabe how to achieve Super Saiyan 2 and 3. What about Mr. Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue? Gabe interjected. Don't even think about it. You're still quite a distance away from mastering Super Saiyan Blue, came the reply. Lin spoke candidly, acknowledging that while both Caulifla and Kale possess considerable potential, achieving the Ultra Blue form is not a mere triviality. Observing that even the likes of Vegeta and Goku dedicated extensive time to mastering this transformation, he remarked, If you truly wish to teach me how to attain this form from Universe 6, then so be it. Caulifla, undeterred, insisted that as long as she could transform into a more formidable state, she would pursue it relentlessly. As for everything else, she decided to set it aside for the time being. Hey, let us go, she called out to her companion, prompting Caulifla to hastily follow. Lin, you must come. You cannot back out. Before departing, Caulifla turned back, still urging him. Lin shouted after the departure of the others from Universe 6, and then descended from the audience seats. Android 21 approached him with concern, saying, Lin, is everything all right? I'm fine, he replied. Lin Sheng smiled gently, eagerly anticipating the tournament hosted by the Omni King. Sun Wukong was dragging himself to the fields, his focus unwavering as he continued his cultivation. He mentioned to Vegeta that they should train hard in Universe 2, preparing to compete fiercely against the formidable warriors from Universe 10. Vegeta nodded, recalling the previous matches between the 6th and 7th universes, where he had witnessed the power of Super Saiyan Blue. Despite having reached the pinnacle of strength in the 7th universe, he realized that he still fell short when faced with the might of other skilled fighters. Thus, he understood the necessity of further strengthening himself alongside his peers. Disregarding Lin Sheng's comment, Beerus turned to Bulma, inquiring about the last Dragon Ball. Bulma responded, indicating that Lin Sheng had previously mentioned he knew the whereabouts of the final Dragon Ball, which intrigued her. Beerus, curious, glanced at Lin Sheng, questioning whether he had indeed located it. Lin Sheng's cryptic response left both Beerus and Whis perplexed, as the elusive Dragon Ball seemed to be just within reach yet remained shrouded in mystery. Lin glanced around, realizing that Beerus had yet to deal with Lin Neo. However, Whis seemed to have suddenly comprehended something. Everyone, please enter the Transcendence cubes swiftly, Whis instructed as he initiated the spell, and the crowd hurriedly entered the cubes. Lin Sheng also ascended with the 21st number on the shuttle cube. Soon after, the shuttle cube, under Whis' command, swiftly soared through the void. Subsequently, on the surface of the nameless star, a whirlwind emerged, wreaking havoc across the barren landscape. The ground cracked with sharp sounds, reminiscent of a spider's web, as fissures spread across the nameless star. With a thunderous crash, a magnificent Dragon Ball, adorned with 4 stars, materialized before the astonished crowd. The sight of this extraordinary Dragon Ball left everyone in awe, for it was indeed a Super Dragon Ball. Bulma, her expression one of astonishment, speculated that it might have been shattered in the past after a wish was made, now drifting amidst countless asteroids scattered throughout the cosmos. Lin Sheng inquired, "Since we have gathered all the Dragon Balls, how shall we summon the Eternal Dragon?" In response, Sun Wukong emphasized the paramount importance of utilizing the sacred language of Namek to invoke the dragon and articulate our wishes. Surely, summoning the dragon will not be a trivial endeavor, he mused, contemplating the wisdom of Beerus. Lin Sheng, sensing the gravity of the situation, turned to him and said, "You must know how to summon it, right? Arise. Speak the divine incantation, O eternal dragon. Grant my wish." Lin Sheng did not conceal his intentions, as even Beerus was aware of the situation. Regardless of Beerus's desire for the Super Dragon Balls, he was unable to summon them himself due to his unfamiliarity with the dragon's language. Therefore, it was prudent to allow Beerus to make the wish. Although Lin Sheng was also quite tempted by the prospect of the wish, he understood that he could not pursue this particular desire at the moment. He would have to wait until he acquired the method to summon the Super Dragon after attaining greater power. Beerus raised his head and instructed Whis to summon the dragon as he had indicated. Subsequently, Beerus uttered a series of incomprehensible phrases, and just as the trio was trying to decipher his words, he suddenly paused, puzzled by the meaning of "I want a wish." Such a phrase did not exist in the divine language. He mused, "Is that how it works?" With a resigned sigh, Beerus continued, "I want a wish." He then projected his essence beyond the confines of the dimensional space. Whis repeated Beerus's words verbatim, yet there was no response from the Super Dragon Balls. "Why is there no reaction?" Whis inquired, scratching his head. Lin Sheng, feeling slightly perplexed, wondered if there was an issue with the phrase "I want a wish." Beerus, with a look of suspicion, echoed the same sentiment. Lin Sheng offered no explanation. The surroundings began to tremble violently, affecting even the interior of the shuttle cube. To their astonishment, the onlookers beheld a colossal Dragon Ball floating amidst the cosmic expanse, emanating a deep crimson glow. Chapter 92. The Unparalleled Divine Dragon. As they gazed at the resplendent crimson radiance radiating from the colossal Dragon Ball, the individuals within the shuttle cube gasped in awe. The vibrations of the cosmos intensified further. When the brilliant red light reached its peak, a blinding golden beam erupted, compelling everyone to shut their eyes. "Lin, is everything all right?" Android 21 grasped Lin Sheng's hand tightly, apprehensive due to the tumultuous tremors of the universe. "Rest assured, everything will be fine," Lin Sheng comforted, and after a few seconds, as the golden light dissipated, everyone reopened their eyes to behold a colossal and enigmatic creature, entirely adorned in shimmering gold, before them. "What is this?" Number 21 slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the terrifyingly immense being beyond the Transcendence cube, involuntarily displaying a trace of horror. Such an enormous creature was a sight she had never encountered before, the Super Dragon. As Lin Sheng's words fell, an unusual sound echoed from outside, causing everyone to widen their eyes. The Super Dragon gradually opened its deep crimson eyes, radiating a divine and oppressive aura that surged within the hearts of all present. The resounding roar of the dragon reverberated, its enormous eyes casting beams of crimson light like searchlights, swaying in the vastness of space. In an instant, the Super Dragon unfurled its massive form, circling a star before swiftly traversing the cosmos at speed surpassing that of light. Simultaneously, the already gargantuan body of the Super Dragon continued to expand. Shortly after, it opened its mouth and swallowed a planet thousands of times larger than Earth. Following the consumption of the planet, the Super Dragon soared forward, its body swelling at an unfathomable rate, effortlessly outpacing entire star systems. Within the Transcendence cube, the vision of everyone was enveloped by the resplendent golden light emanating from the Super Dragon. Incredible! Lin Sheng and the others could only witness the body of the Super Dragon stretching infinitely to the horizon, as if it knew no bounds. Even Lin Sheng was left in awe by this spectacle. Only upon witnessing the Super Dragon firsthand could he truly grasp the overwhelming presence it commanded. No wonder it was renowned as the dragon that could fulfill any wish. Its reputation was indeed well-deserved. Finally, as the body of the Super Dragon swelled to its utmost limit, The nearby star systems appeared minuscule, akin to grains of sand adrift on the ocean. Truly, it was an unparalleled divine dragon. When a blinding golden light surged forth once more, everyone had no choice but to close their eyes again. Moments later, as the golden light faded, they opened their eyes to discover they had entered the very body of the super dragon. Surrounded by resplendent cosmic stars, the scene was breathtaking, an overwhelming visual delight. It was astonishingly beautiful. Such splendor was beyond compare. The artificial being, number 21, was enraptured by the magnificent celestial panorama, utterly captivated by its beauty. Lin Sheng nodded gently. Although he was accustomed to the celestial wonders of the universe, this scene still exuded an ethereal quality. As the traversal cube passed through a colossal gate reminiscent of an abyss, the core of the super dragon appeared before all. Next came the wish-granting segment with Beerus. Once the wishing was concluded, Lin Sheng and his companions embarked on their journey back to Earth. "Hey, what did you wish for?" Bulma inquired curiously. Beerus snapped irritably. "Mind your own business." "Come on, Beerus, don't be so petty. Telling us won't hurt," Goku chimed in, equally intrigued about Beerus's wish. "I wished for a more comfortable bed." Beerus replied nonchalantly. His true desire was to restore civilization on Earth in the 6th universe, akin to that of the 7th universe, yet he chose to withhold the truth, opting instead for a casual excuse. "Really? That's your wish?" Bulma retorted, her frustration evident. "You fool, I could grant that wish myself." "What did you say? Watch your tone, or I might just obliterate you." Amidst the harmonious atmosphere, after several hours of travel, they finally returned to Earth. Following the competition with the 6th universe, a temporary period of peace ensued. However, there was still no news regarding the grand tournament of the entire universe as mentioned by the Omni King. Lin Shun and Android 21 remained on Earth, while Sun Wukong and Vegeta journeyed to Beerus's planet to continue their training under Whis. This peaceful period lasted for 3 months. During this time, Lin Shun's strength plateaued. However, this was not entirely unwelcome. It is essential to balance effort with relaxation. One cannot demand too much of oneself. Moreover, Lin Shun found a certain enjoyment in this leisurely existence, albeit tinged with a hint of boredom. Lin lay on the rooftop, chewing on a blade of grass. He murmured, "Brother Lin, shall we go for a swim?" Feeling the intense sun of 990, the 21st suggested, "It just so happens that there is a pool in Bulma's yard. Swimming in the sweltering summer heat would be most delightful." "Perhaps another time," Lin replied. "I plan to step out for a bit." Lin pondered for a moment and ultimately resolved to journey to the 6th universe. Since he had initially promised Caulifla and Kale that he would transform into Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3, he felt compelled to uphold his word. "Where shall we go?" inquired number 21. Lin Sheng dropped his grass roots and promptly rose to his feet. "I may be away for several days. You should remain on Earth. Feel free to call me anytime." After visiting the 6th universe, Lin Yo also intended to make a trip to the 11th universe to visit Makalita, as he had not seen her for several months and found himself missing her. Thus, he decided not to bring along number 21 this time. "Brother Lin, I understand," number 21 replied, expressing no objections to Lin Sheng's words. Lin Sheng summoned the dimensional block and directly proceeded to the 6th universe. Chapter 93. I've been waiting for you for a long time. In the 6th universe, on the planet Sadala, Kale was being instructed by Caulifla to transform into a Super Saiyan. Although Kale had transformed into a Super Saiyan during the competition between the 6th and 7th universes, she had been unable to do so again since returning. No matter how diligently Caulifla trained her, Kale could not achieve the transformation. After holding back for a long time, with her face flushed from effort, she ultimately succumbed to despair and sat down, exclaiming, "Sister, I can't do it." "How can you say that?" Caulifla retorted. "You transformed when you fought Lin Sheng, didn't you? That power was incredible." Even Caulifla envied Kale's potential strength. She wondered why Kale could not unleash it. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice reached the ears of Caulifla and Kale. They turned in unison to see a figure standing on a nearby boulder. It was Lin Sheng. Caulifla's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Lin Sheng, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for so long." It's him," Kale murmured, hesitating to meet Lin Sheng's gaze. She faintly recalled his words from the arena and wondered if he had come to compete with her for Caulifla's attention. Lin jumped down and landed between Caulifla and Kale. Caulifla hurriedly said, "Lin, how did you teach Kale to transform last time? Please teach her quickly." Kale's small hands clenched nervously. Lin cast a casual glance at Kair and said, "Let us set her aside for now. I will first teach you how to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Great. Hurry and teach me," Kair exclaimed, momentarily disregarding the situation with the girl. "Let us move to this side," Carly suggested eagerly. "You first need to transform into Super Saiyan." "All right." In an instant, Carly, brimming with impatience, transformed into her Super Saiyan form, her energy surging dramatically. "And then what? What do I do next?" After completing the transformation, Carly eagerly inquired. For the past 3 months since the tournament, she had been tirelessly researching the method to achieve Super Saiyan 2. Yet she found herself unable to progress beyond the first transformation. Lin Sheng instructed, "Continue to gather energy in your back, then unleash it." "All right, let me give it a try," replied Caulifla as she concentrated energy into her back. "Huh." Moments later, with a resounding shout, Caulifla's energy surged once more, doubling in intensity. Crackle, crackle. Lightning danced wildly around her. Lightning, the hallmark of Super Saiyan 2. "Incredible. This feels distinctly different from before," Caulifla exclaimed, exhilarated as she threw a few punches. So fast. At that moment, it was as if she had shattered a barrier, overwhelmed with joy. What about Super Saiyan 3? How does one transform? After successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Caulifla eagerly questioned Lin Sheng, her focus not solely on this form. She yearned for greater strength. Meanwhile, witnessing the close interaction between Lin Sheng and Caulifla, Kair felt a pang of jealousy. "Sister." In the next instant, Kair's muscles began to swell, her energy erupting forth like a volcano. At the same time, Lin Sheng and Caulifla turned in unison to see that Kair had once again transformed into her transcendent state. In her eyes, now devoid of color save for the whites, an intense fury swelled. "Kair, you did it!" Caulifla shouted in delight, still unaware of how Kair had achieved her transformation. "Lin Sheng, you have stolen my sister. I will kill you," Kair declared, stepping forward and leaving deep imprints in the ground. "You cannot kill anyone." Lin Sheng remained completely unperturbed, despite his desire to engage in a full-scale battle with Kair. However, should that come to pass, it is likely that the entire Lay's planet would be reduced to cosmic dust in the wake of their conflict. Therefore, Lin Yo's voice resonated deeply as she transformed into the Super Saiyan form of the Ultra Bloodline. Compared to her performance during the match, Kaul's aura had significantly intensified. She could now effortlessly overpower Super Saiyan Blue Goku with mere brute force. Alas, she was still not a match for Lin Sheng's Super Saiyan form. In an instant, Kaul's enormous hand reached out towards Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng extended his hand, effortlessly blocking Kair's attack. In an instant, he retaliated with a powerful punch, sending Kair sprawling backwards over 100 meters. Regaining his footing, Kair, fueled by immense fury, charged at Lin Sheng once more. "Kair, what are you doing? Stop. He is Lin Sheng," cried Caulifla, alarmed by Kair's intent to harm. She attempted to intervene, but Kair forcefully pushed her aside. Observing Kair's menacing demeanor and palpable murderous intent, Lin Sheng activated his tenfold Kaioken. "I don't wish to play with you today, so I suggest you lie down," he declared as he leaped into the air. His fist, enveloped in swirling red and eerie green flames, struck Kair squarely in the face with a resounding impact. The force of the blow sent Kair crashing to the ground, causing the earth to tremble and sink for hundreds of meters around. In the wake of Lin Sheng's assault, Kair reverted to his normal state. Caulifla rushed over to assist Kair, helping him to his feet. "He's fine. He just fainted," Lin Sheng remarked calmly, also reverting to his usual form. After ensuring Kair was settled, Caulifla returned to Lin Sheng, saying, "Now, teach me how to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Chapter 94. What is this sweet feeling? "You still cannot transform into Super Saiyan 3, Lin Sheng replied, puzzled by Caulifla's inquiry. Lin Sheng remarked that lacking strength and sufficient combat experience poses a dilemma. What should be done? Lin Sheng's lips curled into a smirk. "Would you like to become my disciple? I shall teach you." Upon hearing this, Carly Flatten was momentarily taken aback. "Otherwise, do you intend to deceive me without any means?" Lin Sheng's gaze was filled with disdain. This left Carly in a dilemma. She pondered for a moment, then her eyes brightened. She playfully wrapped her arm around Lin Sheng's neck and boldly proposed, "How about we skip the apprenticeship and instead, I become your girlfriend?" Huh. Now it was Lin Sheng's turn to be bewildered. He cast a skeptical glance at Carly Flatten, questioning, "Are you serious? Do you truly think so highly of yourself?" Although Carly's audacious personality was somewhat appealing to him, he certainly did not wish to bear the stigma of luring a minor. What? Do you look down on me? Carly flattened, raised her chin proudly. I am 20 years old this year. Lin Sheng cast a disdainful glance at her and skeptically remarked, she certainly does not appear to be in her 20s. Although she may not possess the same allure as number 21, overall, she is quite acceptable. Not at all, Carly replied with a retort. Perhaps just a little. Lin nodded slightly and then inquired, so, does this mean you are confessing to me? He felt somewhat puzzled. Are the Saiyans of the 6th universe so open-minded? Or is Caulifla an exception? I suppose it is, Caulifla replied, playfully wrapping her arms around Lin's neck. You give me the impression of being quite straightforward. Unlike Vegeta, who is rather stingy and refuses to teach me even the Super Saiyan transformation. Regardless, I have developed a fondness for you. As she spoke, Caulifla's cheeks began to flush slightly. Noticing the rosy hue on her face, Lin raised an eyebrow, wondering if she was being serious. He initially thought Caulifla was merely teasing him. Have you made up your mind? This is the second time I am confessing to someone, Caulifla urged, sensing Lin's hesitation as he remained silent. Ahem. Lin Sheng pretended to cough and remarked, although it's a bit sudden, I can reluctantly accept your proposal. Caulifla replied with a hint of annoyance, playfully patting Lin Sheng's shoulder before turning her face away shyly. A faint, silly smile graced her lips. Observing Caulifla's innocent grin, Lin Sheng couldn't help but smile in return. Thus, it seemed he had acquired a girlfriend. Unexpectedly, in his past life, he had not formed any romantic relationships, but here he found himself in a budding romance. Lin Sheng embraced Caulifla, catching her off guard. What are you doing? She exclaimed, her face still flushed with shyness, resembling a ripe apple, tempting one to take a bite. What do you think? Lin lowered his head and kissed her. In that instant, Caulifla's mind went completely blank, and she felt as if the world was spinning around her. Simultaneously, a suffocating sensation enveloped her. What was this sweet feeling? Caulifla had already succumbed, lost in the moment for what felt like an eternity. Lin Sheng finally released Caulifla, whose face was as if scorched by fire. After all, this was her first kiss. She wiped her lips, adjusted her emotions, and feigned a hint of displeasure, saying, could you perhaps allow me a moment to prepare? I barely had a chance to react. Lin Sheng chuckled. Of course, you can take your time to prepare in the evening. Oomph, who is afraid of whom? Soon. Caulifla adapted swiftly, not showing any signs of weakness, and retorted, come on, unleash your full power. Lin Sheng smiled, then stepped back a short distance, beckoning to Caulifla with a gesture. All right, here I come. Caulifla, being of the highest caliber, immediately transformed once more into her Super Saiyan 2 form. In the next instant, a loud bang echoed. The battle between Lin Sheng and Caulifla commenced, resembling more of a training session than a true confrontation. Despite the norm, Lin Sheng's formidable strength effortlessly overwhelmed Caulifla in her Super Saiyan 2 form. Thus, he consciously restrained his combat power to a level slightly superior to hers, engaging in an intense clash. Under such pressure, Caulifla swiftly utilized her combat skills, while the latent power within her continued to surge forth. As the battle progressed, Caulifla's strength grew at an astonishing rate. This encounter persisted until twilight, only ceasing when Caulifla's stamina was nearly depleted. The previously unconscious Kale had also awakened by this time. What a thrilling experience! Caulifla exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Sheng, let us continue tomorrow. Despite her immense exhaustion, her face radiated excitement. Lin nodded, indicating his agreement. It's getting late. How about we go to my house? I would like you to meet my brother, suggested Carly. Sure. Lin Sheng had no objections. After all, he intended to train Caulifla until she could transform into Super Saiyan 3. During this period, he would undoubtedly be residing at Caulifla's home. Upon hearing that Caulifla would be bringing Lin Sheng to her house, Caulifla felt a pang of jealousy, for she remained unaware of the relationship between Lin Sheng and Caulifla due to her previous unconsciousness. Let's go home, Caulifla said, not particularly inclined to ponder Caulifla's feelings. With that, Caulifla led Lin Sheng back, and after a moment of contemplation, Caulifla followed suit. Chapter 95. Linso. The architecture on planet Lace bore a striking resemblance to that of planet Vegeta. Caulifla's home was situated on the outskirts of the city, away from the clamor of urban life. Unlike planet Vegeta, the Saiyans on planet Lace did not survive by conquering planets and selling them at exorbitant prices. Instead, they thrived under the protection of an elite force known as the Lace Defense Corps. And indeed, It was this very unit of the Lace Defense Corps that housed the esteemed member, Lin Sheng. Upon returning to Caulifla's home, a burly man with a square face was reclining on the living room sofa. He was Caulifla's elder brother, Lin Sheng. Once the captain of the Lace Defense Corps, Lin Sheng had also been a mentor to Gabe but had retired from the defense unit due to a severe illness, opting to recuperate at home. "Brother, I'm back," Caulifla exclaimed joyfully as she entered. Hearing her return, Lin Sheng promptly sat up from the sofa, only to notice two unfamiliar men accompanying Caulifla. "Who is he?" Lin Sheng inquired, his gaze fixed upon Lin Sheng. "This is Lin Sheng. He is my boyfriend," Caulifla shyly introduced him. Lin Sheng greeted with a smile. "Hello, brother." Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow. Could it be that his mischievous sister had found herself a boyfriend? It was akin to the sun rising in the west. "Hello," Lin Sheng replied to Lin Sheng's greeting, then inquired, "Are you also a Saiyan?" "Well, one could say so." Lin Sheng pondered for a moment before nodding, while Lin Sheng scratched his head and replied, "But I have never seen you before." "Who is your father?" Lin Sheng declared, "I am a Saiyan from the 10th universe, the Saiyan of the Earth universe." Suddenly, Son Goku, taken aback, cast a bewildered glance at Lin Sheng before shifting his gaze to Kale. "Goodness, you found a Saiyan from another universe?" he exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Sheng nodded slightly. He could comprehend Lin Sheng's repeated inquiries. As an older brother, it was only natural for him to seek clarity regarding the boyfriend his sister had unexpectedly brought home. Caulifla, however, seemed unconcerned. Sitting beside Lin Sheng, she cheerfully exclaimed, "Brother, let me tell you, Lin Sheng is incredibly strong." "Is that so? How strong?" Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Although the Saiyans of Universe 6 did not survive by conquering planets and selling them at exorbitant prices, they were nonetheless a warrior race. Consequently, Lin Sheng hoped his sister would find a formidable Saiyan, alleviating any concerns he might have regarding Caulifla's safety. "He's super strong." Caulifla struggled to find the right words, then added, "He taught me how to transform into a Super Saiyan." All right, I get it," Lin Sheng replied, not wishing to pry any further. Given Caulifla's enthusiastic praise, he presumed Lin Sheng's abilities must be quite impressive as well. "Brother, I'll go prepare some food for you and Lin Sheng. You two chat for now," Caulifla said with a bright smile before heading to the backyard. Once Caulifla departed, Lin Sheng turned his attention back to Lin Sheng and gestured, "Lin Sheng, please have a seat. There's no need to stand on ceremony." Lin Sheng nodded and took a seat. "Lin Sheng, I have only one sister. Since she dared to bring you home to meet me, I believe she must genuinely care for you," said Lin Sheng with earnestness. "I hope you will treat her well in the future. Of course, as long as I am around, no one shall bully her." Lin Sheng replied solemnly. Kefla had become his first love in the Dragon Ball universe. Regardless of what transpired in the future, even if he were to lose the tournament in Universe 6 and be erased by Zeno, he would find a way to restore Universe 6, for Kefla resided there. Even if he brought Kefla to Universe 7, Zeno would likely still categorize her as belonging to Universe 6 when erasing it. As for Champa, Lin Sheng could consider allowing him to live until after the tournament, provided he refrained from provoking him again. Otherwise, Lin Sheng would not hesitate to eliminate him beforehand. Having acquired the energy of destruction and the essence of destruction, Lin Sheng now held no fear of Champa, even if he ceased to bother him. Champa's demise was inevitable after the tournament. For those who sought his life, Lin Sheng resolved to eradicate them without hesitation, not only Champa but also the jester god who once intended to annihilate him. "That is good," Lin Sheng sighed softly, murmuring, "My sister may seem like a little delinquent, but her potential far surpasses mine. I know this, which is why I am nurturing her abilities." Lin nodded, acknowledging that Caulifla indeed possessed immense potential. For a Saiyan to transform into a Super Saiyan, the quantity of S cells within their body must reach a certain threshold. This transformation is further catalyzed by emotional stimulation that triggers a surge in S cell production. In a peaceful environment, S cells proliferate more readily, and the Saiyans of Universe 6 enjoy a far more favorable setting than those of Universe 7, characterized by a scarcity of warfare. This explains why both Kaba and Caulifla find it remarkably easy to achieve Super Saiyan transformations, in stark contrast to the absence of any Super Saiyans on planet Vegeta for many years. During the subsequent period, Lin spent his time on planet Sadala, dedicating nearly every day to training Caulifla. Under Lin's guidance, Caulifla's strength soared, as latent power within her was coaxed to the surface. Throughout this time, Kale frequently succumbed to rage over Lin's relationship with Caulifla, only to be subdued time and again by Lin's enhanced power. His Super Saiyan transformation augmented by the Kaioken technique. Aside from Caulifla, Kale also made significant strides. At the very least, she was now able to transform into a controlled version of her legendary Super Saiyan form. Although this transformation granted her a tremendous boost in power compared to her previously uncontrollable state, it came at a cost. She lost the core ability of the legendary Bloodline, which allowed for continuous power enhancement through battle. Thus, the legendary transformation presented both advantages and disadvantages. While it enabled her to harness her power, it also deprived her of the capacity to further elevate her prowess in combat. On this particular day, as training drew to a close, Caulifla finally unleashed her power, successfully transforming into the Super Saiyan 3 form. However, due to the immense energy expenditure associated with this transformation, coupled with an entire day of rigorous training, Caulifla could only sustain this form for a mere 2 minutes before her stamina waned, preventing her from maintaining the Super Saiyan 3 state any longer. Lin Sheng caught the exhausted Caulifla and inquired, "How do you feel?" "I'm fine, just rather drained," she replied, gripping Lin Sheng's arm tightly. "Let us head back." "Indeed. It's getting late. It's time to conclude today's training." Thus, Lin Sheng carried Caulifla back. After their return and a meal, Lin Sheng retreated to the bathroom for a soak. "Refreshing," he exclaimed, reclining in the bathtub, observing the bubbles floating on the water's surface. During his month here, the most delightful moments were undoubtedly those spent in the bath. Soaking truly alleviated the fatigue of the day. "It seems I should be preparing to leave tomorrow." Lin gazed at the ceiling and murmured, "Since Caulifla is already transformed into her Super Saiyan form, it is time for me to depart as well." He could not possibly remain on the planet races, waiting for an opportune moment to check on her. Initially, he had intended to spend only a few days here, but unexpectedly, he had been on the planet races for an entire month. Indeed, plans often fall short of reality. Lin sighed deeply, just as he was lost in thought. A sudden series of knocks echoed from outside the bathroom door. Before Lin could respond, Caulifla forcefully pushed the door open. "What are you doing?" Lin was momentarily taken aback by Caulifla's abrupt entrance. In her hand, she held a towel, and with a playful grin, she remarked, "You've worked hard training me this past month. To show my gratitude, let me help you with a bath today." After a month of interaction, Caulifla had shed her initial shyness, emboldened by her naturally carefree disposition, which allowed her to intrude while Lin was soaking in the tub. With that, she swiftly closed the door behind her. A mischievous smile crept across Lin's face. Was this not akin to a wolf entering a den of tigers? He reached out and, with a sudden tug, sent Caulifla tumbling into the bathtub with a splash. "Where's your brother?" Lin inquired. "My brother is resting," Caulifla replied. Her cheeks flushed as she blinked innocently. An hour later, Lin and Caulifla emerged from the bathroom. Upon leaving, Lin cradled Caulifla and carried her straight to her room. The next day, as the morning sun began to rise, Lin Sheng and Caulifla awoke almost simultaneously. Caulifla gazed deeply and affectionately at the profile of Lin Sheng. They had been quite wild the previous night. "Caulifla, I must leave today," she said. Lin Sheng tightly embraced Caulifla, feeling a pang of reluctance as he asked, "Where are you going?" Upon hearing that Lin Sheng was about to leave, Caulifla suddenly became flustered. Lin gently scratched her nose and chuckled, "To become stronger. I must grow even more formidable to ensure your safety." "But I believe you are already strong enough," replied Caulifla. Lin shook his head, declaring that it was still far from sufficient. "At present, we remain mere pawns in the hands of the deities. Only when my strength surpasses that of the gods will I consider myself truly safe and sound. Otherwise, we shall forever exist in the shadow of the divine." Lin Sheng possesses a far deeper understanding of the perils within the Dragon Ball universe than Caulifla. Therefore, to evade the looming threat of being obliterated by divine beings, Lin Sheng must strive to grow stronger. His journey towards power is still a lengthy one. As she listened to Lin Sheng's words, Caulifla fell into contemplation. Since the martial arts tournament between the 6th and 7th universes, she has come to realize that the god of destruction is not the supreme deity of the cosmos. In the presence of the omnipotent Zeno, the god of destruction holds no dignity whatsoever. A god of destruction, who governs a universe, possesses the capability to annihilate them at any moment. What more can be said of Zeno, who rules over the 12 universes? You stay at home and take care of your brother. When I find the time, I will come to visit you. And do not forget to continue your training." Lin Sheng attentively reminded, Yes, I will. Caulifla nodded emphatically. Chapter 97. The Destroyer? Is it truly remarkable? After bidding farewell to Caulifla, Lin Sheng piloted his shuttle cube, heading straight for Universe 11. After a day's journey, Lin Sheng arrived once more at Universe 11. Upon his arrival, he made his way directly to the planet of delicacies. Half an hour later, Lin arrived in the vast expanse of outer space surrounding the planet Weimei. The planet Waichata remained unchanged. Subsequently, Lin piloted the shuttle cube into a graceful dive. Within the magnificent palace of Weimei, Margarita sat elegantly at a table, savoring her meal. Opposite her, the deity Weimei also indulged in the repast. At that moment, a swift sound pierced the air as Lin's shuttle cube came to a steady halt outside. Both Weimei and Margarita turned abruptly, only to see Lin smiling and waving at Margarita. "Hello, Margarita. Have you missed me, Margarita?" Upon seeing Lin's cheerful visage, Margarita was momentarily taken aback. How did he arrive here? After a brief pause, she inclined her head slightly, responding with a smile. "Indeed, dear." Observing the somewhat flirtatious interaction between Lin and Margarita, Weimei's expression darkened instantly. "So, you have come specifically to woo Margarita?" Despite the master-servant and teacher-student relationship between Weimei and Margarita, she was nonetheless his devoted angel. Now, with Lin brazenly visiting his palace to flirt with Margarita, how could Weimei possibly feel? Did he not care about his dignity? Weimei rose, glaring icily at Lin, and exclaimed, "Lin, I spared you last time. Yet you dare return to the 10th universe? Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to obliterate you?" "Obliterate me?" Lin Sheng scoffed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "I have come not only to visit Makalita, but also to settle accounts with you. The last time I returned from the GT dimension, I still held some regard for Weimei. However, now, in your presence, Weimei poses no threat whatsoever. From the moment I first arrived on the Weimei planet, you agreed to let the Destroyer eliminate me upon my return from the GT dimension, and you even threatened to annihilate me. Now you still wish to intimidate me with such tactics? I fear that will not be effective this time. Initially, had your demeanor towards Makalita been more agreeable, I would have been disinclined to address our grievances. But since you refuse to show me due respect, I see no reason to continue engaging with you playfully. Do you truly believe I am easy to bully?" Hearing Lin Sheng's arrogant words, Weimei laughed disdainfully. "Settle accounts with me? You seem oblivious to your own predicament. Do you know who I am? I am the god of destruction. To annihilate you is but a mere flick of my fingers. The god of destruction? Is that truly so impressive?" Lin Sheng emerged directly from the shuttle cube and swiftly entered the palace dining hall, confronting Weimei with a sardonic remark, "In my eyes, you, the god of destruction, are nothing more than a mere farce." Observing the tense standoff between Lin Sheng and Weimei, Makalita found herself in a predicament. On one hand was the god of destruction she served, and on the other was Lin Sheng, with whom she had some entanglements. What was she to do? Makalita had no choice but to intervene gently. "Lin Sheng, Weimei is a person too. Perhaps it would be best to communicate amicably, without such hostility." Weimei retorted sharply to Makalita, "This is a matter between him and me. It does not concern you." He was beyond caring for anything else. Today, if he did not teach Lin Sheng a lesson, he, as the god of destruction, would be utterly humiliated. "Makalita, just watch," he commanded. Lin Sheng waved his hand, signaling for Margarita to step aside. The only thing she could do was offer words of advice. Even if Lin Sheng were to engage in a confrontation with Weimei, she could not intervene unless Lin Yo were also a god of destruction. However, based on her understanding of Lin Sheng's abilities, although formidable, he likely could not contend with the power of Weimei, a true god of destruction. Thus, Margarita decided to observe for the time being. Should Lin Sheng truly find himself at a disadvantage against Weimei, she would come to his aid. Do not presume that a modicum of strength grants you the audacity to act arrogantly before me. With that, Weimei extended his hand, and a domineering purple energy of destruction suddenly coalesced. Destruction energy, indeed? Lin Sheng furrowed his brow, followed by a subtle upward curve of his lips. "Now, let me enlighten you on the essence of destruction, God L." Subsequently, the destructive energy of the basketball surged from Weimei's palm, heading straight for Lin Sheng. Faced with the overwhelming destructive force of 480, Lin Sheng exhibited no inclination to evade. Observing Lin Sheng's resolute stance, Weimei's enchanting eyes suddenly narrowed. Does this fellow not comprehend the tyranny of destructive energy? Why does he not move aside? Allow me to reveal to you the true meaning of surprise. Lin Sheng's confident declaration resonated. and the destructive energy emitted by Wei Meida had already enveloped him. In that instant, the surrounding space became exceedingly distorted as the destructive energy expanded rapidly, encasing Lin Sheng entirely. The next moment, Wei Meida's pupils widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Makalita's eyes also widened slightly, for they witnessed the destructive energy emanating from Wei Meida being absorbed by Lin Sheng at a visibly astonishing rate. Chapter 98. Is this surprise sufficient? Under the astonished gazes of Wei Meida and Makalita, Lin Sheng completely absorbed the destructive energy released by Wei Meida. This energy belonged exclusively to the god of destruction. Due to its overwhelmingly tyrannical nature, ordinary individuals found it nearly impossible to withstand its force. Even the slightest contact would lead to utter annihilation. Yet Lin Sheng, as a mere human, effortlessly absorbed Wei Meida's destructive energy, leaving them in utter astonishment. You actually absorbed my destructive energy? At this moment, Wei Meida could no longer maintain a facade of calm, his face etched with shock. No wonder he dared to boldly approach the planet of Wei Meida once more. It was clear he had come prepared. Are you surprised? You should be. Lin Sheng raised his palm, unleashing a destructive force that seemed almost effortless, as if it were a trivial feat in an instant. A swirling mass of purplish-black energy erupted from his being, enveloping him in a tempestuous shroud of power. At that moment, Lin Yo's aura intensified, radiating an overwhelming and domineering destructive energy. Two orbs of destructive energy materialized in the palm of Lin Yo's hand, pulsating with potent waves of annihilation. It was unmistakably a manifestation of destructive energy. I wonder if you can absorb my destructive energy, he mused, before flicking his finger to launch the energy orb directly toward Wei Mei. Wei Mei, not one to underestimate the threat, swiftly summoned his own destructive aura to counter Lin Sheng's formidable energy. In the next heartbeat, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. The destructive energy unleashed by Lin's actions erupted explosively, causing the palace's culinary delights to be utterly obliterated and reduced to chaos. Lin Sheng and his companions appeared in midair. When did he acquire the destructive energy? Makalita's gaze fell upon Lin Sheng, pondering that just a few months ago, he had not possessed this power. And now he had mastered it to perfection. Could it be that he had already become the god of destruction of the seventh universe? Upon this thought, Makalita quickly inquired, Lin Sheng, are you now the god of destruction of the seventh universe? If so, she could intervene in the impending battle. However, Lin Sheng shook his head, stating, I am not yet a god of destruction. Just moments earlier, Wei Meida had also been suspicious about Lin Sheng's status as the god of destruction of the seventh universe. But based on his attire and response, it was evident that he had yet to attain that title. Much like Toppo, he merely wielded destructive energy without being a true god of destruction. Perhaps he was akin to Toppo, a candidate for the position. Oh, since you are not yet a god of destruction, that simplifies things, Wei Meida suddenly chuckled. Makalita's beautiful eyes narrowed. Did Wei Meida intend to employ that particular technique? If that were the case, even if Lin Sheng possessed destructive energy, it might not suffice against her. In truth, Makalita's speculation was not unfounded. As long as Lin Sheng had not truly become a god of destruction, he would remain powerless in the face of Wei Meida, despite his possession of destructive energy. Why is a god of destruction called such? It is a divinely conferred title from the Omni King, endowed with exclusive skills of destruction. Is it manageable? I fear it may not be. Lin Sheng seemed to have discerned Wei Meida's intentions from her coldly menacing smile. Is that so? Then come and try. Wei Meida slowly raised her head and extended a hand toward Lin Sheng. In response, Lin Sheng also outstretched his right hand towards her. Do you still wish to utilize destructive energy? Unfortunately, it will be of no use, Wei Meida taunted. Do you think I won't use destruction? Lin Sheng grinned. Really? Makalita expressed her disbelief. That seems improbable. Regardless, use whatever you wish. To me, you have already vanished, Lin Sheng declared. At that moment, Wei Meida's eyes suddenly sharpened, her murderous intent surging forth. Instantly, a purple glow emanated from her palm, heralding destruction. The small palm of Lin Sheng also emanated a radiant purple light, signifying destruction. A buzzing sound resonated. Between Lin Sheng and Wei Mei, a sudden hum reverberated through the space. Instantly, fissures began to spread, and shards of space fell like shattered mirrors. Subsequently, a powerful wave of collision erupted, forcing both Lin Sheng and Wei Mei to stagger back several meters. As Wei Mei steadied himself, a look of astonishment washed over his face once more. He stared at Lin Sheng, disbelief etched into his features. How is this possible? You too? It seemed his suspicions were correct. Margarita's lips curled into a subtle smile, confirming her conjecture. Indeed, Lin Sheng possessed the ability to destroy. Was this surprise sufficient? I mentioned that to me, this so-called harbinger of destruction was merely insignificant. Lin Sheng smiled coldly, and a sudden, fierce killing intent surged in his eyes. Chapter 99. The Despair of Waymeda. This surprise was beyond immense for Waymeda. It was nothing short of cosmic in scale. He had no inkling of how Lin Sheng acquired such destructive energy or where he learned the art of destruction. A series of questions flooded his mind, yet no one was there to provide answers. I mentioned that I had come to settle accounts with you today. As Lin Sheng's killing intent erupted, a chilling voice followed. Waymeda, his face shrouded in apprehension, stared at Lin Sheng. Do you wish to kill me? Congratulations, you are correct. A sphere of destructive energy materialized in Lin Sheng's hand, which he then clenched fiercely, transforming the energy into dispersing purple light, brimming with killing intent. What nonsense is this? A god of destruction is not someone you can simply kill at will. A cold, disdainful smile graced Waymeda's lips. Even with your destructive energy and destruction at your disposal, you are still woefully inexperienced in your attempt to slay me. Waymeda was at a loss as to whether to deem Lin Sheng foolish or merely naive. As a god of destruction, it was inconceivable for him to lack power. His strength ranked among the foremost, even among the gods of destruction in the second universe. The notion that a mere Lin Sheng could aspire to take his life was utterly preposterous. Am I the inexperienced one? Or are you? He taunted. You should be trembling before my might. Lin Sheng refrained from engaging in excessive conversation with Wei Chai. Instead, he soared into the air, first dispelling the destructive energy surrounding him. Following this, with a resonant shout, Lin Sheng transformed into the Transcendent Super Saiyan form. You dare to think you can kill me with such feeble power? Perhaps it is you who will meet your demise, he declared. Feeling the ferocious aura emanating from Lin Yo, who regarded him with disdain, Lin wished to kill him. Yet, did he not also harbor thoughts of ending Lin's life? Although he bore no profound enmity towards Lin, the affront to his dignity as a deity was a transgression that could not be overlooked. Merely this grievance was sufficient to incite him to obliterate Lin. Regardless of Lin Sheng's formidable prowess, he remains merely human, not a deity on par with the god of destruction. To offend such a being is a transgression that cannot be forgiven. Otherwise, what purpose would the god of destruction serve in the cosmos? Hold your horses, for the tale is not yet concluded. With that declaration, Lin Sheng's resonant shout once again reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. In this moment, his aura surged yet again, the ethereal green flames enveloping him expanding in tandem with his rising power. In a fleeting moment, Lin Sheng's energy ascended to an entirely new pinnacle, his full-power Super Saiyan form. At this juncture, his Super Saiyan transformation eclipsed even the strength he wielded during his metamorphosis in the GT timeline. Mediocre as it may seem, the being known as Waymeda did not regard Lin Sheng with any semblance of respect. If he were to unleash his full force, it is highly probable that he could vanquish Lin Sheng. While Waymeda might be oblivious to the true extent of Lin Sheng's capabilities, Makalita was acutely aware. She understood that Lin Sheng possessed techniques to amplify his strength exponentially, and when coupled with the enhancement of destruction energy, his power would be formidable indeed. Lin Sheng's prowess will undoubtedly overshadow that of Waymeda. Upon transforming to Super Saiyan at full power, Lin Sheng did not pause, but continued to unleash the tenfold King Kai Fist. As the crimson aura of the King Kai Fist erupted, Lin Sheng's energy surged tenfold in an instant. At that moment, the heavens and earth were engulfed in a crimson tempest, and the very fabric of space resonated with ominous vibrations, as if trembling in fear of this overwhelming power. If Waymeda had managed to remain composed during Lin Sheng's earlier Super Saiyan full-power display, he was now gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread at Lin Sheng's aura. With the activation of the tenfold King Kai Fist, Lin Sheng's strength had nearly reached the limits of divinity. Could a mere human possess such a means of augmenting their power? To think that a human could rival the might of the gods. Gazing up at Lin Sheng, Waymeda's eyes widened in astonishment. He had previously believed that Jiren's transcendence over the god of destruction was an isolated incident, yet here stood another human, nearly on par with Jiren. Moreover, this individual hailed from the 10th universe. Do you think this is my limit? I have stated that my power will plunge you into despair. Prepare to feel my full might. Lin Sheng realized that even with the full power of his Super Saiyan God King Fist, he lacked the capacity to vanquish the formidable opponent. He needed to summon the destructive energy. In the next instant, a domineering aura surged forth from within Lin Sheng, enveloping his body in a cloak of purplish-black destructive energy. At that moment, his eyes, aside from their emerald green pupils, transformed the whites into a striking purple hue, rendering his gaze exceedingly eerie. The crimson flames of the God King fist encased the ethereal green aura of his Super Saiyan form, while the ghostly green flames were ensconced within the purplish-black destructive energy. The aura emanating from Lin Sheng, which had already left Wei Mei in a state of astonishment, surged once more, exceeding anything Wei Mei had previously experienced. In the present moment, Wei Mei found himself utterly defenseless against Lin Sheng, whose power had far surpassed his own. It was at this instant that a sense of dread washed over Wei Mei. No, this cannot be. Wei Mei's complexion paled as he staggered back a few steps. Just months prior, Lin Sheng's strength had barely allowed him to withstand a simple encounter. How had he suddenly surpassed him? What manner of growth was this? Moreover, how had he managed to amalgamate multiple powers into one? Now, it would be a mere trifle for Lin Sheng to extinguish his life. Thunder rumbled as lightning danced wildly across the heavens. The sky shrouded in ominous clouds that rendered the world dim, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. At this moment, Margarita narrowed her beautiful eyes, lost in thought. Was it despair? Fear? Observing the mixture of horror and trepidation on Wei Mei's face, Lin Sheng's voice turned frigid. Chapter 100. The power of humanity can confront the divine. Now, Lin Sheng was no longer the naive individual he once was. He possessed strength formidable enough to rival even that of a destroyer. Now, let us see who will be the hunter and who the prey. As the chilling words laced with murderous intent fell from his lips, Lin Sheng's figure vanished in an instant. In that moment, Wei Mei's pupils dilated in shock. Lin Sheng's speed reached an unparalleled peak, leaving Wei Mei utterly bewildered. A fist, imbued with a cataclysmic force, struck his face, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth. Wei Mei, akin to a cannonball, was propelled at a 45-degree angle into the Palace of Flavors, crashing through its entirety and ultimately creating a substantial crater upon impact. Astonishingly powerful, indeed. Beside them, Makalita Jean Chung observed the scene, a flicker of astonishment gracing her features. She sensed that, given time, Lin Sheng would undoubtedly surpass her. On the ground, Wei Mei emerged from the crater in a disheveled state, his eyes darkened to the point of seeming almost liquid. Damn it, I will not spare you. As a destroyer god, he found himself oppressed by a mere human, an affront that severely wounded his pride. Though Lin Sheng's earlier blow had inflicted considerable harm, Wei Mei, as a deity of destruction, would not passively endure this humiliation. The destructive energy surged from within him, and his aura escalated to an extreme intensity. Do you still have the right to utter such words? Lin Sheng shrugged indifferently, seemingly unfazed. He then extended a hand, as destructive energy intertwined with a ghostly green essence, manifesting an energy sphere that pulsated with a ferocious intensity, growing larger in the palm of his hand. What? Upon witnessing the energy sphere coalescing in Lin Sheng's palm, Wei Mei's scalp erupted with terror as she sensed the chilling aura of death emanating from it. Lin Sheng, no? Margarita also felt the grim reality that Lin Sheng was indeed intent on annihilating Wei Mei. Yet, Lin Sheng disregarded Margarita's plea, remaining resolute. As the energy sphere reached its full formation, he gently propelled it downward with a force reminiscent of impending doom, aiming it at Wei Mei. In that fleeting moment, as the energy sphere descended, Wei Mei felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if the very air around her was being cleaved apart. Each drop of the sphere unleashed a tumultuous gust, akin to the shattering of space itself, resounding with a cacophony of wind. Under the weight of this terrifying pressure, Wei Mei's palace crumbled into ruin. You think you can kill me that easily? In the blink of an eye, the energy sphere was nearly upon her. Yet, unwilling to concede defeat, Wei Mei summoned the entirety of her destructive energy, channeling it into a wave aimed at Lin Sheng's impending sphere. With a resounding crack, the clash of energies shattered the surrounding atmosphere, unleashing an invisible shockwave that ravaged the land for miles around. You bastard! No matter how fiercely Wei Mei unleashed her destructive force, she could not halt the inexorable descent of Lin Sheng's sphere. A mere human dares to challenge a deity? I shall not show mercy. With a thunderous roar, Wei Mei's destructive energy surged violently. The energy orb emitted by Lin was astoundingly being pushed back at a languid pace. Amidst this clash of energies, the surrounding space quivered violently. Wei Mei, captivated by the scene, parted her crimson lips in astonishment. Simultaneously, the ground beneath Wei Mei's feet began to crumble dramatically. And what of the gods? Are they truly supreme? You deities always perceive humanity as mere pawns in your game, obliterating them at will. Today, I shall demonstrate to you that the strength of humanity can indeed stand against the divine. Lin Sheng furrowed his brows, and a resounding roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. Within that voice resided Lin Sheng's indomitable spirit as a human, a defiance against the divine. Immediately, the aura surrounding Lin Yo surged once more. He then thrust his hand skyward with great force. Boom. At that moment, the surrounding air erupted in a series of sonic booms, as the energy projectile, initially facing a repulsive force, suddenly expanded dramatically. Lin Sheng unleashed an energy sphere, a fusion of destructive energy and his own, descending with an unstoppable force. How could it be? How could human strength possibly contend with the divine? Ultimately, Lin Sheng's energy sphere triumphed, pressing the planet beneath it into the ground, before rapidly contracting. A moment later, boom, a storm of purple and green energy erupted, sweeping across thousands of miles in an instant. The radiance of the energy storm shone so brightly that it illuminated the vast expanse of space, visible even from the distant cosmos. From that perspective, the planet appeared to be enveloped in a diminutive purple-green bubble, creating a striking visual impact. The energy tempest raged for several minutes before gradually dissipating, leaving in its wake a colossal chasm on the planet's surface. Even from the depths of space, one could sense an overwhelming dread that resonated deep within the heart. The interior of the planet. Lin Sheng slowly descended from the sky, casting his gaze into the unfathomable abyss below. There, it seemed, lingered a faint breath of life. Not yet extinguished? Chapter 101, Not as important as you. His previous strike had been sufficient to annihilate Wei Meta, yet he remained alive. The vitality of the broken vessel god is indeed tenacious. Just as Lin Sheng prepared to conclude Wei Meta's existence, a surge of mysterious power suddenly lifted Wei Meta from the depths of the abyss. At that moment, Wei Meta appeared in tatters, his clothing in shambles, his body marred by various wounds, a sight of utter disarray. Simultaneously, his aura had diminished to an extreme low. Now, Wei Meta was merely clinging to life in a state of utter despair. Lin merely needed a casual strike to send him to meet the king of hell. Lin, let it go, urged Makalita, who had descended from the skies of 573. Are you attempting to prevent me from taking his life? Lin gazed intently at Margarita, who let out a soft sigh, appearing somewhat troubled. After all, the delectable adult was a deity of destruction whom I served. It is precisely because he is the deity you serve that I am compelled to eliminate him. Lin's murderous intent remained unabated as he fixed his gaze upon Makalita. If I do not eliminate him today, tomorrow it will be I who finds myself in this predicament. I have never been one to spare a tiger and allow it to return to the mountains. At that moment, Makalita felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. It was precisely because of Wei Meta, the destructive deity she served, that she felt compelled to eliminate him. At a loss for words, she found herself caught in a dilemma. Should Wei Meta perish, her role as his angelic servant would cease to function until the arrival of the next deity of destruction. However, within the second universe, there existed a potential candidate for this role, Toppo. Yet, as it stood, Toppo could not abandon his sense of justice, thus rendering him unfit to become a true god of destruction. Makalita, step aside, he commanded. Lin Sheng extended his hand, aiming at the disheveled Wei Meta. Faced with Lin Sheng's unwavering murderous intent, Makalita could only retreat to the side. Moreover, her loyalty to Wei Meta was far from absolute. Even if Wei Meta were to perish, she would not suffer any repercussions or emotional turmoil. She could simply seek out another destroyer god. With great difficulty, Wei Meta managed to open his eyes and weakly uttered, "Dare you kill me? The great divine officer will not spare you." Even in the face of impending death, he still sought to intimidate others. Today, even if the divine officer himself were to arrive, he could not save you. Lin Sheng's gaze was piercing, as a thread of purple light quietly blossomed from his palm. Wei Meta, believing him to be a simpleton, found himself mistaken. The god of destruction was slain, and the high priest turned a blind eye. In the presence of the high priest, the god of destruction was merely a minor character. Disappear, Makalita, save. The breath of death enveloped him, and Wei Meta urgently called out to Makalita. Yet, before he could finish his words, the power of destruction surged. In the next moment, the purple light emanating from Lin Sheng's palm intensified, casting a radiant glow upon Wei Meta, creating a fleeting illusion of multiple images. With a face full of unwillingness, Wei Meta transformed into countless shimmering particles, gradually dissipating into the fabric of the universe. At that instant, the god of destruction, Wei Meta, vanished completely. His demise was not merely a simple death, He was obliterated by Lin Sheng, utterly erased from this world. As Wei Mei disappeared, the world seemed to fall silent. Ma Caulifla did not even blink, as if the death of Wei Mei was of no consequence to her. With his demise, she could simply seek out another god of destruction. Lin Sheng turned and spoke. I recall you mentioning that you would be saddened if the deity you serve were to perish. Is that correct? Are you feeling sorrowful now? Ma Caulifla gently shook her head and replied, Not at all, my dear. The esteemed beauty resides in my heart. Unbeknownst to her, as an angel, she had unwittingly fallen in love. As Lin confronted his adversaries with an unwavering and decisive demeanor, the sunny, humorous, and benevolent aspects of his character struck a profound chord within her soul. He possessed a unique charisma that captivated her deeply. Thus, during the GT time-space, she willingly severed her beloved twin ponytails, offering them to Lin as a cherished memento. This act etched an indelible mark upon Lin's heart, leaving an enduring impression. After billions of years of tranquility, her heart, once undisturbed, now stirred with ripples of emotion. Listening to Margarita's words, Lin advanced towards her, engaging in a close and earnest inquiry. How significant is it? Regarding the notion that power scaling leads to inconsistencies, anyone familiar with the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie would dismiss such claims. Initially, Broly could not even contend with a standard Vegeta, yet he later subdued both the Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta after amplifying his strength. This was measured against the initial combat power of Golden Frieza. When considering this standard, one must ponder the combat power of Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta post-transformation. Furthermore, Broly pushed Gogeta into Super Saiyan Blue, engaging him in an extensive battle. If the author adheres to the original narrative, does that constitute a breach of continuity? Given ample time, Broly could potentially overpower Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta. I even feel that I have portrayed the protagonist as weaker than intended, drawing comparisons between the new Super Saiyan transformations and the standard Super Saiyan forms. The newer transformations grow stronger with each battle, measuring the amplification of transformations against their predecessors. Chapter 102. Nothing is impossible. Upon hearing his words, Margarita's delicate visage flushed with warmth. It is quite significant, my dear. You hold great importance in my heart as well. Lin Sheng said earnestly, Margarita, come with me. I cannot, my dear, Margarita replied, a sudden look of distress appearing on her shy face. Why? Lin Sheng furrowed his brow. I am an angel, and you are merely human. Our fates are destined to be disparate. Furthermore, as an angel, my duty is to serve the god of destruction. This is immutable, but why is it unchangeable? Lin Sheng, do you resist because your father is the Grand Priest? Is it because of Margarita's gentle touch? As an angel, from the moment of her birth, her lifelong mission was predetermined. Unless someone can surpass the Omni King and alter the current structure of the 12 universes, abolishing the decree that angels must serve the destroyers, she will never regain her freedom. However, the Omni King is the supreme deity of the entire multiverse. It is inconceivable that anyone could surpass him. Thus, she and Lin Sheng are destined to be connected yet ultimately apart. Of course, there exists another possibility, to persuade her father, the Grand Priest. Yet, she believes that convincing the Grand Priest would be equally formidable. Margarita, there is nothing that cannot be changed. Believe me, one day I shall stand at the pinnacle of the multiverse. Lin Yo gazed intently at Margarita, speaking with utmost seriousness. At that time, no one shall impede us. Margarita was momentarily taken aback. She shook her head and sighed. That is impossible. No one can surpass the king of all. My dear, although she did not believe Lin Sheng would ever reach such heights, she deeply admired the audacity and courage he displayed by uttering such words. Perhaps in the current universe, no other soul would dare to voice such sentiments. Lin Sheng, I must take my leave. The great Lord of Destruction has perished, and my angelic powers will cease as well. I need to return and report this to my father, to select the next destroyer. Just before departing, Margarita turned back, her eyes sparkling with charm. Do your best. I shall await your return, my dear. With that, Margarita transformed into a cascade of radiant colors, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Watching the direction in which Margarita had disappeared, Lin Sheng clenched his fist and murmured, Margarita, I will bring you home. Should I encounter the king of all or the high priest along the way, I shall vanquish them one by one. He then summoned a dimensional portal. With Margarita gone, there was no reason for him to linger here any longer. It was time to return. Perhaps Black Goku and Zamasu had already arrived. Considering the timeline, Zamasu's storyline should be nearing its climax. Before the Tournament of Power, Zamasu presented the only formidable challenge worth facing. A god with immortality would serve as an excellent opponent for Lin Sheng to hone his skills. Ideally, he would force Zamasu and Black Goku to fuse soon. Not long after Lin Sheng departed, two figures emerged on the planet Weimei. One of them was Toppo. The aura of Weimei had vanished, and Toppo's gaze was grave as he surveyed the immense abyss before him, which spanned thousands of miles. His face was etched with deep astonishment. What sort of battle had transpired here to cause Weimei's essence to dissipate? Could it be that Weimei had met his demise? On Earth, in the courtyard of the Bulma household, a time machine was parked. Bulma was diligently studying this machine. Beside the pool, Beerus, Whis, Son Goku, Vegeta, and the future Trunks were gathered, seemingly engaged in a discussion regarding Black Goku. However, aside from the 7th universe, it appeared that no other Supreme Kai recognized Kakarot. As Vegeta raised his suspicions, what exactly is the identity of that imposter? Son Goku scratched his head, utterly perplexed about the origins of the dark figure who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. This remains unclear. Perhaps a journey to the future is necessary to unravel the intricacies of the matter, Whis remarked, casually enjoying his dessert. Just then, a voice resonated, prompting everyone to turn as Lin Yo approached, accompanied by Android 21. Oh, you know? Beerus straightened up. The dark figure is Zamasu, the Supreme Kai of the future 10th universe, who made a wish through the Super Dragon Balls to swap bodies with the future Son Goku. His aim is to eradicate all humanity in the universe. Lin Sheng inquired, why would he do such a thing? Vegeta, perplexed, asked, as the Supreme Kai. Shouldn't he be concerned for humanity? Why would he wish to annihilate all of humankind? I too find it troubling, Beerus expressed, raising a question. One could only conclude that Zamasu is an extreme case, Lin Sheng remarked, waving his hand. Nevertheless, there remains an issue. Even if he desires to obliterate all humanity in the future, the god of that future world would surely not permit him to act with impunity. Whis narrowed his eyes and stated, it is quite simple. Zamasu has already eradicated all the Supreme Kais of the future world. With the death of the Supreme Kais, the god of destruction will also perish, correct? Once the god of destruction is gone, the angels will cease to function, leaving no one to thwart Zamasu's plan to exterminate humanity. As he uttered these words, Lin Sheng gazed at Beerus. Beerus's pupils dilated in shock, and he broke into a cold sweat, exclaiming, How? How could you possibly know so much? Chapter 103. Journey to the Future Dimension. Lin Sheng spoke mysteriously, and Beerus let out a haughty hum, suddenly struck by an unsettling feeling. This gentleman is you too, Tate remarked, looking at Lin Yo with a puzzled expression. He is Lin Sheng, our friend, Sun Wukong said with a cheerful grin. Really? You've made a new friend, Tate exclaimed in surprise. Hello, Mr. Lin. Tate straightened his posture, greeting Lin Sheng with great politeness. Hello. Lin nodded thoughtfully. According to your reasoning, if I go to obliterate the Zamasu of the 10th universe in the future world, will he cease to exist? Beerus stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before responding. That is not the case. Lin shook his head. Why not? Is it not possible to influence the future now? Vegeta, still perplexed, chimed in. The events of the future have already transpired. Even if we were to destroy Zamasu of the 10th universe now, it would merely create an independent timeline in space. Thus, both the future Zamasu and the Dark Person would continue to exist. Lin Yo elucidated, and then remarked, however, I wholeheartedly concur with the destruction of the current Zamas. After all, this individual is hardly virtuous. Lin Sheng's words were not without merit. Wei Si, with a grave expression, inquired, why do we impose a strict prohibition on the gods from interacting with anything related to time? If one were to alter even a single event that is destined to occur, it would inevitably have profound repercussions on the future. Even a mere tree or blade of grass could significantly influence what is to come. What future? Sun Wukong scratched his head, utterly bewildered. It is perhaps better that you do not understand. Lin Sheng disregarded Sun Wukong and turned to Beerus, saying, Beerus, you should go destroy Zamasu Z from the 10th universe. As he is merely an apprentice deity, eliminating him will not pose any significant consequences. We will then directly confront the Dark One and Zamasu in the future timeline. Once we settle the affairs of the future, none of you should meddle with anything related to time again. Otherwise, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Beerus's eyes as he spoke, directing his gaze at Date. Understood, Lord Beerus, Date hastily assured. Weiss, let us depart. After Beerus and Weiss left, Lin Sheng approached Bulma, who was engrossed in her research on the time machine. accompanied by Android 21. Bulma, have you made any progress? None at all. At this point, I cannot comprehend the time machine. The research has become exceedingly arduous. Bulma lamented as she slumped to the ground, visibly disheartened. I have a helper for you, Lin Sheng replied with a smile. A helper? Who could possibly assist me? Bulma turned around, her small head filled with overwhelming confusion. Android 21. Lin glanced at number 21 beside him and remarked casually that number 21 was not only an android with power surpassing that of Cell, but also a scientist with a brain rivaling that of Dr. Gero. Collaborating with Bulma on the time machine should yield fruitful results. With number 21's assistance, Bulma and she unraveled the principles of time travel within a mere 3 days. The next step was to develop fuel for the time machine. With the notes Bulma had left inside the time machine from the future, the process of creating the fuel progressed unexpectedly swiftly. Within just 1 day, thanks to the efforts of Bulma and number 21, they managed to produce enough fuel for a round trip of the time machine. Lin, are you confident? Beerus inquired from his chair, observing Lin and the others within the time machine. No, came the response. Lin Sheng uttered a phrase before closing the hatch of the time machine. Immediately, a thunderous roar resonated as the time machine ascended. Upon reaching a certain altitude, a swift whoosh echoed, and the time machine, carrying Lin Sheng, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Toppo vanished into the ether. Beerus remarked to Lin Sheng, implying a sense of assurance, indeed, referencing our previous competition. Whis, with a serene smile, interjected, of course. I am aware. With him present, I feel secure. Were it merely Sun Wukong and Vegeta venturing forth, I would be more apprehensive. In a future timeline, the desolate city lay in ruins, engulfed in flames. Suddenly, a time machine materialized above. Within it were Lin Sheng and his companions, who landed steadily on the scorched ground. They disembarked, greeted by the return of Trunks. At that moment, a group emerged from the remnants of a dilapidated building. These were the survivors from the future world. Trunks approached to console them, while Lin Sheng, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta gazed into the distant sky, sensing a formidable presence looming there. Sun Wukong, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "At last, we can engage once more with the dark forces." He stretched his limbs and eagerly asked, "Who will take the lead?" Vegeta suggested, "Let us settle it with a game of rock, paper, scissors. You all proceed. I shall abstain. Once you finish, I will join in," he added. Lin Sheng was not as dull as they were. With their strength, they could never defeat Black Goku and Zamasu. Ultimately, Vegeta emerged victorious in their contest of fists. Humph. He finally won once. Let us go. Immediately, Lin Sheng and his companions soared towards the source of that energy. Chapter 104. Dark Being. I am your father. Whoosh, whoosh. As Lin Sheng and his companions soared into the dimly lit sky, an ominous dark storm suddenly materialized. Oh, it has arrived on its own. Lin Shung paused mid-air, raising an eyebrow as the dark tempest dissipated, revealing the figure of Black Goku clad in dark attire amidst the crowd. The moment Trunks beheld Black Goku, an immediate sense of vigilance enveloped him. Black Goku cast a sweeping glance over Lin Sheng and his companions, his voice resonating with gravity as he remarked, "I distinctly recall annihilating the time machine." Vegeta, however, had little patience for Black Goku's taunts. He swiftly ascended into his Super Saiyan Blue form, pointing his thumb at himself with an air of confidence and bravado, declaring, "You shall ultimately perish at the hands of this Super Saiyan Blue." Lin let out a soft sigh, observing the gesture of Vegeta. It was undoubtedly the tragic Vegeta. However, facing the Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, Black Goku remained unfazed. Quite impressive. Is this the aura of a battle-hardened warrior? In the next moment, Black Goku instantaneously appeared before Vegeta, lifting his chin with 2 fingers, arrogantly remarking, "You've trained for quite a while, haven't you?" Yet, at the end of the day, he is still merely human. Vegeta immediately pushed back, creating some distance, gritting his teeth at the realization that he had left himself open. Compared to his encounter with Kakarot, Black Goku's energy was significantly stronger. In the presence of Super Saiyan Blue, all was futile. With that, Vegeta surged forward with overwhelming momentum, charging straight at Black Goku. Black Goku raised both hands in defense, but still, Vegeta sent him flying with a powerful punch. Boom, boom, boom. Black Goku crashed through several buildings along his trajectory, while Vegeta swiftly pursued, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. Witnessing someone who bore his likeness being assaulted stirred a peculiar discomfort within Son Goku. With his arms crossed, he grumbled, "Don't fret, soon enough, you'll be on the receiving end of a beating." Lin smiled softly in response. "Ah, no way." Just then, After delivering a series of strikes to Black Goku, Vegeta unexpectedly retreated, his expression vigilant as he regarded his opponent. Despite having been thoroughly pummeled by Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, Black Goku appeared completely unscathed. Humph! Son Goku brushed off his clothes, a smirk suddenly appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the next instant, Black Goku moved swiftly, catching Vegeta off guard and delivering a solid kick. The human body can indeed be trained to such a level. As a reward, I shall show you something. Black Goku's confident voice echoed as his aura surged dramatically. What? Vegeta gasped in surprise. Is it coming? Lin gazed at the transforming Black Goku and murmured. As the aura of Black Goku intensified, the earth around him began to tremble, and the nearby space was suffused with a pale red hue. Crackling sounds filled the air as lightning danced wildly. At last, accompanied by a thunderous roar from Black Goku, a pinkish aura erupted from him, soaring into the heavens. The dark figure had changed its hue. Witnessing this spectacle, Trunks was struck with astonishment, while Vegeta and Son Goku displayed expressions of dread. The Super Saiyan Pink Black Goku had officially made his debut. What do you think of this color? Quite exquisite, isn't it? Black Goku remarked with a smug smile. As per your taste, I shall name it Pink, the Super Saiyan Pink. With a chuckle, Black Goku soared into the sky, exclaiming, I have finally completely assimilated Son Goku's power. He then pointed downward at Son Goku, saying, You should be delighted. You have reached the pinnacle of beauty through my being. Son Goku, somewhat bewildered, replied, I can't comprehend what you are saying. How can a mere human grasp the noble essence embedded in my words? Black Goku then entered a delusional state, declaring, My aspirations, my beauty, yes, everything about my existence is the epitome of solitude. Suddenly, before Black Goku could finish his sentence, a fist came crashing into his face, sending him flying and crashing heavily into the debris, raising a cloud of dust around him. Haven't you had enough? Just hearing your words gives me chills. If you're going to fight, then do it swiftly and spare me the nonsense. Lin Sheng stood suspended in midair, gazing down at the dark incarnation of Wukong, who was delivering some rather cringe-worthy lines, causing an acute sense of embarrassment to wash over him. Who are you? The dark Wukong ascended from the ruins, seemingly unfazed by Lin Sheng's earlier blow. Listen well, Dark One. I am your father, Lin Sheng retorted with a smirk, laced with sarcasm. What? Upon hearing Lin Sheng's deeply insulting words, the dark Wukong's pupils contracted. How dare you insult a deity? I will not tolerate this. With those furious words, imbued with murderous intent, he charged straight at Lin Sheng. Just then, a blue figure swooped in, delivering 2 punches that sent the dark Wukong flying. This figure was none other than Vegeta. Dark One, your opponent is me, Vegeta declared coldly. Indeed, your current adversary is him. Once you are done with him, I shall join you for some fun, he continued. Lin Sheng smiled slyly before retreating. Chapter 105, S-Class Card, Immortal Body. As Vegeta, the character meant to serve as a precursor, was about to exit, Black Goku swiftly reappeared, casting a disdainful glance at Vegeta. Black Goku, unfazed, was in no hurry to trouble Lin Sheng. In his eyes, it was certain that Lin Sheng and his companions would meet their demise today. What did you say? I am merely a precursor, Vegeta responded, visibly displeased. You boast excessively for someone who has merely enhanced their power a little. With that, Vegeta unleashed a furious assault on Black Goku. Black Goku, with a dismissive smile, faced Vegeta's onslaught with composure, transformed into Super Saiyan Rose. His strength had long surpassed that of Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as Vegeta's pupils constricted in horror. Black Goku's pink energy blade had pierced through Vegeta's chest. Vegeta, father. Upon witnessing this scene, both Goku and Trunks were taken aback. With a smirk of arrogance, Black Goku disdainfully remarked, Vegeta, I retract my earlier statement. You are not merely a precursor, you are the appetizer. You bastard. As Black Goku retracted his energy blade, Vegeta fell from the sky, reverting to his normal state. Indeed, it was a tragic sight. Observing the fallen Vegeta, Lin Sheng shook his head. At that moment, another figure darted in. Slim and clad in the attire of the king of all, with green skin, it was Zamasu, who had obtained immortality through a wish to the eternal dragon. You've arrived, Black Goku remarked, glancing over casually. Indeed, Zamasu nodded. As Zamasu appeared, a melodious chime resonated in Lin Sheng's ears, followed by a radiant golden light emanating from Zamasu. Upon witnessing the golden glow surrounding Zamasu, Lin Sheng raised an eyebrow. Beep. An S-Class card has been detected in the host vicinity. Would you like to collect it? Collect. Lin Sheng immediately remarked that he had vaguely surmised the nature of the S-Class card possessed by Zamasu. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the S-Class card, Immortal Body. Would you like to absorb it? As anticipated, he mused. Hearing the system's prompt, a smile crept across Lin Sheng's face. What other S-Class card could possibly drop from Zamasu except for the Immortal Body? He decided to absorb it. As his words fell, the radiant card transformed into a stream of warm energy, flowing into Lin Sheng's body. The warmth was fleeting, although he sensed no immediate change. He understood clearly that the Immortal Body was now at his disposal. As long as he sustained any form of injury, the Immortal Body would restore him instantaneously. Zamasu, in his feeble combat, managed to exchange blows with Super Saiyan Blue Goku solely due to the advantage granted by the Immortal Body. While it did not enhance his strength, it significantly bolstered his overall prowess, for no matter how fiercely one might strike, it could not inflict harm upon him, let alone bring about his demise. Meanwhile, Black Goku and Zamasu had already engaged in combat with Goku and Vegeta. Goku faced off against Black Goku, while Vegeta went head-to-head with Zamasu. The battle was about to erupt. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and launched into an intense confrontation with the dark counterpart. While Vegeta was locked in a fierce struggle with Zamasu, Lin Sheng leisurely propped his feet up, observing that Zama's strength was somewhat inferior to that of the formidable Tate. However, due to his immortal nature, Tate gradually found himself at a disadvantage. In the battleground where Sun Wukong faced off against Black Wukong, Sun Wukong maintained a slight edge. Yet, amidst the clash, the energy of Black Wukong surged continuously over time. Eventually, Black Wukong's aura genuinely surpassed that of Sun Wukong. Although Sun Wukong experienced a momentary outburst of anger, he was soon suppressed by the combined forces of Black Wukong and Zama's. As Lin Sheng gazed at the sky, witnessing the energy scythe that Black Wukong had wielded transform into a formidable sickle, he understood that the outcome was drawing near. Look, Sun Wukong. This is my power. Black Wukong's aura roared with intensity. With a grin, he swept the energy sickle, which measured several meters in length, across the sky. A resounding whoosh echoed as a spatial rift, stretching over 100 meters, appeared in the heavens, suffused with a rosy energy, accompanied by flickering lightning. Sun Wukong, bearing numerous wounds, gazed in shock at the overwhelming presence of Black Wukong. Shortly thereafter, Black Wukong struck a dramatically exaggerated pose, causing the pink energy from the spatial rift to emanate a dense crimson mist. Gradually, the mist coalesced into distinct figures, ultimately revealing silhouettes that bore an uncanny resemblance to Black Wukong himself, albeit lacking the latter's vitality and flamboyant spirit. These figures, dubbed Black Wukong, swiftly encircled Sun Wukong. Thud after thud resounded as Sun Wukong found himself utterly powerless against the onslaught of numerous Black Wukongs, ultimately succumbing to a brutal beating and plummeting from the sky. Unable to rise again. Sun Wukong, you should feel honored to contribute to my power. Black Wukong relished the overwhelming force surging within him. You should take pride in becoming my subordinate soul. Just then, a voice laced with cold mockery pierced through the air. In Chapter 106, 1 against 2. Black Wukong and Zama's turned in unison, their gazes fixated on the figure standing before them. Lin Sheng crossed his arms and regarded them with a mocking gaze. Ah, it is you. With a swift motion of the Black Wukong's energy scythe, the air was instantly compressed by the terrifying wave of pink energy, producing a series of sonic booms. Having dealt with Sun Wukong, it is now your turn, the Black Wukong declared with arrogance. If he could vanquish Sun Wukong, what chance did an unfamiliar individual stand? Who is he? Zama stared at Lin Sheng with piercing eyes. I do not know, the Black Wukong replied nonchalantly, shaking his head. He is but a dying man, and there is no need for us to remember his name. Indeed, 2 dying men have no need to know my name. Lin Sheng smiled faintly and said, you merely need to remember that it was I who brought your demise. Zama's, with a dismissive expression, scoffed. If even the gods cannot halt me, what can a mere mortal like you achieve? Once I eradicate your kind, a glorious era for the universe shall commence. The cosmos will be reconstructed beneath my feet, ushering in a realm devoid of strife, absent of love, hatred, and deceit. A promising tomorrow awaits the universe. As Zama's completed his declaration, a beam of energy pierced through his heart. Lin Sheng, with a smirk, retracted his finger and taunted, spare me your nonsensical rhetoric. Whether you two can escape my grasp remains a pressing concern. Why ponder matters so distant? Humans are perpetually arrogant, Zama's retorted coldly, believing they can salvage this world. Little do they know, it is their very existence that has rendered this realm so grotesque. Eliminate him. With that command, Zama's infused his words with lethal intent. In an instant, Black Goku raised his pink energy scythe, exuding a fierce aura as he swung it down towards Lin Sheng. However, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. Their eyes widened in disbelief as Lin Sheng effortlessly caught the pink energy scythe with merely 2 fingers. At that moment, Lin Sheng, with his golden hair and azure eyes, enveloped in an ethereal green aura, appeared serene and unperturbed. What? Is he also a Saiyan? Zama's pondered, astonished. They had not expected Lin Sheng to share the Saiyan lineage. And the fact that he could halt Black Goku's formidable scythe, which could cleave through space, with just 2 fingers left them utterly astounded. As Lin Sheng lifted his eyelids, a terrifying aura surged forth, sweeping through the air and sending Zamas flying. However, Black Wukong, possessing considerable strength, managed to withstand the force of Lin Sheng's aura. In my eyes, your power is hardly distinguishable from that of a mere novice. The cold words resonated as Lin Sheng tightened his grip on the pink energy scythe, effortlessly shattering it into a myriad of pink light particles that dissipated into the ether. Upon witnessing this, Black Wukong furrowed his brow, contemplating the sheer magnitude of power conveyed by a mere glance. In the next instant, before Black Wukong could react, Lin Sheng appeared before him, his fist enveloped in a swirling green flame, plunging deeply into his abdomen. Black Wukong's pupils dilated, his expression contorted in agony as he was propelled like a cannonball, skidding across the ruins of the city for several hundred meters, before coming to a resounding halt. How are you? Moments later, Zamas and Black Wukong returned to the scene. Black Wukong shook his head, wiping away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, and solemnly declared, "His strength is formidable, far surpassing my own." Having endured just a single blow, Black Wukong recognized that Lin Sheng's prowess was beyond his current capabilities. Suddenly, an expression of excitement crossed Black Wukong's face as he declared with a vicious grin, "Perhaps through him, I can ascend to a higher echelon of power. Are you attempting to harness my strength to grow stronger?" Lin Sheng scoffed derisively, questioning whether Black Wukong still considered him a mere experience card. Surely, he had not yet fully awakened. "Let us engage together." Zamasu began to reassess Lin Sheng. Initially, he had underestimated Lin Sheng's prowess and deemed him inconsequential. However, upon hearing Black Wukong assert that Lin Sheng's power vastly surpassed his own, Zamasu recognized the necessity of taking Lin Sheng seriously. Nodding in agreement, Black Wukong and Zamasu simultaneously launched their assault on Lin Sheng. They positioned themselves to strike in a flanking maneuver. In an instant, as their attacks converged, Lin Sheng raised his hands to effortlessly deflect their onslaught. Lin Sheng's lips curled slightly upwards, and an ominous aura suddenly enveloped Black Goku and Zamasu. At that moment, both Black Goku and Zamasu felt an unsettling premonition. Before they could react, Lin Sheng executed a somersault in midair, delivering a forceful kick to both Black Goku and Zamasu. In Chapter 107, the merged Zamasu makes his entrance. The two were propelled like cannonballs, crashing into 2 dilapidated structures. Dust and debris were sent soaring as the buildings crumbled. In the next instant, Zamasu and Black Goku soared back into the air. They exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of shock reflected in the other's eyes. Lin's prowess, denoted as L, far surpasses what the two of them can contend with in their combined form. "My patience is wearing thin." Lin's indifferent voice echoed, startling Black Wukong and Zamasu. "I have no desire to engage in a futile battle with you two. Focus on merging swiftly, do not squander time." Lin Sheng's eyes narrowed, and a surge of murderous intent instantly enveloped him. "Otherwise, I would slay you right now." Black Goku and Zamasu posed little challenge to him. Lin Sheng had traversed time to confront the fused Zamasu. Their separate forms held no challenge for him whatsoever. How audacious for mere mortals to aspire to slay a god. Zamasu, possessing immortality, stood as steadfast as a mountain, although he could not withstand Lin Sheng. The latter found it equally impossible to eliminate him. Nonetheless, while Zamasu might be immortal, Black Goku was not. Lin Sheng may not be able to kill him, but Black Goku is a different matter altogether. "Let us merge," Zamasu proposed, turning his head. "Oh?" Black Goku raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the notion of fusion. "Indeed," Zamasu affirmed, his expression grave. "While I possess immortality, you do not. For the sake of caution, merging is the most prudent course of action." Zamasu felt a twinge of fear. Should Black Goku fall to Lin Sheng, he would be utterly defenseless against not only Lin Sheng but also Goku and Vegeta. There was no turning back. The game had reached its conclusion. Black Goku lifted his eyelids, declaring, "It is time for you to witness the true power of a god." "Humans," Zamasu said, removing the Patera earring from his right ear, "kneel before the radiance of divinity." Upon uttering these words, Zamasu affixed the Patera earring to his left ear. In that moment, the earring on Black Goku's right ear and Zamasu's left glimmered with a brilliant green light. Then, under the influence of the Patera earrings, the two transformed into radiant shadows, swiftly converging. Now, this was becoming interesting. Lin Sheng gazed intently at the blinding beam of light before him, exhilarated. Suddenly, the radiance emanating from Black Goku and Zamasu intensified, illuminating the previously dim surroundings, revealing a brand new silhouette. My form embodies justice. My form embodies the world, he proclaimed. Now in reverence to this sublime beauty, the immortal and most potent deity, Zamasu. As the brilliance subsided, the merged form of Zamasu materialized within Lin Sheng's sight. He remained clad in the black attire reminiscent of the Kaishin, his skin reflecting Zamasu's verdant hue. At that moment, a confident smile adorned the lips of the fused Zamasu. A layer of earthy energy enveloping him. With arms outstretched, the merged Zamasu reveled in the experience. I can sense the intertwining of two powers within this body, he mused. Almost instantly, a blinding white light erupted from Zamasu once more, his aura expanding exponentially. Indeed, he was formidable, feeling the ever-increasing energy of the fused Zamasu. Lin Sheng expressed mild astonishment. This aura of the merged Zamasu is certainly on par with that of a god of destruction. Moreover, beyond his immortality, Zamasu possessed an even more fearsome trait, having assimilated Black Goku's ability to grow stronger with each blow. Thus, he too could continuously augment his power during battle. With the combination of immortality and the capacity to amplify strength, Zamasu had, at this juncture, surpassed Lin Sheng in formidable prowess. Although Lin Sheng possesses an immortal body and, due to the lineage of Chuan Chao, grows stronger with each battle, he risks entering a berserk state if the 9 quantities exceed his control. Conversely, the fused Zamasu can perfectly harness the surging power he possesses. Furthermore, the greater his wrath towards humanity, the mightier his 9 quantities become. In the original narrative, he ultimately transforms into the cosmic Zamasu, rendering him invincible against all adversaries. It can be said that the fused Zamasu represents the most formidable foe Lin Sheng has encountered thus far. However, the stronger Zamasu becomes, the more exhilarated Lin Sheng feels. At last, when the brilliance dissipates, a circular halo appears around the fused Zamasu, who now bears an even more ominous visage. With a chilling grin, the fused Zamasu declares with utmost satisfaction, "Behold this enhanced physique and immortal form. This power envelopes my entire being, bringing unparalleled comfort. Indeed, this is justice." As these words resonate, a surge of purple lightning erupts from the fused Zamasu, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding ruins. Even in his fused state, his narcissism and youthful exuberance remain unchanged. Lin remained unperturbed, offering a subtle mockery. Heh, Zamasu let out a chilling smile, arrogantly declaring, "You shall feel foolish for your actions in allowing us to merge. Humans, before the divine, tremble and crawl." Immediately, Zamasu's gaze sharpened. "Let me show you the power of divine light." Chapter 108, Lin vs. Merged Zamasu's words echoed, crimson lightning flickered from the halo above, swiftly manifesting into a multitude of red energy blades that sliced through the sky. In the blink of an eye, these blades enveloped half the heavens. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, the red energy blades descended upon Lin like a torrential downpour. Yet, instead of directly striking Lin, they halted in his vicinity. Lin Sheng furrowed his brows, and a second later, the crimson energy blade erupted explosively with a series of resounding blasts. The terrifying shockwaves of the explosion carried thick clouds of smoke that spread ominously. Do you see? This is the power of a deity. Before the mightiest of gods, humanity is but an ant. Noticing that Lin Sheng did not evade, the fused Zamasu let out a sinister laugh, his arms outstretched as if to showcase his divine strength to the survivors present. As the smoke gradually dissipated, it became evident that Lin Sheng remained unscathed, standing resolutely in the air. Is this so-called god truly powerful? With a subtle curve of his lips, Lin Sheng's figure vanished instantaneously from his original position. In the next heartbeat, Lin Yo's fist crashed mercilessly against the visage of the fused Zamasu. Thud. The combined Zamasu plummeted into the ruins. In a swift motion, Lin Yo conjured a Saiyan explosive, pulsating with a terrifying energy aura, and hurled it in the direction where the fused Zamasu had fallen. Boom. The explosive struck the earth, unleashing a cataclysmic blast that devastated structures within a radius of several hundred meters. As the smoke lingered in the air, the fused Zamasu emerged from the chaos of the explosion, seemingly unscathed. After all, humanity remains but human, no matter how formidable. They ultimately bow beneath the radiance of the divine. As the words of the fused Zamasu reverberated, he surged towards Lin Sheng with the ferocity of a tempest. Bang! Lin Sheng was caught off guard, struck directly by the fused Zamasu. "What nonsense is this?" he exclaimed. Just days prior, he had vanquished one. Bolstered by determination, Lin Sheng swiftly regained his footing and transformed into Super Saiyan at full power, unleashing a barrage of blows against the fused Zamasu. Yet, No matter how fiercely Lin Sheng attacked, Zamasu remained unscathed. Human, this is where it ends. The fused Zamasu seized Lin Sheng's fist and retaliated with a powerful kick, turning the tide of battle against Lin Sheng. Now, it was Zamasu who unleashed a relentless assault upon Lin Sheng. Amidst the clash, Lin Sheng's strength surged exponentially. After being thoroughly overwhelmed by Zamasu, he activated the Kaioken tenfold, engaging in a fierce confrontation. Their speeds became so swift that they were nearly imperceptible, leaving only fleeting shadows darting across the sky. Accompanied by terrifying shockwaves, the darkened heavens erupted with thunder, casting an oppressive atmosphere over the city, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. In an open area of the city, Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks gathered, each bearing varying degrees of injury. The combined might of Zamasu and the dark entity was overwhelming. Witnessing Lin Sheng's battle with the fused Zamasu, Trunks exclaimed in astonishment, "Lin Sheng is incredibly strong. I never anticipated he would wield the Kaioken." Goku marveled, noting the surge in Lin Sheng's energy. He had thought he was the sole user of the Kaioken, only to realize Lin Sheng had mastered it as well. "These two are monsters," Vegeta muttered, clutching his chest, his expression overshadowed with concern. The fused Zamasu was formidable, yet Lin Sheng could withstand him, revealing a stark disparity in power between Vegeta and Lin Sheng. If he struggled against Black Goku, how could he possibly contend with the fused Zamasu? Suddenly, with a thunderous clash, Lin Sheng and the fused Zamasu collided, the surrounding sky crackling with lightning. The terrifying energy surged outward from their confrontation. A human can actually contend with a god. Zamasu seethed, his eyes filled with rage. He realized that even after 300 exchanges with Lin Sheng, he had failed to inflict any injury upon him. Moreover, Lin Sheng's energy was continuously escalating. "What is this? Let me show you a surprise." Lin's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he battled the fused Zamasu. He sensed that he was on the verge of breaking through the bottleneck to achieve the Ultra Instinct form. What? The eyes of the fused Zamasu glinted with the understanding that those capable of continuous growth were not merely drawing from human strength. In an instant, Lin dispersed his aura and unleashed a powerful punch. His fist tightened, and at that moment, his energy surged once more. With a mighty roar, the skies darkened with thunderclouds, and brilliant flashes of lightning illuminated the heavens before crashing down to the earth with a resounding boom. The surrounding space trembled, resonating with the sheer force of the unfolding events. At this moment, Lin Sheng's hair danced as if stirred by an unseen breeze. His originally golden locks began to exhibit a subtle shift towards a verdant hue. The aura surrounding Lin Yo surged steadily, and as he perceived the extraordinary phenomena triggered by Lin Sheng's escalating power, Tai Te was left astounded. Could it be that, as a Saiyan, Lin Sheng possessed no limits to his strength? It appeared that Lin Sheng was on the verge of transforming into a new form. Sun Yukong, noticing the changes in Lin Sheng's hair, rose to his feet in excitement. Chapter 109, The Feeble Deity. HM? Observing Lin Yo's transformation, the combined Zamas furrowed his brow slightly, and soon thereafter, the emerald green aura surrounding Lin Sheng surged dramatically, and at that moment, his golden hair transformed entirely into a vibrant shade of green. Lin's aura expanded to an unprecedented height, even surpassing the strength he exhibited while wielding the Kaioken technique moments ago. This was the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. His previously vanished pupils gradually reappeared at this moment. After accumulating power through numerous battles, Lin ultimately transformed into the Super Saiyan and mastered this burgeoning strength. How astonishing! Daz, gazing at Lin's newfound form, swallowed hard. Mr. Lin's Super Saiyan has reached such an elevated level. Perhaps this was the true visage of the legendary Super Saiyan, he mused. Vegeta gritted his teeth, yearning for Lin's Super Saiyan bloodline. Had he possessed the fabled powers of the Super Saiyan, he would have already risen from his subservient position and sung his praises, instead of being perpetually overshadowed by Son Goku. High above, observing Lin's transformed state, the fused Zamasu contemptuously covered his face with one hand, sneering. Is it merely a slight increase in energy that leads you to believe you can rival the gods? Such arrogance is truly unfounded. Lin Sheng said, "You false deity. Let me show you what true divine power is." What? Upon hearing this, the fused Zamas froze momentarily, unable to comprehend Lin Yo's intentions. Lin Sheng offered no explanation. Immediately, an overwhelmingly domineering aura emanated from him, intertwining with the furious energy of his transcendent form, instilling even greater fear. In the next moment, a burst of purplish-black energy erupted, enveloping Lin Sheng's body. His eyes instantly transformed into a deep shade of purple-black. What is the source of Lin Sheng's purple energy? Why did I not sense any increase in his power? The ground beneath him was filled with confusion. It's the energy of a destroyer. Sun Wukong and Vegeta stared in astonishment for a few seconds before they finally reacted. The deep purple-black energy emanating from Lin Sheng was all too familiar to them. It was the very same energy that Beerus had unleashed during his confrontation with Champa. Could it be that Mr. Lin Sheng was a harbinger of destruction? Upon hearing this, Toppo was taken aback once more. No, he is not a god of destruction. Vegeta shook his head in denial. Lin Sheng cannot possibly be the god of destruction of the 7th universe, as that role still belongs to Beerus. Now, even Son Goku and Vegeta find themselves perplexed. Why would Lin Sheng possess the energy of the god of destruction? This is the god of destruction too, as a fusion of Zamasu. I am inherently familiar with the energy of annihilation. You are mistaken, I am not the god of destruction. Lin Sheng spoke casually, and upon hearing this, the fused Zamas instantly comprehended the situation. He couldn't help but smile. No matter the method employed to acquire the energy of a god of destruction, one remains fundamentally human. Humans are merely humans, and even with the power of a deity, they remain as insignificant as ants. In the past, Zamas may have feared the energy of destruction, but the current fused Zamas, possessing an immortal body and merged with Black Goku, wielded power that surpassed that of a god of destruction. Even if Lin Sheng possessed destructive energy, he felt no fear. With a sudden impact, as Zamas finished his words, Lin Sheng launched another assault. His foot, imbued with destructive energy and a ghostly green flame, struck heavily against Zamas's face. This forceful kick distorted Zamas's countenance, and he let out a piercing scream as he crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Crack! As the fused Zamas landed, the white halo behind him shattered with a sharp sound. Is this what a god is? Such a feeble deity. Lin Sheng stood in midair, gazing down at the fused Zamasu below, mocking, "How dare you desecrate the divine?" The fused Zamasu slowly rose from the ground, his aura surging once more with a fury directed at humanity. Such needless prattle. Lin cast a fleeting glance at him before launching another attack, with a resounding thud. As the fused Zamas roared in fury, Lin delivered a powerful punch to his face. In the very instant Zama's head met the ground, Lin swiftly turned and unleashed a kick. What so-called strongest deity? Spare me your laughter. Lin Sheng, filled with fury, continued to pursue relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Sheng's fist struck the fused Zamasu, each blow landing with resounding impact. The power demonstrated was astonishing, completely overwhelming Zamasu. The spectators were left in awe. However, Son Goku shook his head, sensing the rising energy of Zamasu. Indeed, Vegeta remarked with a grave expression, noting that Lin Sheng's energy was also on the ascent. In this fierce confrontation, the outcome remained uncertain. The battle between Lin Sheng and the fused Zamasu has left even Sun Wukong and Vegeta bewildered by the unfolding circumstances. Initially, they believed they had come to confront merely 2 Zamasus and Black Goku, but they never anticipated that the situation would escalate to this extent. Lin Sheng delivered a fierce blow to the fused Zamasu, sending him skidding across the ground for over 1,000 meters before finally coming to a halt. Humans have actually acquired the power of gods. After stopping, the fused Zamasu gradually rose from the ground, his fury reaching its zenith. He glared at Lin Sheng with unbridled rage. Immediately, he extended his right hand towards the sky, and a frantic roar erupted. "Let the light of justice strike me. A weak god who cannot vanquish evil should not exist." Crackling sounds reverberated as purple lightning danced wildly within the darkened sky. Chapter 110, The Destruction of Fused Zamasu? Chapter 120, The Overthrow of Zamasu. What is he attempting? Vegeta exclaimed in terror, observing Zamasu's peculiar actions. "I do not know," Goku replied, shaking his head. Meanwhile, crack, boom. 2 arcs of purplish-red lightning descended from the heavens, striking Zamasu's right arm. Instantly, he was enveloped in a rosy aura, his energy surging anew. Lin Sheng furrowed his brow at the sight. Moments later, as the purplish-red lightning ceased, Zamasu slowly descended from the air, his right hand beginning to rot as if it were a writhing mass of slime. Subsequently, Zamasu's body began to expand. Has it already escalated to this extent? Lin Sheng furrowed his brow. At this moment, the fused Zamasu was consumed by fury, his reason eclipsed by overwhelming power. Humanity. Behold the might of the divine. Subsequently, the surging aura of the fused Zamasu finally subsided, enveloping him in a crimson aura, exuding an unprecedented strength. In a swift motion, Zamasu formed a massive yellow energy sphere with his colossal right arm and hurled it towards Lin Sheng. You should have resorted to energy attacks sooner. Lin Sheng stood his ground, allowing Zama's energy blast to strike him. Boom. The explosion reverberated across hundreds of meters. Moments later, as the smoke dissipated, Lin Sheng appeared unscathed before the crowd, his aura strengthened. What Witnessing the ineffectiveness of the energy blast, the fused Zama seethed with rage. In an instant, he materialized before Lin Sheng, his fist, as large as a cooking pot, descended upon him with an unstoppable force. Subsequently, the fused Zamas relentlessly pursued, delivering a flurry of devastating blows upon Lin Sheng. Although Lin Sheng attempted to retaliate, he was fundamentally subdued by the fused Zamasu. His power could not elevate beyond Zamasu's in such a brief period. Finally, the two engaged in a clash of fists, the pink and dark green auras colliding fiercely. With such feeble power, do you dare to call yourself a god? Lin Sheng bellowed as he continuously unleashed energy. Silence. Zamasu's visage contorted with malice, asserting that a god is invincible. Subsequently, Zamasu exerted his strength once more, causing the previously stalemated clash to tip decisively in his favor. With a swift motion, Zamasu shattered Lin Sheng's energy barrier, delivering a crushing blow to his chest. Farewell, human, he declared ominously. In an instant, a pink energy blade re-emerged on Zamasu's left hand, aimed directly at Lin Sheng's heart. The next moment, the blade pierced through Lin Sheng's chest. Lin Sheng. It seemed he was no match for Zamasu after all. Witnessing this scene, the eyes of Sun Wukong and his companions widened in shock. Yet, at the height of Zamasu's triumph, Lin Sheng slowly lifted his head, his expression betraying no sign of distress, as if the thrust that pierced his heart had no effect on him whatsoever. What? Zamasu was momentarily taken aback. I forgot to mention, I too am immortal. Lin Sheng's gaze was profound, and you, having merged with the essence of Sun Wukong, your immortality is no longer flawless. It is time for it to come to an end. The cold voice, laced with murderous intent, resonated as Lin Yo slowly extended his palm, aimed at the fused Zamasu. It's impossible. How could you possess immortality? Upon hearing this, the fused Zamasu displayed an expression of disbelief. How could Lin Sheng possibly be immortal? When you descend into hell, I shall reveal the truth to you. Lin Sheng had resolved that he no longer wished to prolong this battle. Continuing to fight the fused Zamasu would yield no fruitful outcome. On the contrary, he risked losing control due to an overwhelming surge of power. A scenario he did not wish to witness. Are you jesting? I am immortal. No one can slay me. The fused Zamasu wore a grotesque and frenzied smile. Is that so? Let me have you experience my technique. Lin Sheng flashed a smile, immediately followed by a voice filled with terror from the fused Zamas. As he spoke the words of destruction, a brilliant purple light emanated from Lin Sheng. In that instant, the body of the fused Zamas exhibited a fleeting shadow. Gradually, his form began to dissolve into countless light particles, as if being disassembled by Lin Sheng's purple radiance. Was this the annihilation of a god of destruction? The voice of the fused Zamas trembled with horror as his body transformed into a myriad of glowing points, slowly dissipating into the vastness. The world fell silent. Had he not unleashed his full potential? Gazing at Lin Sheng, who had vanquished the fused Zamas, Vegeta stood in stunned disbelief. First, he possessed an immortal body. And now he had employed the exclusive technique of a god of destruction? The chasm in power between Saiyans had become overwhelmingly apparent. Date gasped in astonishment. Lin Sheng also wielded immortality, an unforeseen development. Not to mention the two techniques of destruction. Lin Sheng indeed proved to be formidable. Surely this must be the end. Goku breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how powerful Lin Sheng was, it was ultimately a manifestation of his own strength. His own path lay in relentless self-improvement, striving to match Lin Sheng's prowess. Surely, he must be dead now? Lin took a deep breath, fully aware that Zamasu's presence had completely vanished. Logically speaking, if Zamasu did not merge with Black Goku, even his destruction could not obliterate Zamasu. However, once they fused, his immortal form would become flawed, and at that moment, his destructive power might indeed be capable of annihilating the fused Zamasu. This was precisely why Lin had urged them to merge from the very beginning. Yet, just as Lin and the others began to feel a sense of relief, an even more formidable aura suddenly emerged within their perception. There, in the very spot where Zamasu had been vanquished by Lin, a brilliant light surged skyward. Chapter 111. Your friend Zeno has logged in. Lin Sheng abruptly turned around and beheld a surge of red and black energy soaring into the heavens. Upon reaching the apex of the palace, it transformed into a vast expanse of ominous clouds, radiating a malevolent aura, spreading wide. Could it be that Iran had not perished completely? Lin Sheng furrowed his brow, finding the fused Zamas troublesome. Even though his immortal form was far from perfect, he still could not destroy him. What on earth was happening? Sun Wukong and the others gathered around Lin Yo, their expressions filled with confusion. Within mere seconds, the ominous black clouds had enveloped the entire earth. Ha ha, ha ha. Soon after, countless faces of the fused Zamas emerged from the dark clouds, their sinister laughter echoing in the ears of all present. sending chills down their spines. It was Zama's. Gazing at the multitude of Zama's faces in the sky, Tai Te felt an ominous foreboding. This deity truly knew how to entangle himself with others. Sun Wukong's expression turned grave as he gritted his teeth. Without hesitation, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Lin Sheng waved his hand to stop Sun Wukong, shaking his head and saying, "Do not waste your strength. The current Zama's has already transformed into the universe." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and his companions were taken aback. Was there truly no way to confront him? Dade, unwilling to accept this fate, gritted his teeth. It had taken considerable effort to destroy Zama's, only to find that this fiend had not perished but instead abandoned his physical form to become one with the cosmos. How could they possibly fight against such an entity? At that moment, Trunks noticed that Xiaowu had rushed over just as countless waves of crimson and black energy erupted from the mouth of the fused Zama's above, hurtling towards the ground. "Damn it, Zama's!" Dade exclaimed through clenched teeth, hastily activating an energy barrier to shield against the oncoming waves. Sun Wukong and Vegeta quickly joined in the defense. Lin Sheng's eyes narrowed as he soared into the distance. "Where are you going?" Sun Wukong inquired just as countless waves of crimson and black energy erupted from the ground. Boom, 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 across the globe. Every corner was simultaneously besieged by the onslaught of these energy waves. The fortunate few who managed to survive in other regions fell victim to this indiscriminate bombardment. The energy shockwaves persisted for several minutes before finally subsiding. When the explosions ceased, it appeared as though nothing remained. Sun Wukong, situated in the only two patches of purity amidst the chaos, sensed an inexplicable dread and despair. Everyone gazed around at the desolate surroundings, overwhelmed by an indescribable pressure. The sensation was utterly dreadful, akin to being adrift in the depths of the cosmos, isolated and hopeless. At that moment, Lin Sheng returned, carrying the time machine. "Ah. So you went to safeguard the time machine," Sun Wukong realized, a dawning understanding washing over him. "I hadn't considered that without the time machine we would be unable to return." Vegeta secretly felt a chill of fear. Fortunately, Lin Sheng had just secured the time machine, or they would have been trapped in this realm. "Mr. Lin Sheng, I apologize for the trouble," Dachi said, his expression tinged with shame as he gazed up at the pitch-black sky, murmuring, "In the end, we have been unable to eliminate Zamasu. This world is already destroyed. Must we continue to exist in this void?" Little Dance, with a sorrowful demeanor, felt a tear trickle down her cheek. Unwilling to succumb to despair, she picked up a handgun from the ground and fired several shots into the sky, venting her pent-up emotions. This world may be ruined, but it is not without hope for defeating Zamasu. Lin Sheng gently placed the time machine down and inquired, "Oh, do you possess a method to vanquish Zama's?" Upon hearing this, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta raised their eyebrows in intrigue, realizing that the journey to enlightenment required perseverance. Lin Sheng remarked that the current Zama's had transformed into a treasure universe, impervious even to my destruction. However, but what? All eyes converged upon Lin Sheng. There exists another who can annihilate him. Lin Sheng smiled faintly and immediately retrieved the Omni King's summoning device from his pocket. As the crowd looked on in confusion, Lin Sheng offered little explanation and directly pressed the button on its reverse side. "Your friend, the Omni King, is now online." As he pressed the button, a diminutive figure suddenly materialized out of thin air and gently descended. Lin Sheng hurriedly rushed over to catch the Omni King, who was 3 years old. "You are here." Looking at the Omni King cradled in Lin Sheng's arms, Sun Wukong and Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. Perhaps he truly has the power to defeat Zamasu. Upon seeing the Omni King, Sun Wukong suddenly realized, who was he? He whispered, "The Omni King, the most revered deity in the universe," Vegeta responded. "Oh." Upon hearing this, Date and Xiaowu, along with the others, were taken aback. "Who are you? Did you call for me?" The Omni King asked, jumping down from Lin Sheng's embrace with a bewildered and innocent expression. I am Lin Sheng," Lin Sheng replied with a slight nod. Then, the Omni King scanned the desolate surroundings, his countenance turning grave. "What is this? This is terrible. There is nothing here." Following that, the Omni King turned to Lin Sheng and inquired, "Who did this?" Lin Sheng pointed to the sky, accusingly exclaiming, "It was that scoundrel's doing." "How despicable." "Indeed, we should eliminate him," Lin Sheng proposed. "That makes sense in such a world," came the adorably naive voice of the king of all. Almost immediately, small hands stretched out, unleashing 2 beams of white light. Chapter 112. A historic meeting. Chapter 122. A historic meeting. Trunks, quickly activate the time machine. Upon seeing the 2 beams of white light in the hands of the king of all, Lin Sheng shouted urgently, "Why are you still here? If we don't flee, they will all be eradicated along with this universe, including Zama's." Oh. Trunks wasted no time and swiftly led Mai into the time machine, promptly initiating its activation. Lin Sheng, along with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, stepped into the time machine. Shortly thereafter, the engine of the time machine roared to life and ascended swiftly. "Eradicate this world for me," he proclaimed. Simultaneously, the Omni King had already taken to the skies. And when his youthful voice, tinged with a hint of fury, echoed through the air, the two beams of white light in his hands surged dramatically. It was at that moment that the time machine reached a substantial altitude, accompanied by a whooshing sound, and vanished into the future. As Lin Sheng and his companions piloted the time machine, the white light in the hands of the king transformed into a deadly scythe, swiftly annihilating the universe of Zama's, leaving not a trace behind. Above Bulma's courtyard, a time machine suddenly materialized, gently descending. At that moment, Beerus, Whis, and the Supreme Kai, along with Bulma and others, were all present and returned just in time. The group rushed over to greet the newcomers. Beerus, who was savoring a roasted sausage, turned to see Lin Sheng and his companions emerging from the time machine. Sun Wukong and his friends bore injuries, yet Lin Sheng appeared unscathed, albeit with slightly soiled clothing. "Have you managed to settle things?" Beerus inquired, finishing his sausage and approaching Lin Sheng, accompanied by Whis and the Supreme Kai, with an air of urgency. Lin Sheng made an okay gesture, signaling that everything was settled. Beerus let out a sigh of relief and then turned to Date, speaking with gravity. "Vegeta's son is forbidden from touching anything related to time henceforth. Otherwise, I shall annihilate you." "I understand," Date replied solemnly. "Trunks, activate the time machine." "We shall return once more," Lin Sheng suddenly interjected. "Must we go back again?" Date exclaimed, his eyes widening in confusion. "Yes, we shall go and return," was the response. Lin Sheng nodded. Since the future king had been summoned over, it was only natural to bring him to the present, with an additional king. Lin Sheng's chances of obtaining cards from the king's entourage would undoubtedly double. Although this probability remained quite low, having even a slight increase was preferable to none at all. Thus, the time machine was activated once more, and Lin Sheng, along with Lin Yo, returned to the future timeline. This future realm was an expanse devoid of materiality, illuminated solely by the ethereal glow of earthy hues. Lin Sheng gazed into the distance and, amidst the dazzling array of colors, finally spotted the king. At that moment, the king was upside down, appearing rather endearing. As the time machine approached, Lin Sheng called out in one breath, The king turned around. Lin Sheng inquired with a smile, "Shall I take you to a delightful place?" "Really?" came the eager reply. "Of course." In the courtyard, the time machine had returned once more. "So soon?" Bulma exclaimed, her eyes widening as she beheld the slowly descending contraption. At that moment, Beerus was indulging in a sausage. Upon noticing the arrival of the time machine, he instinctively turned to glance at it. In the next instant, Beerus's eyes widened in shock as a figure emerged from the time machine. Startled, he dropped the sausage from his grasp and hurried over. Whis and the Supreme Kai followed closely behind. "Lord Zeno, you have arrived on this auspicious day," Beerus stammered, visibly intimidated in the presence of the Omni King. "Indeed," came the adorably Na'vi response from Zeno. "Supreme Kai, please lead us." Lin gazed at the boundary deity, Xian, and said, in the Grand Palace. Along the lengthy corridor, the future sovereign of all joyfully trod ahead, taking small, spirited steps as the leader. Lin Sheng, the Grand Priest, Whis, and the Supreme Kai of Time followed closely behind the future Omni King. The Grand Priest, with a hint of curiosity, inquired of Whis, "Is this your idea?" "No." It was Lin Sheng's suggestion. Whis replied with a smile, shaking his head. "You truly find the 10th universe intriguing," the Grand Priest remarked with a gentle smile. At that moment, Lin Sheng cast a furtive glance at the Grand Priest on the far right, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. The aura emanating from the Grand Priest was more intimidating than that of the two guards of the Omni King. Is this truly the strongest being in the entire universe? In Lin's heart, he silently acknowledged that only upon truly witnessing the Grand Divine Official could he comprehend the magnitude of their power. Although he could not perceive the aura emanating from the Grand Divine Official, he could nonetheless feel an overwhelming sense of pressure that nearly rendered him breathless. Lin Sheng quietly clenched his fist. He had now surpassed the god of destruction. His next ambition was to transcend the angels. If he could not surpass even the angels, then how could he hope to surpass someone as formidable as the High Priest? Soon, Lin Sheng and his companions arrived at the location of the current Omni King. The moment the Omni King laid eyes on Lin Sheng's youthful visage, an excited smile illuminated his face as he soared toward him. "Lin Sheng, you're here." At the same time, the two guards of the current Omni King noticed the future Omni King and were taken aback. They realized, to their astonishment, that they were about to acquire yet another master. The current Omni King descended before the future Omni King and inquired, Lin Sheng, who is he? Almost simultaneously, the future Omni King posed the same question. Chapter 113. The misfortunate T God. Upon returning from the Omni King Palace, Lin Sheng headed straight back to Earth. This time, he refrained from mentioning the power tournament to the Omni King. It had only been 4 months since his last use of the Super Dragon Balls, and the Eternal Dragon could only be summoned once every 2 years. This meant he had nearly 8 months left to prepare for the power tournament. The reward from the Super Dragon Balls was a necessity he must secure. The only regret he harbored was that he had not discovered any cards during his visit to the Omni King Palace. However, Lin Sheng felt no urgency. He understood that such matters could not be rushed. Lin lay alone atop the surface, a blade of grass clutched between his lips. He gazed vacantly at the sky, pondering whom to nurture first. Ultimately, between Caulifla, Broly, and Android 21, Lin reached a resolution. The predatory instincts of Android 21 must be addressed first. Lin murmured softly, 21. If you cannot restrain your predatory instincts at the power conference and end up turning the other contestants from different universes into delectable treats, you shall be directly eliminated. Thus, Lin summoned 21. Brother Lin, you have returned. 21 obediently sat beside Lin, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual emotion. 21. Are you now able to control your predatory urges? Lin Sheng sat up, gazing at number 21, and inquired, not yet? At times, he found it difficult to restrain himself, causing number 21 to lower his head. In a hushed tone, he offered, allow me to assist you in gaining control. Lin Sheng smiled faintly. How can I assist? On the 21st, she questioned in confusion. Once her predatory instincts awakened, even she would find herself unable to restrain them, inevitably succumbing to the malevolent forces that sought to dominate her body. Lin Sheng, how shall I assist her? Awaiting further instructions, Lin Sheng uttered a few words before departing. Soon, he returned, this time accompanied by another individual, Yamcha, the god of tea. Lin Sheng, how may I assist you? Yamcha inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he circled his head. Do you aspire to become the strongest earthling? Lin Sheng asked earnestly. At this, Yamcha was momentarily taken aback, but then a resolute expression washed over his face. Of course, I do. Yamcha too yearned for strength. However, training alone yielded little in terms of progress. If only Lin Sheng would take him under his wing, Yamcha believed he could undoubtedly become the strongest earthling. Indeed, as expected of my god of tea. If you choose to follow me, I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Lin Sheng patted Yamcha on the shoulder and grinned. Ha. Yamcha responded with a joyful laugh. Subsequently, Lin Sheng led Yamcha and number 21 to the outskirts. He then returned after procuring 5 magical beans from Master Kakarot. Yamcha, filled with curiosity, surveyed his surroundings and inquired of Lin Sheng and the others, how exactly should I train? Lin Sheng replied, it is quite simple. Your task is merely to avoid being devoured by the malevolent number 21. Lin Sheng smiled faintly and said, upon hearing these words. Yamusian was immediately drenched in cold sweat, her scalp tingling. Lin Sheng, are you joking? She stammered. Do I appear to be jesting? Lin Sheng spoke with a grave expression, but, isn't this a bit excessive? What if I were to be devoured by her? Wouldn't that be an unjust demise? Yamcha responded, feeling anxious and apprehensive. Lin Sheng reassured, do not worry, I shall not allow her to consume you. A sense of relief washed over Yamcha, for with Lin Sheng's presence, he felt emboldened. Having settled Yamcha's concerns, Lin Sheng turned to number 21 and inquired, are you prepared? Yes, number 21 replied, nodding slightly, as if she had a faint inkling of Lin Sheng's intentions. Without delay, Lin Sheng summoned the wicked side of number 21. In an instant, she transformed from her gentle and intelligent demeanor into the alluringly malevolent number 21. With a playful tilt of her head, her gaze danced mischievously toward Yamcha, her tongue gliding over her crimson lips, beckoning him, come forth. Confronted by the sinister number 21, Yamcha's expression turned grave, his entire being tensing in anticipation. With a charming smirk, number 21 extended her delicate fingers, purple energy crackling at her fingertips. In the blink of an eye, she unleashed this energy, which transformed into a lightning bolt, hurtling toward Yamcha. However, Yamcha had already braced himself. He activated his aerial technique and soared into the sky, narrowly evading the lethal strike from the malevolent number 21. Yet, as he attempted to flee, her gaze sharpened, and in a heartbeat, she vanished from sight. The next moment, Yamcha found himself plummeting from the heavens, struck down by a kick from number 21, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact that left a sizable crater in its wake, dust billowing into the air. Is this for real? Yamcha lay helplessly within the pit, the force of number 21's kick nearly extinguishing his life. Having incapacitated Yamcha, number 21 summoned another surge of purple energy at her fingertips. With a crackling sound, the energy morphed into a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the prone Yamcha. Do you wish to be devoured by her? Rise. Lin Sheng was overwhelmed by the attack of the malevolent number 21, saying, I can't get up. He desperately wished to rise and evade the onslaught. Yet his body was entirely fractured, rendering him immobile. How can you be so weak? After just one move, you are already unable to withstand it. Lin Sheng felt somewhat at a loss. He ought to seek out someone of considerable strength. After much contemplation, it appeared that only Yamcha would be the most amenable to persuasion. Oh, well, Lin sighed, ultimately managing to intercept the malevolent 21 strike. Following that, with a swift movement, he repelled her without delivering a decisive blow, merely compelling her to retreat for the time being. What followed was an initiation of an infinite cycle of training. Every time the evil 21 sought to transform Yamcha into a delectable dessert, Lin intervened to thwart her intentions. Given that 21 was incapable of restraining her predatory desires, he resolved to employ this rigorous method to disrupt her cravings. Chapter 104, From now on, you shall be mine. This rigorous training persisted for 2 months. Despite the harshness of the method, the results were notably significant. However, Yamcha bore the brunt of it. Throughout these 2 months, he had endured countless fractures. Fortunately, with the aid of the Senza beans and Lin's summoning of Fat Butte to tend to his injuries, he managed to withstand the frequency of his broken bones. On this particular day, Lin once again lured out the malevolent 21. Come on, Yamcha postured, his gaze sharp as he focused on her. After 2 months of training, despite suffering numerous fractures, Yamcha had made considerable progress. Initially, he was unable to evade or counter the evil 21, but now he could withstand 10 of her strikes, although he still found himself broken by her attacks. His improvement was undeniably apparent. However, the evil 21 paid no heed to Yamcha, choosing instead to sit down as if she held no interest in him. Observing this, Yamcha was taken aback. 21, do you not wish to hunt his power? Lin Sheng inquired from the side. Are you not interested? The malevolent no. 21 cast a nonchalant glance at Yamcha, seemingly indifferent to the prospect of preying upon him. Upon hearing this, Lin Yo offered a faint smile. He approached Evil No. 21 directly and asked, Then do you wish to prey upon my power? Evil number 21 merely shook her head, and from her wicked gaze, Lin Sheng discerned no hint of predatory desire. This is the only opportunity. Do you truly not wish to prey upon me? After a brief pause, Lin Sheng continued. Lin waited for a considerable time, yet the sinister 21 remained unresponsive. Subsequently, Lin waved his hand and said, Yamcha, you may return. I will seek you out shortly. Ah, is it over? Yamcha blinked, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. It is indeed over. You may go back. With Lin's affirmation, Yamcha bid farewell and departed promptly. After Yamcha left, Lin squatted before the sinister 21 and inquired once more, 21, have you not always desired to hunt me? Should you succeed, your power would experience an epic enhancement. I grant you this singular opportunity. Are you certain you do not wish to seize it? The corners of the sinister 21's mouth curled into a beguiling smile as she responded, of course. I am right here. Lin Sheng spread his hands, seemingly with no intention to resist. In the next moment, the malevolent number 21's eyes darted as she lunged directly at Lin Sheng. She swiftly knocked him to the ground and then leaned over him. Lin Sheng was taken aback. Is this what the malevolent number 21 referred to as preying upon him? After a brief moment, Lin Sheng pushed the malevolent number 21 away, gazing intently at her exquisitely closed visage. He inquired, what are you doing? The malevolent no. 21 responded with a charming smile. Lin, brother, actually I. Evil number 21 elegantly lifted Lin Sheng's chin with a delicate finger, a seductive smile gracing her lips. I understand. With those words, Lin Sheng swiftly turned the tables, transforming passivity into initiative. 2 hours later, evil number 21 entwined her arms around Lin Sheng's neck from behind, her enchanting voice whispering in his ear, After 2, you will belong to me. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng offered a faint smile as a sudden idea sparked in his mind. The following day, as dawn broke with the rising sun, Lin Sheng rose early while number 21 remained in deep slumber. He glanced at her, gently covered her with a blanket, and left a note before departing Earth in his shuttle. With less than 6 months until the Tournament of Power, no. 21 had already learned to control her insatiable appetite for destruction. Thus, his next endeavor was to train Caulifla and Kale. Although both would represent Universe 6 in the upcoming competition, Lin Sheng, as Caulifla's boyfriend, felt it imperative to prepare them adequately. If he could elevate Caulifla to Ultra Instinct, The tournament of power would undoubtedly become far more exhilarating. In the previous contest between Universe 6 and Universe 7, Vegeta had triumphed over Caulifla, and Lin Sheng yearned to witness a scenario where Caulifla decisively defeated Vegeta in the tournament. After several hours of travel, Lin Sheng arrived once more in Universe 6. Upon entering, he made his way directly to planet Sadala. It was midday on Sadala, and Caulifla and Kale were engrossed in their daily training regimen. Caulifla's determination to grow stronger was undeniable, especially since becoming Lin Sheng's girlfriend. Her resolve had intensified significantly. She was determined not to hold him back. Hence, she had been diligently training every day. In the sky above, a fierce battle ensued between Caulifla and Kale, causing the surrounding space to tremble under the intensity of their conflict. After several months apart, Caulifla had grown considerably stronger. Lin stood on the ground, gazing upwards at the fierce battle between Caulifla and Kale, a faint smile gracing his lips. Caulifla, at this moment, had grown significantly stronger compared to when he had last departed. Currently, Caulifla was engaged in combat in his Super Saiyan form against Kale, who had assumed the Transcendent Super Evolution form. As Kale unleashed a torrent of water, it was only then that Caulifla managed to hold his ground against her. Lin Sheng observed quietly for several minutes until Caulifla finally noticed him below. Her eyes instantly sparkled with recognition. Lin Sheng, you've come. Without a moment's hesitation, she abandoned Kaya and dashed towards Lin Sheng. In the sky, Caulifla descended, leaving Kaya alone in midair. Looking downward, Kaya's mood soured upon seeing Lin Sheng. Just as he had previously mentioned, he had indeed taken Caulifla away from her. Witnessing the affectionate exchange between Lin Sheng and Caulifla, Kaya clenched her fists, almost losing control and succumbing to rage once more. Ultimately, she reverted to her usual demeanor and gently descended. I missed you so much, Caulifla exclaimed as she leaped into Lin Sheng's arms, holding him tightly. Lin gently patted her shoulder and chuckled. Do you wish to transform into a Super Saiyan Blue? Upon hearing this, Caulifla eagerly released Lin and exclaimed, Of course. Oh, please teach me, sister. At that moment, Kale quietly called out to her. Yet Caulifla seemed oblivious to her somewhat despondent demeanor. She turned to Kale, excitedly exclaiming, Kale, did you hear? Lin is going to teach me how to become a Super Saiyan Blue. We shall transform together. Kale, however, responded with uncertainty, I don't think I can do it. Indeed, she felt incapable of achieving the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. Lin Sheng inquired, Why? Caulifla puzzled. Lin explained that there is no necessity for her to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Her current form is even stronger than Super Saiyan Blue. Is that so? Lin nodded, acknowledging the transformation into Super Saiyan Blue. However, prior to that, one must attain the form of Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God? What is that? Kale found herself momentarily bewildered by the myriad of transformations available to the Saiyans. The form preceding Super Saiyan Blue is Super Saiyan God, which is relatively straightforward. What you need to focus on now is mastering the divine essence of Super Saiyan God. Lin Sheng remarked, The aura of the gods? It sounds quite formidable. Do teach me how to attain it? Caulifla, brimming with impatience, urged, We must find 4 more Saiyans who possess hearts of justice. Thus, Caulifla sought out Gaby, who, alongside 3 others from the Lay's defense team, embodied this noble spirit. With Gaby and Wu included, they gathered a total of 5 Saiyans with hearts of justice. Then, just as he instructed Vegeta from the G-Time Continuum, Lin Sheng guided Caulifla, who successfully transformed into the Super Saiyan God form. In her Super Saiyan God state, Caulifla appeared even more radiant. Is this the Super Saiyan God? She mused, truly feeling an overwhelming sense of power emanating from within. Gaby, astonished, gazed at Caulifla, enveloped in a crimson aura, and exclaimed, Sister, you did it. Kale also expressed joy for Caulifla, saying, How incredible. I can certainly feel an immense force surging within you. Caulifla, admiring her own hands wreathed in red energy, exclaimed with excitement, Come, let us spar and test our strengths. Lin Sheng smiled faintly and said, All right. Let me test this power. Caulifla was eager to try. It was her first time wielding such formidable strength, and her excitement was beyond words. Soon after, Lin Sheng and the Super Saiyan Caulifla both ascended into the sky. Come on. Lin Sheng did not hasten to transform. Rather, he intended to confront the formidable Super Saiyan Kale in his ordinary state. Here I come, Kale exclaimed, grinning widely, and then, with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, launched an assault on Lin Sheng. Puff. Lin Sheng had yet to react when he was struck in the abdomen by a powerful punch from Caulifla. Incredible! Truly formidable! She exclaimed as her blow connected with Lin Sheng. Previously, even in her Super Saiyan 3 form, She could not lay a finger on Lin Sheng in his normal state. However, at that moment, she felt she possessed the strength to overpower him effortlessly. Without hesitation, Caulifla pressed on in pursuit. Lin Sheng quickly reacted and engaged in a fierce battle with the Super Saiyan god Caulifla. Despite Lin Sheng's considerable combat experience allowing him to occasionally exchange blows with Caulifla, he found himself consistently on the defensive, enduring considerable pressure. In his regular form, he was vastly outmatched by Caulifla's strength. Although Lin Sheng's fighting techniques surpassed those of Caulifla, he was utterly overwhelmed by her speed. The Super Saiyan is inherently a speed-oriented warrior, whereas the Super Saiyan Blue excels in explosive power. Lin Sheng was entirely subdued by Caulifla, who was impressively formidable. Observing Lin Sheng's predicament, who was being relentlessly pressured by Caulifla, Gabe expressed his astonishment. Chapter 116. Did you miss me? Chapter 126. Did you miss me? Seeing Lin Sheng carry Caulifla home, Kaya felt somewhat despondent. After contemplating for a moment, she ultimately decided to follow them. What are your thoughts? I feel as though I am becoming somewhat familiar with the divine aura of the Super Saiyan god. Caulifla paused and remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng smiled softly. Noting that today's transformation into a Super Saiyan god was indeed of great assistance to her, Caulifla nodded. As the person directly involved, she understood perfectly. The battle that Lin Sheng and she engaged in today marked a significant improvement compared to her previous encounters with Kaio a few months ago. Lin Sheng, will I be able to transform into a Super Saiyan god again in the future? Lin shook his head. You are not yet ready to transform into Super Saiyan god. However, becoming a Super Saiyan god is not your ultimate goal. Today, I will facilitate your transformation into Super Saiyan god to familiarize you with divine energy. Your true objective is to attain Super Saiyan Blue. I shall remain here in the days to come, until I have successfully guided you to achieve Super Saiyan Blue. Prior to this visit, Lin had already devised a plan. He intended to employ the training regimen he had used with Whis to instruct Caulifla. He believed that with his current strength combined with Caulifla's latent potential, training her to achieve Super Saiyan Blue would not pose a significant challenge. Ultimately, during this span of less than 6 months, he would exert every effort to train Caulifla. Even if she could not reach Super Saiyan Blue, she would certainly be close to it. Upon returning home, Caulifla's brother, Renzo, was still sprawled on the living room sofa. Noticing Lin carrying Caulifla back, Renzo exclaimed in surprise. Lin, when did you arrive? Lin Sheng chuckled. You just arrived today, and after the young prince's prolonged absence, I thought you had forsaken Caulifla. That is not the case. I merely had some matters to attend to recently. Brother, what are you saying? Lin Sheng would never abandon me. Caulifla huffed, feigning annoyance. All right, I understand. I was merely jesting with Lin Sheng, Lin Suo replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. I shall not intrude upon your youthful camaraderie any longer. I will take my leave to rest. Once Lin Suo had returned to his room, Lin Sheng gently placed Caulifla upon the sofa. She immediately wrapped her arms around his neck, her expression serious as she inquired, Did you miss me? Lin gently brushed her nose and said, Of course, there is. That is precisely why I am here, isn't it? You weren't truly hoping to forget about me today, were you? Caulifla narrowed her eyes and replied, What do you think? Lin gazed deeply into Caulifla's eyes and countered, I don't care. You have been gone for such a long time. You must make amends. Caulifla insisted with an unwavering tone, How shall I make amends? Lin replied, Well, that depends on you. As she spoke, a faint blush appeared on Caulifla's face. Lin Sheng suddenly lowered his head, causing an even deeper blush to bloom on Caulifla's face. Yet, unexpectedly, a sweet sensation surged within her heart. After a while, Lin Sheng finally raised his head and gently inquired, Do you miss me? Caulifla shyly nodded in response. In an instant, Lin Sheng waved his hand, and a surge of energy sealed the door to the room. Subsequently, the atmosphere within the space began to subtly intensify. 2 hours later, a violent aura suddenly swept in. With a resounding crash, the door to Caulifla's home was forcefully kicked open, revealing Kale, who had transformed into a transcendent form. He strode in with deliberate steps, exuding an air of ferocity. His eyes, now a stark white, glared angrily at Lin Sheng as his rough voice boomed. Lin Sheng, you have taken my sister. I will kill you. Kale, what brings you here? Upon seeing Kale, Caulifla was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom how he had suddenly appeared in her home. Lin's brow furrowed as he transformed into his Super Saiyan form, channeling the full power of the Kaioken technique, delivering a punch that sent Caulifla back to her original state. Fortunately, Caulifla had just finished her business. Otherwise, Lin would have been quite vexed had he interrupted her moment with Kale. Subsequently, Caulifla rushed over to assist Kale, who blinked groggily, gazing at her with an innocent and vulnerable expression. "Sister, Kale, why did you suddenly come to my house?" Caulifla chided lightly, feeling somewhat exasperated, as she had yet to fully enjoy her time with Lin before Kale's interruption. "Don't you know? Kale has feelings for you," Lin revealed, exposing Kale's hidden emotions. Upon hearing this, Kale immediately blushed and lowered her head shyly. Caulifla was momentarily taken aback. She was aware of Kale's affection, but she viewed her merely as a close junior. How could she harbor romantic feelings for her? Observing the bewildered expression on Caulifla's face and Kale's inability to meet her gaze, Lin sighed, unsure of how this intricate situation would unfold. Chapter 117. May I borrow the angel's staff for a moment? Chapter 120. May I borrow the staff from the mage village? Kale, you. Caulifla found herself at a loss for words. The atmosphere in the room became palpably awkward. Kale had feelings for Caulifla, while Caulifla had her own affections for Lin. This triangular relationship posed a dilemma that Caulifla was ill-equipped to navigate. What should we do now, Lin? Caulifla turned to seek Lin's counsel, unsure of her next step. Lin Sheng pondered, stroking his chin. It was becoming a persistent issue with her barging in like this. However, if he did not resolve matters with Kyer, who could predict whether she would continue to intrude so abruptly in the future? Perhaps he could take Caulifla back to the 7th universe, thus avoiding Kyer altogether. Yet, that too seemed unfeasible. Caulifla shared a close bond with Kyer, and forcibly separating them would likely not be well received. Just as Lin Sheng was lost in thought, a sudden inspiration struck Caulifla. "What if, Kyer, you join me instead?" she declared with carefree audacity. "Huh?" At her words, both Lin Sheng and Kyer were momentarily taken aback. What did that mean? Noticing their bewilderment, Caulifla clarified, "I mean, you should become Lin Sheng's girlfriend." Chapter 118. Super Blue Caulifla. Chapter 128. Super Blue Kyer Angel Village? Weiss's eyes narrowed slightly. "You came back specifically to borrow from the village, didn't you?" Lin waved his hand, not intending to conceal anything. He candidly stated, "To be honest, this is indeed the case." Weiss replied, "Only angels can utilize the angelic law village. Even if I were to lend it to you, you would be unable to use it. Moreover, what purpose do you have for the angelic law, anyway?" Lin responded, "I merely require the spatial aspect of your angelic law village." Upon hearing this, Weiss raised an eyebrow and remarked, "The spatial aspect seems of little use to you. Does it not? Are you perhaps planning to train others?" Truly, Weiss's insight was remarkable. Lin Sheng chuckled softly and remarked, "Indeed, I am here to train others. I presume it would not pose any issue for you to enable the law village space function for my use? Although the angelic law do is exclusively accessible to angels. As long as Weiss grants permission, Lin Sheng could likewise utilize the law village space. It is merely restricted to that particular space, with other functionalities unavailable. You seem to possess considerable knowledge. The law village can be temporarily lent to you, but only for a duration of 2 days. And you must provide gourmet food in exchange." A mysterious smile played upon Weiss's lips as he added, "Just like the spicy strips you made last time." Reaching an agreement with Weiss, preparing a batch of spicy strips was not a formidable task for Lin Sheng, and a day would suffice. The passage of time within the angelic law village differs from that of the external world. A single day outside should be ample for Caulifla to grasp the Super Saiyan Blue transformation within the law village space. After completing the spicy strips, Lin Sheng took possession of Weiss's angelic law village and piloted the shuttle cube away from the Beerus planet. After several hours of travel, Lin Sheng returned once more to the planet of Rays. Upon his return, he found that Caulifla and Kale had just finished their combat training. Rushing over to Lin Sheng, Caulifla eagerly inquired, "Lin Sheng, when will I be able to transform into Super Saiyan Blue? I can feel that I am on the verge of transforming, yet I still cannot achieve it. What is going on?" "Do not fret. When the time is right, the transformation will come naturally," he reassured her. Lin gently rubbed her head and chuckled. "Super Saiyan Blue is unlike other forms. It cannot be forcibly attained, but rather understood." He continued, "From this moment forth, I intend to alter your training regimen." Upon hearing this, Caulifla suddenly felt invigorated. The monotonous routine of training day after day over the past 5 months had become somewhat tedious. A new training approach would undoubtedly rekindle her enthusiasm. Lin Sheng conjured the angelic spell village from an alternate dimension, and it landed in his hands. "Isn't this the spell village of Vados?" Caulifla inquired with confusion. "No. This belongs to Weiss. However, they are quite similar." Lin Sheng remarked that from this moment onward, you and Kaya shall enter the realm of the law village to cultivate. Lin Sheng believed that as long as Caulifla could comprehend the mysteries of the law village's space, she would undoubtedly transform into Super Saiyan Blue. However, He refrained from explicitly informing Caulifla. It all depended on her own enlightenment. All right, I shall summon my resolve and transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Caulifla stretched her body, filled with determination. Subsequently, Lin Sheng prepared some food, and then invoked the Law Village's technique. The black magic stone above the Law Village radiated a brilliant light, enveloping Caulifla and the food within its embrace. Lin took a deep breath and murmured, "Hang in there. I hope that by the time you emerge, everything will be splendid." What followed for Lin was a period of waiting. He could not perceive the sentiments within the realm of the. This wait extended through the night. The following morning, the time had nearly arrived. Lin Sheng glanced at the time. Nearly a day had elapsed since Gao Weixi's statement. Thus, he summoned the inhabitants of Wuxia Fa Village once more, liberating Caulifla and Kaya from the confines of Angel Fa Village. Suddenly, Caulifla and Kaya tumbled out of the spatial realm of the Fa Village, caught off guard. At that moment, they were covered in dirt and emanated an unpleasant odor. However, Lin Sheng was not concerned with these trivialities. Rather, it was the subtle yet piercing aura surrounding Caulifla that piqued his interest. This aura was strikingly similar to that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta upon their comprehension of the Super Blue form. In an instant, Lin Sheng grinned broadly and remarked, "Caulifla, it seems you have succeeded." Upon hearing Lin Sheng's voice, Caulifla rose from the ground, brimming with excitement. "Lin Sheng, I did it. I can finally transform into a Super Saiyan Blue." As she spoke, a tremendous divine energy erupted from her being, followed closely by a resplendent blue aura that enveloped her. Her hair and pupils transformed into a vivid blue, and in this super blue form, Caulifla exuded an air of elegance and charisma. "Do you see this? It's incredibly powerful," Caulifla exclaimed, eagerly showcasing her super blue transformation to Lin Sheng. Lin displayed a gratifying smile. After 6 months of effort, it was not in vain. Caulifla has ultimately transcended into the super blue form, which is undeniably formidable. Lin nodded, acknowledging that Caulifla's strength should rival that of Vegeta during the 6th and 7th tournaments. Pausing for a moment, Lin pointed at the dirt-covered Caulifla and Kale, saying, "You both should take a bath." Realizing her unkempt state, Caulifla responded, "Oh right." She then pulled Lin along, exclaiming, "Come on, let's go together." Chapter 119, The Grand King Calls. The Power Tournament. Chapter 129, The Grand King Calls. The Power Tournament. Caulifla and Kale, I must return to the village. After taking a bath, Lin told Caulifla and Kale, "Go ahead, we will await your return." Caulifla smiled joyfully, her spirits lifted significantly after her breakthrough to Super Saiyan Blue. Lin Sheng shook his head with a smile, possibly not returning for the time being. "What?" Upon hearing this, Caulifla and Kaya widened their eyes in unison, asking, "Why?" "Do not worry, we shall meet again in a few days at another location." With that parting remark, Lin Sheng directly piloted the shuttle cube away from the Lay's planet. After departing from Lay's, he hastened back to the Beerus planet. On Beerus, Whis, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta sat in a row on the grass, enjoying instant noodles. "Humph, so you do know how to come back." Beerus huffed with a hint of pride as he watched Lin Sheng descend from the shuttle cube. Lin Sheng chuckled softly before returning the Angel's Law Village to Weiss. "Isn't this your Law Village, number 667? He inquired. Upon receiving the village from Lin Sheng, Lucius was taken aback. He had been unaware that Weiss had lent it to Lin Sheng, as he had been asleep when Lin Sheng returned yesterday. "I lent it to him yesterday," Weiss explained with a slight smile. Hearing this, Lucius narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Surely, Lin Sheng must have exchanged something for it, right?" "Ah. It seems I can't hide anything from you, Lucius," Weiss replied with a playful smile. "As part of the exchange, Lin Sheng prepared a spicy snack for me." "What?" Lucius could no longer maintain his composure. He erupted in agitation, his words spilling forth. "You had spicy snacks and didn't invite me." "Who told you, Lord Lucius?" "To be sleeping?" Weiss teased, both of them sharing a light-hearted moment. Lin Sheng, at a loss for words, rubbed his forehead. Just then, a radiant light emanated from Weiss's angelic magic village. "Ah, a call is coming in." Weiss regained his composure, but as he was about to answer, a beam of light suddenly shot forth from his hand, projected by the black magic stone. Beerus and the others curiously turned to look. And 2 innocent faces appeared on the screen, startling Beerus into a cold sweat. For those faces belonged to the present and future kings of all. In an instant, Beerus bent down at a 90-degree angle, trembling as he spoke. "King of all, we are honored to have you here on this auspicious day. The journey has been long. Where's Lin Sheng?" The present and future kings of all, with their adorable big eyes, leaned closer to the screen and asked in unison. He is right here." Beerus hurriedly pulled Lin Sheng into view. "Oh, it's you, Al-chan." Lin Sheng waved at the two Supreme Kais and greeted them. Upon hearing Lin Sheng address the Omni King, Beerus was once again struck with a cold shiver. Do you still remember the Universal Martial Arts Tournament we discussed last time? Let us hold it now, the present Omni King said in a youthful tone, filled with eagerness. The future Omni King's innocent voice brimmed with anticipation, for he had not witnessed the previous tournament between the 6th and 7th universes. Consequently, the future Omni King was even more enthusiastic about the prospect of the Universal Martial Arts Tournament. Then let us proceed with the event, he declared. The Lin Yozue fish gently rises. Indeed, strength prevails as expected. Jillian, I wonder who among us is stronger now? In Lin Sheng's heart, he secretly mused that this time the tournament would be formidable. The only opponent he anticipated was none other than Jiren. Could it be that the event was truly going to take place? Upon hearing this, Beerus was once again taken aback. He had initially thought that the King of All was merely speaking whimsically, yet it appeared he was earnest in his intentions. The notion of a universal martial arts tournament sounded exceedingly intriguing. It would surely provide an opportunity to engage with the mightiest warriors across the cosmos. Goku, brimming with excitement, remarked that after extensive training with Vegeta, it was high time for some practical combat. No amount of training could substitute for actual battle experience. Shortly thereafter, the Grand Minister's figure materialized on the screen. Upon seeing the Grand Minister, Beerus was once more drenched in cold sweat, and this time he prostrated himself on the ground. Trembling with trepidation, he stated that once the specific schedule and details of the tournament were finalized, he would promptly inform the Kaishins of each universe. With that, the communication ended, and the screen vanished. Only then did Beerus finally exhale in relief, his demeanor deflated as he sighed. Realizing that the King of All was indeed serious about hosting the Universal Martial Arts Tournament. This was a significant predicament. Come on, Beerus, don't be so pessimistic. Goku chimed in cheerfully. Just think about it. All the strongest fighters from across the universe will gather to compete. How exhilarating will that be? Beerus, however, remained troubled, expressing his concern that something felt amiss. The arrangements for the Universal Martial Arts Tournament had already been set in motion. Overthinking the situation would be futile. It was prudent to visit the Kaishin. At that moment, Lin Sheng interjected, what purpose does a visit to the Kaishin serve? Beerus, puzzled, inquired. Did not the Grand Minister say that the specifics of the tournament would be communicated to the Kaishin? Lin glanced at him with irritation and said, the Grand Priest has only just spoken, and you've already forgotten? Let us set forth now. Regarding the Universal Martial Arts Tournament hosted by the Omni King, Whis was also unwilling to be lax. Thus, they needed to hurry to the Kaishin realm to await the specifics of the tournament. Chapter 120, the grand overview with a whoosh, Lin and his companions materialized in the Kaishin realm. This place remains as dreary as ever, Beerus remarked as he surveyed his surroundings. Is there something amiss, everyone? The Kaishin, Old Kaishin, and Jabit approached in unison. Bring me a cup of tea, Beerus commanded. Lifting his gaze, the Kaishin paused for a moment before nodding. Yes. Subsequently, the Kaishin served a cup of tea to each of Lin's group. Lord Beerus, may I inquire why you have suddenly come to the Kaishin realm? The Kaishin asked as he settled down beside them. At that moment, a purple energy vortex suddenly appeared in the sky above the Kaishin realm. The figure of the Grand Priest materialized abruptly. Grand Priest. Upon seeing him, the three Kaishins and Beerus rushed forward. They bowed deeply in reverence toward the Grand Priest. Following suit, Lin, Whis, Son Goku, and Vegeta also approached. Lin, you are here too. The Grand Priest's gaze fell upon Lin as he spoke. The schedule and details have been finalized. Lin nodded slightly and said, then please proceed. At that moment, the High Priest produced a scroll and began to read the proclamation issued by the king. On the 106th, 603rd day, commencing from 157 o'clock, a grand assembly will be convened, gathering the most distinguished champions selected from various universes to participate in the power tournament. 10 participants, a gathering of 9 realms? How exhilarating! Sun Wukong clenched his fist in excitement, for the moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Lin Sheng's lips curved into a smile. At long last, the day he had eagerly awaited had arrived. The mere thought of facing Jillian filled him with exhilaration. The might of Jillian made his blood surge with anticipation. Meanwhile, the Grand Priest gracefully descended from the heavens. The venue for the tournament was none other than the Void Realm. The Void Realm? What manner of place is that? Sun Wukong and Jietai exchanged bewildered glances. The Void Realm is a realm devoid of time and space, a domain that is filled solely with eternity and nothingness. As its name suggests, it is a place where nothing exists. Here, you may freely engage in martial contests, the Grand Priest elucidated, adding, moreover, as with the previous tournament. The most exceptional participants will be awarded the Super Dragon Balls as a prize, which can grant any wish. I have already gathered them all. Pray tell, what reward will the victor receive? Inquired the Kaioshin. The Grand Priest tilted his head slightly. Ah, it is honor, I believe? Beerus responded with surprise. No. The Grand Priest reiterated, the prize is, in fact, nothing at all. At this moment, the announcement had yet to be made formally. However, since Lin Sheng was a friend of the Omni King, I shall reveal to you in advance, the universe that faces defeat will be erased by the Omni King. Lin Sheng gazed at the Grand Minister and inquired, Oh, you actually know? The Grand Minister raised an eyebrow, affirming, what Lin Sheng said is indeed correct. The defeated universes will be entirely eradicated by the Omni King, who will personally oversee their annihilation. A profound silence ensued, a stillness as profound as death. Moments later, the mention of annihilation. The universe of treasures? Beerus, the three Supreme Kais, along with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, all stared wide-eyed. Their faces etched with terror and disbelief. By the way, Lin Sheng, the Omni King has a task for you. Ignoring the fearful expressions of Beerus and the others, the Grand Minister continued, please have Lin Sheng from Universe 7 and the other participants engage in a contest before the Omni King, showcasing their martial prowess. Huh? No? Beerus asked. Perplexed. The future Omni King did not witness your match with Universe 6. To ignite his anticipation for the upcoming power tournament, you are to participate in a preliminary battle known as the Omni Overview Match, the Grand Minister explained. Omni Overview Match? The others echoed. The Grand Minister nodded, stating that Universe 7 would compete against Universe 9. From this moment, gather 3 participants within an hour and head to the Omni King's palace. Farewell. With that, the Grand Minister ascended once more, a purple vortex of energy materializing as he vanished within it. With the Grand Minister gone, Beerus slumped helplessly to the ground once more. After a moment, he rose and looked at Lin Sheng and the others, commanding, only you 3 shall go. However, Vegeta found himself in a predicament. But I promised Bulma I would return to watch over her today. She is about to give birth. Vegeta protested. Returning now would surely bring disgrace before the Omni King. Beerus interjected sternly, no arguments. At this moment, Lin Sheng raised his hand, suggesting, let Vegeta return. If the 3 of us participate in the Omni Overview match, it would be a complete domination, failing to exhibit the allure of our strength to the future Omni King. I have an excellent candidate to replace Vegeta. Chapter 121. The third contestant, you seem quite at ease. Do you realize the monumental impact your words once had on the entire universe? Beerus shouted angrily. If you lose, even if you are a friend of the Omni King, he will not hesitate to obliterate both you and Universe 6. If the universe were to vanish as a deity, I would be unable to account for this to all sentient beings, the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 said gravely. You're mistaken. It was precisely because of my words that we secured a chance for survival for Universe 7. Lin Sheng, however, responded with indifference, questioning, what opportunities for survival? Are you still here to argue? Beerus, in a fit of anger, shouted fiercely. Lulu gazed at Lin Sheng, bewildered by the meaning of his words. Lin Sheng slightly raised his gaze and solemnly stated, you may not be aware, but the Omni King originally intended to eradicate the 8 universes with the lowest average human levels. Our 7th universe is ranked second to last among the 12. It is precisely because of the upcoming Universal Martial Arts Tournament that we are afforded this opportunity to strive for survival. Without it, we would not even have the chance to fight back against the Omni King's decree. What? Upon hearing this, Beerus and the Supreme Kai were taken aback by such startling news. The Supreme Kai expressed his disbelief, pondering whether the situation truly aligned with Lin Sheng's words. Just as Beerus and the others remained skeptical, Whis interjected, it has been quite some time since the Omni King last eliminated 6 universes. It is indeed plausible that he may consider purging those universes with the lowest average human levels due to the overwhelming number of universes. Really? Beerus still harbored doubts. Conceding that it was a possibility, Whis shook his head, emphasizing that rather than dwelling on these uncertainties, it would be far more prudent to swiftly assemble the 3 contenders for the tournament. No matter what, you must secure victory this time. Indeed. No matter how much Beerus might blame Lin Sheng now, it was futile. The tournament had been established, and all universes selected to participate were inescapably bound to the competition. Lin Sheng smiled faintly and confidently declared, even if I do not fight for anyone else, I will exert my utmost effort to win for myself. The old deity advised. First, we shall determine the top 3 contestants for the tournament, followed by selecting 10 participants for the Power Conference. This time, the Power Conference will feature contenders chosen from various universes. and it can be said that the fates of these so-called gods rest entirely in the hands of these 10 competitors. With less than an hour remaining until the grand tournament, the old deity suggested, Vegeta, why not return to spend some time with Bulma? We shall head back to Earth to find another contestant for the tournament. Lin Sheng inquired, do you possess a competitor superior to Vegeta? To which Beerus responded. Lin Sheng smiled. Although her strength may not rival that of Vegeta, I firmly believe she is undoubtedly more suited for the all-encompassing competition. The preliminary matches primarily focus on spectacle, with victory being of lesser significance. With my presence, is there truly a fear of defeat in the all-encompassing competition? Indeed. With Beerus around, and with Lin Sheng and Son Goku at the helm, we should face no losses in the all-encompassing competition, even in the absence of Vegeta. That should pose no issue. Whis nodded in agreement. Then let us return to Earth. Subsequently, Lin Sheng and her companions utilized instant transmission to return to Earth. Upon their arrival, Vegeta headed straight to see Bulma. Lin Sheng, who is the third contestant you mentioned? Beerus glanced around, noticing the absence of others. 21st. Lin Sheng snapped his fingers, and number 21 swiftly emerged from Bulma's residence. Lin Ge, you're back. Number 21 alighted gracefully before Lin Sheng, smiling warmly. Just her? Beerus queried with a hint of skepticism. He found it hard to believe that this seemingly harmless and delicate number 21 could possess any formidable power. Just her. Lin Yo nodded with conviction, fully aware that after his training, the prowess of number 21 had surpassed that of Fat Bu. And even the Super Saiyan 3 Goku paled in comparison. After all, number 21 was more than capable of handling the comprehensive tournament. Lin, what's the matter? No. 21 inquired softly, noticing Beerus's skeptical gaze. Are you confident in participating in a fighting tournament with me? Lin Sheng asked. Absolutely, number 21 replied, her eyes filled with determination. As long as it's your request, I would never hesitate. Very well. Since you place such trust in her, let us proceed, Beerus concluded. He had no time for further deliberation. The tournament was about to commence, leaving no room for second thoughts. God of Destruction, let us go. Lin nodded and said to the God of the Universe, yes, let's proceed. The group of travelers held hands, forming a semicircle. As the command of the God of the Universe resonated, Lin and his companions vanished from the courtyard of Vegeta's home. In the next moment, they found themselves in the majestic palace of the Omni King. Lin, where are we? One of them inquired. This is the palace of the Omni King. The sovereign of all existence in the universe, Lin replied. The palace of the Omni King? Number 21 gasped in astonishment. Shall we enter? Without delay. Lin and his companions stepped into the palace, traversing a long corridor. Suddenly, midway through their journey, a group obstructed their path. This group consisted of the God of Destruction Sidra from Universe 9, the Angel Mojito, and the Supreme Kai, along with the formidable trio representing Universe 9 in the Omni competition. It has been a while. Everyone from Universe 9, the God of the Universe, Xian, greeted them warmly. Sun Wukong's gaze fell upon the formidable trio, remarking, are we to engage with those individuals? They seem rather weak and unworthy of our attention. Lin shrugged, casting not a single glance at the so-called dangerous trio. To him, L and this purported group of threats were nothing more than a trio of playful rascals. Margarita, you should be here as well, shouldn't you? Lin Sheng took the lead, crossing over the representatives of the 9th universe, his heart uncertain about whether the 10th universe had replaced its God of Destruction. Watching Lin Sheng and his companions pass by, the king of the 10th universe, Luo, with a sinister gaze, remarked, do you dare to challenge the trio of dangers? Soon, you shall learn the true meaning of despair. In the Grand Palace, the 7th universe and the 9th universe were divided into two factions, standing on either side. Before them stood the 30 divine officials, all assembled. In the spirit of Earth's martial arts tournament, we have also prepared a platform and seating for spectators. With these words, the supreme divine official raised his palm, and a radiant light burst forth. The ground beneath Lin and others instantaneously transformed into a radiant hue of earthy colors, as if the solid floor had vanished, causing everyone to plummet simultaneously. The location where Lin and others descended was the contestant platform of the 6th universe, while the representatives of the 9th universe landed upon the ground. Positioned between the contestant platforms of the 7th and 9th universes was a magnificent arena, surrounded by towering pillars, with the infinite stars of the cosmos serving as a breathtaking backdrop, reminiscent of a celestial realm. Once the participants from the 7th and 9th universes had assembled, the Grand Minister descended gracefully upon a floating platform. Let all deities descend. As the Grand Minister's voice resonated, the gods of destruction, angels, and supreme Kais from the other 10 universes simultaneously appeared on either side, each accompanied by their respective viewing platforms. The moonlight of Lin Sheng gracefully descended upon the audience stand of the 11th universe. There stood Makalita, accompanied by the newly appointed god of destruction, Toppo. From the 11th universe, both poised and respectful. As the moonlight of Lin Sheng cast down, the moonlight of Makalita simultaneously directed its gaze towards him. Their eyes met in the air, and an inexplicable expression flickered in Makalita's gaze as she looked at Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng winked at her, causing Makalita's face to flush with embarrassment as she quickly turned away. At that moment, the moonlight broke through, casting a fierce glow upon Lin Sheng, igniting a deep-seated anger within him. Observing Toppo, Lin Sheng's lips curled into a provocative smile, revealing a hint of defiance. Toppo, however, demonstrated remarkable restraint. Fully aware that he could not unleash his fury in the presence of the gods, he knew he had to bide his time until the conclusion of the tournament before confronting Lin Sheng about the incident involving the esteemed Master Wei Mei. In his heart, Toppo mused, "Lin Sheng, I shall see how you will justify your actions before the gods." Soon after, the high priest succinctly elucidated the purpose of the tournament before bowing slightly, announcing, "The King of All has arrived." As the words left his lips, the King of All and the future king descended, flanked by two guards. The strength conference, initially proposed by Lin Sheng of the 4th universe, was now set in motion. The high priest cast a glance at Lin Sheng, who stepped forward, coming into the sight of the assembled deities. "Ah, so it was you behind this scheme, organizing a strength conference for no apparent reason," the gods murmured amongst themselves. The high priest raised his hand, silencing the crowd, and surveyed the assembly before stating, "Now that all the gods are gathered, allow me to clarify the purpose of this strength conference. The King of All has long believed that the 72 universes are excessive. It was calculated that the bottom 8 universes in terms of human average level would be precisely those that Lin Sheng proposed for this strength conference. Therefore, the King of All intends to utilize this event to eliminate the universes with the lowest human average levels. This strength conference will feature participants from 8 universes, with the top 4 ranked universes, namely the 1st, 12th, 5th, and 8th, excluded from participation. In essence, after this strength conference, only one of the 8 universes will remain. Lin Sheng has fought for your chance at survival. Had he not proposed this strength conference, all 8 universes ranked at the bottom would face eradication." Upon hearing the high priest's words, the assembly of gods was taken aback, their spines tingling with fear. The 4 universes exempt from participation remained in deep discussion, realizing the gravity of their situation. "So, we must express gratitude to Lin Sheng? He has indeed secured us a chance to continue our existence?" The gods of destruction and the Supreme Kai exchanged astonished glances, their discussions rife with disbelief. On the 7th universe's contestant stage, Beerus gulped nervously, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. He finally comprehended the truth behind Lin Sheng's earlier statements in the Supreme Kai realm. He was not merely fabricating excuses, but rather unveiling the stark reality. The high priest raised his hand once more, restoring silence to the venue. In accordance with the king's directive, this tournament would see the selection of 3 martial artists from the 9th universe, ranked lowest, and the 7th universe, ranked second lowest, who would face off in a series of one-on-one battles. Time was unlimited, with matches continuing until one side conceded or the contest became untenable. "I hope all participants will exert their utmost effort during these confrontations," the high priest concluded before gesturing for the contestants to take their positions in the arena. Chapter 123, Contestant 21 versus Bazel. "Allow me to take the lead." Bazel, a member of the dangerous trio from the 4th universe, declared confidently as he leapt onto the arena, arms crossed. "Let us see what you've got," he taunted, flicking his fingers dismissively. "Leave it to me, Brother Tai," he added with a confident grin before stepping down from the stage. Lin Sheng turned to contestant 21, instructing, "You go and handle him." "Understood," contestant 21 replied, adjusting her glasses before gracefully descending into the arena. "Is she capable of handling him?" Beerus questioned, watching the confrontation between contestant 21 and Bazel with a hint of skepticism. "At the very least, she should be adequate for this mediocre opponent." Lin Sheng smiled faintly, his gaze filled with unwavering confidence as he looked at number 21. Upon hearing Lin Sheng's words, Beerus ceased his comments. Since number 21 had already entered the arena, they would simply observe for now. "Is this your opponent?" Bazel sneered derisively at number 21. "Has the 7th universe run out of fighters that they send a little girl to her demise? Even if you are a girl, I shall show you no mercy." Number 21 disregarded Bazel's taunts, her expression turning serious as she focused intently on him. With both competitors now on the stage, the Grand Minister declared the commencement of the first match. As the Grand Minister's voice echoed through the arena, all the gods turned their attention to the platform. Bazel's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared before number 21, executing a fierce side kick aimed at her head. Number 21's eyes narrowed. She immediately retreated, narrowly evading Bazel's strike. "So fast!" exclaimed the two kings in excitement. Lin Sheng urged, "Make sure to handle him." Number 21's expression transformed into one of determination, followed by a powerful shout. A violet aura erupted around her as she shifted from her previously innocuous form into a combative state. Her formerly messy brown hair transitioned to a soft pink hue, her physique taking on a pinkish tone, complete with a long pink tail that swayed gracefully behind her. However, her eyes remained unchanged. This was the battle form of the benevolent number 21. Compared to the malevolent version, her combat prowess was somewhat diminished. Yet it was more than sufficient to contend with Bazel. "Oh, you've transformed," Beerus remarked with surprise. "You've transformed," echoed the future king alongside the present king. "A little girl can transform? Yet you still cannot defeat me." Bazel scoffed, then disappeared once more. The next instant, number 21 raised her arm, successfully blocking Bazel's heavy kick. "What?" Bazel furrowed his brow in disbelief, realizing the situation was more complex than he had anticipated. With a series of rapid attacks, Bazel unleashed a flurry of strikes. Yet number 21 adeptly deflected each one. Although the benevolent number 21's combat form was not as powerful as her malevolent counterpart, her seriousness made her a formidable opponent. One Bazel could not easily handle. "Impossible!" Bazel gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld number 21, unharmed despite his relentless assault. "Now it's my turn," she declared coldly, raising her gaze. In the next moment, number 21's long leg struck Bazel squarely in the face, sending him flying with a cry of agony. Witnessing this, the god of the ninth universe shouted anxiously, "Lord God, do not rush. Bazel has yet to reveal his true strength." Meanwhile, the leader of the dangerous trio, Belgamo, calmly crossed his arms, unfazed. "Ah, number 21 is indeed impressive," he remarked. As the crowd reacted with mixed emotions, Beerus enthusiastically encouraged number 21, "Give him a thorough thrashing." Initially skeptical of her capabilities, he now found her quite reliable. Simultaneously, number 21 pursued Bazel, delivering a powerful kick that propelled him into the air before she surged upward with unbridled speed, crashing him back down to the ground. Bazel plummeted like a meteor, causing a cloud of dust to erupt upon impact. Without pause, number 21 unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, raining down upon the dust-laden area. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions resounded, leaving the two kings in awe. "Wow, that's incredible!" they exclaimed in excitement. "Just wait, there's even more to come." Finally, the explosion ceased, and number 21 descended from the air. "Surely, this must determine the victor now?" The god of the universe sighed in relief. "Not yet," came the reply. Lin shook his head, unable to believe that Bazel had not yet been defeated. The supreme Kaishintan was taken aback. As the dust on the arena finally settled, Tensor, appearing somewhat disheveled, stood up once more, his face ablaze with fury. "Bazel, stop playing around and unleash your ultimate move," he shouted from the ring. "Of course, I know," Bazel retorted, readjusting his stance and locking his gaze onto the opposing figure of number 21, ominously warning, "Little girl, do not blame me for being ruthless." With that, Bazel let out a deep roar, causing the entire arena to tremble. His aura surged dramatically at that moment. Chapter 124, The Violent Evil of No. 21 The arena and its surroundings shook violently, a terrifying aura generating a whirlwind that engulfed the area. No. 21 found her attire flapping in the gust created by this overwhelming force. Finally, as the tremor subsided, a red energy, akin to a nuclear fusion blaze, radiated from Bazel's right foot, exuding a menacing and sharp presence. With a sinister grin, Bazel's eyes narrowed as he declared, "Take this." In an instant, Bazel launched his assault again, this time at an even swifter pace. Bam! Number 21 was caught off guard, receiving a direct kick from Bazel. Unyielding, Bazel pressed the attack relentlessly. After a series of strikes, he forcefully sent her crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and a dazzling shockwave. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two crimson shockwaves erupted from Bazel's foot, striking number 21, who lay on the ground. Boom! Boom! The explosive shockwaves caused a tremendous eruption on the arena, sending fragments flying in all directions, while thick smoke billowed upward from number 21's position. Both Beerus and the Supreme Kaishintan watched with bated breath, their expressions tense as they focused on the rising smoke. As the haze began to clear, Tensor gradually descended from the sky, raising his head with pride, proclaiming, "The likes of Bazel are no match for me. Truly, he is one of the fearsome trio." The Supreme Kai of Universe 9, Lo, also appeared incredibly uneasy. Fearsome Trio? What an absurd name, Beerus remarked, exasperated. Hearing Bazel's sinister and arrogant laughter, Lin smirked, his voice laced with calm. Is it not a bit premature to celebrate? The real drama is just beginning. What? Bazel exclaimed, momentarily stunned. As the smoke finally cleared, number 21 re-emerged, her presence now tinged with a more malevolent air. Her eyes had transformed into those reminiscent of Majin Buu, radiating wickedness. Can I devour him? The malevolent number 21 licked her lips hungrily, seemingly coveting Bazel's power. What did you say? Bazel stumbled back a step, a flicker of terror crossing his face. No, just beat him to the brink of death. In a secluded path. Evil 21 pouted slightly, seemingly displeased. On the stage of the 9th universe, the god of destruction, Sidra, expressed astonishment at the unscathed Evil 21, exclaiming, "How is it that she remains unharmed? Humph, what is there to panic about? Such beings are commonplace in this universe," remarked the Supreme Kai of the universe, dismissively. On the arena, Bazel wasted no time. A surge of crimson energy erupted from his feet. "Did you eat my attack? Watch as I decisively defeat you," he declared, unleashing a red energy wave aimed directly at Evil 21. Evil 21, with her crimson lips curling into a smirk, effortlessly extended a hand to intercept Bazel's energy wave. Subsequently, with a mere grasp, she dissipated the attack into nothingness. "Impossible," Bazel gasped, retreating a few steps in fright. Evil 21 then flashed a mischievous smile before launching herself at him. Her fist, imbued with formidable power, descended upon Bazel with the weight of a mountain. In an instant, her tail ensnared his neck, holding him before her. "You should be grateful that Lin didn't allow me to consume you," she teased, her voice dripping with mockery. With each strike, she rained blows upon Bazel, her laughter echoing ominously, creating a scene of sheer brutality. Observing this violent display, the god of destruction from the 2nd universe, Hellas, frowned in distaste. Yet, the two kings of all watched with delight, even mimicking Evil 21's punches. Eventually, Evil 21 concentrated a purple energy sphere in her palm and pressed it against Bazel's chest. With a thunderous explosion, the shockwave propelled Bazel from the arena, his body crashing down heavily. "Truly, she is 21. This should secure her victory," remarked Beerus, observing Bazel sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog. "What? Is that it? It cannot end this way." The two kings of all expressed their discontent, engrossed in the spectacle. The Grand Priest sighed, glancing at the defeated Bazel with a frown. "What has happened to the 9th universe? The two kings of all are not yet satisfied," he noted. Hearing this, the god of destruction and Supreme Kai of Universe 9 broke into a cold sweat. "Bazel, you must not accept defeat." The Supreme Kai, Laura, urged him, exasperated. "What a ruckus." Bazel suddenly stirred, trembling as he rose from the ground. "Give me that. You will bear the consequences." With that, Laura tossed a sphere of purple substance to Bazel, which landed directly in his mouth. As Bazel swallowed, a torrent of violent energy erupted from him, enveloping him in a fiery red aura akin to nuclear fusion. In that moment, Bazel's muscles expanded dramatically, transforming him into a formidable force. How magnificent! This is truly captivating. The two kings of all cheered, their spirits lifted by the spectacle of Bazel's explosive power. Beerus, however, could no longer contain himself. Using pills to enhance energy? Is such a thing permissible? He protested vehemently. "They are cheating. They must be disqualified," he declared, pointing at them. "How boring. We wanted to keep watching." The two kings of all expressed their dissatisfaction. In response to their sentiments, the Grand Priest narrowed his eyes. "Please, continue the match. Before the Tournament of Power, stringent regulations will be established. This time, for the kings of all, I ask that you adhere to the allowable means of competition." With a stern gaze, the Grand Priest intimidated Beerus, who recoiled slightly. "What nonsensical rules? They can be altered at the whim of the kings of all." Lin Sheng secretly criticized these so-called rules, deeming them mere decorations. Whenever the Omni King expressed dissatisfaction, arbitrary alterations would ensue. Ultimately, they remained mere playthings in the eyes of the Omni King and the Supreme Kai. The Dragon Ball realm is undeniably a blatant dictatorship. The Supreme Kai, Lord Zeno, revealed a sly smile and proclaimed, "Do you comprehend? Bazel, there is no sanctuary for the defeated in the 9th universe." "Never mind." Lin waved his hand and called out to Evil 21. 21. "Did you hear that? You are permitted to use any means necessary. I allow you to consume him." Upon hearing this, Evil 21 grinned, a glint of greed flickering in her wicked eyes as she turned her gaze towards Bazel. In the next moment, it seemed as if a gentle breeze had triggered a fuse, and both Evil 21 and Bazel sprang into action simultaneously. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted between them, their speed so swift that it was difficult to discern who held the upper hand. Wow! Watching the intense clash, the two Omni Kings regained their interest. The Supreme Kai of the 7th Universe remarked gravely, "This is outrageous. The 9th Universe is disgraceful for resorting to pills to enhance their energy. Otherwise, this match would have undoubtedly been won by 21. Beerus clenched his teeth in frustration and muttered, "So what?" Lin Sheng remained unfazed, asserting that no amount of medication could alter the undeniable truth of Bazel's mediocrity. At that moment, the battle on the stage had escalated to a fever pitch. The evil wolf charged forth, unleashing a barrage of crimson energy shockwaves from Bazel's feet, resulting in a series of violent explosions surrounding the malevolent 21st entity. It appeared that the 7th Universe was on the brink of defeat, an unsightly outcome indeed. However, just as the deities resigned themselves to this grim fate, a purple energy wave erupted from the chaos, soaring skyward and striking Bazel midair. "What? Impossible!" Bazel exclaimed, his face betraying sheer astonishment as the energy wave expanded in his vision. "What is that? Could it be a counterattack from that woman of the 7th Universe?" The unexpected turn of events astonished not only the gods but even the two Omni Kings. The brilliance of the purple energy illuminated the entire space. A second later, the violent explosion rippled across the arena, affecting even the audience. The angels from the universe of treasures hastily activated their barriers, while the Grand Minister swiftly shielded the Omni Kings. As the remnants of the explosion and smoke dissipated, the gods gazed in disbelief at Bazel, battered and bruised, as he fell helplessly from the sky. "Well done, 21. Beerus exclaimed with delight. "What a twist. It seems we have emerged victorious." The Grand Priest let out a long sigh of relief. Although this match was merely a preliminary round in the Tournament of Power, they were keen to avoid disgrace before the Omni Kings. Yet, just as the gods believed the first match had concluded, the evil 21, with her crimson lips raised, remarked, "You're quite strong, but alas, I am stronger. Your power shall now belong to me." With that, she extended her delicate fingers, unleashing an arc of energy that struck Bazel as he plummeted from the air. With a resounding thud, Bazel was transformed into a dessert before crashing onto the stage. The gods watched in wide-eyed astonishment as Evil 21 approached, picking up the dessert and consuming it whole. As Bazel's essence was devoured, Evil 21's strength surged dramatically. She had actually consumed Bazel. The Supreme Kai of the 9th Universe, who had anticipated the danger posed by the trio, now found himself astonished. This woman was far more ruthless than he had imagined. The eyes of Belgamer and Lafanda widened in disbelief as they witnessed Bazel being devoured by Evil 21. Even the Grand Minister raised an eyebrow in surprise. Chapter 126, Son Goku vs. Lafanda. How splendid! Bazel has been consumed. The two Omni Kings expressed their delight rather than horror at the spectacle, satisfied with the outcome. The Grand Minister announced that the Omni Kings were exceedingly pleased, thus confirming the victor of the first match, the android 21 from the 7th Universe. Following the announcement, Evil 21 transformed back into her gentle and intelligent persona, ascending the contestant stage with a cheerful smile, exclaiming, "Lin, I won." "Well done," came the response. Lin Sheng gently massaged Lu Ba San's head, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Wonderful, we have triumphed." The Kaioshin and Beerus embraced each other joyfully. Thus concluded the first match. The Grand Priest turned slightly, inquiring, "Zeno, how was the match?" "It was splendid. Absolutely magnificent." The two Zenos raised their hands in delight. Subsequently, the Grand Priest smiled faintly and announced, "Now, let us commence the next match. Contestants, please ascend the stage." As he spoke, the Grand Priest snapped his fingers, and the arena, which had been utterly devastated by the nefarious 21 and Bazel, was restored to its original state. "The despicable 7th Universe dares to have Bazel killed," exclaimed the Kaioshin, his expression darkening. "Ravanda, you won't lose like him, will you?" Ravanda responded with a sinister grin. "Those from the 7th Universe murdered Bazel, and I shall repay them in kind. Go forth, and do not hold back." Belgamer declared furiously, "The 7th Universe has slain Bazel, and they will not show mercy. Then victory is assured for me," Ravanda proclaimed confidently as he leapt onto the stage. "Hey, look at Ravanda who has already taken the stage," Beerus grinned. "Goku, it's your turn." "All right." Goku flexed his arms, excitement radiating from him. "Finally, I get to spar with the elite of the 9th Universe." "Goku, do not underestimate them. The fighters from the 9th Universe are rather peculiar," the old Kaioshin cautioned before the match. "I will be cautious," Goku replied with a smirk. And then he too jumped down from the arena. Lin Sheng took a deep breath, Sun Wukong should easily handle the Ravanda, provided he doesn't underestimate the situation like last time when it was left in Frost's hands. As both parties entered the arena, Sun Wukong and Ravanda approached each other, confronting one another. Ravanda, hunched over, wore a sinister smile, while Sun Wukong responded with a grin, remarking on Ravanda's prowess as a master from the Ninth Universe, expressing his hope for an exhilarating encounter. In response, Ravanda's grin grew more menacing as he ominously declared, "I will slay you just as you did Bazel." Sun Wukong, undeterred by Ravanda's provocation, felt a surge of excitement. The Grand Priest then raised his hand, signaling the commencement of the second match. As the announcement echoed, Sun Wukong and Ravanda locked eyes, and soon, both launched into action. The battle erupted with intense exchanges of punches and kicks, creating a scene of fierce combat. Any moment of carelessness could result in a hit. The deities watched intently as Sun Wukong and Ravanda clashed. After several exchanges, Ravanda seized an opportunity to stand on Sun Wukong's arm, and with a sinister smile, released a plume of toxic gas from his mouth. "This trivial trick is futile against me," Sun Wukong smirked, realizing Ravanda's scheme. Executing a backflip to evade the poison, he countered with a fierce kick aimed at Ravanda. The two kings observed Ravanda's toxic attack, but it failed to hinder Sun Wukong. "Impossible! He evaded Ravanda's poison?" The god of destruction exclaimed in shock. "It seems our opponent is not to be underestimated," another deity remarked with a serious expression. Lin Yo, on the 7th Universe's contestant platform, breathed a sigh of relief. Although even if Sun Wukong were to be affected by Ravanda's poison, he would still manage to defeat him. Succumbing to the poison would simply be foolish. After gaining the upper hand, Sun Wukong pursued Ravanda, who quickly adjusted and continued the fight. The battle was fiercely contested, with Ravanda persistently attempting to strike Sun Wukong's eyes with his poison, but to no avail. Their evenly matched combat excited the two kings. Ultimately, upon transforming into Super Saiyan form, Sun Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha wave, decisively defeating Ravanda. The victor of the second match was declared Sun Wukong from the 7th Universe. Chapter 127. The Unspeakable Demon? In an unexpected display of skill, the 7th Universe and the 4th Universe, often regarded as the lowest tiers of existence, showcased a thrilling competition that moved the kings deeply. After the second match concluded, the Grand Priest remarked casually that the upcoming power tournament would surely bring even more spectacular contests. As anticipation filled the air, the Grand Priest prepared to commence the third match. However, the old Kai suddenly interrupted, questioning the Grand Priest's earlier statement about the consequences of defeat in the power tournament. "What will happen to our gods of destruction?" he inquired nervously. "Naturally, they will vanish alongside their universes," the Grand Priest replied, gesturing toward Whis, adding, "with the exception of the angels." The shock was palpable among Beerus and the gods of destruction, who exchanged incredulous looks at Whis. The gravity of the situation dawned on the deities participating in the power tournament, realizing that losing meant the obliteration of their entire universe. "What a terrifying competition this is," one exclaimed. "Perhaps we should escape." It became clear that this tournament was not just a test of strength, but an unanticipated trial of their very existence. Lin Sheng clenched his fists in silent determination. He must triumph in the strength competition. One day, he would rise above the deities of the sacred temple. The high priest disregarded the panicking gods, his calm voice resonating. "My explanation concludes here. We shall now proceed to the third and final match." With a swift snap of his fingers, the once chaotic arena was restored to its original state. "This is Lin's last match. Let's cheer him on. Go, Lin Sheng," came the enthusiastic calls. "Humph, against such an opponent, he could dispatch him with ease," remarked Beerus confidently. "If even Sun Wukong can resolve matters so effortlessly, Lin Sheng is certainly more than capable." Lin Sheng, with a heavy demeanor, lifted his lips into a mocking smile before leaping onto the stage. Lin Sheng has entered the arena. Upon witnessing his entrance, the two kings were filled with joy and anticipation. From the 11th Universe, the audience could see Makalita's enchanting gaze fixated on Lin Sheng, while Toppo's sharp eyes were also locked onto him. "Once the entire competition concludes, I shall recount the debts incurred by the demise of your kind before the kings," he vowed. Following Lin Sheng onto the stage was the final competitor from the 9th Universe, the leader of the perilous trio, Belgamo. "I assume you are about to put on a show," he remarked. Lin Sheng gazed calmly at Belgamo and then turned towards the two kings, exclaiming, "All deities present, heed my words. What is the matter?" The two kings inquired curiously, glancing at Belgamo. "I am the eldest of the dangerous trio, Belgamo," he declared. "I am the warrior of the lowest human caliber in the entire cosmos. Immediately, Belgamo pointed at Lin Sheng and vehemently accused, however. This foolish individual is far inferior to even the lowly standards of the ninth universe. Humph. Lin Sheng scoffed coldly, recognizing how adept this person was at manipulating the atmosphere. He had no intention of engaging in a futile argument with Belgamo. If it were not for this pest's demands, we would still be living in peace. This fool is utterly brainless. Moreover, it was he who instructed the android number 21 to slay my younger brother Bazel. He is a demon. A wicked and irredeemable demon. Belgamo continued to point at Lin Sheng, vehemently asserting, "You are the enemy of our entire universe, and I shall utterly crush you." Then, Belgamo knelt before the two kings, saying, "If I defeat this man, I beseech you not to obliterate the defeated universe." His declaration sent a wave of astonishment among the gathered deities. "Well said," exclaimed the king of the ninth universe, delightedly leaping up. Belgamo's eloquence was indeed impressive, as even the god of destruction, Sidra, was moved. "That scoundrel has painted Lin Sheng as a wicked villain," exclaimed Jiren, infuriated. He incited hatred towards Lin Sheng, manipulating the atmosphere of the gathering with despicable tactics. Even Whis could not overlook Belgamo's attempt to shift all blame onto Lin Sheng, indignantly remarking, "If it were not for..." Lin Sheng expressed that they no longer had even the slightest chance of survival, and now, inexplicably, the blame fell upon him. As the words of Belgamo spread, the deities began to cast their accusations towards Lin Sheng. How should he respond to their demands? At this moment, the supreme god inquired, "Is your name Belgamo?" The king of all hesitated for a moment before asking. Belgamo nodded in affirmation. "It has been decided." It has been decided? Chapter 128. A grand burial for Belgamo. What? Beerus was taken aback. The mere mention of Belgamo could prompt the king of all to reconsider the eradication of the universe. This, it seemed, should be good news for them. However, Lin Sheng pondered, if he were to become complacent in the competition due to the impending disappearance, it might lead to the eradication of all universes. Subsequently, the supreme god glanced at Lin Sheng, reminding him, "I never engage in fixed matches." Lin closed his eyes and spoke calmly. Soon after, he opened them again, and a sudden sharpness gleamed within. How could I, a man of honor, allow myself to be defeated by such a despicable character? Indeed, to even entertain the notion of losing to someone like Belgamo would be to trample upon my own dignity, even if it meant leaping into the abyss. I would never intentionally concede to Belgamo. As for Lin, did he truly grasp the gravity of the situation? Listening to Lin's words, Russ couldn't help but retort. From his perspective, it would not be entirely out of the question for Lin to deliberately lose to Belgamo. At least this way, the universe would be preserved, and the integrity of the 11th universe would remain intact. However, Lin was resolute. He could not engage in such deceitful conduct. Nor would he succumb to the pressures of a rigged match. "Lin, I hope you emerge victorious in the power tournament." Margarita mused silently from the audience of the 11th universe. Even if the 10th universe were to falter and face annihilation at the hands of the Omni King, she wished for nothing less than Lin's continued existence. At the same time, she did not misjudge Lin. Confronted with the accusations and slanders before the gods of Belgamo, he stood steadfast. Yet Lin Sheng remained composed, refraining from any cunning behavior. While interpretations may vary, despite Belgamo's vehement condemnation of Lin Sheng, is it truly warranted? Perhaps other deities might be incited by Belgamo's emotions, but as an angel, she remained entirely unaffected. Subsequently, Belgamo prepared for battle, marking the commencement of the third match. Begin. With the divine officiant's pronouncement, the third match officially commenced. Did you just assert that I am far inferior to your universe? Do you intend to shatter me? Lin Sheng offered a faint smile before extending a single finger, declaring, "To deal with you, I require merely this." With brazen audacity, he challenged. "Watch as I shatter you completely." Belgamo, gritting his teeth, suddenly launched an assault. He propelled himself forward, aiming a powerful blow directly at Lin Sheng's face. As the force of the punch rushed towards him, Lin Sheng's lips curled into a smirk, and he extended his finger. In the next instant, an invisible shockwave erupted, and the spectators were astounded to witness Lin Sheng effortlessly blocking Belgamo's furious strike with just one finger. "Wow! Incredible!" exclaimed the two supreme kings, their eyes widening in disbelief. "What? A single finger can withstand Belgamo's punch?" Upon witnessing this scene, the ninth universe king god, Loya, was left utterly stunned. The mocking voice of Lin Sheng echoed. "Is that all you've got? I'm waiting for you to crush me." Listening to Lin Sheng's taunts laced with derision, Belgamo's eyes flared with indignation. "How dare you underestimate me?" Immediately, Belgamo launched a series of attacks, his speed surpassing that of Lavanda and Bazel. Yet, no matter how rapid his movements, Lin Sheng remained utterly unperturbed, effortlessly neutralizing all of Belgamo's assaults with just a single finger, the disparity in their abilities starkly evident. Do you even know how to defend yourself? Belgamo, frustrated by his futile attempts, resorted to unleashing his ultimate technique. If only Lin Sheng would strike him. Then he was certain he could prevail. Wasn't that so? However, Lin Sheng complied with his wish. In the next moment, Lin Sheng flicked his finger. A seemingly trivial gesture that sent Belgamo flying. As Belgamo landed, he smirked and rose, his form expanding. Not enough. Keep attacking. He challenged. Did you see that? In the 7th universe, Belgamo can absorb the attacks he receives and retaliate with double the force. The Kaioshin proclaimed with pride, asserting his seemingly limitless power. Why don't you try receiving this move? At that moment, Lin Sheng leaped into the air and transformed into his Super Saiyan form. The aura he emanated was formidable, nearly on par with that of a deity. Could the 7th universe truly be ranked so low? It was astounding. When Lin Sheng's energy surged forth, the gods were taken aback. His strength had evidently increased. Caulifla, with a sly grin, observed as emerald energy coalesced in Lin Sheng's palm, the surrounding space shifting in color. Finally, when the environment reverted to its normal hue, a Saiyan bomb pulsating with wild energy materialized in Lin Sheng's grasp. Go keep your brother company, he remarked as he hurled the Saiyan bomb towards Belgamo. Under the brilliance of the explosion, the entire space transformed into a shade of ghostly green. In the next instant, the Saiyan bomb detonated before Belgamo's horrified gaze. Boom. The violent explosion reverberated throughout the arena, sending shockwaves towards the audience. The angels and Grand Minister activated their barriers to shield themselves from the Saiyan bomb's energy surge. Under the onslaught of the bomb's terrifying energy wave, the colossal pillars constructed by the Grand Minister and the entire arena were obliterated. Belgamo was reduced to nothingness beneath the blast of the Saiyan bomb, with only the audience from various universes and the Omni Kings remaining. The arena and its towering structures had vanished without a trace. Lin Sheng is utterly ruthless. Russ gazed in shock at the obliterated arena, rendered speechless. The Grand Minister blinked, realizing that Belgamo had indeed been erased. That explosion was astonishing. Lin Sheng is truly remarkable. Though Lin Sheng's match against Belgamo concluded swiftly, the overwhelming spectacle of the explosion left the two Omni Kings exhilarated. Seeing their satisfaction, the Grand Minister officially declared the match over, confirming the victory of the 7th universe. At that moment, the remaining members of the Dangerous Land team were left in disbelief, having lost two brothers in a single competition. The God of Destruction and Kaioshin of the 9th universe were equally stunned. The prowess of the 7th universe's contestants far exceeded their expectations. What do you think? The Grand Minister inquired of the future Omni Kings. I'm thrilled, absolutely ecstatic, came the enthusiastic response. The two Omni Kings nodded in agreement and clapped their hands, eagerly anticipating the power tournament. Did you hear that? The gods from all universes are immensely pleased with the tournament's outcome. It has been a resounding success. Chapter 129. The challenge unfolds. Brilliant light erupted from the Grand Minister's palm, forming two luminous screens in the sky. On these screens appeared a gyroscope-like arena, destined to be constructed in the Void Realm. The objective was simple: make your opponent fall off the arena to claim victory. After a brief pause, the Grand Minister continued. Having observed the tournament, we now establish several prohibitions. First, only martial skills may be employed, no weapons allowed. Second, no actions that may lead to the opponent's death. Third, aerial techniques such as flight will be rendered ineffective in the Void Realm. The duration of the match will be 100 taka, approximately equivalent to Earth's 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Given the length of time, it remains uncertain how long the matches will actually take. Upon hearing the Grand Minister's rules, was remarked, there is no need for concern. The Grand Minister elaborated, all contestants will compete simultaneously to knock each other out, resulting in a single match. The gods gasped in astonishment at the prospect of 80 participants from various universes engaging in a free-for-all. Is it truly feasible for so many to compete at once? The Kaioshin of Universe 6 exclaimed. Fear not, the arena will be constructed adequately, the Grand Minister assured. All participants will engage in combat within the stipulated time, and the team with the most remaining members at the end will be declared the victor. Should only one contestant remain when time runs out, that individual will also secure victory for their team, the Grand Minister added. This indicates that teamwork is of utmost importance. The Kaioshin of Universe 6 remarked. Announcement concluded. We eagerly await the spectacular displays from each universe. With that, the Grand Minister snapped his fingers, restoring the once-destroyed pillars and arena. Could the fate of each universe truly hinge upon a single match? It was almost too much to bear. The gods murmured in discontent. Yet none dared to challenge the authority of the Omni Kings or the Grand Minister. Before the Omni Kings and Grand Minister, these so-called gods were mere pawns, subject to their whims. At that moment, the ever-watchful Toppo's gaze sharpened as he suddenly leaped from the contestant platform of Universe 11. Lin Sheng. Toppo landed opposite Lin Sheng, his voice brimming with fury. Observing this, Lin Sheng smirked. Oh? The sudden appearance of Toppo piqued the curiosity of the two Omni Kings, who blinked innocently. In response, two guards swiftly moved to shield the Omni Kings. The Grand Minister, with a stern expression, inquired, God of Destruction from Universe 11, what brings you here? The diminutive figure, aware of his own impropriety, humbly seeks forgiveness from the esteemed king, the divine officials, and the myriad deities from various realms. With unwavering resolve, he pointedly directed his spear towards Lin Sheng, the notorious villain of the 7th universe, who had audaciously trespassed into the 10th universe, slaying the revered god of destruction of that realm. The figure, with righteous fervor, proclaimed that such malevolence deserved the firm hand of justice. Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly of gods. Could it be that a human from the 10th universe had indeed slain the god of destruction from the 11th universe? The incredulity was palpable as this was the first instance they had heard of a human committing such a heinous act. The audacity to offend a deity was utterly unforgivable. The deities expressed their outrage, vehemently denouncing Lin Sheng. What? Lin Sheng dared to venture into the 11th universe and eliminate the god of destruction? On the platform of the 9th universe, Beerus displayed an expression of profound shock. This individual had now seemingly surpassed the god of destruction. Could it be that Lin Sheng had indeed eclipsed him? More alarmingly, he had killed the god of destruction from the 11th universe. Both the Supreme Kai and the god of destruction wore expressions of astonishment, for it was the first time they had heard of someone capable of vanquishing a god of destruction. Lord Beerus, it appears that Lin Sheng has surpassed you, remarked Whis. Observing the sweat-drenched Beerus. Humph. Beerus gritted his teeth, realizing that Lin Sheng's prowess had quietly outstripped his own. He had anticipated this day, yet the swiftness of it caught him off guard. Whether this was a boon or a bane remained uncertain. Do not repulse me with your rhetoric. What constitutes justice and what embodies evil? Only those with might can claim absolute justice. Enough of this empty chatter. Is it not your true desire to engage me in battle? Lin Sheng shrugged, then provocatively beckoned with his finger, since that is the case. Come forth and show me how much you have progressed after ascending to the status of a destroyer. Silence. Toppo retorted indignantly. I shall not tolerate villainy. My righteous fist will utterly obliterate you. Is it not excessive to label me as evil? Remarked Makalita, somewhat dissatisfied with Toppo's declarations on the 11th cosmic platform. It was truly irksome to witness someone who had become a destroyer spouting such notions of justice. Observing Toppo, whose fervor was palpable, Lin Sheng relaxed his muscles and teased. I wouldn't mind if you were to shatter me, should you possess the capability. In the next moment, Lin Sheng's gaze sharpened. However, if your strength is lacking, the one to be shattered will undoubtedly be you. It seems the 11th universe may soon require a new destroyer. At that time, you shall hold the record for the shortest tenure as a destroyer. Chapter 130. The Rematch with Toppo. Chapter 130. The rematch with Toppo. Lin Sheng's words filled the air with a palpable tension, akin to the scent of gunpowder. How audacious! Even the newly appointed god of destruction from the 10th universe remains unrepentant, displaying such insolence before the assembly of deities. Does he truly harbor the intention of eliminating the god of destruction from the 12th universe as well? The humans of the 7th universe are utterly repugnant, lacking any semblance of beauty. The deities collectively reproached Lin Sheng, deeming his remarks excessively brazen and disrespectful. Is he not aware that the myriad universes are governed by the gods? Humph, he has now provoked the ire of all divine beings across the cosmos. I am keen to observe how he extricates himself from this predicament. The god, Xiongpa, watched Lin Sheng with a mocking gaze. Although Lin Sheng's actions had astonished him, he now found himself in conflict with the pantheon of gods, likely inciting their wrath. Once the 9 realms convene, it is probable that the participating universes will direct their focus toward the 7th universe. In such a case, will not Lin Sheng's 6th universe seize the opportunity to thrive amidst the chaos? Vados inhaled deeply, intrigued by the confrontation between Lin Sheng and the god of destruction. At that moment, the Supreme Kai of the 4th universe, Kai, could no longer bear to watch. Lin Sheng must face the righteous consequences of his actions, otherwise. As deities, they would lose all semblance of dignity. Your Excellency the Omni King, I beg your pardon, but I have something to express. With that, Kai stepped forward, addressing the two Omni Kings. What is it? Inquired the present Omni King. What is it? Echoed the future Omni King. Kai placed his right hand upon his chest, bowing slightly in respect. I am Kai, the god of destruction of the 11th universe. Lin Sheng has slain the god of destruction of the 10th universe, and he ought to be subjected to just retribution. Therefore, I propose that the new god of destruction of the 11th universe, Toppo, engage in a contest with Lin Sheng, and I hope to receive your esteemed approval. Upon hearing this, the Grand Minister moved before the two Omni Kings. Since he has made a request, shall we allow a special match between Lin Sheng and Toppo? Approved. 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 The two Omni Kings responded without hesitation. The Grand Minister understood and promptly turned back. With the approval of the Omni Kings, please proceed with your contest. To the Omni Kings and the Grand Minister, the death of a god of destruction was of little consequence. They could simply replace him. The fact that a god of destruction could be slain by a mere human only illustrated his incompetence. An ineffectual god of destruction is unworthy of being the supreme ruler of a universe. It seems that the Omni Kings and the Grand Minister are rather indifferent to the life and death of you and the slain god. Hearing the Grand Minister's words, Lin Sheng grinned. You intruded upon our universe and killed our god of destruction. I shall never forgive you. Toppo clenched his fist in anger. The one who should vanish is you, Lin Sheng. Can you stop your incessant chatter? If you wish to perish, do it quickly. Lin Sheng felt somewhat annoyed, pondering that even if Toppo employed destructive energy, it merely equated to the strength of Deep Blue Vegeta. Such power was beneath his notice. Despite the fact that Margarita had been training him diligently during this period, Lin Sheng remained unperturbed. No matter how hard Toppo trained, it would be impossible for him to rival the likes of him in a short span of time. The excitement surrounding this match was palpable, and he yearned to engage in battle with the one named Toppo. Observing the scene, both Lin Sheng and Toppo, akin to Sun Wukong, were eager to make their move. TCH, Saiyans are indeed quite troublesome, remarked Beerus, who simply took a seat, his expression exuding nonchalance. In the next moment, Toppo ceased his chatter and charged forward with determination. With a thunderous roar, Lin Sheng transformed into his Super Saiyan form, ready to engage without even utilizing his destructive energy. Have you yet to realize the disparity between us? He challenged. Or do you perhaps look down upon me? As Toppo charged forward, Lin Sheng swiftly evaded, appearing directly behind him. With a resounding thud, a terrifying kick struck Toppo's back. Without hesitation, Lin Sheng seized Toppo's heel, spinning him around in midair before delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. Toppo was sent hurtling into the sky by the force of Lin Sheng's strikes. Just as Lin Sheng prepared to pursue, Toppo quickly regained his composure and extended his fingers, conjuring a series of yellow shockwaves, aptly named Justice Flash. However, undeterred by the hailstorm of energy descending upon him, Lin Sheng charged forward, meeting Toppo's attack head-on. The explosive sounds echoed like a barrage of fireworks, and amidst the chaos, Lin Sheng, enveloped in a ghostly green aura, closed the distance towards Toppo at lightning speed. Oh my! Gasped the two kings in astonishment, their eyes widening at the sight of the rampaging Lin Sheng. In the very next moment, the explosion ceased, and Lin Sheng's ghostly green-tinged fist landed with a resounding impact on Toppo's chin, eliciting a pain scream from him. Lin Sheng moved with unrelenting vigor, delivering a fierce kick to Toppo's neck. Toppo plummeted to the ground like a meteor, his head striking the arena floor with such force that it created a deep indentation, sending shards of stone and clouds of dust soaring into the air. Immediately afterward, Lin Sheng unleashed the Princess Fury. The arena was engulfed in a cacophony of explosions and swirling smoke, enveloping the entire stage, ultimately accompanied by a resounding shout. The surrounding space began to shift through a spectrum of colors. As the hues transitioned repeatedly, the environment finally returned to its original state, a mere energy orb, the size of a chicken egg, has manifested within Lin Sheng's hand, pulsating with an extraordinarily ferocious surge of energy. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Lin's eyes as he abruptly hurled the Saiyan bomb from his grasp. Chapter 131. Allow me to demonstrate the power of the divine. As the Saiyan bomb descended, the deities narrowed their eyes slightly, for an overwhelming aura of divinity suddenly permeated their senses. The Saiyan explosive bomb launched by Lin Sheng fell into the thick smoke, yet the anticipated massive explosion did not occur. What happened? The two supreme beings fixed their gazes intently on the smoke enveloping the arena. Moments later, as the smoke dissipated, the figure clad in destruction god attire, Toppo, reappeared before the eyes of the deities. At this moment, he was shrouded in swirling violet-black destructive energy, with eyes akin to venomous serpents, sharp as blades. In his palm resided a spherical mass of violet-black energy, which was this very destructive force that had intercepted Lin Sheng's Saiyan explosive bomb. Humph, scoffed Beerus, observing the scene. To think Lin Sheng could compel him to unleash his destructive energy, he must be the weakest destruction god in history. This energy fluctuation is akin to that of Lord Beerus, exclaimed Son Goku, brimming with excitement. Don't even think of comparing me to that fool. Beerus retorted with irritation. Is he on the same level as Toppo? Absolutely not. Subsequently, with a commanding roar, Toppo unleashed his destructive energy, which audaciously consumed Lin Sheng's Saiyan explosive bomb. Immediately, Toppo's gaze rose to meet Lin Sheng's, filled with fury. I shall not spare you. Is this meager amount of energy worthy of being called a destruction god? Lin Sheng stood suspended in midair, gazing down at Toppo with a cold remark. You better not lose your teeth in laughter. Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of divine power. As he spoke, Lin Sheng transformed once more into his Ultra Instinct form. Almost immediately, a formidable aura of divinity erupted from him. Within the depths of his eerie green flames, a surge of violet-black, destructive energy manifested upon his skin. In the next instant, this violet-black energy enveloped Lin Sheng entirely, causing his presence to surge dramatically. The entire arena trembled violently at that moment. Is this the destructive energy of a god of destruction? How can a mere human wield such divine strength? The aura emanating from Lin Sheng transcended that of a god. Was this truly a human from the 10th universe, ranked second to last among all? At this moment, the gods revealed expressions of disbelief and alarm. If they had managed to maintain their composure during Lin Sheng's battle with Belmod, the overwhelming energy radiating from him now, surpassing that of a god of destruction, left them astounded. In the 12 universes, there were indeed humans capable of surpassing a god of destruction, yet they were as rare as phoenix feathers, exceedingly few. To their astonishment, they were witnessing such a rare phenomenon here. Gulping, Toppo swallowed hard, his voice trembling. What gives him the power of a god of destruction? Perhaps it was due to Whis' teachings, Beerus speculated. Since their first encounter, she had suspected Lin Sheng to be a candidate for the god of destruction of the 7th universe, making his possession of destructive energy somewhat plausible. Beerus, nearly losing his composure, exclaimed, Whis, how could he possess destructive energy? Did you teach him in secret? He pointed at Lin Sheng in the sky, astonished. I assure you, I have not instructed him, Whis replied, his gaze sharpening with intrigue. It is quite possible he has comprehended it on his own. Beerus immediately dismissed Whis' assertion. How could a human possibly grasp the energy of a god of destruction on their own? Lord Beerus, in truth, Lin Sheng had mastered it long ago. Son Goku interjected suddenly. What did you say? Beerus was taken aback once more. He could already wield destructive energy? How could we have been unaware of this? Well, when we traveled to the future, Lin Sheng demonstrated his destructive energy then. Goku scratched his head, chuckling. In the arena, feeling the overwhelming aura radiating from Lin Sheng, Toppo's expression turned grave. He understood that perhaps it was this very power that had slain the formidable Jiren. But now, there was no turning back. The Omni King, the Supreme Kai, and the gods of the universe were all watching him. Should he falter now, not only would he lose face, but he would also bring shame upon the entire universe of gods. Lin's deep-set eyes gazed down at Toppo, his voice cold as he said, I have always taken pleasure in facilitating the desires of others. Since you were so eager to seek the company of that jester, I shall grant your wish. Lin extended his hand into the air, as emerald green energy of fury intertwined with the dark purple energy of dominance, beginning to converge. Crackle! The violet thunder fox appeared. Lin Sheng was constantly in motion, and after a brief moment, an energy sphere, approximately 1 meter in diameter, took form in the palm of his hand. As it materialized, the ethereal green energy entwined with the dark purple energy, exuding a sense of annihilation. The sphere radiated a haunting luminescence, illuminating every corner of the space. In that instant, the faces of the gods displayed a grave expression once more, for they sensed the aura of destruction emanating from the energy sphere in Lin Sheng's palm. Wow, amazing. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the two kings became increasingly exhilarated. Prepare to receive. As Lin Sheng's words faded, he gently pushed forth the ominous energy sphere, which began its descent toward the arena. Chapter 132, The High Priest Strikes. With the fall of the energy sphere, the surrounding space began to tremble violently. Each moment it descended, It generated a powerful pressure that formed a whirlwind, sweeping across the arena. Incredible! How magnificent! At this moment, the two kings gazed in awe. Their eyes widened. Simultaneously, the angels from various universes activated their barriers once more to safeguard the stability of the audience and the competitors. This fellow is truly formidable, remarked Toppo, his face a mask of astonishment as he watched the energy sphere plummeting. The energy contained within was potent enough to obliterate Toppo without a trace. I can feel a tremendous force. Sun Wukong was equally thrilled. This was the kind of power he sought. When would he reach Lin Sheng's level? On the 7th Universe's contestant platform, Makalita gazed at the unfolding scene with a sense of nostalgia. The last time, Lin Sheng had utilized this very move to severely injure Wei Jiang. Now, Lin Sheng's strength had only grown. Under such a strike, Toppo would surely be reduced to nothing. What should she do? Should she intervene? Meanwhile, on the arena, Toppo, feeling the overwhelming pressure and the potent aura of destruction, wore an expression of grave concern. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Just as Toppo prepared for his last stand, a calm voice suddenly resonated. This ends here. As the words fell, a figure materialized before Toppo. It was the High Priest, unfazed by the destructive energy sphere created by Lin Sheng. The High Priest extended a single finger and effortlessly intercepted the energy sphere. Gradually, the sphere diminished in size at the tip of his finger until it vanished completely. The arena fell silent once more. The High Priest is truly formidable, Lin Sheng mused inwardly, acknowledging the ease with which the High Priest had neutralized his powerful attack. Indeed, the High Priest's strength was terrifying. On the arena, Toppo observed the High Priest, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Had the High Priest not intervened, he would have surely faced dire consequences. At that moment, the two kings exchanged glances, realizing the High Priest's patient explanation implied that such power could result in a fatality. They pondered whether it would be better to anticipate the official match rather than let things escalate into chaos. If no action were taken, Toppo would undoubtedly meet his demise. This would mean the universe would lose a combatant capable of great power, effectively ruining the current order. The two kings locked eyes, and one asked, "Is the official match imminent?" The High Priest nodded. The other king inquired, "You are not deceiving me, are you?" The High Priest affirmed with a nod. And the two kings concluded, "Very well then, let us proceed." In the next moment, the future king raised his hand in a hasty gesture, quickly correcting himself to continue the discourse. Lin Sheng gradually descended from the sky and turned around to cast a glance at Toppo. Immediately, he intended to return to the selection of the 7th universe, realizing it was too premature. At that moment, Toppo unexpectedly declared, "I am not the strongest in the 1st universe, Jiren. Rather, it is my former ally, the formidable Lord Grey. His power is incomprehensibly immense, even to me. If your strength is only at this level, you will not stand a chance against him. He will decisively defeat you, and at that moment, you will vanish from your universe." With those harsh words, Toppo returned to the audience stand of the 1st universe, where spectators expressed their concern upon seeing him. K, observing the situation, directed his gaze towards the 1st universe. Toppo shook his head, acknowledging that he could not overcome Lin Sheng. Ultimately, the wicked shall face justice. The 7th universe's contestant stand was indeed riveting, as number 21's admiring gaze fell upon Lin Sheng, acknowledging that the power he had just displayed was the true essence of a formidable warrior. Lin Sheng and the number 21 initiated the new destruction mode, blowing away the excess presence of 683 gods. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at the audience and coldly snorted, extending a hand towards the center of the arena. The great priest observed as a colorful energy sphere emerged from his palm, and the arena's setup required a bit of time. "Please bear with us for a moment. The match will conclude shortly," he announced. The energy levels were at an astonishing 15, 550, 603. "How long will it take to set up the arena?" the great priest inquired. At that moment, Son Goku raised his hand, stating, "Approximately 40 hours. Then we shall reconvene in 40 hours, the great priest declared, waving his hands to disperse the celestial beings from various universes who promptly vanished from the space. "Do you think the 10 selected contestants will be the 10 brothers from the Hit family?" the Navi Xiangpa suggested. "Xiangpa, you are oversimplifying matters," Vados remarked, patting his shoulder before they too departed. With only 40 hours remaining, after the gods from various universes had left, Beerus crossed his arms and turned to Whis. "What is your perspective on this match? I can assert one thing. All participants will undoubtedly target Lin Sheng first. His performance today has heightened the vigilance of the cosmic deities. They are all acutely aware that if Lin Sheng is not eliminated, their chances of victory diminish significantly. Whis analyzed. Upon hearing this, Beerus trembled in fear. Despite Lin Sheng's immense strength, the capabilities of the other universes remained unpredictable. This rendered Lin Sheng's situation perilous. Subsequently, Lin Sheng and the others departed from the palace of the Omni King. In the 7th universe, at the Kaishan realm, it was merely a blink of an eye when Lin Sheng and the crew returned to the Kaishan palace. With only 40 hours to prepare, they needed to first determine the contestants. Upon arriving at the Kaishan realm, Beerus rested his chin on his hand, contemplating, can we invite contestants from other universes to participate? Lin contemplated and inquired, if it is possible, could he consider bringing Caulifla and Kale to the 10th universe? That seems unlikely, he continued. If you invite contestants from other universes to represent ours, what if their universe is eliminated midway through the competition? Wouldn't that mean we would indirectly suffer a loss in numbers? Indeed, what Weiss said makes sense, Beerus concurred. Even if we could invite other universe contestants to represent us, we should refrain from doing so. We need to select 10 individuals swiftly, as time is running short. Weiss took up Beerus's words. Humph, you seem quite carefree, after all. You won't vanish even if we lose. Beerus shot Weiss an annoyed glance. Ho ho ho, Weiss chuckled mischievously. I am merely a guide sent from that end. One moment an angel, the next a guide. You certainly know how to adapt, Beerus remarked, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Beerus's mind. By the way, Weiss, isn't your father the Supreme Kai? What of it? Weiss felt a sense of foreboding. Perhaps we could offer him some bribes to spare us from the competition. Please refrain from such foolish talk. You truly are an imprudent deity, Weiss retorted, his eyelid twitching in exasperation. Since we have come this far, we can only rely on Lin and Goku to rally our spirits, the old Kai side. Rest assured. Leave it to us, Goku exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. All right, let us head to Bulma's place, eating while we hold a strategy meeting. Once Beerus and the others had finished speaking, Lin finally interjected, Weiss, Beerus, you may return for now. Lin, aren't you coming back? Weiss raised an eyebrow in confusion. I have a few matters to attend to. Let Goku seek out other contestants first. I will return before the competition begins. With the Tournament of Power approaching, Lin naturally sought to select stronger allies. Contestants like Krillin and Master Roshi were not worth including merely for numbers. At present, he had a teammate potentially stronger than Goku and Vegeta Broly. If I can persuade Broly to participate in the Tournament of Power, it would undoubtedly become all the more exhilarating. Wherever you go, I do not care, but you must return before the competition. You and Android 21 must participate, understood? Beerus insisted firmly. Having witnessed Android 21's prowess during the previous tournament, Beerus had come to acknowledge her strength. With her abilities, she would surely rank among the top contestants in the 10th universe. Now, let us depart. Weiss began to lead Goku and the others back to Earth when a melodious and delightful voice rang out. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light erupted from Weiss. A detection has been made. An S-Class card has fallen nearby. Do you wish to collect it? What? Weiss exclaimed, noticing the S-Class card before him. Lin Sheng paused for a moment, then quickly exclaimed, acquire the 12 techniques to reward the diligent. After more than 2 years, he had finally awaited the card from Weiss. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an S-Rank card. Perfect Freedom Technique. Would you like to absorb it? Perfect Freedom Technique. What a windfall. Hearing the system's words, Lin Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Although it wasn't Weiss's Angel of 9, the Freedom Technique was still a tremendous gain. The Perfect Freedom Technique could rival the full power of Jiren. If it could also stack with the Ultra Instinct, wouldn't that mean he could soar to new heights? Absorb it. As Lin Sheng's words fell, the golden card transformed into a beam of golden light, entering Lin Sheng's body. At that moment, he experienced an extraordinary sensation within himself. Simultaneously, a surge of information flooded his mind. This information was precisely about the Perfect Freedom Technique. Chapter 134. Broly, come with me on the planet Wampa. A ceaseless tempest raged, casting a perpetual gloom. In a secured area, Broly sat on the ground, bare-chested and resembling a wild man, voraciously consuming an unidentified food. From the looks of it, it seemed quite delectable. Suddenly, 2 figures materialized. Having utilized instant transmission, it was Lin Sheng and Android 21. Broly looked up, gazing at Lin Sheng and Android 21, and muttered, "It's you?" He still retained some recollection of Lin Sheng's face. Lin Sheng cast a glance around, only to find Broly standing alone, while his father Paragus was nowhere to be seen. "Broly, where is your father?" he inquired, observing the wild demeanor of Broly. Upon hearing Paragus's name, a shadow of sorrow crossed Broly's face as memories of years past flooded back to him. He recalled the fateful day when, after battling with Lin Sheng, he had lost control due to the rapid surge of his power. In the chaos that ensued, Paragus had fallen into an unfathomable abyss. By the time Broly regained his senses, Paragus had already become a lifeless corpse. Enough of this sorrow, Lin Sheng said, noticing the brewing turmoil within Broly. He retrieved a carefully prepared meal from number 21 and placed it before him. Stop consuming the junk food. Try this instead. Broly stared blankly at the meal set before him, momentarily at a loss. Go on, eat. Lin Sheng chuckled as Broly hesitated for a moment before finally picking up the bento box and tentatively taking a bite. The instant the morsel graced his palate, Broly's expression transformed into one of sheer amazement. This was undoubtedly the most exquisite food he had ever tasted in his memory. Without a moment's pause, Broly devoured the entire bento in a matter of moments. Lin Sheng handed over the 2 lunchboxes he had on the 21st to Broly without hesitation. Broly, showing no restraint, devoured the lunchboxes in a matter of moments. Observing Broly's delight as he ate, Lin Sheng smiled and asked, "Is it delicious?" Broly nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with earnest anticipation as if he wished to indulge in more. Lin Sheng helplessly shrugged his shoulders. "This is all I have for today." He then handed a bottle of water to Broly, who eagerly gulped it down. What is this? It's delicious," he exclaimed, posing a rather foolish question. "Would you like more?" Lin Sheng inquired with a smile. Broly nodded resolutely. "Come with me, and I will ensure you have plenty to eat and drink." Lin Sheng promptly inquired about the purpose of their visit. "Where are we headed?" Broly asked. "To intriguing places," came the reply. Broly appeared perplexed. "Regardless, you will accompany me from now on. I shall ensure you are well taken care of." Lin Sheng succinctly remarked that, regardless of how much he explained to Broly, the latter might not fully comprehend it. Although Broly and Vegeta had both initiated their transformation simultaneously, Broly's prolonged isolation from the world had rendered his understanding somewhat limited. "Do we eat the same thing every day?" Broly innocently inquired. "Of course, there's as much as you desire," Lin Sheng replied with a nod. Upon hearing this, Broly promptly resolved to engage in battle first. Lin Sheng smiled faintly and spoke directly to Broly. Although Broly also possessed the bloodline of the Saiyans, his potential remained largely untapped. Before the power tournament commenced, Lin Sheng needed to draw out his strength. Otherwise, if Broly were to lose control and cause destruction during the competition, it would spell disaster. "Fight?" Broly looked at Lin Sheng with a puzzled expression. Just moments ago, he had been told to follow him, and now he was being asked to engage in battle. "Yes, fight with me." Lin Sheng spoke earnestly, devoid of any hint of jest. He did not need to train Broly to achieve the transformation into the Super Saiyan form. It sufficed for him to attain the golden-haired Super Saiyan state. Furthermore, he aimed to enable Broly to master the power of this form within a mere 40 hours, preventing any loss of control or rampage. Although the time frame seemed somewhat brief, Lin Sheng was confident that, given Broly's terrifying potential, it should not pose an insurmountable challenge. However, Broly's expression revealed a degree of trepidation, aware that once he engaged in battle, he would inevitably lose control. "Do not bear any burdens. We are merely engaging in a friendly spar," Lin Sheng reassured him, seemingly attuned to Broly's discomfort. "All right, I understand." Broly nodded after a brief moment. Subsequently, Android 21 stepped back, leaving Lin Sheng and Broly to face one another. At a certain moment, a gust of wind seemed to trigger a spark. Broly was the first to strike, letting out a fierce roar as he clenched his massive fist and charged at Lin Sheng. With a resounding thud, Broly was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a pile of stones, debris flying in all directions. "My current strength is still too overwhelming for Broly, who is yet to unleash his full power. It appears I must temper my strength slightly," Lin Sheng mused, observing Broly struggling to rise from the rubble. After a brief interval, Broly finally managed to stand, his face and forehead marked by bulging veins, exuding an immense aura as he launched himself at Lin Sheng once more. His battle prowess had significantly increased at that moment. "Excellent. This is how it should be," Lin Sheng thought as they prepared for the next exchange. Chapter 135, The Death of Little Ba. Broly's outburst in the blink of an eye, the two clashed fists, resulting in a tremendous explosion that shook the ground. They both leaped into the air, and Broly, now infused with fury, charged at Lin Sheng once again. At this moment, a flicker of rage ignited in Broly's eyes. As Lin Sheng felt the surging energy emanating from Broly, excitement coursed through him. This time, unlike their previous encounter, he could fully engage in a fierce battle with Broly. Boom, boom, boom. With each exchange of blows, the sky was illuminated by terrifying golden waves, and the entire planet began to tremble under the force of their combat. As time progressed, Lin Sheng could distinctly sense Broly's energy escalating at a geometric rate. Moreover, Broly's capacity for learning was impressive, having initially possessed minimal combat skills. He was now rapidly assimilating Lin Sheng's techniques and experiences in the heat of battle. In just a few minutes, the landscape for thousands of miles around had been utterly transformed by their conflict. Countless mountains had been reduced to rubble, and the ground now bore a chasm hundreds of meters wide that stretched as far as the eye could see. Suddenly, Lin Sheng landed a powerful punch squarely on Broly's chest. Broly let out a pained cry and was propelled backward like a projectile, crashing into a towering mountain and creating a massive crater. Feeling the excruciating pain radiating from his chest, Broly grimaced. "Ah!" he shouted, and then, with a furious roar that echoed through the heavens, a glint of cold malice flickered in his now narrowed gaze. His energy surged once more. In an instant, Broly vanished from sight, reappearing directly before Lin Sheng, and unleashed a series of heavy punches. With the terrifying pressure of Broly's fists, the surrounding air was compressed and exploded, producing a cacophony of sonic booms. Broly's punch landed with force upon Lin Sheng's chest. Lin was immediately repelled over 1,000 meters before finally stabilizing his stance. Feeling a surge of excitement, Lin Sheng rubbed his still aching chest with excitement, when suddenly, another roar echoed through the air. Before him, Broly unleashed a surge of energy and charged once more at Lin Sheng. Accompanied by Lin Sheng's laughter, the two resumed their fierce battle. The ground trembled. As the two titans clashed, the entire Wampa Empire quaked violently, and the surrounding space began to exhibit subtle vibrations. How formidable! His strength was continually surging. Below, Number 21 hovered in midair, her gaze unwavering as she observed the fierce confrontation between Lin Sheng and Broly. She could distinctly sense Broly's rapid growth and power throughout the combat, while Lin Sheng had consistently employed only a slightly superior strength compared to Broly. For every increment of strength Broly gained, Lin Sheng grew even stronger. In that moment, she realized Lin was training Broly, and the air was filled with the resounding thuds of fists connecting with flesh. The intense impact reverberated through the visual and sensory perception of Android 21. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky. Android 21 quickly directed her gaze towards Broly, who was enveloped in a swirling aura of dark green energy. At that moment, his power surged to terrifying heights. The ground beneath him began to crumble and crack under the weight of his formidable presence. The overwhelming force of his energy radiated outward, signaling the approach of his transformation into the Super Saiyan form, though he still seemed to be a slight distance away from achieving the ultimate state. Lin's gaze sharpened as he observed Broly transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, this was not his ultimate objective. Rather, he aspired for Broly to ascend into his Ultra Instinct form. The ability of Broly to attain this state hinged upon his rage levels. Yet, the individual who could influence Broly's fury, Paragus, had long since met his demise. So what else could possibly elevate Broly's anger? Just at that moment, a chilling and piercing wail reverberated throughout the cosmos. Lin Sheng suddenly turned towards the source of the sound, only to behold a creature of colossal proportions. Resembling an insect yet immense in size, its entire form adorned in a verdant hue. The cracked earth had given way, leading to a vast chasm, into which this monstrous being, an ally of Broly on the planet Wampa, had plummeted. The anguished cries of Xiaoba also captured Broly's attention. Upon witnessing Xiaoba fall into that abyss, Broly's pupils, already narrowed, constricted further in alarm. At that moment, a surge of fury erupted within him. "Xiaoba!" Broly exclaimed, clutching his head, seemingly engulfed by a profound rage and heartache as his gaze fixated on the spot where Xiaoba had descended into the chasm. His anger rapidly escalated. Accompanied by Broly's heart-wrenching roar, a dark green energy beam erupted from the ground, piercing the heavens. Broly's formidable form was enveloped within this emerald pillar of energy as his aura surged once more. In that instant, his pupils dilated dramatically, and his hair transformed into a golden hue. Chapter 136. The Conspiracy of the Gods. As Broly's hair shifted to a brilliant gold, his pupils vanished entirely. Then, with a swift motion, countless dark green shockwaves erupted from the energy column surrounding Broly, unleashing indiscriminate attacks upon the ground. The earth trembled violently under the onslaught, creating crater after crater. Simultaneously, the tremors on Wampa intensified, and the very fabric of space quaked. Lost in consciousness, Lin Sheng felt the overwhelming surge of Broly's aura and furrowed his brows. The Super Saiyan 6 transformation, ignited by Broly's fury, was even more potent than his previous Super Saiyan form. In that moment, danger loomed perilously close as the 21st unit faced the relentless waves of Broly's indiscriminate assault. Lin Sheng hurriedly rushed over, wrapping his arms around the slender waist of number 21, holding her tightly in his embrace. With me here, everything will be fine. At that moment, Lin Sheng had transformed into his Super Saiyan form. With a casual swipe, he deflected several of Broly's energy blasts. Number 21 clung tightly to Lin Sheng, her delicate face radiating unwavering trust. He then turned to face the still furious Broly. Although he had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, maintaining his composure during the transformation required considerable time. At this rate, planet Wampa would be on the verge of destruction. Lin murmured softly, and in the next moment, he transformed into a transcendent form, shielding number 21 as he charged towards Broly. With a swift motion, he executed a precise hand strike, forcibly shattering the energy column enveloping Broly. In an instant, Lin's hand struck the back of Broly's head, and as the blow landed, Broly's gaze momentarily froze. The dark green aura that swirled around him dissipated in an instant, and the energy column vanished as well. Broly's golden sheen reverted to black, and with his eyes closed, he helplessly plummeted from the heavens. After incapacitating Broly, Lin finally took a deep breath. Lin, his transformation seems to resemble yours and the one from the dimensional realm. Known as Kale, number 21 remarked, visibly relieved after witnessing Broly's unconscious state. Lin nodded. Perhaps the three of them were the only Saiyans in the Dragon Ball universe who possessed the legendary Super Bloodline. With less than 39 hours remaining until the Tournament of Power, he needed to ensure that Broly could transform into his Super Saiyan form while maintaining his sanity. Drawing from Kale's experience, teaching Broly this time might not be too arduous. Meanwhile, in the 8 universes that needed to participate in the Tournament of Power, a grand conspiracy was brewing. The gods of destruction from the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 9th, 10th, and 11th universes were convening through the Angel's assistance prior to the tournament. Hey, what schemes are you guys plotting this time? I'm busy gathering the participants, Champa coldly remarked as he observed the deities. The 10 slots for competitors had yet to be finalized, and he had no time to entertain their conspiratorial discussions. We're not plotting anything nefarious. If it were to be exposed, we would be eliminated by the Grand Minister, the god of destruction from Universe 4, Quitella, replied icily. Indeed. We are merely discussing the Tournament of Power, chimed in the god of destruction from Universe 10, Rumpshire, in agreement with Quitella. Oh really? Champa queried skeptically, glancing around at the other gods. Then where is Beerus? The Tournament of Power was proposed by Lin from Universe 7. And that rascal Beerus has nothing to do with it, Quitella ominously stated, intentionally excluding Beerus due to their rivalry. Everyone, Lin is your benefactor. If it weren't for his suggestion to hold this Tournament of Power, your inferior universes would have been eradicated long ago, Vados sneered. Upon mentioning Lin, the god of destruction from Universe 9, Sidra, became furious. That guy was utterly insufferable during the Tournament of Power. Not only did he eliminate 2 of my universe's contestants, but he also displayed such disdain towards the gods. Due to Lin's actions, Universe 9 had lost 2 formidable competitors, intensifying Sidra's responsibility in gathering participants. Thus, once the tournament commenced, his target would undoubtedly be Lin. He must eliminate that individual first. As Sidra's words echoed, the other gods of destruction nodded in agreement. The 6th universe stands no chance against the 7th, Toppo remarked coldly. With Jiren stationed in Universe 12, Toppo remained unperturbed. How about we all join forces to deal with Lin and eliminate him first? If he remains in the tournament, our 6th universe may struggle to secure a victory. Champa mused, resting his chin in contemplation. Lin Sheng's strength has far exceeded his own expectations. The strongest fighter of Universe 6, was decisively subdued by Lin Sheng during the martial arts tournament between the 6th and 7th universes, rendering him incapable of participating. Chapter 137, Son Goku wishes to spar with Broly? The following evening, merely an hour remained before the commencement of the Power Tournament. At Bulma's residence, a gathering took place that included Beerus, Whis, the Supreme Kai, Son Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Son Gohan, Android 17, Android 18, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan. Among them was a rather unusual figure, Frieza. At that moment, Frieza sported a halo above his head. Beerus, Whis, and Son Goku were approaching Frieza as he walked towards the group. Ah, it seems all my familiar faces have arrived, Frieza remarked, his steps light and mischievous. If you attempt any tricks, I will not spare you. Beerus stepped forward to issue a warning. I am fully aware, Lord Beerus, Frieza replied dismissively, waving his hand. Humph. Vegeta scoffed. That angelic halo suits you well, Frieza. In response, Frieza's eyelid twitched before he retorted, it would suit you even better. Should I offer it as a gift? Vegeta, intrigued, listened intently. Do not provoke him, he cautioned, noticing the tension rising between them. Piccolo quickly intervened. I distinctly warned them. Beerus, frustrated, ground his teeth. Speaking of which, the power tournament is about to begin, yet Lin Sheng has yet to return. Whis glanced at the clock. Less than an hour remained until the tournament start. Lin Sheng? At the mention of his name, Frieza's forehead instantly bulged with veins. Find him quickly. The more unreliable he is, the more troublesome this becomes. Upon hearing Whis, Beerus recalled that while everyone else had arrived, only Lin Sheng and Android 21 were missing. There's no need to search. Just then, 3 figures appeared, positioned perfectly between Vegeta and Frieza. As they drew closer, it became clear that they were Lin Sheng and Broly. It's you, Frieza hissed through clenched teeth, glaring intently at Lin Sheng. What is it that you desire? Do you wish for me to rid you of that halo above your head? Lin cast a fleeting glance at Frieza and jested. What did you say? Frieza, immediately startled, took several steps back. Having already met his demise once, the prospect of dying again left him with no chance of resurrection. Lin Sheng paid no further attention to Frieza, instead turning his gaze towards Beerus. Pray tell, who are the contestants confirmed for the tournament? He inquired. Beerus directed the question towards Son Goku, as the responsibility of gathering the participants had always rested with him. At present, it is I, Vegeta, Frieza, Gohan, Android 17, Android 18, Piccolo, and Krillin. Son Goku counted the participants he had gathered. With you and Android 21 included, that makes a total of 10 individuals. Lin contemplated with his chin resting on his hand. As the moonlight cascaded upon Krillin, he remarked, let us not consider bald Lin. If we were to transform Krillin into Broly, then this team of Earthlings would undoubtedly be the most formidable contender from Universe 10. Who is Broly? The crowd inquired. Their curiosity piqued as they turned their gazes toward Lin. Why not me? Krillin interjected, his expression one of utter bewilderment. He was acutely aware that he had devoted considerable effort to prepare for this battle. If you believe you can surpass Broly, then by all means, take the stage. Lin waved his hand, prompting Broly to approach. After a brief pause, Lin added, however, I must caution you. Broly's strength is second only to mine. So if you accidentally provoke him and meet an untimely end, do not blame me for not forewarning you. Through Lin's relentless training, Broly managed to transform into his Super Saiyan form while maintaining his rationality. His Super Saiyan form was nearly on par with his legendary Super Saiyan strength. Even Son Goku and others were no match for Broly now. What? At these words, Krillin stepped back in fear, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His strength is second only to yours? Krillin's teeth chattered as he gazed at Broly's imposing physique. Not just Krillin, everyone present was astonished at Broly's power. Could this seemingly honest and simple fellow truly possess such strength? Lin, are you serious? Stronger than Goku and Vegeta? Beerus questioned, his skepticism evident. Surely not. He doesn't appear particularly formidable. Son Goku blinked, contemplating. He could believe Broly was stronger than Krillin, but Lin claimed Broly's strength was second only to his own, which raised doubts. Does that mean I am now the fourth strongest? Vegeta grumbled, feeling quite disheartened. While he found it hard to believe that Broly's strength surpassed his own, Lin had never spoken falsehoods. Why not let me challenge him? That would clarify everything. Son Goku exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Chapter 138. The strongest team in Universe 7. Perhaps a contest is unnecessary, Whis interjected, taking a deep breath. Since Lin has brought him as a contestant, his strength should indeed be considerable. After some contemplation, he concluded, let's proceed as Lin suggested and have Broly replace Krillin. Moreover, time is of the essence. Then it's settled, Beerus agreed, recognizing the merit in the decision. Lin did not return to Earth with them. He must have gone to seek out Broly. The strength of anyone who could prompt Lin to embark on such a quest is undoubtedly formidable. I am quite pleased with Broly replacing Krillin in this team, Beerus remarked with a smile. Well then, he continued, noticing Krillin's dejected demeanor. Now that everyone is present, I shall elucidate the strategy for victory. The Kaioken stepped forward. I don't require a strategy, Vegeta retorted with a haughty attitude. To him, simply overpowering the opponent was sufficient for achieving victory. Indeed, it seems your approach mirrors my own, Frieza commented, expressing admiration for Vegeta's straightforward plan. What do you think, Lin? Beerus inquired, his irritation growing as he observed the discord among the group. "We do not need a strategy," came the response. Lin Sheng slightly raised his gaze, pondering that even with a strategy in place, one might forget it when the moment of confrontation arrives. Surely, one cannot expect Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Frieza to adhere to the prescribed tactics, can they? Lin Sheng's words left the crowd momentarily astounded. Indeed, even if a strategy were devised, these individuals might verbally acquiesce. Yet when the time for battle arrives, they would likely forget it altogether, a classic case of information entering one ear and exiting the other. Beerus, too, experienced a slight twitch of his eyelid, realizing that Lin Sheng's observations held a semblance of truth. Once on the battlefield, could one truly expect to reign in the likes of Son Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza? It would indeed be a fanciful daydream, especially with Son Goku and Vegeta. Their eagerness to face formidable opponents often leads them to rush headlong into the fray, leaving little room for strategy. However, my remarks specifically pertain to Son Goku and his two companions. Lin Sheng turned to the four individuals of Team 17 and suggested, "You four should act in concert while the three of us will collaborate here." The four of them nodded in unison. Their strength did not rival that of Sun Wukong and his companions, hence joining forces was the most prudent course of action. Upon hearing this, Beerus let out a sigh of relief. Regardless of how Sun Wukong and his team chose to frolic, it mattered little to him. His true trump card was Lin Sheng. Moreover, with the four from Team 17 working together, he felt assured. At that moment, Whis had mysteriously acquired a small red flag adorned with several Arabic letters symbolizing the seventh universe. "All right, the time is almost upon us," he announced. The group joined hands, forming a circle. Whis's words startled Vegeta, who thought to himself, "Are we seriously expected to hold hands with Frieza?" "Well then, let's all come together," Sun Wukong said, unfazed. As he led everyone towards Whis, Lin Shung was not particularly bothered. He grasped the hand of number 21, who in turn held on to number 18's hand. The group had taken their positions, and Gita swiftly found a vacant spot to insert herself. At this moment, only one person remained unaccounted for: Frieza. The only empty space was occupied by the imposing figure of Lin Sheng. Damn it, why did it have to be him? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Frieza's forehead, as he felt a twinge of apprehension about walking alongside Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng gently beckoned to Frieza with a harmless smile, saying, "Come here, what are you afraid of?" Frieza gritted his teeth, still hesitating about whether to join. "What is going on?" Seeing that Frieza was lingering, Beerus directly approached and took Lin Sheng's hand, exclaiming, "Now this should work, right?" Upon realizing it was Beerus, Frieza finally moved forward. Once the personnel from Universe 7 were gathered, Whis looked up at the sky, announcing, "The warriors of Universe 7 have arrived." A serene voice followed from the Grand Priest, "I understand." Immediately, Lin Sheng and the group were enveloped in a vibrant barrier, slowly ascending into the air. "Everyone, do your best." Bulma cheered from below, waving her hand in encouragement. "Android 18, you must do your best. Marin and I are waiting for your return." Krillin, Master Roshi, Tan, and others gazed at the colorful barrier, their faces and eyes filled with anticipation, hoping for their triumphant return. At this moment, the fate of Universe 7 rested entirely upon the 10 contestants led by Lin Sheng. Vegeta glanced back at Bulma before turning away, a newfound determination etched on his face. He was determined to win this power tournament. In the next moment, the colorful barrier vanished with a whoosh, disappearing from sight. At this time, Yamcha and a few others, who had been hiding nearby, stepped forward, watching the direction in which the barrier had faded. The fate of this universe rested upon them. "It's all up to you, please. Android 18, you must return victorious." Chapter 139. Caulifla's concern. When they reappeared, Lin Sheng and his group found themselves on the arena of the Void Realm. Is this the Void Realm? Surrounded by the vast emptiness, everyone marveled. Above them, a solitary star shone brightly, illuminating this sparse space. That light emanated from the Grand Priest. Without it, the Void Realm would be an impenetrable darkness, utterly devoid of visibility. Lin Sheng surveyed his surroundings. The arena was indeed vast. With a diameter of at least several kilometers, it could easily accommodate a melee involving 8 participants. At that moment, the other members of the universe arrived, led by the god of destruction, Caulifla, from the 4th universe. Observing the individuals from the 4th universe standing apart, Beerus cast a scornful glance at Whis, pondering whether they could truly fly without holding hands. "Ah, indeed," Whis replied with a sly smile. "I am merely enhancing team cohesion." "Cohesion, you say?" It nearly fell apart. Beerus retorted, his words punctuated with fervor. Just then, number 21 shouted in terror, "Lin, come quickly." Lin turned around and noticed that contestant number 21 was standing at the edge of the arena. He approached and looked down. Beneath the platform lay an abyss of endless darkness, evoking a sense of dread, as if it were an unfathomable chasm. Nothing could be seen. Sun Wukong and the others followed him, shivering at the sight. When you gaze long into the abyss also gazes back at you. The rules of the tournament stated that falling off the platform constituted a loss. Whis arrived beside them and remarked, "So, do we fall from here? But we can all fly." Vegeta, with a sharp angle, remarked that he probably wouldn't be able to fly. Whis replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? Allow me to test it." With that, Sun Wukong assumed a stance and jumped upward. He soared several meters high, but found he could no longer ascend, nor could he remain suspended in midair. He began to descend slowly. Indeed, it was as Whis had explained. The platform was controlled, and techniques like flight could not be employed. The objective of the match was to make opponents fall off, as it should be. Just as Whis finished speaking, number 17 pointed toward a contestant from another universe, exclaiming that someone was flying over there. Everyone turned to look and saw a bird and a girl with butterfly-like wings soaring gracefully through the air, reminiscent of Earth's birds. For fairness, each contestant was assigned a unique trait based on their birth planet. After Whis clarified everything, he began to ascend into the air. "Very well, Lord Beerus, let us take our seats." Observing Whis rising into the air, Beerus grumbled that the contestants could not fly. The Supreme Kai and the old Supreme Kai also floated up to the spectator seats. Just as Lin and the others settled in, a commotion arose from behind. Lin turned to see Caulifla running toward him, her energy level significantly elevated compared to their last encounter. Sun Wukong and Vegeta recognized both Caulifla and Kale. Sensing their newfound strength, Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened. He could distinctly perceive the formidable energy emanating from Caulifla and Kale, indicating a profound transformation since their last meeting. That was Hit. Sun Wukong also noted Hit's presence. He regretted not having battled with him previously and looked forward to the opportunity now. Meanwhile, Frost and Frieza exchanged glances, both harboring a cunning glint in their eyes. Lin paid no mind to Frieza and Frost, focusing instead on Caulifla, who approached him with a somewhat gloomy expression. "No worries. Give it your all," Lin encouraged, affectionately ruffling her hair. "I will," Caulifla declared, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lin. "Did you train us and Kale for this power tournament?" Upon hearing about the tournament, Caulifla finally grasped Lin's intentions and the preparations he had made 2 days prior. "So, you were already ready for today's event?" she concluded. Lin nodded slightly. "With your current strength, you are bound to shine brilliantly in this tournament." Caulifla confidently proclaimed, "By the way, I heard that the universe that loses in this tournament will vanish. Is that true?" At that moment, Kale timidly inquired, "What about you?" Lin solemnly nodded. "You must fight for your universe." Suddenly, a wave of realization washed over Caulifla. "Does this mean that if we lose, we might never see you again?" she pondered, grappling with the weight of their potential separation. Lin raised his gaze, a firm determination evident in his eyes. "I will obtain the Super Dragon Balls and wish for your revival." Caulifla, suppressing her sorrow, declared resolutely, "Regardless of whether you win or I win, we shall use the Super Dragon Balls to bring each other back." Lin Sheng smiled and nodded. After speaking, Lin Yo's fists clenched tightly. Regardless of who stood in his way, whether it be Jiren or any other, he was determined to seize the formidable power and claim the reward of the Super Dragon Balls. At that moment, the warriors of Universe 11 gathered, and the melodious voice of Margarita resonated through the cosmos. As the Supreme Kai's words echoed, a vibrant barrier suddenly materialized not far from the members of Universe 11. Upon the emergence of this dazzling barrier, Lin Sheng and Sun Wukong felt a surge of potent energy enveloping their senses. They turned to witness the barrier dissipate, revealing the proud warriors of Universe 11. Led by Jiren, all assembled. However, this time the god of destruction for Universe 11 had been replaced by Toppo, with another valiant warrior taking Toppo's position. As the members of Universe 11 stepped onto the stage, Lin Sheng's gaze immediately fell upon Margarita, whose moonlit aura seemed to connect with Lin Sheng from across the void. In response, Margarita offered Lin Sheng a gentle smile. Lin Sheng slightly raised his head, and then the moonlight shifted, illuminating Jiren beside him. At that moment, Jiren wore an expressionless demeanor as he regarded the crowd from the universe. Toppo, with a piercing gaze, fixated on Lin Sheng. realizing that he was indeed the Jiren Toppo had mentioned. Sun Wukong observed Jiren in the center with heightened vigilance, his voice low and grave. This fellow is terrifyingly strong. Even without engaging in combat, Vegeta could sense an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from Jiren. Is it truly him? At that moment, Jiren's gaze fell upon Lin Sheng, his expression unchanged as he stated coldly. Toppo confirmed it. He is the one who murdered the Pride Troopers. Jiren took a deep breath. If what Toppo claimed were true, and Lin Sheng had indeed slain the Pride Trooper, then Lin Sheng would be his greatest adversary in this tournament of power. Without hesitation, Jiren stepped forward. Observing this, Sun Wukong and the others immediately grew alert. Jiren's gaze locked onto Lin Sheng as he coldly declared, "I will defeat you." Is that so? Lin Sheng smirked, returning the same words to you. "I too shall conquer you." Jiren has set his sights on Lin Sheng. Sun Wukong touched his nose, chuckling softly. This contest of strength is becoming increasingly intriguing. At that moment, Broly approached, his resolute gaze fixed intently on Jiren. Jiren, taken aback, sensed an unusual aura emanating from Broly. "Broly, do not concern yourself with him." Lin waved his hand and spoke affirmatively. Broly nodded and stepped back. Meanwhile, the warriors from all 8 participating universes had gathered. The gods of destruction, Kaioshin, and angels from the 1st, 13th, 5th, and 8th universes, who had yet to make their appearance, were already seated in the viewing area, poised to witness the grand spectacle of combat among the 8 cosmic warriors. It appeared that all warriors from across the universe had assembled. Subsequently, the voice of the Grand Minister resonated throughout the void, announcing the 2nd universe, the Gentle Universe, the 6th universe. As the Grand Minister's words echoed, the Earthling fighters from the 6th universe, led by Hit, congregated before the assembly of deities. The 7th universe. Lin Sheng, Broly number 21, Son Goku, Vegeta, Frieza, Android 17, Android 18, Son Gohan, and others stood in a line, each bearing a resolute expression upon their faces. Each universe appeared formidable, and as they gazed at the warriors from other realms, Piccolo spoke gravely. "Once the battle commences, we must immediately gather and fortify our defenses. We must unite to repel the enemies from the cosmos. Do you understand?" Son Gohan addressed Android 17 and the others, to which they all nodded in agreement. These warriors hailed from the strong